Chapter 451. After the work was finished, Bubu carried Lan Lan aside and whispered something. Then, she nodded coldly to Lu Xingchen. Okay, your rewards are distributed. Goodbye. Wawa had been watching obediently for a long time, but when she saw Bubu was leaving, she burst into tears again. Wow, sister, don't you want me anymore? Master Lei Jin held it in for a long time before saying, Mimi, you are my most beautiful daughter, you. Bubu suddenly flew into a rage. Shut up. Don't say any more. She sighed, touched Wanwa's head, turned around, jumped onto the boat, and disappeared in a flash. Master Lei Jin looked frustrated. She still won't go home. Lu Xingchen, isn't it obvious? Bubu isn't refusing to go home. She simply refuses to acknowledge him as her father. Master Lei Jin stood there motionless, a look of loss on his face. Finally, as if making a decision, he said to Lu Xingchen, I need you to help me with one more task. Lu Xingchen was surprised. What is it? Master Lei Jin said in a deep voice. I just received news that somewhere on a certain island, there's a treasure hidden called Fairy Jade Dew. After you retrieve it, have Mimi drink it. Fairy Jade Dew? What kind of treasure is this? Give it to Bubu. What is Master Lei Jin going to do? Lu Xingchen hesitated, somewhat reluctant to accept the task. But then she heard the game prompt. Master Lei Jin's new task. Fetch the Fairy Jade Dew, and have Mimi drink it. Note, this is a side quest for the task of retrieving Mimi. It must be completed, and cannot be refused. Task accepted. Master Lei Jin nodded slightly. Okay, get ready. I take you to the island in 5 minutes. Before Lu Xingchen could say anything, she was given another task. Master Lei Jin acted decisively, ready to send her off shortly. Lu Xingchen quickly checked her backpack. Thankfully, she had everything she needed. She conveniently put Lan Lan and Mia into the pet bag and took a moment to ask Master Lei Jin, Master, may I ask why Bubu doesn't want to go home? Master Lei Jin's face darkened, and he remained silent. Lu Xingchen begrudgingly asked a few more questions, but the master remained silent, his expression gloomy. Finally, before the 5 minutes were up, Master Lei Jin jabbed his cane, sending Lu Xingchen careening from midair onto a tree. The leaves were a fiery red, and everywhere, vast expanses of trees stretched. Lu Xingchen sat in the tree, gazing out, and something seemed familiar. She jumped down from the tree, released Lan Lan and Mime, and said, Go explore first. Be careful. Lan Lan and Mime flew high into the sky, one into the woods, the other disappearing in a flash. Lu Xingchen looked up at the tree she had just landed on. Red Panwood. This kind of tree is rare. She only seen it on Red Pan Island. A sense of foreboding arose in her heart. She turned to look at the path between the trees and rushed down. After walking for about 10 minutes, she stopped. She could already see traces of white oak and high-grade white pine. This was Red Pan Island, the island where Master Babu's youngest son, Ba Shersan, lived. She had cut down many trees here before, and the traces were still visible. The stumps were gone, replaced by small trees. Lan Lan flew back and said confidently, Xiao Lu, this is Red Pan Island. Are you happy to be back? Are you surprised? Lu Xingchen, That was quite unexpected. She wasn't happy at all. Now, Babu still disliked her. How dare she act so recklessly on his island? Looking for treasures? Would Master Lei Jin send her here to steal Babu's treasures? Again. Are these NPCs at odds? Their favorite thing to do is send players to another NPC's house to steal things. The quest sounded so good. Get the Fairy Jade Dew. Is this get? This is stealing. She really didn't want to offend Master Babu again. Lan Lan landed on Lu Xingchen's arm and pecked at her paw, seemingly casually, yet also as if to show off. Lu Xingchen spotted a small gray-blue bell on its right ankle. The bell was about the size of a red bean, tied to Lan Lan's foot with gray silk thread. It made no sound when shaken. The bell's color was so concealing that it was practically invisible without close inspection. Lu Xingchen touched it and asked in surprise, Bubu gave it to me? Lan Lan wouldn't let anyone tie something to her easily. Lan Lan raised her head proudly. Yes, my best friend Bubu gave it to me. I can use this to contact her anytime. Lu Xingchen joked, Anytime? Are they close? That's good. Lan Lan and Bubu are close. That's right. Lan Lan was proud. That's right. Bubu and I have something in common. We both hate dirty and smelly things. Mimi came galloping from the distance. Lan Lan, hey little lamb. Mimi rushed over and rolled his eyes at it. Don't think I don't know what you're talking about. Mimi turned to Lu Xingchen. Master, this is Red Island. Lan Lan, TSK, I told little Lu a long time ago. Mimi, I also saw Wan Jinbao and his group. Wan Jinbao? Lu Xingchen was startled, then understood. Wan Jinbao had also accepted Master Lei Jin's mission, and this mission was now a supplementary mission to the previous one. Wan Jinbao must also be here to find Fairy Yulu. Really, Master Lei Jin isn't afraid of a fight. An idea struck her. An idea. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She looked around. This place was remote and secluded. No one would notice them for a while. She sat down steadily on a wooden chair and said to Mimi and Lan Lan, "You two should rest for a while. We're not in a hurry." They didn't need to keep an eye on Wan Jinbao. They had Yang Feishue. Sure enough, Yang Feishue sent a private message. "Boss, we've arrived at a small island." Wan Jinbao said he's completing Master Lei Jin's mission and is looking for the Fairy Yulu. "Are you here too?" Lu Xingchen, "Yes, you guys go ahead and search. Let me know if you find any clues." Yang Feishue was excited. "Got it, boss." This time, Lu Xingchen didn't plan to mess with Babu. With Wan Jinbao around, she could rest easy. She'd been busy all day and was hungry. Grandma sent her some food, so she simply ate, checking the chat channel while she ate. Red 3 isn't showing up, Black 9 isn't showing up, Master Lei Jin isn't showing up, Boo Boo isn't showing up, and the doll isn't any good. Are these 5 people in seclusion? Yeah, Red 3 and Black 9 were pretty active a few days ago, so why are they gone now? Hey, there are only 10 masters in total, 5 of them aren't showing up, and only the other 5 occasionally show up. They're so unprofessional. Have all the masters given up? I really want to complain. Lu Xingchen then remembered that Black 9 was still out working yesterday, but recently, after encountering Master Lei Jin and seeing the advanced arrow tower, he's probably too exhausted to even walk. This situation is all because the mission couldn't be completed. Wan Jinbao needs to work harder. As for her, she doesn't dare to work harder. Lan Lan and Mimi couldn't stand it any longer and ran out again. Lu Xingchen simply asked her grandmother to bring a swing chair. She hung on the tree, leaning back and eating fruit. It's rare to show off. When he was drowsy, Yang Feishue sent a private message. "Hey, we saw a mulberry forest and picked a basket of mulberries." Suddenly a child came out and beat Wan Jinbao hard. A child? Lu Xingchen woke up immediately. G23 or G49, they like Master Babu's mulberries the most. Chapter 452. Mimi's message arrived. "Master, we've run into G49. He's trying to chase Wan Jinbao away." Lu Xingchen sat up. Chase away? That wouldn't do. If they were chased away, who would come to find Fairy Yulu? She immediately ordered Mimi, "Call G49 over. Tell him to leave Wan Jinbao alone and just not pick the mulberries." A moment later, G49 excitedly arrived, carrying the mulberries Wan Jinbao had just confiscated, accompanied by Mimi and Lan Lan. The friends were overjoyed to see each other. Lan Lan chattered, showing off her new friend. Lu Xingchen simply set up a table under the shade of a tree, setting out several plates of fruit for the little ones to play with. They ate and drank, while Lu Xingchen rested on the swing chair, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Feishue kept reporting on Wan Jinbao's treasure hunt progress. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and gave him 2 plates of fruit, a peach, 2 defense cards, and a sprint card for self-defense. Consider it his undercover pay. Seeing the peach's stats, Yang Feishue was overjoyed. He texted Yang Feishuang, "Look, the peach sprint card and defense card were given to me by Boss Watermelon and Grape." Hee hee. Yang Feishuang rolled her eyes. "New boss?" Yang Feishue, "There's no such thing as a new or old boss. I only have one boss now." Yang Feishuang, "Work hard. Come on, give them all to me, and I save them for you." Yang Feishue, "You wish." Meanwhile, Wan Jinbao and the deputy gang leaders were killing monkeys. It was safer to stay on the roads, but the beasts in the woods were higher level. One of their deputy gang leaders accidentally entered the dense forest and provoked a level 6 monkey. After finally killing the monkey, the group gathered together worried. The deputy gang leader said, "Boss, we can't pick mulberries, and we can't enter the dense forest. How are we going to find treasure?" Wan Jinbao said, "A little kid just showed up. Maybe there's an NPC here. We must hurry. Split up and search everywhere." He was also annoyed. Master Lei Jin's quests were always unclear, and he couldn't contact him, so he couldn't ask anything. Now, he and Bubu had lost all hope, and could only focus on Master Lei Jin. This quest must be completed. A group of deputy gang leaders split up, and soon someone discovered Ba Shirsan's courtyard. The gate was locked, so they didn't dare enter at first. Finally, seeing no one coming out, Wang Jinbao led his men over the fence and inside. They looked around the house, but found nothing. The owner must have been out. Wang Jinbao and his group of deputy gang leaders were running around like headless flies, without any plan. By evening, he had found nothing. Not only was he anxious, but Lu Xingchen was also worried. Wang Jinbao was so useless that she couldn't even sit back and reap the benefits. Luckily, Babu and Ba Shersan were away, leaving the island deserted. Otherwise, Wang Jinbao's mission would have failed. Desperate, Lu Xingchen had no choice but to ask Grandma to ask Master Lei Jin how to find the fairy Jade Dew. Perhaps because they had just finished dinner, or perhaps because He Jiao showed immense respect for the master, he prepared 15 dishes. Master Lei Jin finally provided the details. Grandma replied, the master said that killing level 6 or 7 beasts will earn you a treasure hunting bead. With a bead, you can naturally find the fairy Jade Dew. Oh, the master also said, we need to hurry, as tomorrow at noon will be inconvenient. Lu Xingchen understood immediately. She turned to G49 and asked, will Master Babu and Ba 13 be back tomorrow at noon? G49, yeah, it seems so. Lu Xingchen, Master Lei Jin was so tactful. What do you mean it's inconvenient tomorrow at noon? It's obvious that the master will be back tomorrow at noon, so stealing is forbidden. Lu Xingchen told Yang Feishue, tell Wang Jinbao to try to kill a level 6 or 7 beast. Yang Feishue immediately offered a suggestion. For so long, despite his modest martial arts skills, he had been deeply trusted and relied upon by Wang Jinbao, relying on his foresight and intuition. Wang Jinbao naturally believed him, and immediately organized a team to kill the beast. Over there, the battle was in full swing. Lu Xingchen relaxed on the swing chair, occasionally popping a grape into his mouth. Lon Lon was a belligerent, and a bit unable to resist. Xiao Lu, shall we kill them too? Lu Xingchen raised his eyes. No, not unless you want Master Babu to chase you. Master Babu is so stingy, even if you kill the monsters on his island, he might still hold a grudge against you. Forget it. Wang Jinbao and his deputy gang leaders fought tirelessly all night, and finally, at dawn, they obtained a treasure-hunting orb. Wang Jinbao's eyes were red from exhaustion, and seeing the treasure-hunting orb, he was extremely excited. Haha, a treasure-hunting orb? It's a treasure-hunting orb. Yang Feishue, you've done a great deed. Yang Feishue grinned. It's just good luck, gang leader. Wang Jinbao, great deed, Yang Feishue. I give you the rare long sword from the warehouse when I get back. You be fine. Just practice more. Yang Feishue, thank you, gang leader. The other deputy gang leaders were a bit indignant. Yang Feishue was so weak and so lazy. Last night, they were exhausted all night, and Yang Feishue even found a place to sleep. And just like that, she got a rare level long sword? How unfair. The deputy gang leaders had different expressions, their faces darkening. Wang Jinbao was too excited to notice. Yang Feishue immediately told Lu Xingchen about the situation. Last night, Lu Xingchen had her grandmother send a lazy couch, and she slept soundly on it. At this moment, she had just woken up. Upon hearing Yang Feishue's news, she immediately put away the swing and the lazy couch and said, Lon Lon meme, you guys go follow Wang Jinbao and the others. I be there later. Since they all had the treasure hunting beads, Fairy Yulu would probably find it soon. She had to act. G49 blinked her round eyes, and said in a childish voice, Little Sister Lu, be careful. There are surveillance cameras in several places on Grandpa Babu's island. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Surveillance? Is Master Babu that capable? G49 nodded vigorously. Yes, the small building, the mulberry grove, and the stone cave, these places are all monitored. Lon Lon nodded. Don't worry, we're not going there. Lu Xingchen had to give Lon Lon and Mia a few more instructions before letting them leave. G49 clapped her hands and jumped off her chair. Little Sister Lu, I'm not eating anymore. I'm going home to sleep. Lon Lon, and Mia had played all night and were tired. Lu Xingchen anticipated a fierce battle, and it wouldn't be convenient for 49 to be here, so he sent him back. She cleared the table and chairs, and slowly made her way to Wang Jinbao's location. About half an hour later, Yang Feishue sent a message. Boss, we've entered a small building. Looks like the treasure is there. Lu Xingchen, small building? She paused. Wang Jinbao is really courting death, always scurrying into the surveillance area. Master Babu must be pissing him off. Chapter 453. Following Sun Baozhu, Wang Jinbao led his men into Ba Shisan's courtyard. One of the deputy gang leaders, whose surname was Gua, the one who had previously offered the lamb, whispered, "Boss, didn't we just go through everything? Yang Feishue, you're stupid. Who would leave their treasures out in the open?" Wang Jinbao smiled and said, "Yes, Yang Feishue is right." Deputy gang leader Gua rolled his eyes and stepped back. If anything else happened, he wouldn't run forward. Sun Baozu reached Ba Shisan's bed and vanished in a flash. Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up. "Tear down the bed." The men searched Ba Shisan's bedding thoroughly, tearing it to shreds, but found nothing. They then smashed the bed boards, inch by inch, but still found nothing. They even smashed the polished, intricately carved bed, only to find a pile of sawdust. Nothing. Yang Feishue stared at the wooden floor. "How about we dig?" Wang Jinbao nodded. "Dig, dig, dig." Yang Feishue stepped back. Deputy gang leader Gua hummed inwardly, and also stepped back, making way. The other deputy gang leaders rushed forward, dismantling the floor, digging the foundation, and then digging the soil again. Then the pickaxe struck the stone slab. "Boss, we got it!" someone exclaimed. Wang Jinbao poked his head out. "Good, good, it looks like the treasure is here. Everyone, keep digging." Wang Jinbao stepped back, his hands folded beside him. Yang Feishue followed him, whispering quietly. Deputy gang leader Gua stepped back again, pretending to overturn tables and chairs and lift the curtains. He had also learned to be lazy. The others dug for a long time, and then, plop! Suddenly, they fell in. A cave entrance appeared. The deputy gang leaders rushed in, then ran out screaming, "Spiders!" What huge spiders! They were 3 6th-level mutant spiders. Now, Wang Jinbao and Yang Feishue had to join the battle. Of course, Yang Feishue was still lazy. After a hard fight, they finally killed one spider and drove away 2. They entered the cave and searched a wooden chest. Wang Jinbao happily opened the chest, but it was empty. The flustered deputy gang leaders were stunned. They had been searching since last night, searching, digging, and killing for more than 10 hours, only to find an empty chest. One deputy gang leader stammered, This gang leader? Could the treasure hunting bee be fake?" Wang Jinbao was also confused. How could it be? They had never encountered a fake treasure hunting bee before. They were at a stalemate. It was past 9 a.m., and Lu Xingchen had still finished a delicious breakfast. Yang Feishue had been in constant communication with her, so she knew Wang Jinbao's progress. At first, she felt sorry for Wang Jinbao's success in finding the treasure, fearing he wouldn't meet Babu again. Unexpectedly, the treasure was gone. Yang Feishue said, "Everyone's dazed. We don't know what to do. I don't know how many defense cards we used just now when we killed the spider. We suffered heavy losses." He even secretly sent a screenshot. Lu Xingchen saw the chaotic scene. The yard of Ba Shisan's house was in ruins, a pile of dirt, sawdust, and scraps of cloth on the ground. A dozen people sat on the mound, their expressions dazed, their bodies covered in dirt and blood. One of the fat guys was the funniest. His clothes were torn, his face was swollen, and he looked completely desperate. It was Wang Jinbao. "Lu Xingchen, didn't find the immortal jade do? This is troublesome. In less than 3 hours, Babu would be back, and they were running out of time." Wang Jinbao was so useless, she had to think of a solution. Lu Xingchen closed his eyes and thought carefully for a moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. G49 said that Babu had set up surveillance cameras in 3 places on the island: the small building, the mulberry grove, and the cave. So, the immortal jade might be in these 3 places. Perhaps a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Lu Xingchen immediately shared his speculation with Yang Feishue. She wasn't planning on going to these 3 places unless absolutely necessary, so she let Wang Jinbao take the risk. Yang Feishue said seriously, "Boss, I just saw those 2 spiders, one heading over there, and the other heading towards the mulberry grove. So, I guess the treasure must be in those 2 places." Deputy Boss Gua was furious. He just tried to kill the spider and nearly had it scratch his eye, so he looked at Yang Feishue with particular displeasure. He said impatiently, "The spider ran away? How did you know it went to the mulberry forest?" Yang Feishue, intuition. Deputy gang leader Gua, "Ba, you said you were following the treasure bead? Did you find the treasure?" Yang Feishue, "Finding the treasure bead is no problem. Who told us to let 2 spiders escape?" Deputy gang leader Gua gritted his teeth. "So why are you useless?" Wang Jinbao was annoyed. "Shut up. What are you arguing about? Yang Feishue is a thinker, not a fighter. Okay, let's split into 2 groups. One group will go over there and look for it, and the other group will follow me to the mulberry forest. Wang Jinbao was more depressed than anyone else. He had already suffered a great loss. Normally, he wouldn't lose his temper with his subordinates, but things had been really bad lately. Master Lei Jin's mission was his last straw, so he became a little impatient. Deputy gang leader Guo's face darkened, and he fell silent. So, the group split into two groups, each moving separately. Lu Xingchen, knowing they had split up, and that Yang Feishue had followed Wang Jinbao, immediately sent Lan Lan off with the other group led by Deputy Gang Leader Guo. She continued to wait in the red mulberry forest for news. After more than an hour searching, Wang Jinbao turned the mulberry forest upside down, but still came up empty-handed. Thankfully, Lu Xingchen instructed Yang Feishue not to damage the mulberry trees. Deputy Gang Leader Guo and his men, on the other side, discovered a cave and finally found a clue. Wang Jinbao rushed to the cave, and after another fight, he discovered the treasure, a wooden chest. Lu Xingchen also arrived nearby, ready to seize the treasure. She planned to do so outside the surveillance area. Wang Jinbao spotted the virtual image of Babu standing there, brandishing his sledgehammer. Who dares to touch my treasure? I kill you. Oh, it's you again, Lu. Lu. Hey, isn't it? Babu, where did that ugly fat guy come from? Lu Xingchen, have you changed your appearance? Wang Jinbao immediately flashed a defensive card. Yang Feishue shouted, Boss Wan, don't be afraid if he's fake. Our Qinglong gang is invincible. Deputy Boss Guo, Wang Jinbao, let's run. Babu roared, oh, you're Wang Jinbao, I'm going to kill you. The other deputy bosses gathered around him nervously, but only Deputy Boss Guo took 2 steps back. The scene was chaotic, and Wang Jinbao didn't bother to see which idiot had called his name. However, they soon realized that Babu was just an illusion. Wang Jinbao gritted his teeth and said, never mind, open the box, let's go. Distrusting others, he stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest, he received one immortal jade dew. It was actually immortal jade dew. Wang Jinbao was excited. A day's hard work had finally paid off. Strangely, this time, the immortal jade dew didn't automatically go into his storage backpack. The immortal jade dew contains living creatures, so it can't be added to the backpack. Please store it properly. There's actually a living creature? Wang Jinbao had no choice but to pick it up and hold it in his hand. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he heard a loud roar. Who stole my treasure? Oh, it's you, Wang Jinbao. Bab arrived and shouted, Wang Jinbao, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 454. Wang Jinbao fled with his men. Bab was so formidable, hammer after hammer, quickly crushing the 2 deputy gang leaders to death. Wang Jinbao was terrified, his defense card slamming against him. Call them in, call them in. Call them in. Call me in. Bab approached, swinging his hammer. Wang Jinbao, you stole my treasure. I'm going to kill you. Even within the shield, Wang Jinbao's legs trembled at the sight of Babu's viciousness. He kept calling for the men to gather. Deputy gang leader Guo had clearly returned to the boat, but he hadn't made any move. Wang Jinbao was getting anxious. Yang Feishue shouted, Boss, give me the bottle. That way, Babu will chase me. Wang Jinbao quickly threw the bottle to Yang Feishue. Sure enough, Babu turned and chased Yang Feishue. Wang Jinbao found another gang member, and was summoned back to the boat. He immediately texted Yang Feishue, hurry, come back, and give me the immortal jade dew. Yang Feishue ignored him and instead texted Lu Xingchen, Boss, hurry back to the ship and summon me. Lu Xingchen immediately had his grandmother summon him back to the ship, and then summoned Yang Feishue. Yang Feishue immediately gave Lu Xingchen the immortal jade dew. Lu Xingchen examined it carefully. Immortal jade dew. Consuming it grants immortal-like beauty, but may also cause incurable side effects, so use with caution. Note, immortal jade dew contains living creatures and cannot be placed in the storage backpack, so this item is for appearance modification. So, Master Lei Jin wants Bubu to change her appearance and become more beautiful. But is this what Bubu wants? Lu Xingchen hesitated. Yang Feishue rolled in Lu Xingchen's dirt, smeared a handful of dirt on her face, and exaggerated, Boss, call me. Babu wants to kill me. Help, help. Yang Feishue, Boss, why don't you call me? I'm dying. Yang Feishue, Boss, have you given up on me? Lu Xingchen was surprised. Are you going back? Yang Feishue nodded heavily. Go back, go back. I love this undercover feeling. It's exciting. Lu Xingchen, you gave me the immortal jade dew. How could Wan Jinbao let you go? Yang Feishue, it's okay. I have my own way. So that was a lie? That's too dangerous. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xingchen took out a small bottle and poured the immortal jade dew into it. She discovered that the immortal jade dew was as pure as water. She stared for a long time, unable to discern the living creature inside. Could it be something invisible to the naked eye? Without time to ponder, she quickly poured out the immortal jade dew, then picked up the clear water next to it, added it, and shook it. Then, the description on the white jade bottle changed. Immortal jade dew, diluted immortal jade dew. Consuming it can enhance your appearance and beauty, but may also cause some minor side effects. Use with caution. Note: immortal jade dew contains living creatures and cannot be placed in a storage backpack. Huh, it actually works? Lu Xingchen was surprised. Perhaps some jade dew remained in the white jade bottle, and after adding the clear water, it became diluted immortal jade dew. Diluted immortal jade dew is not bad either, enhancing your appearance, but it also has side effects. Lu Xingchen corked the bottle and handed it to Yang Feishue. Yang Feishue cried out in grief, Boss, is something wrong with you? Why don't you call me? If all else fails, ask Deputy Boss Gu to call me. Ah, Babu, don't kill me, don't kill me. Ah! Yang Feishue struck herself hard, blood gushing out. Lu Xingchen felt the pain. Yang Feishue's performance was so exaggerated that Black 9 and Red 3 looked over in surprise. The chatterbox trembled. Xiaohong is going too far. Is she mind-controlling that dwarf? The mute. Yes, she's driving everyone crazy. It's terrifying. I think the boss's choice wasn't right. The chatterbox. How about we persuade the boss to run? The mute. Run. Everyone watched Yang Feishue's frantic performance in amazement. Finally, Yang Feishue cried out in delight, Thank you, Deputy Gang Leader Gu, you finally summoned me. Swish. He left. Lu Xingchen said to Yang Feishue, I need you for something. She also gave Yang Feishue a fixed-point teleportation card and a set of equipment to save her life. If things got really dangerous, she should escape quickly, anywhere. Wan Jinbao, on the other hand, was terribly anxious. Unsure of what had happened, he had summoned Yang Feishue several times, but she hadn't responded. Not only had she refused, she had even been anxiously asking him to summon her. Furthermore, it seemed like Yang Feishue was in danger, constantly being hunted by Babu. He was frantic with worry, and quickly ordered the others to follow suit. Finally, Deputy Gang Leader Gu summoned the utterly battered Yang Feishue. Yang Feishue's arms were covered in blood, mud, and her face was covered in snot. Seeing Wan Jinbao, he burst into tears. Gang Leader, are you okay? That's great. Wan Jinbao was deeply touched. This was the deputy leader who cared about him the most. He said kindly, Thank you, Yang Feishue. If it weren't for you, I'd be in trouble. Yang Feishue, but why didn't you summon me, leader? Wan Jinbao swore and swore repeatedly. He had summoned people. He had always summoned people. After a long explanation, he finally obtained the immortal jade dew. Only then did he have time to read the introduction of the immortal jade dew. After reading it, he suddenly realized that Master Lei Jin wanted Bubu, or Mimi, to be more beautiful. Now that he had the immortal jade dew, all he had to do was find Bubu. Wan Jinbao encouraged the deputy gang leaders. We're just one step away from completing the mission. Go for it, everyone. Suddenly, the game released an announcement. Master Babu is furious and has blacklisted Wan Jinbao. The Babu family has begun hunting Wan Jinbao. The Babu family has commissioned pirates to hunt Wan Jinbao. The Babu family and the Qinglong gang have become enemies, and the Babu family members are facing the Qinglong gang's merciless pursuit. As soon as the announcements were released, the crowd was in an uproar. Why did Wan Jinbao offend Master Babu? Who is Master Babu? Haha, didn't Master Babu issue a wanted order for Zheng Yuan before? I heard that Zheng Yuan killed his son back then. Hee, I feel sorry for those who just joined the Qinglong gang. How do you feel? Not much. Damn it. Why are we suddenly facing two pirate gangs? The Qinglong gang is a piece of crap. Quit it. The Qinglong gang is doomed. Wan Jinbao's face changed. In just a short moment, he had already received more than a dozen requests to quit the gang. Those people would rather quit the gang than pay the money they paid to join. He was utterly devastated. Wan Jinbao gritted his teeth and said, Let them quit. Once I learn Master Lei Jin's advanced arrow tower, I make them envious. Elsewhere, Lu Xingchen also held the immortal jade dew, musing silently. She hesitated, not wanting to give Bubu the immortal jade dew. First, there were side effects. and they didn't specify what they were, only that it was difficult to cure. This alone made it dangerous for Bubu to take it. Second, she felt that even if Bubu became as beautiful as a fairy, she might not return home. Because the character identification card said that Bubu would only return home if Master Lei Jin returned to normal. It was Master Lei Jin who needed to change, not Bubu. Chapter 455. Lu Xingchen was in a dilemma. She didn't want to trick Bubu into drinking the immortal Jade Dew, but Master Lei Jin wouldn't talk. What should she do? Suddenly, she heard a notification. Bubu and Lan Lan are having a great time chatting, friendship level +5. Lu Xingchen was surprised. When did Lan Lan go looking for Bubu? She searched the boat, but sure enough, Lan Lan was gone. Lu Xingchen quickly checked with Lan Lan. Where have you been? Lan Lan. I came to play with Bubu. Okay, you don't need to prepare lunch for me. Lu Xingchen had an idea. Please ask Bubu if she would drink a potion that would make her look like a fairy. Lan Lan quickly replied, no. Why would she? Isn't she pretty now? As expected, Lan Lan now had a friend filter. It's no wonder though. Although Lan Lan was beautiful, she never cared much about her appearance. Otherwise, she wouldn't be bald so often. Lu Xingchen patiently checked. Is this your reply, or hers? Lan Lan, it's our joint reply. Okay, we're just playing around, so I ignore you. Lu Xingchen sighed. As expected, her guess was correct. Then, next, I have to find Master Lei Jin. But Master Lei Jin is really hard to communicate with. He only gives orders, and never listens. I need to think carefully about how to talk to him. Suddenly, Gao Dafu privately messaged, Xiao Lu, where's Lan Lan? Where's Lan Lan? Did your pet run away with someone? Lu Xingchen, what? Gao Dafu, check the chat channel. Lu Xingchen casually opened the screen and found the chat channel bustling with activity. Haha, Master Bubu, the third-ranked Master Bubu has finally appeared. I see. I saw it too. Surprisingly, there's a beautiful blue phoenix next to her. Yes, that blue phoenix looks familiar to me. Ah, isn't that the stinky bird? Lu Xingchen's pet. Strange, why is Lu Xingchen's pet with Master Bubu? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Could it be that Bubu had finally started working? The players were all excited. After all, 5 of the 10 masters were in seclusion, and the other 5 appeared occasionally. The chances of encountering a master were not high. But Bubu suddenly appeared, and with such frequency, everyone was excited. Bubu can use advanced arrow towers, very impressive. Unfortunately, Lan Lan was impatient and flew away too quickly. Before anyone could say anything, Bubu flew away. The chat channel was filled with news about Lan Lan and Bubu. Gao Dafu suddenly chatted excitedly. I saw Bubu and Lan Lan, Xiao Lu. Hey, Lan Lan actually asked me what Bubu looks like. Lu Xingchen's heart tightened. What did you say? Gao Dafu, haha, what else could I say? Of course I told the truth. Lu Xingchen became even more uneasy. Tell the truth? Then, did you get beaten up? Gao Dafu, how could that be? We had a great chat. Haha, Bubu's friendship level increased by 10. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. What did you say? Gao Dafu, I said Bubu is like me, handsome and impressive, with good looks. Bubu was very happy to hear that, and his friendship level immediately increased by 10 points. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. The narcissistic Gao Dafu had answered well. This was probably the answer Bubu wanted to hear. Gao Dafu chuckled. You fools are in trouble. The chat channel was filled with howling. Is Bubu sick? She broke my leg with her crutch. Ugh, it hurts. Cry. Bubu beat me up and stole 2 of my boxes. What? Bubu isn't a pirate. Why is he stealing boxes? It was that stinky bird next to him. It said beating him up wasn't enough. Since I caused Bubu mental damage, I should pay him compensation. I just told the truth. How could I have caused him mental damage? The players were puzzled. What the hell did you do? They were even more frightened. Bubu's current behavior was no different from that of a pirate. Either beating people up or stealing boxes. It was so barbaric. Lu Xingchen was surprised, but of course, she didn't dare to speak. After all, someone recognized Lan Lan. Gao Dafu laughed heartily. Are you stupid? Did that bird ask you how Bubu looks? Players, yeah. Gao Dafu, why don't you think about your responses, haha. That Bubu is so ugly, how could I dare tell the truth? I said Bubu is pretty, and then I got hit on the leg. Isn't that unfair? I was being more tactful and said Bubu is above average looking, very pretty, And then his chest was stolen. It's all that Stinky Bird's fault. It kept goading Bubu. Yeah, it's all that Bird's fault. It asked Bubu, does this answer make you feel bad? Yeah. If so, beat him up. That's right. After beating me up, that bird asked Bubu, are you happy? If not, then steal 2 more chests? Oh my god, whose bird is this? So wicked. Gao Dafu, haha, that's pretty wicked. Lu Xingchen, She decided to keep quiet for now, lest the players remember her. What the hell is Lon Lon doing? No, she has to go check. Lu Xingchen, Lon Lon, where are you? I find you. Lon Lon, busy, don't come over. Then she stopped replying. A player recorded a video and posted it online. In the video, Bubu stood on a small boat, Lon Lon flying nearby. Bubu's eyes sparkled, a smile spread across her face. She held a black jade cane, pointed at a player, and asked loudly, what do you think I look like? The player had already checked the chat channel. His face paled. I. He suddenly raised his fist, and hit himself in the eye. Aw, I'm blind, I can't see a thing. Lon Lon snorted. You're lying, Bubu. Do you like her answer? Bubu's eyes lit up with curiosity. It's okay, not much. Lon Lon, then rob him of one of his boxes. Hey, there's another person over there. Ask him. Bubu raised his black jade cane. Go ahead. This must be a raft where several players have gathered, so there are several people on it. The player was already near the raft, hiding and trying not to see anyone. Seeing Bubu question him, he trembled. You look like a fairy. You're the most beautiful person in the world. You? Bubu, disgusting. Lon Lon, he's not telling the truth. Beat him up. The player quickly shouted, I'm telling the truth. You're so ugly. Bubu, you're rude. Lon Lon, yeah. That's so uncultured. How can you just call someone ugly? Look at how cowardly you look, Bubu. Beat him up. The player was desperate. He screamed, I don't want to live anymore. With a splash, he jumped into the sea. At least jumping into the sea would save him from a beating. He could just come out later. The video ends here. Chapter 456. According to the players' comments, Bubu had asked the same question, but different responses led to different actions. Some were beaten, others had their boxes stolen. Of course, some were cleverer or luckier, and gained Bubu's friendship points. Unfortunately, those who gained friendship points weren't necessarily telling the truth. The chat channel was filled with complaints. Xiaoyu, hey, Bubu's friendship point increased by 10. Yin Xiaolin, yeah, Bubu's friendship point increased by 10. Deputy Gang Leader Gua, hey, Bubu's friendship point increased by 20. Deputy Gang Leader Gua's statement shocked everyone, and players flocked to learn from him, asking him how he had answered that question and gained 20 friendship points. Deputy Gang Leader Gua chuckled and didn't answer. Deputy Gang Leader Gua was a member of the Qinglong Gang, so Lu Xingchen couldn't question him. So, he chatted privately with Xiaoyu. How did you all answer Bubu's questions? She had probably guessed it, and now she was just confirming it. Xiaoyu, first, tell the truth. Second, be tactful and avoid personal attacks. It was a very solid summary. Lu Xingchen had almost confirmed his decision. Bubu couldn't drink the fairy jade dew. The players were in chaos for about 2 or 3 hours, and only after Bubu and Lon Lon stopped appearing did they calm down. Lu Xingchen tried to talk to Master Lei Jin about this, but he wouldn't listen. He was very stubborn and rarely changed his mind. Lu Xingchen closed his eyes and rested for a moment, then glanced at Master Lei Jin, who stood with his hands behind his back not far away. He decided to discuss this matter during dinner. Master Lei Jin's composure would be better during dinner. At least, he wouldn't flip the table. Suddenly Lon Lan's voice rang out. Xiao Lu, you? You? Not you. Lon Lon. Oh my god, you fatso. Oh my god, Xiao Lu, help me. Lu Xingchen was startled. What's wrong with you? Lon Lan's voice faded considerably. Fatty. The game suddenly announced. Wan Jinbao had harmed Master Bubu's friend, and Master Bubu was furious, becoming hostile to the Qinglong Gang. Master Bubu's friendship score with the Qinglong Gang was -100. Players were stunned. The Qinglong Gang has been a bit volatile lately. First, they're being hunted by the Babu family, and now they're at odds with Master Bubu. They're always messing with NPCs. Fool. NPCs are so powerful, how can they be easily provoked? Who's so capable as to drag the entire Qinglong Gang down with them? Of course, Only the gang leader has that ability. Ask Wan Jinbao, haha. Those who join the Qinglong gang before are stupid, haha. Deputy Gang Leader Gua, for his excellent answer, earned 20 friendship points from Master Bubu. Many gang members gathered around him, waiting for his advice. Deputy Gang Leader Gua was also brimming with confidence, believing he soon received Master Bubu's true teachings. However, he received an in-game notification. Wan Jinbao had angered Master Bubu, and his friendship point had dropped to -100. The Qinglong gang was already in chaos. What's going on? Isn't it enough to mess with the Babu family? Why mess with Master Bubu too? We just figured out the trick to boost Master Bubu's friendship points, and now we're down 100 points. How can we even boost them? Give up, give up, give up. Hong Sang gave up, Master Babu gave up, Master Bubu gave up too. We're all about to be abandoned by the game, okay? Someone was tired. Boss, could you please stop being so wicked? Wan Jinbao had just been summoned, his face covered in blood. The leg he had just healed with the rejuvenating pill was broken again. The rejuvenating pill had run out, so he was forced to relentlessly take medication. Yang Feishue was distressed. Boss, what's wrong with you? You only have 2 legs, you can't handle this. Broken legs a day, no one can handle this. Yang Feishue stamped his feet and beat his chest. Wan Jinbao had actually been allowed to do something bad in secret, and he hadn't even known about it. What a failure he'd been as an undercover agent. Elsewhere, Lu Xingchen was also surprised when he saw the announcement. What had Wan Jinbao done again? To be able to cause an NPC to post a game announcement meant he must have done something truly outrageous. No, it had something to do with Lan Lan. Lu Xingchen was worried. Lan Lan. Lan Lan's weak voice came. She's not dead. Lu Xingchen was anxious. Something happened? Where are you? Can you come back? She was too far away, and she couldn't just put Lan Lan back into the pet bag. She was getting anxious when, suddenly, a small boat appeared before her. It was Bubu. Bubu looked a little uneasy and said directly, Lu Xingchen, come on, get on the boat. Lu Xingchen jumped onto the boat, and soon, Bubu led her to an island. The island was covered in vast fields of sunflowers of various colors and towering trees, a truly beautiful sight. When they reached the shore, Bubu led Lu Xingchen off the boat and walked a few steps to a small pavilion. Inside, a beautiful bird was perched on a wicker chair. From a distance, Lu Xingchen thought she saw a bright color. It was Lan Lan. The blue feathers are stretched out. Each feather is smooth and shiny, either light blue or cyan, shining with a dazzling light. It nearly blinded Lu Xingchen. But after a while, Lan Lan had become several times more beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. However, it wasn't doing well, groaning and lying there. Like a little princess unable to take care of herself. What's wrong with it? Lu Xingchen felt distressed. How could the always lively Lan Lan remain paralyzed like this? Lu Xingchen walked over and picked up Lan Lan. How are you? Can you stand up? Lan Lan was incredibly weak. I can't stand up. I'm paralyzed, Xiao Lu, I'm paralyzed. Lu Xingchen looked at Bubu. What happened? She had a hunch that this was related to Wan Jinbao. Bubu's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. It's Wan Jinbao. Lan Lan barely raised her head, her eyes blazing with anger. It was that old fat guy. He disguised himself as you, and said he had a gift for Bubu. It was a box with some sweet candies inside. Lu Xingchen immediately understood. Bubu didn't eat them, but you did? Lan Lan paused. Yeah, Bubu doesn't like sweet things. I ate them all in one gulp. And then I ended up like this. Lu Xingchen sensed something was wrong. Lan Lan, you didn't recognize me? She and Lan Lan had a contract. Lan Lan's gaze shifted, her voice weak. Those candies are delicious, but you wouldn't let me eat them, and I got annoyed, so I took you away. I chased him away, and then I suddenly changed. Bubu sensed something was wrong and chased after him, realizing it was that old man, Wan Jinbao. Lu Xingchen patted Lan Lan's head in frustration. Why are you so greedy? Lan Lan's voice weakened. Sweet. Bubu touched Lan Lan. I broke that old man's leg. Lan Lan, I've avenged you. She looked at Lu Xingchen. After eating, Lan Lan suddenly changed, and her limbs are weak. Hurry and take a look. What's wrong with her? Chapter 457. Lu Xingchen touched Lan Lan. What's so unclear about this? Lan Lan had consumed the immortal Jade Dew. Unexpectedly, Wan Jinbao had actually used immortal Jade Dew, diluted countless times, to make sugar pills, and sent them over. This time, he had used at least 2 props, right? One was a teleportation card that could locate NPCs, and the other was a very advanced disguise card. It was more advanced than Lu Xingchen's previous disguise card, because this disguise card could actually disguise itself as a specific character. Lu Xingchen couldn't believe Wang Jinbao's disguise card was so clever that it could even randomly transform into himself. Furthermore, this disguise card could even change the voice, making it incredibly convincing. No wonder the careless Lan Lan hadn't noticed. Wang Jinbao didn't dare use his own identity to deliver the medicine, probably because his friendship with Bubu was too low. After Lu Xingchen thought it through, he asked Lan Lan, "How do you feel?" Lan Lan flapped its wings weakly. "I have no strength. I can't stand up. That old man actually poisoned me. When I recover, I scratch him to death. What if I can't recover?" Lu Xingchen said softly. "Huh?" Lan Lan was stunned. Then, it fluttered its wings like crazy, and with utter weakness, it began to scream, No, I don't want to be a cripple. I don't want to be a paraplegic." Even with such excitement, its voice was pitifully small, and its strength even smaller. Lu Xingchen could pin it down with a single finger. Lu Xingchen joked, "Don't worry. You can live on the raft for the rest of your life. Mimi and I will go exploring and find you something delicious." "Long-term care?" Lan Lan was stunned for a moment, then even more devastated. "I'm only 6 months old. I don't want to be a long-term caregiver." Buba gave Lu Xingchen a strange look. "Aren't you worried?" Lu Xingchen wasn't worried, because she had noticed the debuff on Lan Lan. Negative effect, weakness. After consuming Immortal Jade Dew, her appearance improves. However, she may passively trigger the weakness debuff. The triggering chance is 1 out of 100, and the duration is 5 minutes to 24 hours. So, there's only a small chance that Lan Lan will become weak. Even if the weakness debuff is triggered, it lasts for a minimum of 5 minutes and a maximum of 24 hours. So, by this time tomorrow, Lan Lan will have recovered. She wasn't worried at all. She was just trying to scare Lan Lan. Who made her so greedy? Now, she wouldn't tell Lan Lan. She recover soon. She had to teach her a lesson. Lu Xingchen put the crying Lan Lan into her pet bag, secretly noted Buba's island coordinates, and was about to leave. Buba was worried about Lan Lan, but didn't want to face Master Lei Jin. He hesitated and didn't follow. Lu Xingchen had Grandma gather the raft. In the kitchen, Heijio, Han-san, and Grandma were cooking. Han-san didn't usually cook, but since her idol, Master Lei Jin, loved to eat so much, she felt compelled to make something for him. The three of them cooked 15 dishes, a sumptuous dinner. Seeing that the master had eaten his fill, Heijio, Han-san, and the others had cleared the table, Lu Xingchen released Lan Lan. Lan Lan slumped down on a wooden chair. Mime looked over in surprise. "Lan Lan, why aren't you standing up?" Lan Lan, stubbornly, laid back on the chair. "I'm tired. I want to rest for a while." The chatterbox came over. "Huh? How can a bird like you lie there? Even if you're resting, shouldn't you be standing on a branch? Lying here, you're as good as dead." The mute, "What? Lan Lan is dead?" Lan Lan growled weakly. "You're the one who's dead." "Mimi, Lan Lan, why are you so quiet?" Lan Lan fell silent. She actually stretched her neck, slumped over, and lay motionless, like a dead bird. Several people noticed something was wrong. Master Lei Jin stared at Lan Lan. "Is it sick?" Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "Master, don't you think it looks especially beautiful today? It ate some fairy jade dew." Master Lei Jin's expression grew serious. "Fairy jade dew? You found it? Why don't you give it to Mei Mei?" Lu Xingchen pointed at Lan Lan. "Look at its current state. Do you still want Mei Mei to eat the fairy jade dew?" Master Lei Jin looked closely at Lan Lan and said emphatically, "Eat." Lu Xingchen was surprised. Master Lei Jin sneered. "It's just a minor side effect. I have my own way to eliminate it." Lu Xingchen, a little annoyed, took out the fairy jade dew and waved it in front of Master Lei Jin. "Master, the side effects of the fairy jade dew are incurable and incurable." She suspected that the NPC couldn't see the information and could only rely on their own knowledge. Master Lei Jin remained stubborn. "Don't worry, just give the fairy jade dew to Mimi. I take care of the rest." Lu Xingchen was speechless. "But Master, Mimi doesn't want to drink this at all." Master Lei Jin frowned. "She cares most about her appearance. How could she not want to drink this?" Lu Xingchen helplessly said, "Master, why don't you talk to Mimi? I think what she wants isn't beauty, but acceptance from you." Lu Xingchen suddenly had an idea. "Yes, accept her looks. There's no need for unrealistic boasting, no need for self-deprecation, and certainly no need to distort your aesthetic sense just for her. Master Lei Jin's face darkened. I don't distort my aesthetic sense. Lu Xingchen, hit the nail on the head, didn't he? The master was furious. Master Lei Jin was truly furious. He glared at Lu Xingchen coldly. Do you think you're beautiful? In my eyes, your looks are nothing. Our Mini is the most beautiful. Lu Xingchen was speechless. There really was no point in chatting. Snap! With a sudden thud, Master Lei Jin snatched the immortal Jade Dew from Lu Xingchen's hand, grabbed a cup from the table, poured some into it, sniffed it, and glanced at it again. He suddenly fell silent. He pondered, as if trying to make a choice. Lu Xingchen quickly snatched the immortal Jade Dew back. Are you kidding? She worked so hard to get this. What if it were ever useful? Master Lei Jin said nothing and turned to walk towards the raft. Lu Xingchen hurriedly chased after him. Master, where are you going? The master didn't say anything, but suddenly took out his cane and tapped it gently, and his boat appeared beside the raft. Then he jumped onto it. Lu Xingchen was anxious. The master was leaving. What about her quest then? The NPC was gone, and she couldn't actively look for him. She could only wait for him to return. This master was so difficult to please and so hard to communicate with. Lu Xingchen walked to the raft and was about to stop him when Lon Lon screamed from behind. He drank it. He drank it. Oh my god! Lon Lon, don't drink it. Who told you to drink it? Spit it out. Xiao Lu, you're going to be paralyzed. Since becoming weak, Lon Lan's voice had been very low. It took several calls for Lu Xingchen to hear it. She turned around and saw He San standing by the table, holding a cup. He smacked his lips, looking a little dissatisfied. Who put sugar in my cup? It's so sweet. Chapter 458. Lu Xingchen stared at He San in a daze. The cup he held was the same one the master had casually picked up earlier. The master had poured at least half of the fairy jade dew into it. This was undiluted fairy jade dew. Countless thoughts raced through Lu Xingchen's mind. It's over, it's over, it's a waste, it's a waste. He San is ruined, ruined. Lon Lon slumped in the chair, weakly saying, paralyzed, it's over, it's over, it's over. Mei Mei was puzzled. Are you really paralyzed? Lon Lon pointed at He San. He's paralyzed. Mei Mei glanced back at He San, who was standing perfectly still. No, he's fine. Did you become paralyzed yourself? Did you become a pervert again? Lon Lon didn't move. It had no strength left. Even if it wanted to become a pervert this time, it couldn't. It simply stared at He San expectantly. Collapse? Why hasn't he collapsed yet? Lu Xingchen remained motionless, stunned. She was thinking the same thing. Why hasn't he collapsed yet? After a few seconds of stunned silence, she finally came to her senses and rushed over. He San, vomit, vomit, vomit quickly. He San's fighting power was so high, it would be a shame if he were crippled. He San glanced coldly at Lu Xingchen. What are you vomiting? You can't even bear to part with this little candy? Lon Lon moved her paws, a little anxious. I reacted quickly at the time. Why hasn't he collapsed yet? As soon as it finished speaking, plop. He San fell to the ground with a thud. He actually fell limply, but luckily there was a chair nearby, which bumped him and sent him crashing to the ground. He San leaned against the chair, his eyes wide open. In just a few seconds, his demeanor changed. His figure remained the same, tall and thin, lean and sharp. However, his previously angular face had changed. Although his features were fine before, his skin was rough and a bit dark. But in an instant, it was as if his face had been reshaped and reshaped. His nose was higher, his eyes larger, and his skin, in particular, had become white and delicate, as white as a freshly peeled egg. His eyes were full of brilliance, and just one glance could make one's heart leap. So beautiful. It was a beauty that captivated both men and women. Lu Xingchen stared at him for a long time. He couldn't help but sigh. He truly had the appearance of an immortal. The change in him alarmed Heijio and Hong San, who were not far away. They rushed over and were stunned by Heisen's appearance. However, Heisen was now very anxious, and his eyes were red. He leaned back in his chair and said weakly, Look, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I dig your eyes out. His voice was weak, and coupled with his striking beauty, his words lacked any impact. It only made one feel distressed. Hong San was the first to lose his temper. Are you He San? Oh my god, how did you become like this? This is so wonderful. Heijio nodded. My brother is so handsome. The chatterbox and mute lay nearby, drooling. It's so delicious. Lon Lon hummed and said to He San, Eat, 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 everything. You're so greedy. Are you regretting this? Heijio couldn't help but touch Hei-san's face and exclaimed, Your face is so smooth, old San. Hei-san was furious. Get lost. Unfortunately, he was too weak, and his words had no deterrent effect at all. Hong-san opened Heijio's hand. What are you touching? Don't ruin this face. Tisk, it's so pretty. She smiled and turned back. Lu Xingchen, is this the handsome boy you were going to give me as compensation? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Did she still remember this? Hong-san said happily. This is good? I take it. Hei-san continued to yell without any intimidation. Get out. Hei-san was shaking with anger, but unfortunately, his shaking made him even more beautiful. Hong-san quickly supported him. Don't worry, let's get engaged today. From now on, I'd be your fiancé. Hei-san, get out. Hong-san was surprised. Sister, don't you like raising fish? Hong-san looked at Hei-san with fascination. From now on, I only want this one unique fish. Hei-san, get out. He was so angry that he could only yell get out. It saved energy and still expressed his anger. A group of people surrounded Hei-san, seemingly endlessly. Hei-san, completely devoid of offensive power, leaned weakly against his chair, his eyes rolling in anger. Lu Xingchen didn't know about his negative effects, but guessed he was simply weak and powerless. However, to be able to reduce such a powerful master to this state, he was more than just weak and powerless, right? I wonder if, like Lon Lon, there's a time limit. If this continues, Hei-san will be useless. Such a good-looking man, if he remains so useless, will never have a good life, no matter where he lives. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Get out of the way. Let me see. It was Master Lei Jin. Lu Xingchen realized with a start that, because of Hei-san's misfortune, Master Lei Jin hadn't left yet. He was watching him the entire time. Master Lei Jin's words still held true. The crowd dispersed, and Master Lei Jin walked up to Hei-san. Hei-san looked up at the master and gritted his teeth. Kill me. Master Lei Jin stared at him, speechless for a long moment. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but ask, Master, can he be saved? Master Lei Jin was stunned. Why save him? Lu Xingchen sighed. If he were uglier and less powerful, he'd be safer. A beautiful person, to protect themselves, must possess strength that matches their beauty. She glanced at Master Lei Jin. For those in a dangerous world, strength is paramount, beauty is dispensable. Sometimes, it can even become a burden. Master Lei Jin remained silent. Lu Xingchen suddenly asked, Will you treat Mei Mei badly because she's not pretty? Will you favor Wawa because she's prettier? Master Lei Jin blurted out, Of course not. See, isn't this a fairly normal aesthetic? Lu Xingchen fell silent. Master Lei Jin remained silent. Hei-san moved his legs, trying to stand, but just as he rose a little, he collapsed again. Desperately, he turned his head and saw Lon Lon, staring at him intently. Lon Lon, just accept your fate. Hei-san collapsed. You never fly again, are you accepting your fate? Lon Lon was dejected. No. The chatterbox immediately stabbed him. It doesn't matter, you're all pretty. Lon Lon roared. I'd rather be a smelly, ugly, bald chicken than live like this. Hei-san gritted his teeth. I'd rather be utterly ugly, missing arms and legs, than live like this. Lu Xingchen looked at Master Lei Jin. Look, beauty isn't important. Many people don't care about beauty, right? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lon Lon, don't worry, I have a solution. At some point, Boo Boo arrived at the raft in a small boat. She walked over, carrying a small bottle. Lon Lon was almost crying with excitement. Boo Boo, this is the antidote, right? Ah, I want to go back to my ugly appearance before, even if it's smelly. Chapter 459. Lu Xingchen stared at the small bottle in Boo Boo's hand in surprise. The bottle was very small, similar to the one Lu Xingchen used to store eye drops, and it was green. It was unclear what was inside. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but ask, Boo Boo, what is this? Boo Boo, this is a top-grade antidote that can cure any poison, no matter how powerful. Lu Xingchen stopped her. No, Boo Boo, Lon Lon isn't poisoned. The antidote won't work. Boo Boo was silent for a moment. Let's try. She didn't even bother asking what Lon Lon had eaten. Lu Xingchen felt that Master Lei Jin had the same personality as Boo Boo. He saw, thought, and guessed many things, but he wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't say anything, no matter what. He had to make people guess, and when they couldn't, he got angry. Lu Xingchen decided to expose the issue. Lon Lon drank a candy pill made with fairy jade dew. This stuff can change a person's appearance, giving them the appearance of an immortal. Look, just like him, he just drank fairy jade dew. Lu Xingchen pointed at the frail, yet incredibly handsome He-san. Buba glanced at He-san. He-san still had no strength left, but Hong-san had already pulled him towards her, letting him lean against her. He-san was clearly resisting, his face flushing with anger. But he had no power to resist. Buba's face immediately darkened. After a pause, she said, "Oh." She held out the antidote, and said to Lan Lan, "Come on, let's try it." More? Lu Xingchen was speechless. Master Lei Jin and Bubu, father and daughter, had such similar temperaments. Just 2 words. "No, I won't say it even if I'm pissed." She stopped Bubu again. "Don't waste it. Lan Lan is fine. She'd be back to normal by this time tomorrow at the latest. Don't waste your antidote." Lan Lan asked in surprise. "Really, Xiao Lu, you're not lying to me?" Lu Xingchen glanced at it. "You're my pet. How could I not know your condition? I wouldn't lie to you." Lan Lan was stunned for a moment, then annoyed. "You just lied to me." Lu Xingchen chuckled and gave Lan Lan, who was powerless to resist, a hard rub. "Shut up." Lan Lan nudged Bubu. "Bubu, look at me in this state. They're bullying me." Bubu paused. "I stay with you until you recover." Lan Lan was immediately happy. He-san looked at Lu Xingchen hopefully. "Will I recover by tomorrow?" Lu Xingchen shook his head. Lan Lan drank diluted fairy jade dew, whose concentration is who knows how many times lower than yours. "I'm not sure about your situation." The light in He-san's eyes dimmed. Lu Xingchen had said this deliberately for Master Lei Jin to hear. Didn't the master insist that Bubu drink the fairy jade dew? Now that he saw He-san's condition, he wondered if he had changed his mind. Master Lei Jin said nothing. Lu Xingchen walked over and sighed. "Master, if Bubu were like He-san, do you think she would be happy?" Master Lei Jin remained silent, merely glancing at Bubu, who was whispering to Lan Lan. Something Lan Lan had said had made Bubu burst into laughter. Bubu had rarely smiled before, but now she was beaming with energy. Her facial flaws seemed less noticeable, giving the impression of a cheerful young woman. Master Lei Jin stared blankly for a moment, then dropped his eyes. Late at night, Lu Xingchen yawned and went back to sleep. She had told Lan Lan to make sure Bubu stayed. As long as Bubu was here, Master Lei Jin wouldn't leave. As for the fairy jade dew, she kept it under her pillow, where no one could take it. At night, Lu Xingchen slept restlessly. Waking in the middle of the night, she saw Bubu beside Lan Lan, slumped in a wooden chair, while Master Lei Jin was hidden beneath the sea demon vine trellis. Lu Xingchen woke before 6 in the morning and rushed out the door impatiently. Just then, Lan Lan stood up and stretched her wings, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I'm fine again, ha ha, I'm not paralyzed anymore." It spread its wings and flew into the air, circling the raft several times before landing beside Bubu. Lan Lan was thrilled. "Ah ha ha, I'm back again, ha ha ha." Bubu was also delighted. "Congratulations, Lan Lan." He-san looked at Lan Lan with surprise and moved, but alas, he couldn't even stand. He-san was desperate. Hong-san hadn't slept all night, vowing, "Don't worry, I find a way to get you up." He-san was a little touched. Hong-san looked at him several times, then said with pity, "Even if you can't stand up, I won't give up on you." Bubu and Lan Lan were overjoyed. Especially Lan Lan. He threw a few laughs, then said sternly, "Bubu, these fairy jade dews were originally meant for you, weren't they?" Bubu nodded. Lan Lan was angry. "Who is it? How wicked." Bubu nodded fiercely. Lan Lan was furious. "Who is it? Who wants to harm our Bubu? Stand up." "Oh right, it's you right, Xiao Lu?" Lu Xingchen pointed at Master Lei Jin on the 2nd floor. "It's not me, it's him." Lan Lan, "Oh, that old man in the mask? How despicable. Bubu, I go get your revenge now." "Mimi, fool!" Lu Xingchen stopped it. "That's Bubu's dad." Lan Lan was stunned. Although they were mostly in the pet bag, Mimi had already guessed what was going on, but Lan Lan was too clueless to understand. Lu Xingchen briefly explained. Lan Lan was indignant. "Is he blind? Is he sick? Huh?" Bubu lowered his gaze. Lan Lan flew over. "Bubu, ignore him. He's blind. At first, I really thought you weren't good looking, but now the more I look at you, the more attractive you become. We're fine the way we are. We don't rely on our looks to make a living, so why should we care so much about appearances?" Bubu looked up, uncertain for the first time. "Really? Do you really think I'm good looking?" Lan Lan shouted, "Of course. What's the matter? What's wrong with us looking like this? Does it bother anyone? If it bothers anyone, get out of here." Who are you embarrassing with a mask? Ugh. Master Lei Jin remained silent. Lon Lon continued to rant. Oh, no wonder he calls you Mei Mei. Is he dissatisfied with our looks? Ugh. No matter how ugly we are, he's not allowed to dislike us. Bubu, remember, you're going to beat up anyone who dislikes you. Damn it. What's wrong with us looking like this? What's wrong? What's wrong? You want us to drink the fairy jade dew? Ugh, if you can, go drink it yourself. Lu Xingchen was worried. Lan Lan's attack was clearly targeted. She was really afraid that the eccentric Master Lei Jin would get angry and destroy Lan Lan. But Master Lei Jin remained motionless and silent, like a wooden or stone sculpture. Bubu sighed and stopped Lan Lan. Okay, don't be angry. She smiled faintly. I'm very happy now, Lan Lan. Lan Lan immediately exclaimed, Look, look, you look so beautiful when you smile. No matter how I look at you, you look beautiful. Indeed, Lan Lan, smiling more often, no longer looked gloomy, and her appearance had improved significantly. Lan Lan transformed into her smallest form, and flew to Bubu's shoulder. I like you just the way you are now. Don't change. Don't drink the fairy jade dew. That damn thing has its flaws. Who knows what it might do? Bubu's eyes welled with tears, as he softly said, Actually, that's what I want to hear most. Chapter 460. Lu Xingchen walked over to Master Lei Jin and said, Master, did you hear that? Bubu doesn't want to change. She wants you to accept her as she is now, to like her the way she is. And take off your mask and face your true aesthetic. Master Lei Jin said nothing. Lu Xingchen sighed. I'm afraid of people who say nothing. With silence and a mask on, no one can see their expression. Who knows what they're thinking? Bubu had been like that before too, but after Lan Lan's reassurance, she finally opened up and spoke her mind. Master Lei Jin must have heard it. But Master Lei Jin remained silent. After a long pause, he whispered in a trembling voice, Am I wrong? Lu Xingchen, yes, you put too much pressure on Bubu. Master Lei Jin slowly walked up to Bubu and whispered, Mimi. No, Bubu, Daddy's sorry. From now on, I won't wear this mask anymore. He took off the mask. I know what you don't like. I change it. I try to change it in the future. Master Lei Jin's true face was revealed after removing the mask. Lu Xingchen took a look. Just as described on the character identification card, a handsome middle-aged man. Perhaps from wearing the mask for so long, his skin had become a little pale. Wawa and him bore a slight resemblance. Bubu stared at him silently, speechless. Master Lei Jin, did you choose the name Bubu? It's very nice. I call you Bubu from now on, okay? Bubu nodded. Master Lei Jin breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Then will you come home with me? Bubu looked at Lan Lan and hesitated. I observe her for another day. I tell her after she's all right. Master Lei Jin was delighted. Okay, then we go home tomorrow. Wawa cheered and rushed over. Sister, sister, are you willing to go home? Bubu nodded. Lu Xingchen rushed over and said quickly, Bubu, Lan Lan is fine now, don't worry. If things really get worse, go home first and come back to see Lan Lan in a couple of days. Only when Bubu returned home would her mission be complete. Before Bubu could reply, Master Lei Jin said, It's okay, we're not in a hurry. We can go back tomorrow. Lu Xingchen, She suspected that the master was reluctant to part with her food. Just stay, it's not like she can't afford to support you. Wawa happily hugged Bubu's thigh. Sister, I miss you so much. Woohoo, please don't leave again. Bubu picked up Wawa. Lan Lan suddenly cried out in pain. It was Mime who had stepped on her paw. Mimi, does it hurt? Lan Lan, of course it hurts. Why did you step on me? Mimi, I'm so small, how could I possibly hurt you? Maybe you drank the immortal jade dew, and are still a little weak. Lan Lan, no. Mimi, that one Jin Bao is so despicable. He almost killed Bubu. I heard Bubu went after him, and he injured his hand with a small bomb. Lan Lan, no. Master Lei Jin, really? Lan Lan was about to deny it when Lu Xingchen swore, it's true. Wan Jinbao is too much. He knew the immortal jade dew had serious side effects, but he still gave it to Bubu. And when Bubu was chasing him, he used a deadly move. Luckily Bubu is strong, or he would have suffered a great loss. Bubu's eyes flickered, and he coughed and pinched his wrist. Master Lei Jin hurriedly asked, Does it still hurt? Bubu, it hurts. Master Lei Jin was furious. Damn it. He stormed off. Lan Lan stared blankly at Mimi, then at Lu Xingchen, then at Bubu. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? When had Bubu been injured? Why didn't he know? He was right there, Mimi scoffed, fool. Meanwhile, in the Qilong gang, Wan Jinbao was painstakingly applying medicine to his leg. The rejuvenation pill was gone, and his leg was temporarily useless. Besides, there was no telling how the mission had gone. That fool Lon Lon had taken some candy pills. I wondered if Bubu had taken any. Suddenly, Yang Feishua rushed in. Boss, Master Lei Jin is here. Wan Jinbao was delighted. Is the mission completed? He limped out with joy. Master Lei Jin was right beside his raft, but this time he wasn't wearing a mask, revealing a pale, cold face. Wan Jinbao was puzzled for a moment. Why wasn't the master wearing a mask? He said respectfully, Master, has Bubu returned? Master Lei Jin sneered. Wan Jinbao, you hurt Bubu. Wan Jinbao was stunned. Master, how could I possibly hurt Bubu? I didn't. It was true that Bubu had beaten him up. How could he have fought back? Master Lei Jin was furious. You're lying. Lu Xingchen saw it all. He snapped his black jade cane, and with a crash, the raft Wan Jinbao was on flipped over. The storage boxes, various supplies, and even the people on board were torn apart, all thrown upside down into the sea. Wan Jinbao's leg was still injured. He'd taken off his swimsuit to apply some medicine and entered the sea. Unprepared, he swallowed several mouthfuls of salty water. A sharp pain shot through his leg. He screamed, Gudong, Gudong. He gulped several more mouthfuls. A deputy gang leader quickly scooped him up and put him on a nearby raft, commanding the gang members, quick, get the box, get the box. Wan Jinbao, still dazed after guzzling a bellyful of seawater, heard the game notification. Master Lei Jin's mission has failed, and the master is furious. Penalties for mission failure. 1. Master Lei Jin's friendship value will be minus 100, and the Qinglong gang members' friendship value will be minus 100. 2. Receive the debuff Bad Luck, Extremely Bad Luck, lasting 360 hours, and Weakness, Constance, Agility, and Strength reduced by half, lasting 360 hours. Wan Jinbao was instantly devastated. He hadn't expected this kind of punishment. The combined effects of bad luck and weakness last for 360 hours, which would take half a month. He felt himself suddenly weakened, breathing hard. How could he fight? How could he lead the gang? I hope the bad luck isn't too noticeable. Just as he thought this, there was a sudden crash. His vision went black, and a pile of junk came crashing down on his head. Bang! A heavy object struck him in the head. Wan Jinbao let out a cry and touched his hands, finding them covered in blood. Ah, gang leader, what's wrong with you? Yang Feishua hurried over. Oh my god, who's so careless as to leave a box here? A box on a nearby shelf had fallen over, its contents crashing down on Wan Jinbao's head. One of the iron blocks struck him on the forehead. Yang Feishua was surprised. It's fine, how could it not fall? Wan Jinbao was terrified, now confirming the effects of the bad luck spell. At this moment, all the Qinglong gang members heard the game prompt. Master Lei Jin is very angry, and Wan Jinbao's friendship value has dropped to minus 100. Qinglong gang friendship values dropped to minus 100. The gang members emerged from the sea, panicked. Why? Why? I didn't do anything. Why does Master Lei Jin hate me? Humph, our leader must have done something bad again. What is Wan Jinbao doing? Why is he always causing trouble? He's already messed with several masters. Master Babu, Master Bubu, Master Lei Jin, Master Hong San, and so on. Is he mentally retarded? He only messes with masters. I regret this. The Qinglong gang is a rubbish gang. Why did I join? I want to quit. Not only the gang members, but also the deputy gang leaders had gloomy expressions. Most of the deputy gang leaders already had a strong opinion of Wan Jinbao. Deputy gang leader was sneered. If this keeps up, we'd be like rats crossing the street. Everyone's calling for our doom. Wan Jinbao overheard the gang members' discussions, closed his eyes for a moment, and gritted his teeth, advanced the plan to attack Lu Xingchen. Immediately, notify the other gangs. He couldn't wait even a minute longer. Chapter 461. Wan Jinbao felt a strong sense of crisis. He knew that Lu Xingchen had accepted Master Lei Jin's mission together with him. Now that his mission had failed, he suspected that Lu Xingchen's mission had failed as well. Because now that he had obtained the immortal Jade Dew, Lu Xingchen's mission could no longer continue. He just didn't know how Lu Xingchen had managed to slander Master Lei Jin. This made him very uneasy. He had failed his mission, and incurred the negative effects of bad luck. What about Lu Xingchen? Will Lu Xingchen also suffer negative effects after failing his mission? Bubu seemed to have some connection with Lan Lan. So, what was the extent of Lu Xingchen's relationship with Bubu? Bubu was such a strange person, so Lu Xingchen's friendship points shouldn't increase in just a day or two. However, over time, it was hard to say. He had to attack Lu Xingchen quickly. The later he waited, the more vulnerable he would become. Besides, he really had no more cards up his sleeve. He had offended Hong San, Master Lei Jin, and Master Bubu, and now the gang was in chaos, demoralized. If this dragged on, the Qinglong gang would be completely wiped out. He had to leverage the other gangs to quickly capture Lu Xingchen and strengthen his own forces. Only then could he reverse the current chaos. He couldn't wait any longer. He was the only one suffering from the negative effects of weakness and bad luck. Since he was only a brainpower and not on the front lines, his impact shouldn't be significant. After making his decision, he immediately contacted the other gangs. Yang Feishue was concerned. Boss, the gang is in a state of panic right now. This isn't a good time to attack. Besides, the other gangs are just watching the fun and probably don't want to join in. Wang Jinbao sneered. How could they not want to? Which gang wouldn't covet Lu Xingchen's wooden boat? The Qinglong gang is weak, so the other gangs should be secretly delighted. Perhaps many are considering killing Lu Xingchen and taking over the Qinglong gang along the way. Wang Jinbao first contacted Li Wenlin. He went straight to the point, attacking Lu Xingchen this afternoon. Li Wenlin, not tonight? Wang Jinbao, no, the longer the night, the more trouble there is. Li Wenlin, okay, we in the Killing Star gang have been waiting for this day for a long time. Wang Jinbao was stunned. Changed name? Killing Star gang? Not bad. Then he notified the leader of the Fanio gang. The Flying Bird gang leader hesitated. Not until tonight? Wang Jinbao, Master Lei Jin won't help Lu Xingchen, but Master Bubu might not. What if Lu Xingchen gains enough friendship points with Bubu and can build many advanced arrow towers on the ship? Do you think we can defeat him then? The Flying Bird gang leader made up his mind. Okay. Lu Xingchen was having lunch with Master Lei Jin. Today, Heijio was cooking again, with Hong Shursan and Grandma helping out. To celebrate the reconciliation between Bubu and Master Lei Jin, Heijio had insisted on preparing 18 dishes, filling 2 large tables. Master Lei Jin was eating. He nodded to Heijio. Not bad, your cooking is getting better and better. This was the first time he had spoken to Heijio. Heijio was thrilled. Master, do you need a chef? I go cook for you. Master Lei Jin's eyes lit up. Bubu said, there are only 3 of us on the island, father and daughter. If there were more people, it would be troublesome. Heijio immediately said, no problem, no problem. I bring my own food and make sure you guys have everything you need. Bubu pointed at Hei-san and asked, where's he? Before Heijio could say anything, Hong-san spoke first, saying, it's okay. Leave him to me. I take good care of him. Hei-san panicked, no. Heijio looked at Hei-san and hesitated. Can I take Lao-san with me? Don't worry, he's a quiet guy. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Bubu shook his head, clearly unwilling to let him go. Master Lei Jin was extremely reluctant to let him go, but said helplessly, forget it. Hei-san leaned back in his chair, eating his meal with a frustrated look on his face. His hands were weak, and Hong-san still had to feed him. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. Heijio's attempts to help were useless. His low martial arts skills meant he was beaten away by Hong-san. Hei-san's face flushed with shame and anger, and Hong-san's heart itched. She stared at him with eagerness. Ah-san, we've been engaged for so long. When are we getting married? Hei-san, get lost. Hong-san smiled and touched his face. What will you do if I get lost? Hei-san gritted his teeth and irritably pushed Hong-san's hand away. He was startled, then his eyes lit up. He grabbed Hong-san's wrist, leaped up, and twisted her arm. Thankfully, Hong-san reacted quickly and broke free. Hei-san's eyes sparkled, and with a swish, a sharp scimitar appeared in his hand. Spinning, he stabbed Hong-san. Hong-san quickly dodged, asking in surprise, are you okay? You're strong? Great. We can get married today. Hei-san gritted his teeth, get lost. Ding ding dang dang. But in a flash, the two had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Hong-san was quickly losing ground, but she couldn't bring herself to strike. Hong-san retreated repeatedly. Ah-san, be gentle, your face, your face. Finally, she simply leaned against a pillar, sheathed her weapon, and raised her head. Hid me, you ungrateful bastard. We just slept together last night. Heijio was shocked. How come I didn't know about this? Was I too sound asleep? Glancing at Hei-san, Heijio's face was filled with guilt. Old San, blame me. I didn't protect you well. Everyone looked at Hei-san and Hong-san gossiping. Hei-san gritted his teeth. She's talking nonsense. It's not true. Hong-san, didn't you sleep against me last night? Thinking for a moment, Hong-san was furious. My arm is numb from all that pressure you put on me. I've taken such good care of you these past 2 days, and now you're repaying me with hatred. Hei-san, you've gone too far. Hei-san's face turned red and white. Finally, he gritted his teeth and sheathed his scimitar. Okay, let's write it off. Hong-san was displeased. We just got engaged yesterday, and you're calling it quits now? You scumbag. Hei-san was furious and turned away, ignoring everyone at the bow. At least, Hei-san's strength had returned, and Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. At least, Hei-san could protect himself. Looking like a troublemaker like that would cause him so much trouble in the future. After the meal, Master Lei Jin and Bubu's relationship had eased considerably. Now, the three of them were chatting away. Just then, Yang Feishu has sent a message. Boss, Wan Jinbao has contacted several gangs and is planning to attack you. Lu Xingchen frowned. When? Yang Feishu, we're discussing it. It should be soon. Boss, be prepared. Wan Jinbao was desperate. She glanced at the crowd. Currently, on her raft were Master Lei Jin, Wawa, Bubu, Red 3, Red 13, Black 3, and Black 9, 7 NPCs in total. Among these 7 NPCs, Wawa, Bubu, Black 3, and Red 3 possessed exceptionally high combat power, easily capable of taking on a dozen ordinary players. Master Lei Jin's strength was unfathomable and unpredictable. Add to that the 6 people, her grandma, Little Chatterbox, Little Mute, Lon Lon, and Meow Meow. That made a total of 13 combat forces. If Wan Jinbao had brought 1 or 200, or even 2 or 300, she wouldn't have been afraid. But this time, Wan Jinbao definitely wouldn't have brought just that few. He would definitely have brought many more. She opened the chat channel. This time, the chat was quiet, with most people discussing their daily lives, and no other news. It seemed Wan Jinbao was planning a surprise attack this time. Lu Xingchen was about to close the chat channel when Qin Wuchuan suddenly messaged, Wan Jinbao is about to attack you. Lu Xingchen, be careful. Lu Xingchen, thank you. Qin Wuchuan, according to my intelligence analysis, the Qinglong gang will likely be out in full force, around 1,000 or so. However, they're mostly a motley crew with little skill. Li Wenlin's side will also send a lot of people, and their members are of higher quality. There's also the Fanio gang and others. The number of people heading your way will likely be 3,000 to 4,000, or even more. Lu Xingchen, do you have any defenses? So many people, it seems Wan Jinbao is going all out. The other gangs are also very determined to kill her. That's a lot of people, it's troublesome. Her ship will be used as a battlefield again. If it were just a few hundred, she and the people here could still handle it, but now, with so many coming, she doesn't dare risk Hei-san, Heijio, and the others. At the very least, they couldn't be put at risk without knowing the situation. She called Mimi over and told her to inform Hei-san and the others while she hurried to find Master Lei Jin. Chapter 462. At this time, Master Lei Jin was chatting with Bubu and Wawa. Lu Xingchen approached, about to inquire about the mission's progress, when Bubu suddenly turned back and said, Lu Xingchen, a lot of people are coming. They seem quite hostile to you. Lu Xingchen nodded, I know. Bubu frowned, there are so many people. You can't handle them alone. Do you need our help? Lu Xingchen nodded repeatedly, his voice suddenly distorted. He hesitated, then said, there are too many people. I'm afraid our limited number of people won't be enough. Master Lei Jin pointed at Bubu and said, don't worry. She's here. It's all right. Bubu nodded. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. If Master Lei Jin said it was okay, then it must be okay. Master Lei Jin said, wait a minute. I'll be right back. With a wave of his hand, a small boat appeared beside the raft. He jumped on it, and quickly disappeared. Bubu looked at Lu Xingchen and said, I build you an advanced arrow tower. Do you have the materials? Oh, forget it, I teach you. Lu Xingchen heard the game prompt. Bubu has taught you how to build an advanced arrow tower. Great. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and immediately went to the crafting table. Advanced arrow tower. Can automatically fire at all hostile targets within a 60-meter range. Required materials. 5 glazed stone, 200 high-grade marcasite, 500 stone, 500 clay, 1,000 iron blocks, 1,000 feathers. Note, if you run out of arrows, you need to repair them. Lu Xingchen gasped. So many materials needed. She had everything else, but where would she find the glazed stone? At some point, Bubu approached her. Are you running low on supplies? Lu Xingchen smiled wryly and nodded. Bubu gave a sly smile. My father has some. He's given it all to me. Actually, you can borrow supplies from me. Pay me back double when you have them. Pay back double? This girl is quite mean. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but glance at Bubu, suspecting she'd been led astray by Lan Lan. She was clearly a good girl before. But let's just lend her the money. She hasn't said when she pay it back. Lu Xingchen agreed immediately. No problem. I just need the glass cloud stone now. She immediately tidied up the raft. During the last attack, she had already put most of the supplies into the peach blossom space, so there wasn't much on display. This time, she reduced the raft space, moving the second-story building closer to the warehouse. She also gathered the fruit and vegetable plots together and dismantled the remaining raft. The smaller area made it easier for the arrow tower to operate, and there would be fewer attackers. Perfect for one-on-many combat. Furthermore, the remaining rafts were all made of high-quality materials provided by Master Ji Li, preventing attackers from slicing through them. They could only climb up the rafts. Then, she relocated the 2 high-level arrow towers Bubu had previously built and built 10 more. They formed a perfect circle around the raft. This way, the attackers would be unleashed a hail of arrows the moment they arrived. With so many of them, it was hard to imagine how they could dodge. Even if they used the summoning method, the arrow towers would cover them as soon as they arrived. Lu Xingchen was busy working furiously. He San, Hong San, and the others arrived. He Jiu, who had the highest friendship with Lu Xingchen, patted his chest and said, Little Lu, tell me what I want you to do. I be your vanguard, but time is tight, and I can't go back to call for help. Red 3, Little Lu, I help you. Black 3, haha. Red 13, we have to defend our home. Now, with so many arrow towers set up and Master Lei Jin's promise, Lu Xingchen felt 90% confident. He immediately smiled and said, Okay, thank you all. The chat channel was already buzzing with activity. Hey, why do I see a large number of rafts passing by in a group? I saw them too, but I saw several waves, and the Flying Bird Gang's flag. This is Li Wenlin on my side. Their gang changed its name. The Star Slaying Gang. Hush, is that what I thought? They're going to besiege Lu Xingchen? Haha, exactly. The Azure Dragon Gang has already set off. Actually, they've been planning this for days, otherwise there wouldn't be so many rafts coming. What a big deal. How many people are there? Hey, I heard there were 5,000. Scary, right? What? 5,000 people came just to kill Lu Xingchen? I wonder which gangs are so cowardly. Lu Xingchen frowned. They're not going the rally route this time? Instead, they're coming in groups on rafts. That's fine. After all, if they board her boat, they never make it back alive. Oh, and a fireball cannon would be great. She waved. Sister Hong San, can you get a few fireball cannons on my boat? She remembered that Hong San had intermediate-level fireball cannons, and now they couldn't wait for Master Lei Jin, so she let Hong San handle it first. Red 3 approached seductively. You want my fireball cannon? What's the benefit you're giving me? Lu Xingchen pointed at Black 3. Didn't I already give you such a big benefit? Red 3, TSK. So stinky and tough, and yet he still can't win. Black 3 was fine when he was weak, but with his explosive strength, Red 3 couldn't possibly defeat him. Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. Build me 2 fireball cannons. When we're done, I find you a strategy specifically for cool, handsome guys like Black 3. Red 3 was delighted. Really? Lu Xingchen, of course. She had a supercomputer anyway. She could search for strategies and copy them to Red 3, letting him use them freely. Red 3 happily agreed. A mid-level fireball cannon was built at the bow and stern of Lu Xingchen's ship. As long as an enemy raft came within range, the fireball cannon would unleash a fireball, hurling it at the raft. There was a high probability of a fire. With everything ready, Lu Xingchen finally had time to check the chat screen. In the group chat, Gao Dafu had already spoken countless times. Gao Dafu, I'm coming. Lu Xingchen, we're here on the raft. Gao Dafu, ouch. My balls. It's kicking me again. Lu Xingchen was startled. Gao Dafu, are you pregnant? Weighing. Yes, Gao Dafu's pet is moving, it's kicking him all the time. Gao Dafu, ouch. Damn. There's the Flying Bird Gang's raft formation up ahead. Gu Yin, turn around. Don't let them see us. Lu Xingchen quickly said, don't come over yet. I'm fine here. Wei Ying, we're all ready. We're just waiting for Dafu to call us. Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and I have been heading this way for days. We're finally almost there. There are rafts all up ahead. Lu Xingchen, everyone stop. Don't come over yet. Wait for my signal. Their coming would only cause trouble. However, Lu Xingchen was quite touched that Gao Dafu, pregnant. No, pregnant with an egg, had come all the way to reinforce. Especially after hearing that he and Gu Yin had been rushing here for several days. After telling Gu Yin and Gao Dafu to hide and Wei Ying and the others to stay put, Lu Xingchen finally calmed down. Qin Wuchuan was about to come over, but was persuaded by Lu Xingchen. At this moment, Wan Jinbao finally spoke in the chat. The Qinglong gang has assembled, attacking immediately. Li Wenlin, the Luxing gang has assembled, attacking immediately. The Fanio gang has assembled, attacking immediately. Everyone was shocked. What do you mean? A fight is about to begin? Yes, it's about to begin. I'm nearby. There are rafts everywhere, blocking out the sky. It's a spectacular sight. Are there really that many people upstairs? Of course. There must be at least thousands. Lu Xingchen is in danger this time. No, Lu Xingchen is definitely going to die this time. Poor thing. A genius of his time. Please hear the news of Lu Xingchen's death later. Brothers, there are so many of us, but there's only one Lu Xingchen. Whoever kills her will own her. Haha, I've already sharpened my knife. Lu Xingchen must have a lot of treasures in her backpack, including her versatile suit. Aren't you tempted? I prefer her pet, the one with the foul mouth. I want to snatch it away and teach it some good manners. Haha. Wan Jinbao. So what are you waiting for? Attack. Lu Xingchen stood atop the arrow tower, watching the rows of rafts approaching from a distance. Here they come. Soon, they arrived at Lu Xingchen's raft and began to gather the remaining players who hadn't made it. The raft was packed with people. Wan Jinbao hadn't come. Weak and plagued by bad luck, he didn't dare come. He simply issued orders within the gang and spouted nonsense on the regional chat. Li Wenlin rushed to the front. As the raft drew closer, they spotted the towering, advanced arrow towers atop Lu Xingchen's raft. The towers, like pieces of white jade, stood tall. The players were startled, and some considered retreating. Wan Jinbao shouted, "Don't worry. We're so many. Go over and push down her arrow towers. Attack!" The combined forces of the several gangs were simply too numerous. With numbers, no one was truly afraid. Instantly, a swarm of people surged forward from all directions. As their raft approached Lu Xingchen's, a hail of arrows erupted from the 12 advanced arrow towers, whizzing and whizzing into the crowd. They were so crowded, and the arrows shot through the air, practically hitting their mark. Immediately, screams erupted from every raft. Ouch! Stop the crowding! Arrows! Arrows! Hurry up and get on board. Those in front, don't waste time. Jump into the sea and climb aboard Lu Xingchen's boat. The arrows rained down like rain. Terrified, the people in front quickly jumped into the sea, swam to Lu Xingchen's raft, and clambered aboard. As soon as they reached the surface, they were pelted by arrows. Those who managed to survive had barely taken a few steps before they were picked off by Red 3, Black 3, Lu Xingchen, and the others. In a flash, chaos reigned, both underwater and afloat. Wawa controlled the fireball cannon. Boom, boom, boom! A few blasts of fire erupted, striking a nearby raft and instantly igniting it. In a matter of moments, flames shot skyward, and several rafts were reduced to a blazing inferno. Chapter 463. The people on the raft howled and screamed as they leaped into the sea. The Flying Bird gang sensed something was wrong, and their leader immediately shouted, "Quick, retreat, retreat!" In a flash, most of the people had retreated, out of reach of the arrow towers and fireball cannons. Some put out fires, others treated the wounded. Chaos reigned. Black 3, Red 3, Black 9, Red 13, Bubu, and Baby came out and stood in different places, watching the retreating crowd from afar. Black 9 touched the intermediate fireball cannon, marveling. At this moment, people finally saw them. Someone shouted, "They're NPCs. They're NPCs? Why are there so many NPCs?" Many people recognized them. It's Heijio, the Heijio who was so active a few days ago. Why is he on Lu Xingchen's boat? And Hong San. I met her once. She said I was ugly and threw me overboard. And Bubu, Master Bubu. Oh my god, Lu Xingchen's raft is full of ship weapon design masters. She's got so many of them. Heartbreaking. That scumbag Han San. She said I was handsome. She said I was beautiful. She even gave me 40 friendship points, and said she'd come back for me. I've been waiting for her for so long, and now she's settled here. Oh, Han San also said I'm pretty, and wants to come back for me. Many people were indignant. Listening to the commotion over there, Hyzen suddenly snorted softly. Hong San was shocked and quickly explained. No, it was just a casual affair. Look, I didn't go looking for them. Heijio quickly intervened. That's right, Lao San. You were paralyzed, and Hong San was so busy taking care of you that she forgot to look for her old lovers. Red 3, Red 3, Black 9, shut up. Lu Xingchen stood on the boat, leisurely watching the players in the distance. Come on if you can. They don't even need to fight. The advanced arrow towers and intermediate fireball cannons can kill them. Qin Wuchuan sent a private message. Lu Xingchen, we're here. No need to fight? Lu Xingchen, where are you? Qin Wuchuan, on the enemy's raft. I see. The undercover agent has gathered them. In the group chat with Wei Lin, Gu Yin, and others, Gao Dafu also said, I've gathered Wei Lin and Wei Ying. They're on the boat. Xiao Lu, shall we go over? They were quite far away, and had a vague idea of the situation here. The waves had all arrived. Lu Xingchen was very grateful. He asked Gu Yin and Wei Lin to stay away, and told Qin Wuchuan and the others to be careful. If necessary, they should go to Gao Dafu's raft first. A stalemate ensued. Wang Jinbao was anxious. Deputy Leader Gua, Yang Feishua, why aren't you attacking? Deputy Leader Gua, boss, look at the video just now. Lu Xingchen's side has advanced arrow towers, fireball cannons, and a bunch of NPCs. We can't get through. Yang Feishua secretly sent Lu Xingchen a message. Boss, awesome. Wang Jinbao glanced at the video and immediately recognized Han San, Bu Bu, and Heijio. These were all people who had visited his raft before, and had good friendships with him or his subordinates. Sadly, one by one, they were gone. All of them were on Lu Xingchen's raft? Wait, was there some inside story he didn't know? Wang Jinbao was itching to get over there. Call me over so I can watch from a distance. Deputy Gang Leader Gua cursed him inwardly, calling him a coward, but still summoned Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao grabbed a telescope and inched his way toward Lu Xingchen's raft. Then he spotted Wawa, Bu Bu, and Hong San, all people he interacted with before, people who were just a hair's breadth away from gaining friendship points. Wang Jinbao, damn it! Lu Xingchen must have done something. He felt a surge of bitterness and resentment. At this point, countless people in the chat channel were watching this, and players had already asked this question countless times. Has Lu Xingchen taken them down? The Flying Bird Gang? The Starslang Gang? The Azure Dragon Gang? Of course they're dividing the spoils. It looks like Lu Xingchen has a lot of goodies on board. Are you all quietly dividing the spoils? Dividing the spoils? We're dismembering them, being dismembered by Lu Xingchen. Are those upstairs from the Flying Bird Gang? What's wrong? You were too late and didn't get a share? Fool, they're in a bad state. They must have been punished by Lu Xingchen. Haha, they deserved it. Haha, Wang Jinbao, Li Wenlin are such idiots. Lu Xingchen's raft is now full of high-level arrow towers. With 2 fireball cannons, she wouldn't have to do anything. Our people would be killed 1 by 1, 2 by 2, until there was no one left. And there are masters like Hong San, Heijio, and Bu Bu standing guard. And there are hordes of expert NPCs on Lu Xingchen's ship. How can we kill them? You're overestimating yourself. How can the permanent top spot be conquered so easily? Haha, so did Lu Xingchen win? Oh, what a relief. Lu Xingchen is the god of our District 33. Same relief. Lu Xingchen helped me, and I don't want her to die. Wang Jinbao put down the telescope, his face dark. He didn't think this attack was wrong. Rather, he thought it was right. Lu Xingchen had befriended so many NPCs. If he didn't eliminate them quickly, things would get increasingly difficult. He looked back. Behind him was an endless string of rafts, filled with groups of people, blocking out the sun. So many people, frightened by a few people, and a few arrow towers. What a waste. In this situation, the only way to deal with it was to pile up heads. Anyway, it wasn't him who died. Wang Jinbao raised a megaphone and shouted, attack. Wang Jinbao, see. Capture Lu Xingchen, capture Red 3, Black 9, and Bu Bu, and we have arrow towers on our raft. Wang Jinbao, can we win the favor of Red 3, Black 9, and Bubu? No! They're all on Lu Xingchen's raft, never leaving. We have no chance. If we want them to teach us how to build arrow towers, we have to capture them and force them. Haha, so what about NPCs? Aren't NPCs just for players to use? I know their approximate strength. Black 9 can be subdued by 5 or 6 men, Red 3 by 20 or 30, and Bubu is about the same as Red 3. We've all fought pirates before, and know they're stronger than us, but not by much. So, with so many of us, what are we afraid of? Capture them, use them, attack. The megaphone was powerful enough for all players to hear, and Wang Jinbao also posted a message in the regional chat. Li Wenlin and other gang leaders also mobilized in the gang channel. Everyone who attacked heard it. It's true, Wang Jinbao is quite the con man. The players thought, yeah, how hard is it to farm friendship points with Red 3, Bubu, and Black 9? Most people can't do it, and even if they do, they won't have the chance to farm 7 or 8 times to get above 60 friendship points. It's too much of a gamble. Ordinary players simply don't have that kind of luck. Why not just capture them, tie them up with ropes, and use all sorts of tactics? Under pressure, what can't they teach? Isn't it just an NPC? What's there to be afraid of? Even the arrow towers aren't to be feared. Just charge with brute force. Maybe someone else will die? Fortune and fortune are sought in danger. In the survival world, how can one avoid taking risks? Besides, Lu Xingchen's ship has everything. They're so greedy, many players' morale surged. Charge, attack, attack, kill Lu Xingchen, rob the NPCs, charge. Chapter 464. A group of people rushed forward fearlessly. Gao Dafu, hey, why are you making so much noise? Xiao Lu, are you having trouble over there? Gu Yin, stop talking nonsense and attack. Wei Lin, oh no! What did Wang Jinbao just use? Qin Wuchuan privately messaged Lu Xingchen. Wang Jinbao used a high-level morale card, which will boost the morale of this large group of people and make them fearless. Lu Xingchen, be careful. Sure enough, the group rushed forward with roars, unfazed by the torrential rain of arrows. A large group actually braved the rain of arrows and boarded Lu Xingchen's raft. Hong San, Heijio, and the others all took action. Qin Wuchuan led his men quietly aboard and swiftly killed several people. The others were stunned. One asked, which gang are you from? Why are you killing your own people? You're looking for death. Xia Xiaoyu, yes, which gang are you from? Why are you killing your own people? You're looking for death. She stepped forward and killed a man with a single blow. The others were even more stunned. Which gang are you from? Why are you killing your own people? Go kill Lu Xingchen, go rob the NPCs. Xia Xiaoyu, attention, there's a traitor. Everyone, keep an eye out for your own people. Yang Feishua seized the opportunity and shouted, who is it? Who is it? Don't kill your own people. Are you stupid? Crazy chaos ensued. Guyan arrived, dragging Gao Dafu aboard, then tossed him aside. With a flash of his long sword, he killed 2 nearby men. Gao Dafu, clutching a large egg, sat down on the edge of the raft with a thud. Ouch, ouch, my egg. The egg suddenly turned red and screamed, bang, bang. 2 bursts of flames erupted, instantly igniting the 2 players nearby who were about to attack Gao Dafu. Ah! The 2 men screamed and rolled on the ground, but the flames wouldn't go out. In a short while, they were completely incinerated. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Gao Dafu's pet egg was incredibly lethal, wasn't it? What kind of fire was so ferocious? Many people knew Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. Gu Yin was known for his violence, and they didn't dare mess with him. But Gao Dafu was different. Gao Dafu was useless, especially now, crouching on the ground with his egg, bloated like a ball, looking especially easy to bully. Instantly, someone rushed over. Come on, kill this loser first. Gao Dafu shouted, egg, my egg. They called me useless, and they want to kill me. Bang! His pet egg instantly exploded into a fireball, slamming into the man. The man screamed, and flames engulfed him. He screamed in agony, and quickly turned to charcoal. The others' faces paled, and they no longer dared to confront Gao Dafu. A vacuum formed around Gao Dafu. The men on Lu Xingchen's ship easily dealt with the few who had broken through the hail of arrows. He San, originally assigned to the back, was completely helpless. In a rage, he charged forward, swung his scimitar, and took a man's life. His appearance immediately stunned everyone, leaving many stunned for a moment. Who is this? Why is he so handsome? Hey, not a player, but an NPC? Lu Xingchen actually keeps a gigolo on his ship? Oh my god, how can he be so handsome? I can't bear to kill him. Oh my dear. Haha, capture him and raise him. Heisan's face darkened. With a flash of his scimitar, he charged into the crowd, beginning a merciless slaughter. Even so, some refused to take action, and all perished under Heisan's blade. Wei Lin and the others also rushed forward, guarding the perimeter of Lu Xingchen's raft, preventing the attackers from even entering the center. The cries of killing echoed, and the flames of battle raged. The slaughter was in full swing when suddenly a voice rang out. Huh? Stop! The voice was quiet, but deafening to everyone's ears. Everyone stopped. Master Lei Jin, in his black robe, stood beside Lu Xingchen's raft, frowning. Heijio was displeased. The boat's all dirty, how are we going to cook? Heijio immediately checked the time, feeling remorseful. Master Lei Jin, I'm sorry, but we finished this quickly so we don't miss out on cooking. Do you have any requests for dinner? Master Lei Jin? This was Master Lei Jin. Everyone's expressions changed. Master Lei Jin swung his cane. No one, get off. With a crash, everyone on Lu Xingchen's boat, save for Lu Xingchen and the others who had been there, Bubu, Wawa, Black 9, Black 3, and Red 13, all fell into the sea. Everyone was shocked. There were quite a few people on the boat, and with a flick of the master's cane, they were off. Who could match that skill? So, everyone obediently returned to their rafts. Unfortunately, Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, Gao Dafu, and the others also fell into the sea. They quickly climbed onto Gao Dafu's raft nearby. Naturally, Gao Dafu was pulled aboard by Gu Yin. Seeing they were all safe, Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Master Lei Jin looked sullen and said to Heijio, clean up, start cooking. Lu Xingchen glanced at the sun. It was only 3 in the afternoon. Was Master Lei Jin even thinking about dinner? One player, still dazed by his morale card, couldn't help but shout, that's Master Lei Jin. Grab him. Go! He grabbed onto Lu Xingchen's raft and was about to board. Master Lei Jin snorted coldly, not moving. Suddenly, as if struck by a powerful kick, the player flew into the air, slid in an arc, and flew backwards for about 10 meters before exploding in the air with a loud bang. Pieces of flesh and blood burst like fireworks, falling into the sea. The scene was so brutal that many people screamed. No one dared to move. They stood frozen on the raft, not daring to breathe a word. Who would dare to go up there? It explode if they go up there. Master Lei Jin must be the legendary big boss. In the group chat, Wei Ying was terrified. Xingchen, Master Lei Jin is so scary. Wei Lin, so powerful. Gu Yin, I admire you. Gao Dafu, dandy, be good, don't be afraid. Lu Xingchen explained, Master just wants to eat. He's annoyed by the crowds. He rarely does this. Hong San and Heijio exchanged a glance and immediately rinsed the raft with water. They diligently went to work, smiling fawningly at Master Lei Jin as they went. Everyone cleaned up together and quickly finished. Those players were only at the edge of the raft, not yet inside. They only needed to rinse the outside. After cleaning up, Heijio and the others hurried to cook. Master Lei Jin sat on a wooden chair on the second floor, glaring coldly at the players not far away. With a big boss in charge, who would dare to go up there? Morale cards only boost morale, they can't make people stupid. The besiegers held their ground far away, still preparing to surround Lu Xingchen. Fearing that Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, and the others would be surrounded, Lu Xingchen spoke to the master, telling them to place their rafts close to his own and follow behind. There was no other way. Master Lei Jin felt the crowd was too large. This was the only way. The two sides were in a stalemate again. Wan Jinbao was anxious. Master Lei Jin sat calmly at the table, drinking tea and eating fruit. Lu Xingchen walked up and sat across from Master Lei Jin. Master Lei Jin glanced at her. After dinner, I have something for you, and then I take Bubu and the doll and leave. Mission reward? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. So, the master was afraid that after handing out the reward, he'd have to leave and miss his last dinner? That's why he was so anxious, asking Heijio to cook dinner? Chapter 465. Heijio and Hong San were busy cooking, assisted by Grandma and Hong Shisen. After Master Lei Jin finished talking with Lu Xingchen, he went to find Wawa and Bubu to explain the situation. Bubu was reluctant to leave Lon Lon. Lon Lon, didn't you give me a bell? I come see you when I have time. After a moment's thought, he plucked a feather and handed it to Bubu. You can come see me anytime. The feather was a beautiful gradient of white, light blue, and blue. Bubu happily tucked it into her hair. Okay. Bubu was fine, but Wawa didn't want to go back. She felt there were so many people and animals here, the food was good, and there was so much fun, she didn't want to leave. She hugged Master Lei Jin's thigh and acted coquettishly. Daddy, I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave. Can you stay a few more days? Master Lei Jin, not known for coaxing children, frowned. Leave after dinner. No conditions. Wawa pouted, and Lu Xingchen hurried over to comfort her. With Master Lei Jin in command, the besiegers were forced to retreat far to the side, maintaining their encirclement, a stalemate. Everyone was reluctant to leave, but if they stayed, they didn't dare to move forward. Wan Jinbao, Li Wenlin, and several other gang leaders gathered together. They discussed for a long time, but there was no conclusion. Wan Jinbao suddenly listened carefully and said happily, I heard from Master Lei Jin that he will leave with Baby and Bubu after dinner. Let's wait a little longer. Yang Feishue, standing nearby, asked curiously, Gang leader, how did you know that? Wan Jinbao smiled mysteriously, I have good hearing. Li Wenlin breathed a sigh of relief. If Master Lei Jin can leave, we still have the strength to fight. So, several gangs ordered everyone to rest where they were and resume the fight later. The men sat on the raft, dazed. Soon, Heijio and the others prepared dinner. This time, at Lu Xingchen's request, he made a few extra portions. The food machine was fast enough anyway. Finally, around 5 p.m., dinner was served. As everyone ate, Lu Xingchen, Hong Shisan, and Heijio each carried a large tray, each carrying several dishes, to Gao Dafu's boat in the back. Of course, there was also roast duck. Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, and the others were also on Gao Dafu's boat. Gao Dafu's raft was also quite large, and several tables were already set up, covered in the fruit Lu Xingchen had set earlier. Everyone was enjoying their fruit when Lu Xingchen unexpectedly brought them food. They quickly took the food. Smelling the aroma, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, Sister Lu, we're useless here. We're eating fruit and then eating. I'm so sorry, hee hee. Lu Xingchen smiled. Who said it wasn't useful? You guys have my back. Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, and the others had risked their lives to come here. After all, several gangs were watching them. After chatting with them for a few minutes, Lu Xingchen hurried back. Seeing that Lu Xingchen, Black 9, and Red 13 had disappeared, Yin Xiaolin gasped, Those Red 13 and Black 9 from earlier were pirates, weren't they? Xia Xiaoyu. Not only that, Black 9 is actually a master weapons designer. Yin Xiaolin. But I see they're very obedient, especially Red 13. They do whatever they're told, like little lackeys. Gao Dafu. You read that right, lackeys. Xia Xiaoyu. TSK, 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 TSK. We're still being hunted and robbed by pirates, and Xingchen has already recruited them as his henchmen. Yin Xiaolin craned his neck to take a look. Actually, I think being Lu Xingchen's henchman is pretty good too. Xia Xiaoyu. Why, you want to change jobs? Yin Xiaolin looked at Qin Wuchuan expectantly. Boss, can you recommend me to Lu Xingchen? Qin Wuchuan paused. No, I'm afraid you embarrass me. Xia Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Wei Ying said softly, aren't you hungry? Gao Dafu has already finished his whole dish. Sure enough, Gao Dafu quietly finished a bowl. Everyone rushed to grab their food. It was their first time eating food made by the food machine, and they found it incredibly delicious, naturally praising it endlessly. The aroma of food filled Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu's boat, and the sea breeze carried it everywhere. People were all around, and they could smell it. Unfortunately, they were on a surprise attack, so their raft had no pots or pans, and they had no plans to cook. The aroma piqued their appetite. Roast duck. That's the aroma of roast duck, so fragrant. There's also stewed fish and stewed pork ribs. They use a lot of ingredients, peppercorns, aniseed, cinnamon, bay leaves, everything. I wonder where Lu Xingchen got all this. I'm so greedy. If we could seize Lu Xingchen's boat, all this would be ours. Haha, did you really think we could seize it? Didn't you see those NPCs and the arrow towers? Foolish. I just want to go home. Smelling the aroma, the besiegers felt increasingly aggrieved. What was going on? Thousands of hungry people sat on a cramped raft, waiting for Lu Xingchen to eat. Even after dinner, they might not be ready to fight. Even if they fought, they might not dare to. It would be better to just go back and do what they needed to do. Instantly, the army's morale collapsed, and the soldiers' spirits plummeted. The people, with mournful faces, sniffed the incense, feeling deeply wronged. This was especially true for the members of the Qinglong gang. Most of them had paid a considerable sum of rare supplies to join the gang. Since joining, They've had no peace. One moment, they were blocked by one NPC, the next they were disliked by another, and the next they were threatened with a fight, nearly losing their lives. In short, there was no peace. And all this was because of the gang leader, Wang Jinbao, who was too troublesome. Not only were the gang members rebellious, but the deputy gang leaders were also unhappy. Among them, deputy gang leader Guo was the most dissatisfied. He smelled the delicious food on Lu Xingchen's boat, his stomach rumbling with hunger. He couldn't help but say to Wang Jinbao, "Boss, let's retreat." Wang Jinbao frowned. "Several gangs are here. How can we retreat?" Deputy gang leader Guo sighed. "Actually, the turtle gang has already secretly retreated mostly. Boss, most of the people here are our elite. We can't afford to lose too many." Wang Jinbao sneered. "Losses are losses. If too many die, won't we just merge? And if we merge, won't we have new people?" Deputy gang leader Guo choked. He had never expected Wang Jinbao to say such a hurtful and foolish thing. The Wang Jinbao of the past would never have said such a thing in front of so many people. What's wrong with Wang Jinbao? Has he been possessed? As expected, the moment Wang Jinbao said this, the faces of the nearby deputy gang leaders and gang members changed. Wang Jinbao was completely oblivious. Deputy gang leader Guo was struck by a thought. "Boss, what you said is wrong. Putting everything else aside, most of us deputy gang leaders have fought together through thick and thin. We share the good times and the bad times. We can't afford to lose a single one." Wang Jinbao scoffed. "The old must go before the new can come." The other deputy gang leaders' expressions grew even more grim. Deputy gang leader Guo sneered inwardly. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Wang Jinbao today, this was a good opportunity. He immediately argued with Wang Jinbao about this issue for a few more sentences, only shutting up when Wang Jinbao, annoyed, lost his temper and scolded him. Lu Xingchen listened intently and glanced in Wang Jinbao's direction. In fact, she had a general idea of the situation on their side. Chapter 466. Mimi had super hearing and had been keeping tabs on Wang Jinbao. She knew about the argument between Wang Jinbao and deputy gang leader Guo, and Yang Feishue had also told her about the unusual situation. Lu Xingchen understood that Wang Jinbao had lost his support. Before, whenever she killed Wang Jinbao, the nearby deputy gang leaders would immediately rush to his defense. But that wasn't the case anymore. Perhaps, today was the perfect time to kill him. Master Lei Jin ate slowly, finishing the last dish before standing up and waving his sleeves. He said to Lu Xingchen, "Come with me." Lu Xingchen followed him to the side. Master Lei Jin turned and said, "Lu Xingchen, thank you for helping me find Bubu. Here's your reward." Lu Xingchen heard a message. Mission completed. You've learned to craft advanced fireball cannon, advanced rocket launcher, advanced arrow turret, and monitoring radar. Master Lei Jin's friendship value increased by 30. The mission was finally completed, and Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a game announcement was released. Lu Xingchen helped Master Lei Jin find his missing daughter, and Master Lei Jin was extremely grateful. Master Lei Jin taught Lu Xingchen how to make an advanced fireball cannon. Master Lei Jin taught Lu Xingchen how to make an advanced rocket cannon. Master Lei Jin taught Lu Xingchen how to make an advanced arrow tower. Master Lei Jin taught Lu Xingchen how to make a monitoring radar. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Why was this even being announced? This wasn't announced when the mission was previously released. She had a feeling this wasn't over yet. The announcement caused an uproar. Many players had no idea how much had happened to Lu Xingchen. They were more surprised. How did Master Lei Jin teach Lu Xingchen so much? Yes. I remember Master Lei Jin's initial friendship value towards players was -1000. Under that situation, who could possibly reach his friendship value? How did Lu Xingchen do it? You're jealous. With advanced fireball cannons, advanced rocket launchers, advanced arrow towers, and detection radar, it's a proper warship, right? Who would dare mess with ordinary players? Above, not only ordinary players, but even the big gangs wouldn't dare mess with us. Hey, I was there. Just a few advanced arrow towers crushed us. If they added. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't make it back alive. By the way, it's been hours. How are you guys doing? Flying Bird Gang, haha, thank goodness, we're alive. Turtle Gang, haha, we're hiding, we're alive. Star Slayer Gang, alive, hopeless, when are we going to retreat? Qilong Gang, damn that idiot Wang Jinbao. He picked on Lu Xingchen when he could have. Our Qilong Gang is in big trouble. Flying Bird Gang, upstairs, how dare you insult the leader? Qilong Gang, I'm quitting the gang, okay? Master Lei Jin had taught Lu Xingchen so many weapon crafting techniques, and Heijio and Hong San's eyes were red. Unfortunately, they were too timid to approach and ask for advice. Master Lei Jin glanced at them and waved, "Come here." Heijio and Hong San were overjoyed and hurried over. Master Lei Jin said, "Heijio, I've seen the rudimentary rocket launcher you made. I have some questions. Come, let me explain it to you." After a moment, Heijio was overjoyed and kept bowing to Master Lei Jin. "Thank you, Master." Master Lei Jin gave him some pointers and taught him the advanced rocket launcher. Heijio couldn't make it right yet, but with more research, he could build one. Hong San, envious, looked at the master with hope. Master Lei Jin paused. "Which skill do you want to upgrade? The arrow tower or the fireball cannon?" Seemingly only one was left to choose. Hong San immediately chose the fireball cannon. Under Master Lei Jin's guidance, she also mastered the advanced fireball cannon. Hong San and Heijio eagerly began their research. The materials needed for the advanced fireball cannon and the advanced rocket cannon were in short supply, but they could still build an intermediate weapon. The besieging players were already waiting impatiently, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. It was too much to bear. Wang Jinbao had previously told them that Master Lei Jin would leave after dinner, and they could attack once he left. But the sun was almost setting, and Master Lei Jin still hadn't left. Not only did they not leave, they seemed to say something to Black 9 and Red 3. Then, Red 3 and Black 9 began to build intermediate rocket launchers and intermediate fireball cannons. Looking at the mighty fireball and rocket launchers, they felt despair. Why continue fighting? They have more and more weapons. We are all mortals. How can we withstand the firepower of fire? Many people began to think of retreating. On the other side, Lu Xingchen was observing his own skills. Advanced fireball cannon. Under manual control, it can fire fireballs, hitting targets up to 100 meters away. Required materials: 5 pieces of glass cloud stone, 200 pieces of high-grade marcasite, 500 pieces of stone, 500 pieces of clay, 1,000 pieces of iron, 500 pieces of high-grade carbon stone, 1,000 pieces of saltpeter, 500 pieces of gold quicksand. Note: if materials are insufficient, it will need to be repaired. Advanced rocket launcher. Under manual control, it can fire flaming feather arrows, capable of hitting targets up to 50 meters away. Required materials: 5 glazed marbles, 200 high-grade marcasite, 500 stone, 500 clay, 1,000 iron blocks, 1,000 feathers, 100 high-grade charcoal, 200 saltpeter, 100 gold quicksand, etc. Note: if materials are insufficient, they will need to be repaired. Lu Xingchen's eyes widened. She didn't even have these materials. She had never seen them before. She didn't even have enough supplies for Black 9 and Red 3. Does she need to borrow from Bubu? Lu Xingchen looked at Bubu. Bubu blinked, shook his head, and pointed at Master Lei Jin. Does Bubu want her to borrow from Master Lei Jin? Lu Xingchen was about to say something when Master Lei Jin suddenly coughed and gave Bubu a serious look. Bubu said with a smile, "Dad, haven't you decided yet?" Master Lei Jin nodded. He suddenly produced several crutches of varying colors: sky blue, light blue, white jade, jasper, and black. These crutches were the same style as Master Lei Jin's own, only the colors were different. The crutches were made of jade, and the material itself spoke of their high value. Master Lei Jin looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "Pick a color you like." What was he picking? Lu Xingchen was surprised, but she knew it was a good thing. She pointed to the white jade cane she liked and said, "This one." Master Lei Jin nodded and said, "This one is for you." Lu Xingchen took it. Master Lei Jin smiled faintly. "Lu Xingchen, you've inherited my legacy. Do me a favor." Lu Xingchen, huh? A game announcement sounded. Lu Xingchen has mastered all of Master Lei Jin's ship and weapon design skills, becoming his successor. Master Lei Jin has been busy lately, and will be returning to his island for retreat. His successor, Lu Xingchen, will be taking over the task of teaching players skills at sea. Chapter 467. The announcement was pinned and played 3 times in a row. No one could ignore it. For a moment, the regional chat channel was in chaos, with messages scrolling by at a rapid pace. Oh my god, Lu Xingchen has learned Master Lei Jin's skills. Will she teach us in his place? Does that mean she's half an NPC? Yes, you heard me right. That's it. The boss is no longer on the same level as us. Ahem, can I openly curry favor with Lu Xingchen from now on? It's just to boost NPC friendship points. No shame. Many more people were incredulous. What, did I hear wrong? Am I dreaming? It's not even dark yet. Upstairs, it's been played 3 times on loop. Are you from the Qinglong gang? Why can't you accept the truth? I wonder what the people besieging Lu Xingchen are thinking. Haha, what are they supposed to do? TSK. Thousands of people. They're stunned. The besiegers were indeed stunned. They listened to the announcement 3 times in a daze, then stared blankly at Lu Xingchen's raft. After a long pause, someone cried out shrilly, "Oh my god! What should we do?" Thousands of people were thrown into chaos. What should we do? More killing? Kill what? Do you dare? Haven't you seen how cruel Master Lei Jin is? Lu Xingchen is now his successor. If you kill his successor, what do you think he will do? I don't dare to guess. Guess what? Run! The leaders and vice leaders of the various gangs were also in a state of panic. The Turtle Gang leader said, "Phew, thank goodness I ran fast." Hey vice leader, you're so stupid. Take down our flag quickly, and pretend we never came. Run away. The Flying Bird Gang leader said, "Damn, Wan Jinbao's tricked us." Instantly, 1/3 of the besiegers fled. Li Wenlin of the Star Slaying Gang's face paled, gritting her teeth. How could Lu Xingchen be so despicable? Why couldn't she be killed? How could Deng Wei be avenged? Wan Jinbao's mind buzzed, and it took him a moment to react. Deputy Gang Leader Guo said, "Leader, let's retreat." Wan Jinbao gritted his teeth. Why retreat? Lu Xingchen is just a replacement for the mission. What kind of NPC is she? Besides, even if she's an NPC, so what? There are so many NPCs, and we can't kill them? Would you not kill pirates if you encountered them? Deputy Gang Leader Guo said, "No, leader." Wan Jinbao said, "Shut up. Why do you always try to stop me? Tell me, are you Lu Xingchen's undercover agent?" Deputy Gang Leader Guo's face darkened, and he tightened his grip on the steel knife. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen quickly accepted her mission. She couldn't refuse, because it was mandatory. She now had half the status of an NPC. You have become Master Lei Jin's successor, and will carry out sea missions on his behalf. You must set aside 2 hours daily for sea patrols. You have received 1 Lei Jin treasure ship and 1 Lei Jin white jade cane. Lei Jin treasure ship. A simple, small boat with the ability to teleport over long distances, allowing you to quickly encounter players. You can also teleport directly to a specific player. Lei Jin white jade cane. During patrols, 1. You will automatically activate super defense. No one can break your defense. 2. Critical blow. Any player who attacks you will be dealt a critical blow. The current survival time is 18 hours 34 minutes and 45 seconds. There are no sea patrols today. Please go out to sea as soon as possible. Lu Xingchen took a quick look. It turned out she had to go out for 2 hours every day, anywhere she wanted, and could teleport at will. And, with the white jade cane, she didn't have to worry about being ambushed or attacked. In short, there was no danger at all. The word Sea Cruise appeared in the upper right corner of the screen, now highlighted, apparently reminding her to hurry up and start the cruise. Master Lei Jin, carrying a basket of fruit and a basket of roast duck, was already eager to leave. Master Lei Jin, Boo Boo, and Baby boarded the boat and quickly left Lu Xingchen's sight. She played with the white jade cane as she walked to the raft, looking up at the besieging players not far away. She slowly scanned the besieging players. She only glanced, but it made a different impression on the opposing players. Every player she spotted received a notification. Master Lei Jin's successor, Lu Xingchen, has a negative 20 friendship value. She glanced again, and many players received another notification. Master Lei Jin's successor, Lu Xingchen, has a negative 10 friendship value. Many players cried out, No, why has Lu Xingchen's friendship value towards me dropped so much? Ah, I see, it started at 10, and now it's negative 20. Nonsense, how can she still be friendly if you kill her? Based on experience, if her friendship value is negative 20, you rarely encounter her. Brothers, Lu Xingchen knows the same things as Master Lei Jin, but her friendship value towards us starts at 10. Her friendship value is easy to gain, so why should we kill her? Alright, stop wasting time. How can we kill her? Why don't we just run? Hua la la. Another half of the people were gone. Most of the players knew what was happening here. Someone had an idea. Besieging Lu Xingchen will reduce your friendship points by minus 20. So what if we kill the attackers and rescue Lu Xingchen? Would that increase your friendship points? Someone immediately responded, You're very clever. That's what I was thinking. I'm already heading over there. Xia Xiaoyu, you're so far away. By the time we get here, the opportunity will be gone. Besides, what if the people there turn against us and kill the Qinglong gang instead of Lu Xingchen? What do you think they do? Yin Xiaolin, wow, Lu Xingchen's friendship points are going up. The turtle gang leader, who had just escaped, stopped and said, "Stop, get back. We're going to kill Wan Jinbao and the Qinglong gang and rescue Master Lei Jin's heir. Quick now!" Someone shouted, "Boss, the Flying Bird gang and the Qinglong gang are already fighting." The turtle gang leader, cunning. "Quick, get back. The Qinglong gang only has so many people. If we're late, we won't even have a bite to eat." The raft was in chaos. Each gang displayed their insignia upon arrival. For example, the Qinglong gang wore large Qinglong gang badges around their waists. The Fei Niao gang wore black cloth embroidered with flying birds around their foreheads, and the turtle gang wore red belts. The gangs were also on separate rafts, making them easy to distinguish. The Fei Niao gang members were about to flee when Xia Xiaoyu's words alerted them. They quickly boarded the Qinglong gang's raft and began the slaughter. Soon, the turtle gang arrived and joined the fray. Wan Jinbao was furious. "You actually destroyed our star-slaying alliance." The Flying Bird gang leader, "We now have a new alliance, the Star Protecting Alliance." The turtle gang leader, "That's right, Wan Jinbao. Lu Xingchen is the hope of our entire district, and you actually want to kill him. Tell me, are you against our entire district?" The Flying Bird gang leader, "That's right. If we kill Lu Xingchen, who will teach us how to make weapons?" The turtle gang leader, "Without anyone teaching us how to make weapons, our entire district will be weakened. Will we even survive the next hunt?" The Flying Bird gang leader, "That's right, Wan Jinbao, you're trying to kill everyone in our district." Others, "Yes, kill Wan Jinbao." Chapter 468. Chat channel, haha, come on, kill Wan Jinbao and rid the entire area of this evil. I be there soon, killing Wan Jinbao. Brothers, if someone calls me, I go too. High reward for calling me. Be smart and come quickly. Lu Xingchen is watching. What if she sees you trying so hard to kill Wan Jinbao and gets so excited she give you a 30% friendship bonus? What if she teaches you something? That's right. Normally, when the master is out on patrol, the chance of running into him is less than 1%. But if you come here now, the chance of running into him is 100%. I'm so anxious. Who can call me? I'm a member of the Qinglong gang left behind. I just quit the gang. I'm going to kill Wan Jinbao. I'm the deputy leader of the Luxing gang. I've come to my senses, and am leaving the gang to kill Wan Jinbao. The chat channel and the siege site were abuzz with activity. Many Qinglong gang members were anxious. Why are they all being beaten? They've been so quiet and done nothing. What? Are they treating them like stepping stones to Lu Xingchen's favor? A Qinglong gang member tore off his badge and threw it into the sea, shouting, "I'm quitting the gang. I'm quitting. Don't kill me. I go kill Wan Jinbao with you." With his lead, many Qinglong gang members quickly quit. Poor Wan Jinbao, a crowd scrambled to kill him. Still limping, he was terrified by the surging crowd and immediately applied a defense card. Deputy gang leader Guan narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on his knife. Wan Jinbao was now like Tang Monk's flesh. Everyone wanted a bite, because a bite would earn Lu Xingchen's favor. If it was too late, it would be gone. Deputy gang leader Guan steeled his resolve, and, taking advantage of the moment when Wan Jinbao's defense card was deactivated, swung his steel knife and slashed at Wan Jinbao's head. Yang Feishua quickly drew his knife and blocked him. "Old Gua, what are you trying to do?" Deputy gang leader Gua gritted his teeth and said, "You lackey." Wan Jinbao was terrified. "Quick, call me back." Yang Feishua immediately sent him a private message. "No, gang leader. The people left behind have rebelled. They're waiting to call you back and kill you to improve Lu Xingchen's favor." Wan Jinbao's face paled. "What should I do? Is there no one I can trust?" Yang Feishua sent him a private message. "Gang leader, hold on until I call you back." Then, Yang Feishua jumped into the sea with a plop. Lu Xingchen had been keeping an eye on Wan Jinbao. Wan Jinbao's Qinglong gang recruited many people, and anyone who joined had to hand over valuable treasures. Therefore, Wan Jinbao had many life-saving methods and a large collection of cards. Lu Xingchen had long been eyeing his treasures. If someone else killed Wan Jinbao, the treasure would go into someone else's pocket, so she wanted to kill Wan Jinbao herself. She asked Yang Feishua to steady Wan Jinbao, then click Sea Parade. "Should we start the Sea Parade now?" Lu Xingchen, "Yes." The white jade cane flashed with a white light, shimmering like jade, seemingly possessing a new layer of brilliance. Lu Xingchen gently thrust the cane, and with a swish, she teleported in front of Wan Jinbao. Many people gathered around Wan Jinbao. Seeing Lu Xingchen approach, they immediately stopped and looked at her cautiously. Deputy Gang Leader Gua, Master Lu, don't worry. We kill Wan Jinbao quickly. Wan Jinbao trembled and slapped another defense card on himself. Lu Xingchen, you can't kill me. He was dazed and confused, and he didn't know what was going on. He wasn't in a good mood today, as if his brain was broken and he kept making wrong decisions. For example, he shouldn't have come here today. Wan Jinbao was terribly anxious. He didn't trust anyone who summoned him back, nor did he trust the deputy gang leaders around him. Yang Feishue, the only person he could trust, had gone to find safety. He could only hold on here. Thankfully, he had plenty of defense cards, so he could only slap them on himself without leaving any space. Wan Jinbao mechanically repeated, Lu Xingchen, you can't kill me. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. How can I not kill you? Wasn't it me who killed Wan Meiyun? Oh, she's your only daughter, right? Wan Jinbao glared. He felt his mind grow even more confused. Lu Xingchen, it's been so long, and you haven't avenged her yet? Wan Jinbao, I really despise you. I heard you're quite skilled, so why have you never dared to confront me head-on? Wan Jinbao gritted his teeth. Don't provoke me. Lu Xingchen tapped Wan Jinbao's shield lightly with his cane. Ha, you coward. Wan Jinbao fiercely slapped a defense card on himself. Lu Xingchen exclaimed in admiration, what a patient person. Wan Jinbao probably survived this long by being timid and cautious. Now, defense cards are like a bug. Each defense card lasts for 1 minute. When it's about to expire, you can use a second defense card. And so on, as long as you have the cards, you can use them as long as you have them. Most people don't have that many defense cards, but Wan Jinbao slapped them one after another, as if he had dozens in his hand. Lu Xingchen slowly pulled out a card, a flash of light flashing as he said, there's nothing I can do. You're a coward, so I just break your shell. Wan Jinbao was shocked. What did you take out? Could it be some special envoy card that can break through the defense of a defensive card? Wan Jinbao panicked. At this moment, Yang Feishue had privately messaged him. Boss, I've reached a safe location and am gathering you now. But boss, that Lu Xingchen is going too far. Won't you teach her a lesson? Yang Feishue, for example, before I gather her and leave, you could strike her. I get angry seeing her so arrogant. Humph, is being a half NPC such a big deal? Boss, even if you only injure her a little, it will give our gang members confidence. You have to let them know that even though Lu Xingchen is a half NPC, she's still mortal like a player, and can get hurt. Right now, those people in the chat channel are praising Lu Xingchen like a god. This is not good for our future development. Wan Jinbao glanced at the people around him. They looked at Lu Xingchen with envy, fear, and even fawning and flattery. No one from the Qinglong gang dared to come to his rescue. Indeed, Lu Xingchen seemed to be shrouded in a halo. Don't dare offend anyone. This can't happen. If this continues, won't he become a pariah? Everyone shouting and wanting to kill him? The people in the Qinglong gang are unreliable, and they might kill him any day and ask Lu Xingchen for credit. This can't happen. Wan Jinbao felt dizzy, and the more he thought about it, the more reasonable Yang Feishue's words seemed. Yang Feishue had already issued a call for action. Boss, kill them. Kill them and run. She can't do anything to you. Yang Feishue, boss, we still have defense cards. Don't be afraid, kill them. Yang Feishue, oh boss, if you don't want to kill them, then don't. As long as I can save my life, I can't stay in the Qinglong gang anymore. From now on, I'd be on the run with you. Can't stay in the Qinglong gang anymore? Wan Jinbao felt a pang of pain in his heart. This was the Qinglong gang he had painstakingly built, from a few people to thousands. Now, it had all been destroyed by Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's status meant she could easily turn any individual or group of members of the Qinglong gang against him. In just a short while, 1/3 of the Qinglong gang had retreated, 1/3 had rebelled, and 1/3 was still waiting and watching. Everything he had was ruined by Lu Xingchen. He hated her. She was just half an NPC. Hadn't he kidnapped He-san before? What was so great about an NPC? He had to kill her, or he'd be on the run for the rest of his life. He had a defense-breaking card, and he would use it on Lu Xingchen, then deliver the fatal blow. He simply refused to believe he couldn't kill her. Wan Jinbao waved his hand to activate the defense-breaking card, then thrust his sword forward, stabbing Lu Xingchen. Chapter 469. Lu Xingchen was waiting for this. She had Yang Feishue instigating Wan Jinbao. She didn't have the tools to break through the shield, so she couldn't kill Wang Jinbao right away. However, once Wang Jinbao took action, things would be different. She was currently on patrol, and as soon as Wang Jinbao attacked, she could activate her passive defensive skill, Critical Strike. She heard the game prompt. Wang Jinbao has used the defense break card on you. Wang Jinbao attacked you, triggering the White Jade Cane's passive effect, Critical Strike. Wang Jinbao, sword in hand, stabbed at Lu Xingchen. Just as he was about to pierce Lu Xingchen's body, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. No, he couldn't kill Lu Xingchen at all. So why was he still dawdling? Was he crazy? Run! He immediately accepted the call. He dodged. But then Lu Xingchen's white jade staff moved, suddenly emitting a blinding white light. It flew up and slammed down fiercely at Wang Jinbao. Bang! The white jade staff struck Wang Jinbao's head, and he screamed, disintegrating into a cloud of blood that fell like a burst of fireworks. The white light faded, and the staff flew back into Lu Xingchen's hand. It happened so quickly, like a flash of lightning. Before anyone could react, or even dodge, those who were nearby screamed and retreated. It was so fast. In a split second, Wang Jinbao was gone. People stared at Lu Xingchen in shock, their faces pale. Did Lu Xingchen actually possess the power of Master Lei Jin? With a single wave of his hand, he could kill a living person, leaving not even a complete corpse? She's so powerful, yet someone still wants to kill her? They're courting death. The few struggling members of the Qinglong gang and the Luxing gang completely abandoned their murderous intent. They just wanted to escape, as far as they could. Everyone scattered. Lu Xingchen heard the game prompt. Kill Wang Jinbao. Gain 45 defense cards, 5 speed cards, 60 summon cards, 2 defense break cards, 1 invincibility set. Lu Xingchen collected a lot of supplies, including some unusual cards. He didn't find any teleport cards or anything like that. Because Yang Feishue had tricked him out of those cards yesterday, it must be said that Yang Feishue, the undercover agent, was meticulous and clever, a rare and valuable helper. It was Lu Xingchen who, after discussing it with Yang Feishue, had Yang Feishue goad Wang Jinbao into action. Lu Xingchen sorted the cards, gave Yang Feishue a small portion, and also gave him the invincibility set. Yang Feishue returned the invincibility suit. Boss, I don't want this. It would be terrible if someone discovered it. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Wang Jinbao's dead. What are you afraid of? Yang Feishue. Hee, I've suddenly fallen in love with this feeling of being undercover. Boss, don't worry about me for now. I might end up joining some other gang. Lu Xingchen. Huh? You still want to go undercover? Isn't that too dangerous? Yang Feishue. No, for me, being undercover is the safest. Boss, don't worry. I'd be fine wherever I go. Lu Xingchen was helpless. After a moment's thought, he said, I'm fine now. We're on patrol now. Do you want to learn how to build arrow towers or fireball cannons? Yang Feishue. No. If people know my relationship with you, I won't be able to go undercover again. Besides, I won't be living alone on a raft. I don't need to learn those things. Lu Xingchen. What a qualified undercover agent. Never mind. Yang Feishue just likes the lively atmosphere and the gang atmosphere, so let him go. Lu Xingchen packed up Wang Jinbao's supplies, tapped her white jade cane, and teleported back to her raft. Looking back, she saw many people looking at her expectantly. Lu Xingchen paused for a moment, then tapped her white jade cane. The leader of the Flying Bird gang shouted first, Haha, Master Lu and I've increased our friendship points by 10. The leader of the Turtle gang said in surprise, Me too, me too. It seems the master has seen our sincerity. My friendship points increased by 10 points too. Haha, thank goodness I came all the way here. I just killed a member of the Azure Dragon gang, and I earned 10 friendship points. It seems helping Master Lu really does pay off. Why didn't my friendship points increase? Didn't the master see me? Of course, with so many people around, how could the master see everyone? Many people commented on this in the chat channel. The players chatted excitedly, and Lu Xingchen said loudly, Alright, everyone disperse. I have to go on a cruise. I hope to see you again. Gathering around her was too much of a nuisance. It was just a simple matter of giving a few people some friendship points. The Flying Bird gang leader and the Turtle gang leader already had a friendship point of -50. Because they were leaders, their friendship points dropped much more than those of ordinary gang members. Now Lu Xingchen gave them 10 friendship points, but it was just a small treat. It was too early to expect them to learn anything. Even so, they were ecstatic. This meant that at least the master was no match for them. Lu Xingchen had spoken, and they didn't dare to linger, quickly leaving. In a matter of moments, the crowd had completely dispersed. Lu Xingchen turned around to see Heijio and Hong Sen staring at her with sparkling eyes. Hong Sen raised an eyebrow. Xingchen, you see, the three of us are all disciples of Master Lei Jin. Doesn't that mean we're brothers? Heijio's eyes lit up. Master taught me first, so I'm the eldest brother? Hong Sen glanced at him. You're dreaming. Hong Sen smiled and said, of course, we're ranked by age. I'm the oldest, 28, so I should be the eldest sister. Xingchen, how old are you? Heijio looked at Lu Xingchen carefully, satisfied. Lu Xingchen looked younger than him, so being the second brother wasn't bad. Since he couldn't argue with Hong San anyway, he immediately nodded. We can arrange them by age. How old are you, Xiao Lu? Lu Xingchen asked in return, how old are you? Heijio raised his head. I'm turning 24 in a week. How about you? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Oh, I turned 24 a long time ago. Heijio, huh? People drifting at sea look old. Lu Xingchen looked only in his 20s, so how could he be 24 already? Heijio felt bad. He had wanted to be the eldest senior brother, so how could he be the younger junior brother? Hong San made the final decision. Then it's settled. I'm the eldest senior sister, Xingchen is the younger junior sister, and Xiao Jiao is the younger junior brother. Lu Xingchen, okay. He San snorted. You're taking advantage of others. Lu Xingchen was a legitimate successor of Master Lei Jin. What were Hong San and Heijio? They were just mentors of Master Lei Jin. Master Lei Jin didn't even consider them his disciples. Now they were taking advantage of Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen didn't take it seriously. 2 more NPC friends meant 2 more pirate gangs to support. What would that mean in the future? She soon heard a game notification. Your friendship with Black 9 increased by 10, reaching the level of Sworn Brotherhood. Your friendship with Red 3 increased by 40, reaching the level of Sworn Brotherhood. She and Black 9 had always been close. After reaching 80, their friendship level hadn't increased. Just now, it had increased by another 10 points, bringing their friendship level to 90. Her friendship with Red 3 had previously been 50, and now it had increased by 40 points, also to 90. This was the first time she heard of such a level of Sworn Brotherhood. This relationship sounded incredibly strong. Red 3 and Black 9 were delighted and clamored for a drink. Lu Xingchen quickly said they wait until she returned from her cruise. Now, the sea cruise was her job, so she couldn't skip work on her first day. Lu Xingchen tapped his cane and arrived in front of Gu Yin and Gao Dafu's raft. Just when the crowd had dispersed, Jin Wuchuan and Wei Lin's groups had already left, leaving only Gu Yin and Gao Dafu on the raft. Lu Xingchen, come on, choose what to learn. Chapter 470. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Haha, I knew we could get in through the back door. Xingchen, what can we learn? Tell us. Lu Xingchen took a look. She had a sea patrol interface, similar to a work log. It recorded which players she taught, and which skills she taught. There were also some rules. As a semi-NPC, she couldn't act recklessly. First, players must have a friendship value of at least 60 with her before she could teach. Second, each player could learn a maximum of 2 skills. Third, the number of players she could teach per day could not exceed 5. In addition to advanced arrow towers, advanced fireball cannons, advanced rocket cannons, and monitoring radars, Master Lei Jin could also teach the first or 2 lower levels of elementary and intermediate arrow towers, elementary and intermediate fireball cannons, and elementary and intermediate rocket cannons. When resources were plentiful, people naturally preferred to learn more advanced weapons. However, more advanced weapons require a plethora of rare materials, which might not all be available. For example, Lu Xingchen currently lacks glass cloud stone, so she can't craft advanced arrow towers, rocket launchers, and the like. After explaining the situation, Gao Dafu pondered and said, let's learn intermediate arrow towers and intermediate fireball cannons. Gu Yin nodded, okay, you come and learn. He wasn't interested. After teaching Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen immediately took out the Thunder Gold treasure ship, stepped aboard, and teleported to Qin Wuchuan's location. At the same time, the game announced, Master Lei Jin's successor has taught player Gao Dafu the intermediate arrow tower. Master Lei Jin's successor has taught player Gao Dafu the intermediate fireball cannon. As soon as the announcement went out, players were buzzing with excitement. See? I guessed right. Lu Xingchen will definitely teach her friends first. Isn't that unusual? If it were you, wouldn't you teach your friend first? Apart from anything else, their friendship points are definitely high enough. Nothing, I'm just being jealous. I'm actually quite chubby too, so why haven't I met Lu Xingchen yet? Guess where Lu Xingchen's next stop? Qin Wuchuan or Wei Lin? I'm guessing Wei Lin, after all, it takes longer. Hey, I'm guessing Qin Wuchuan. Qin Wuchuan is so smart. The Wei family has long fallen out of favor. Xia Xiaoyu, haha, this kind of thing depends on who's quick to act. We've already invited Master Lu, and she's here. Yin Xiaolin, that's right, we invited Master Lu right away. How could Master Lu not come? Hee hee. At this moment, Lu Xingchen was standing next to Qin Wuchuan's raft. She had just arrived. In fact, she hadn't thought about going to Wei Lin or Qin Wuchuan first. She just randomly pointed and ended up at Qin Wuchuan's place. There were only a few people with a friendship score above 60, and they were all grouped together, so they were randomly assigned to Qin Wuchuan's place. However, Xia Xiaoyu and Yin Xiaolin's words were very considerate, saving her the trouble of explaining, and Wei Lin and the others wouldn't think too much of it. Qin Wuchuan's raft was large, with a string of smaller rafts following behind. Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, Zhu Xiaoyu, Qin Shiro, Jian Wenle, and the others were all there, happily greeting her. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly and got straight to the point. Boss Qin, have you decided? What do you want to learn? She repeated the situation. Qin Wuchuan made a quick decision. Let's learn the advanced arrow tower and the intermediate fireball cannon. The arrow tower on Lu Xingchen's boat impressed him, and even though he was short on supplies, he wanted to learn it first. Soon, Lu Xingchen taught him. Game announcement. Master Lei Jin's successor has taught player Qin Wuchuan the advanced arrow tower. Master Lei Jin's successor has taught player Qin Wuchuan the intermediate fireball cannon. Everyone was naturally amazed again. I'm so envious. Qin Wuchuan and Lu Xingchen's friendship level has already reached 60 plus without any leveling, right? Of course, they've been friends for 2 sieges. Oh, what can we do? We still have to level up Lu Xingchen's friendship level. I've never met her before. Her initial friendship level is 10. When will it reach 60? Haha, Lu Xingchen and I have a friendship level of 20, because I helped her cut down trees. Aren't you envious? Master Lu, hurry to Wei Lin's place. Once there, the official parade will begin. We're all waiting impatiently. Lu Xingchen was swift, reaching Wei Lin's raft with a single tap of his white jade cane. Now, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Wei Feng, Wei Qing, and the others had reunited and were chatting. Wei Feng, hey, brothers and sisters, work hard and maintain a good relationship with Master Lu. You have so many benefits in the future. Wei Ying, go away. Do you think I don't want to? Wei Feng chuckled. Brothers and sisters, why don't you send me over to be Sister Lu's follower? I work hard. Wei Ying, TSK, you're embarrassing yourself. Xingchen already has NPC followers, and they're so well behaved and sensible. Aren't they better than you? Wei Lin, alright, hurry up and improve your skills so that next time Xingchen is in trouble, you can really help. Our opportunities are getting fewer and fewer. Wei Ying, that's right. There's a bunch of NPCs on the Xingchen ship. Wei Feng, hey Master Lu. Swish. Lu Xingchen arrived in front of their raft. She swung her white jade cane. Come on, tell me what you want to learn. Wei Ying was delighted. You can choose? Lu Xingchen chuckled. Of course, this is your exclusive benefit. Wei Feng, haha, I never thought I'd get to choose and learn Master Lei Jin's skills one day. Lu Xingchen briefly explained the situation, and Wei Lin and the others quickly made their choices. Monitoring radar and advanced arrow tower. The monitoring radar would be useful now, and the advanced arrow tower would be used later. They firmly believed that the materials for the advanced arrow tower would soon be available. Lu Xingchen waved her hand and taught them. Wei Lin learned the monitoring radar, and Wei Ying learned the advanced arrow tower. After the lesson, Lu Xingchen checked the time. She only had to go on a 2-hour sea cruise, and an hour had already passed. She only had 1 hour left until get-off work was over. She was still dedicated to her work. She politely declined Wei Ying's invitation to stay, swung her cane, and was about to leave. Wei Ying suddenly had an idea and shouted, Xingchen, change your clothes. Something nice, something impressive. You're the heir of Master Lei Jin. Lu Xingchen glanced at her clothes. She was wearing a versatile suit that could transform into 6 different forms. She had been too lazy to change before, and had been wearing one form for a long time. Now was her chance. She tried several changes before settling on a wide-sleeved, fairy-like dress. Now, all she had to do was wander around the boat, occasionally tapping her cane. It was perfect. Lu Xingchen, wearing the wide-sleeved, fairy-like dress, began her cruise. This time, it was a random, aimless excursion. After a while, she encountered a girl, probably in her 20s, who was fishing out boxes. Her raft, roughly several hundred square meters, was made up of several rafts. Besides her, there were 3 other girls. She pulled the boxes out and looked up to see Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen winked at her. She was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "Ah, here comes the fairy. So beautiful. Come and see." Another girl took a look and yelled, "Ah, Lu Xingchen, no, Master Lu, this is Master Lu. Hurry, hurry." Several girls bustled around, chattering non-stop, "Oh my. We never thought we'd be so lucky to meet Master Lu. What should we do?" "Silly. Boost your friendship points. If we don't, he run away." Chapter 471. What does Master Lu like? "Hurry, hurry. I don't know. Where are those caramelized melon seeds, cucumber chips, and mung bean cakes you hid? Hurry, let's see if Master Lu is a foodie." Quickly, a girl presented a pile of snacks. Seeing her reluctance, Lu Xingchen shook his head. According to the rules, if a player does something she enjoys or gives her something she enjoys, she can add friendship points to that player. Lu Xingchen glanced at their raft and saw several plots of land. On one of them, a few seedlings she didn't recognize were planted. An idea struck her, and she pointed, "What are those?" The other girl was stunned for a moment, then immediately dug up a seedling and presented it to Lu Xingchen, saying respectfully, "Master, these are the walnut seedlings we planted. Do you like them?" Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Walnut saplings? She just didn't have any. Seeing Lu Xingchen's expression, the girl immediately understood and pressed a walnut into her hand. "Master, this is for you." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "Thank you." The girl exulted. "Haha, Master Lu gave me friendship points, plus 10. Haha, I see, Master, you like to collect all kinds of plants." Lu Xingchen placed a walnut sapling into his storage backpack and waved his sleeve. "Goodbye." The girl clearly couldn't keep the secret. Word of Master Lu's love of plants soon spread across the sea. Suddenly, all kinds of plants became hot commodities, and the plants in the trading hall were sold out. Lu Xingchen teleported several times in succession, encountering several waves of players. Based on their performance, she gave most of them some friendship points. Teleporting again, she arrived in front of a large group of rafts. This was a crowded area, with rafts connected in clusters, each bustling with activity. Seeing her, everyone was stunned for a moment, then cheered, "Master Lu is here. Hurry, hurry, call us gang leader." Someone shouted, "You're so stupid. Why call us gang leader? Don't you even know what kind of gang we are?" "Huh?" Lu Xingchen looked up and saw a flag flying high on the raft, with the 3-character Star Slaughter Gang written in large letters on it. Hey, what a coincidence. After thinking about it, Lu Xingchen understood. When she was randomly approaching, each person had a fixed chance of encountering her. When a group gathered together, the chances of encountering her increased. No wonder she always encountered gangs, big and small, before. She looked up. Immediately, a few smart people tore down the gang flags, and Li Wenlin hurried over. She glanced at Lu Xingchen, and her expression changed. Because she heard a game notification. Master Lei Jin's successor, Lu Xingchen, dislikes you and has devalued your friendship score by 10 points. Li Wenlin gritted her teeth, her face darkening. Another notification sounded. Master Lei Jin's successor, Lu Xingchen, dislikes your attitude and has devalued your friendship score by 10 points. Li Wenlin, Her friendship score with Lu Xingchen was already at -50, and after just one meeting, it dropped another 20 points. Well, they're almost mortal enemies. If she stays any longer, she'd probably be blacklisted. A middle-aged man, noticing Lu Xingchen's unfriendly expression, hurried over and said to Li Wenlin, "Boss Li, how about I greet Master Lu while you go back?" Li Wenlin, helpless, turned and left. She didn't dare stay any longer. The scene of Wan Jinbao's death had left a deep impression on her, and she feared Lu Xingchen would attack her. The middle-aged man approached Lu Xingchen and said, "Master Lu, welcome. Look, do you like these?" He immediately held up 2 or 3 seedlings. Lu Xingchen recognized them all: sunflower, beans, and cherry seedlings. She had no idea how many of these things were in her peach blossom holy land, and she didn't need them at all. So she shook her head and turned to leave. The middle-aged man suddenly called out, "Master, please stay. I have something to say." Lu Xingchen turned around. The middle-aged man whispered, "Master, I will help you kill Li Wenlin. Wait for my news." Lu Xingchen glanced at him and said, "Okay." She didn't even think of Li Wenlin now. The Star Slaying Gang wasn't very large, and she looked down on them even more. But if someone offered to help her with a minor problem, there was no need to refuse. The middle-aged woman was overjoyed because she had earned 5 friendship points from Lu Xingchen. He had earned 5 friendship points with just one promise. Wouldn't killing Li Wenlin earn even more? Killing Li Wenlin would elevate her to the position of gang leader and also earn Lu Xingchen's friendship points. It was truly a win-win situation. He was immediately excited. Lu Xingchen flicked her sleeves and departed. She continued her patrol. Each player she encountered more clever than the last. Some offered her cards, some various plants, and some rare supplies. It had to be said that Lu Xingchen's sea patrols were essentially about collecting gifts. 2 hours were almost up, her backpack full, and she decided to return home. With a flick of her white jade cane, she encountered another raft near hers. The raft, made up of 2 pieces of wood, was about 500 or 600 square meters, covered by a wooden pavilion, a wooden boat, and a warehouse. It was neat and clean. But there was no one in sight. Only a girl's sobbing could be heard. "Daddy, woo-woo daddy." The voice sounded familiar. Lu Xingchen, who was about to leave, stopped and tapped the raft with his cane. The sobbing stopped, and a tear-stained face peeked out from the wooden pavilion. She immediately rushed out. "Lu Xingchen? Master Lu, am I right? I'm Qi Linyu." "Qi Linyu?" Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment, and finally remembered. Wasn't this the girl who had sold him the summoning card? No wonder the voice sounded familiar. Has she reunited with her father? Qi Linyu wiped away her tears. "Master Lu, can you do me a favor? I don't want friendship points. I don't want you to teach me anything. Can you please save my father? I give you something." She took out a black iron plate without hesitation. "Master Lu, this plate is your ticket to Frost and Snow Village. When it lights up, it means the Frost and Snow Village market begins. Then, you can use this ticket to enter Frost and Snow Village." Lu Xingchen was surprised. This was the first time he seen such a thing. It seemed like Qi Linyu was a bit of a lucky charm. She had been the first to receive the summoning card, and now she had received an admission ticket. She took the plate. It was about half a centimeter thick and palm-sized. Inscribed on it, in silver and iron, were the words Frost and Snow. It looked very simple. Now it was dim and lifeless. She glanced at him and asked directly, "What happened to your father? Let me see if I can save him first." Qi Linyu's tears streamed down her face. "My father went on an expedition to the island and encountered danger. I called him back, but he was seriously injured. He looks dying now. I wanted to find a rejuvenation pill, but there weren't any in the trading hall. I searched for them for ages, but couldn't find any." Lu Xingchen was surprised. How could that be? Rejuvenation pills are relatively rare, so they shouldn't be unavailable, right? Qi Linyu glanced at Lu Xingchen. "Because so many people were injured today." "Oh!" Lu Xingchen suddenly realized that several major gangs had besieged her today, leaving countless people seriously injured. Therefore, the price of the rejuvenation pills had skyrocketed, and they had already sold out. Even now, countless people were waiting for the rejuvenation pills to save their lives. It was just a rejuvenation pill. She had several, but she hadn't used them. So she took one out and handed it to Qi Linyu. Qi Linyu immediately returned. A moment later, she smiled and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Xingchen." Lu Xingchen played with the iron plate in his hand and asked, "How did you get this? What is Frost and Snow Village? Why is there a market there?" Chapter 472. Qi Linyu elaborated. "While I was exploring, I rescued an NPC on an island. To thank me, he gave me this iron plaque and said he hosts the next Frost and Snow Village market. I could go and see the market, where there would be many rare items for sale." Lu Xingchen paused. "The market is full of NPCs, right?" Qi Linyu nodded. "Probably." Since that was the case, Lu Xingchen had to go. NPCs were around, and there was a market, so there must be good stuff. However, it was obvious that this iron plaque was precious. The rejuvenation pill was worth much less than the iron plaque. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingchen nodded his white jade cane. Qi Linyu heard the game notification. "Master Lei Jin's successor, Lu Xingchen, likes your gift and has increased your friendship points by 50. Qi Linyu was surprised. She also watched the chat channel and knew that it was difficult to increase the friendship points of the masters. Only by giving them something they liked could you increase their friendship points by 10 points. Now, Lu Xingchen immediately gave her 50 friendship points. Adding to the initial 10 points, her friendship with Lu Xingchen had reached 60. This wasn't just special treatment. It was a complete backdoor. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "Qi Linyu, what do you want to learn? Intermediate arrow tower? Intermediate rocket launcher? Intermediate fireball cannon? Shi Lingyu was delighted. Can you? Lu Xingchen smiled. Of course. However, the materials required for the intermediate arrow tower are relatively easy to gather. Since you are a small group, I recommend that you learn the intermediate arrow tower. Shi Lingyu nodded vigorously. Okay, then I learn the intermediate arrow tower. Lu Xingchen quickly taught her. Game announcement. Master Lei Jin's successor, Lu Xingchen, has taught Shi Lingyu how to build an intermediate arrow tower. Today, Lu Xingchen had only taught 3 groups of people. Seeing Shi Lingyu's announcement, people started discussing again. Who is Shi Lingyu? How could she possibly have boosted Lu Xingchen's friendship points all at once? I remember her. Zheng Yuan and Lu Xingchen were fighting over the summons, but in the end, Shi Lingyu sold it to Lu Xingchen. I see. Those with a connection to Lu Xingchen still reap the benefits first. Hey, it's just our bad luck that we didn't know Lu Xingchen before. Shi Lingyu, actually just give Master Lu your most precious treasures to increase your friendship points. Xia Xiuyu, that's right, don't be stingy. Master Lu has seen all sorts of good things. You should take the best. Yin Xiaolin, that's right. Don't be stingy. Be generous. So, everyone started discussing what Lu Xingchen liked. Someone simply called out in the chat, Master Lu, what's your favorite? Why don't you just say it? Lu Xingchen, She needed glass cloud stone, a very high-grade stone, but unfortunately no one had it. After teaching Shi Lingyu, Lu Xingchen concluded her tour for the day. When she returned to the raft, Black 3, Red 3, and Black 9 were all gone. After asking Grandma, she learned that the Black Skull pirates had gone back to deal with something. The boat suddenly felt much quieter. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to wash up, the system suddenly prompted, the space in the Peach Blossom Holy Land is unstable. Please expand the raft to its original size, as soon as possible. The system prompted this 3 times in a row. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized that she had previously reduced the size of the raft to resist the siege, having forgotten that the expansion of the Peach Blossom Land space had been responsible for its expansion. Now, by reducing the raft size, the Peach Blossom Land space was unstable. She hurriedly prepared wood and stone materials, and expanded the raft to its original size of 3,000 square meters, still using the raft's length and width of 100 meters. After the expansion, the arrow tower would no longer be large enough. Lu Xingchen was worried. She longed to build an advanced arrow tower, but she was short of supplies. The glass cloud stone required for the advanced arrow tower was simply unavailable. Lu Xingchen announced in the regional chat, collecting glass cloud stone. As soon as she spoke, the chat room went wild. Master Lu? Are you still on tour? I've been waiting for you for ages. What is glass cloud stone? How come I've never seen it before? Hurry, hurry, Master has issued a quest. Anyone with glass cloud stone? Here's your chance. Hey, is finding what Lu Xingchen wants easy? I advise you to give up. I've never even seen glass cloud stone. Sure enough, after searching for a long time, no one had any. They didn't even have any information about glass cloud stone. Lu Xingchen sighed. It seemed she had to contact Master Lei Jin again. The master had just gone back, so she decided to wait a couple of days. Then, she could have Lan contact Boo Boo. It was almost 11 p.m., and she decided to wash up and go to bed. She had just finished her shower, when the fully automatic shower system suddenly began to make a beeping sound. On the bathtub's electronic screen, Lu Xingchen spotted a line of yellow text, warning. The thermal energy chip, filter chip, and power chip in the fully automatic shower system are running low. Please replace them as soon as possible. What? Need to replace the chip? Lu Xingchen stared at it for a long time. Heat chip, filter chip, power chip? This fully automatic shower system had so many chips? She understood. It was out of power and needed a replacement. The problem was, she had never seen these chips before. She had already called the police. If they couldn't find the chip, would she never be able to take a hot shower again, going to the hot springs later? No, since every shower system had a chip, her hot spring system must have one too. What if the hot springs ran out? That hot spring water has detoxifying properties. It couldn't be wasted. Lu Xingchen stared at it for a long time before finally seeing a line of text in the upper right corner of the screen. Estimated days remaining. 15. Oh, so it could last at least 10 days? Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. At least 2 weeks. She had to think of another way. She went back to her room to sleep. The next day, she visited the Peach Blossom Land and experienced a double blessing. Now, she set up the kitchen on the first floor, which offered more space and saved her the trouble of having to go upstairs to cook. She went downstairs, intending to cook with her grandmother. She came out of the kitchen in a panic. Xing Xing, our food processor's broken. It keeps beeping. Huh? Startled, Lu Xingchen and her grandmother went into the kitchen. A line of small yellow text appeared above the food processor's electronic screen. Warning. Fully automatic food processor is running low on energy. The thermal and electrical chips will only last for 50 hours. Please use with caution and replace as soon as possible. Another chip, but the food processor hadn't been used for that long, had it? At least much less than a fully automatic shower system. Why was it running low on energy now? Lu Xingchen thought about it, and suddenly understood. The first possibility is, lately, they've been eating over a dozen dishes at every meal, 3 meals a day, and everything in between. That's a lot of food. The second possibility is, cooking consumes a lot of electricity and energy. It seems these fully automatic machines all require so-called chips. If they don't quickly find the heat, power, and filter chips, her fully automatic shower system, fully automatic food processor, fully automatic washing machine, fully automatic dishwasher, and so on, will no longer work. What will happen then? After getting used to these things, life will be greatly inconvenienced if they stop working. But where can I find these chips? Chapter 473. Lu Xingchen immediately asked Wei Lin, Qin Wuchuan, and the others, and they all said they had never seen a chip. If they hadn't seen one, then it was likely that none of the players had either. Despite this, Lu Xingchen still tried asking in the chat channel. To her surprise, the players burst into tears as soon as she asked, Master Lu, can you please ask for something we have? Yes, we've never even heard of the thing you're asking about. Where can we find it? There's such a thing as an energy chip? I thought it was used for electrical appliances, right? Could there be any electrical appliances that could use it? Of course there are, it's just not our turn. Seeing the discussion was drifting off topic, Lu Xingchen closed the screen. It seemed she would have to resolve this matter herself. Lu Xingchen glanced around and saw Hong Shusan. Now, he was the only NPC on the raft. She waved at Hong Shusan, who immediately came running over. Sister Lu, what's up? Sister? When did Hong Shusan think of changing her address? Hong Shusan quickly explained. My sister said she and you are sisters, so from now on I treat you as my sister. Lu Xingchen thought about it, and realized it made sense. She asked, do you know what electrical chips and thermal chips are? Hong Shusan was stunned and shook her head repeatedly. I'd never heard of them. Lu Xingchen, then didn't your pirate ships have fully automatic machines? Similar to the food processors, washing machines, and dishwashers we use today? Hong Shusan shook his head like a rattle. Sister Lu, we never had anything like that. There aren't any NPCs. Lu Xingchen asked tentatively, what about the glass cloud stone? What about Frost and Snow Village? Hong Shusan still shook his head, piteously and guiltily saying, Sister Lu, I'm too young to understand. Oh, Frost and Snow Village. I think I've heard of it. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. Is there a market there? Hong Shusan nodded. Yes, there's a market every once in a while. One time was in Frost and Snow Village. However, anyone who wants to go there needs a ticket. It's not open to anyone. Even my sister hasn't been there. Huh? Lu Xingchen was surprised. A market this sophisticated? Hong Shusan was still young, after all, and knew very little. After finding nothing, Lu Xingchen grew anxious. Her eyes rolled, and she waved over to Lon Lon. Lon Lon, do you want to go play with Bubu? Lon Lon slumped. Buba told me not to look for her for the next few days. Her father wants to take her and her baby on a trip. Travel? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Master Lei Jin was such a liar, saying he was busy, but he was actually traveling. Master Lei Jin was so happy traveling, leaving her here to work. Damn it. No, she had to make more money. Make a lot of money. Make a list of supplies. Lu Xingchen made a list, sorted it out, and then looked it over carefully. Hong Shusan happily fed the chickens and rabbits, humming a little tune. I have 1 gold coin, haha, buy chickens, fish, rabbits, haha, haha. I have 2 gold coins, haha, buy swords, equipment, haha, haha. I have 3 gold coins, haha, buy a big stone arrow tower bomb. Lu Xingchen, Gosh, this song is quite interesting. 1 gold coin buys a bunch of living creatures, 2 gold coins buy equipment, and 3 gold coins buy an arrow tower. The prices are so cheap. As Lu Xingchen listened, an idea suddenly struck him. Hong Shusan, come here. Hong Shusan immediately came over again. Lu Xingchen, do you have any gold coins? Hong Shusan immediately covered the bag on her belt. You, what are you doing? Even siblings have to settle accounts. No lending. Lu Xingchen, let me see. Hong Shusan, just a look? Lu Xingchen was speechless. Of course, I don't need your 2 cents. How many gold coins could fit in such a small bag? She had more than a dozen in her stash. Hong Shusan opened her purse. The purse wasn't big, but it contained a lot of gold coins, gleaming brightly, almost blinding Lu Xingchen. There were far more gold coins than she had. If he killed Hong Shusan back then, he'd probably have gotten a ton of gold coins. Lu Xingchen was finally tempted. So many? How about I save them for you to get married? Hong Shusan's expression immediately changed, and he put away his purse expressionlessly. Haha, my sister's already used this trick to trick me out of several bags of gold coins. Lu Xingchen laughed heartily and asked, what are the gold coins for, Shusan? She always wondered about this. When you kill a pirate, besides getting a pirate uniform and some pirate goods, you usually get a few gold coins. She had never understood what the gold coins were for. Hong Shusan blurted out, buying things. We pirates use gold coins to buy things from each other. We also share gold coins when we go on plunder. I don't often participate in robberies, so I don't have many gold coins. My sister has saved up quite a bit. Lu Xingchen asked curiously, what does your sister save so much gold for? Hong Shusan, buying things. Lu Xingchen suddenly had an idea. Is it that we need gold coins to buy things at the market? Hong Shusan's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. I heard them talking about how they hope to save enough gold coins so they can go to the market. Yes, finally, some useful information. Gold coins are useful. You must have enough gold coins to go to the market. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, finally figuring one thing out. She didn't know when the market would open in Frost Snow Village, but until then, she had to save up a lot of gold coins. Pirates are rampant now, and players who kill pirates have gold coins, though not much. She, for example, only had a dozen or so. Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen and asked, does anyone have gold coins? With just this one question, the chat channel immediately went wild. Master Lu, do you need gold coins? I have 3. I have some too. I killed 3 pirates. Haha, 12 gold coins. How did you kill so many pirates upstairs? Is it weird? There are 20 or 30 of us together. If we can't fight alone, can't we just gang up on them? What's our little bit? If all the big gang's gold coins are concentrated in one person's hands, he must have hundreds. Master Lu needs gold coins? I get it. Haha, get some ready to give to Master Lu. Suddenly someone said, I need to open a box. Here's Master Lu's introduction. Would you like to hear it? Xia Xiaoyu, Master Lu? Lu Xingchen? The man said, yeah, unexpected, right? The other said, quick, does it tell us how to increase favorability? Come on, show us. The man actually posted the introduction. Come, for the benefit of everyone, take a look at Master Lu's introduction. Master Lu, the successor of Master Lei Jin, he can teach beginner, intermediate, and advanced arrow towers, beginner, intermediate, and advanced fireball cannons, beginner, intermediate, and advanced rocket launchers, monitoring radars, and more. I like plants I've never seen before. Seeds, high-grade ore, glass cloud stone, high-grade wood, high-grade stone, gold coins, cards, rare supplies, oddly shaped junk, and more. To gain Master Lu's friendship points, please be respectful and humble, and offer her items she likes. Note: Master Lu dislikes members of the Qilong Gang and the Luxing Gang. Members of these 2 gangs should approach with caution. Lu Xingchen, Truly, the introduction is quite reliable. It covers almost everything she wants. Even the game encourages players to give her supplies, then it would be inappropriate for her to refuse them. Chapter 474. The introduction almost explicitly told players that they could gain friendship points by giving Lu Xingchen rare supplies. It even listed Lu Xingchen's preferences. The players immediately had a goal. Okay, it seems Master Lu's friendship points are pretty easy to gain. Much easier to deal with than Master Lei Jin. I have a few rare cards and a dozen gold coins. But what if I give them all to Master Lu and his friendship points still don't reach 60? Wouldn't that be a waste? Hey, did you think about this when you were giving NPC friendship points? Are you afraid it'd be wasted now? Are you expecting more from Lu Xingchen just because she's a player? That's right. Our small gang of 300 people almost gave away all the goodies we had to get the 6th ranked master's friendship point to 50. Who would care about your little stuff? The introduction made many players even more anxious. worried that their gifts wouldn't increase their friendship points enough and would be wasted. I was also worried that I'd given away so many things, almost reaching friendship points, and yet I couldn't find anyone. In short, I was worried about all sorts of things. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and posted a series of messages in the chat channel. Lu Xingchen, accepting gold coins, minimum order of 100. Lu Xingchen, accepting high-grade marcasite, minimum order of 100. Lu Xingchen, accepting glass marble, minimum order of 1. Lu Xingchen, accepting high-grade wood, minimum order of 100. Lu Xingchen, accepting various plant seeds and seedlings, minimum order of 1. Isn't that a clear price? It saved everyone from worrying about losing out. As soon as she sent the message, she immediately received numerous private messages. Someone simply transferred supplies to her directly, and Lu Xingchen set her to do not disturb. After resting for a while, she suddenly remembered something. She hadn't yet visited Zhongchang. Now, guided by the omnidirectional radar, her raft was heading towards Zhongchang's location. Judging by the route, she should see him in a few days. She would go on a sea patrol to see him first. Zhongchang had been there during the last siege, and before he arrived, he had left his son with the Wei family. Unfortunately, he was usually quiet and his presence was low, so Lu Xingchen had forgotten to visit him yesterday. After packing up, Lu Xingchen, bored, clicked Sea Patrol. Swish! Lu Xingchen appeared before Zhongchang. At that moment, Zhongchang was playing with his son. He looked up and saw a beaming Lu Xingchen. Xingchen! Zhongchang was overjoyed, and Long ran over happily. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. Zhongchang, I suggest you learn to build an intermediate arrow tower. The materials required are relatively few. Zhongchang agreed without asking, okay. Lu Xingchen finished teaching Zhongchang. Zhongchang hesitated, then said, Xingchen, I'd like to go to Boss Qin's place. He has more people there. Lu Xingchen was startled, then realized that Zhongchang was afraid of causing her trouble. After all, he was bringing a child. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Boss Qin has quite a few people, right? Are you sure you can trust them all? If that doesn't work out, after you go to my place, just follow my raft from a distance. How about we not merge? Gao Dafu and Gu Yan's raft isn't far from mine either. Zhongchang breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to merge with Lu Xingchen's raft. He had always been cared for by Lu Xingchen. If he brought a child, wouldn't that mean Xingchen's grandmother would have to take care of the child? He wasn't that shameless. Going to Qin Wuchuan was a forced move. After all, things were different now. Players might encounter each other on their rafts, and he didn't dare explore the island alone. At Qin Wuchuan's place, at least someone would stay to look after the child. In truth, he didn't want to go to Qin Wuchuan's place either. As Lu Xingchen had said, Qin Wuchuan's place was crowded, and he wasn't an outgoing person, so he didn't know many of them. With the child there, he was also nervous. Lu Xingchen's suggestion was a good one, and he immediately accepted it. Lu Xingchen taught him how to build an intermediate arrow tower, and helped him build two on the raft, then left. This time, the teleportation was random. She randomly moved to several locations, and received a private message from Qin Wuchuan. Xingchen, did you set do not disturb the stranger? The Turtle Gang leader wants you to approve it. He has gold coins and high-level marcasite. Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen, and approved the Turtle Gang leader's request. The Turtle Gang leader said, Master Lu, I have 300 gold coins, and 200 high-grade marcasite. Could you please come over? Lu Xingchen, okay, I'm coming. As expected, the big gang still have the money. The Turtle Gang, as their name suggests, is rather cowardly. Although they participated in the siege of Lu Xingchen, they always lagged behind, running away when things got tough. So, aside from the leader, her friendship with most of the Turtle Gang members is normal. Swish. With a flash, she teleported to the Turtle Gang's location. The Turtle Gang was also a large group of rafts. The Turtle Gang leader greeted Lu Xingchen with a smile, yet a trembling fear. It said that Lu Xingchen reduced the Star Killer Gang leader's friendship by 20 points upon their initial encounter. He was terrified. So, he also brought 2 deputy gang leaders with him. If all else failed, he could go invisible. Lu Xingchen glanced at him, and saw that the Turtle Gang leader was a chubby, short man, about the same height as Gao Dafu. Familiar, pleasing to the eye. The Turtle Gang leader cautiously shifted his position. He was a little scared. He wondered if Lu Xingchen was obsessed with looks. The last time they met Hong San had slapped him, reducing his friendship points by 20. Lu Xingchen, please don't do that. Suddenly, he heard the game notification. Your looks have pleased Master Lu, friendship points increased by 10. The Turtle Gang leader was shocked. Master Lu liked this? Lu Xingchen was also surprised. Just because she liked him, the Turtle Gang leader got 10 more friendship points? What a bargain for him. It seems that her friendship points aren't entirely under her control. The deputy gang leader quickly offered 150 gold coins and 200 high-grade marcasite, and Lu Xingchen gave him 50 friendship points without hesitation. The deputy gang leader hadn't participated in the siege of Lu Xingchen, so his initial friendship with Lu Xingchen was 10, bringing his total to 60. Lu Xingchen wasted no time. What do you want to learn? Intermediate arrow tower? Advanced arrow tower? Intermediate fireball cannon? Advanced fireball cannon? Pick one. The deputy gang leader immediately said, Advanced fireball cannon. It seemed they had already discussed this. Lu Xingchen wasted no time. Okay. Soon, the deputy gang leader learned the advanced fireball cannon and was stunned. Advanced fireball cannons require glass cloud stone? What is glass cloud stone? Where can I find it? What are advanced carbon stone, saltpeter, and gold quicksand? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. I don't know either. I can't find it either. The Turtle Gang members were stunned. Lu Xingchen flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. The deputy leader hurriedly asked, Master, please wait. Where can I find glass cloud stone, high-grade charcoal stone, saltpeter, and golden quicksand? Lu Xingchen sighed. I really don't know. The deputy leader and the leader of the Turtle Gang looked at each other in bewilderment. Wasn't all this learning in vain? Seeing Lu Xingchen was about to leave, the leader hurriedly asked, Master Lu, what weapons can we craft now? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Elementary and intermediate arrow towers. But you need someone else to learn. If someone else learns, you have to use someone else to earn friendship points. This means they also need to prepare gold coins or high-grade marcasite. The Turtle Gang leader and deputy leader's faces turned green. Lu Xingchen turned and teleported away, changing locations several more times. 2 hours passed, and Lu Xingchen had collected all sorts of supplies, including nearly 2,000 gold coins. Gone, however, someone soon became displeased. Haha, isn't Lu Xingchen asking for too much? Killing a pirate only costs a few gold coins, but learning one skill from her costs 500 gold coins. Is that a steal? That's right. I strongly suggest everyone ask Lu Xingchen to lower the price. Lower the price, lower the price. If not, we won't learn. Xiaoxiaoyu, that's ridiculous. Only 500 gold coins. With over 1,000 people in a gang, how many pirates can they kill? Yin Xiaolin, right. If everyone in the gang pools their money, 1 or 2 people can learn. Wei Feng, come on Master Lu, I record these names for you. You won't have to teach them anymore. Xiaoxiaoyu, if you think it's not worth it, you could always earn friendship points with other masters? Huh? You never even meet them, do you? Immediately, many people spoke up for Lu Xingchen. Most of them wanted to boost their friendship points, impress Master Lu, or just become familiar with him. After a short while, the first few people were blasted to bits. However, those few were particularly tenacious, constantly arguing, insisting on lowering the price. One person had a row that was like that of dozens of people, and when no one paid any attention, they continued to argue. Lu Xingchen ignored them, and leisurely ate her lunch. She had an idea, to use the interzone communication card to contact Lu Haoyue and see what was going on there. If he hadn't learned these things yet, she planned to use the interzone summoning card to teach him everything from the advanced arrow tower to the fireball cannon. Chapter 475. Thinking it through, Lu Xingchen took out his interregion communication card and was about to look for Lu Haoyue when a voice suddenly rang out. Woo woo. Lu Xingchen turned and saw a round head popping out from the edge of the raft. It was the little seal. The little seal pawed its way onto the raft, its round, black eyes filled with sadness. Woo woo, Mira. Lu Xingchen was startled. What's wrong with Mira? Oh, by the way, last time you said Mira was sleeping. It's been several days. Why hasn't she come to get the gallon pearl yet? The little seal. Woo woo, Mira, sleeping, always sleeping. Lu Xingchen was stunned. You said Mira has been sleeping ever since? The little seal nodded repeatedly. Lu Xingchen's face darkened. Even a mermaid couldn't sleep all day. What had happened? She stood up immediately. Come on, I go check it out with you. Lu Xingchen jumped into the water and saw a giant manta ray waiting for them underwater. It seemed this was a special means of transportation that the little seal had found. They rode on the manta ray's back and sped all the way to the mermaid palace. Even with the manta ray's speed, it took them quite a while. 2 mermaids were guarding the entrance to the mermaid palace. They knew the little seal and greeted him, but they looked at Lu Xingchen warily. One of them glared at Lu Xingchen. Hey, the mermaid in the red vest? Long time no see. Lu Xingchen, The little seal. She's a friend, the queen, a friend. The guards at the mermaid palace trusted the little seal and nodded. Okay, go in. Lu Xingchen and the little seal entered the palace and heard the two mermaid guards behind them muttering, that's strange. The queen hasn't come out in ages. Has she been in seclusion for too long? What do you know? The previous mermaid queen spent even longer in seclusion, cultivating. That's normal. Lu Xingchen thought carefully and understood. The news of Myra's continued slumber likely hadn't spread, and ordinary mermaids were unaware of it. Along the way, they encountered a few mermaids. Lu Xingchen noticed that most of the mermaids were practicing in the playground, while the few remaining were on patrol. They were in a hurry, much busier than before. It seemed that Myra had changed her previous habits at the mermaid palace. At least, she stopped these mermaids from arguing. Soon, the little seal led her into the inner hall. The inner hall was still guarded by mermaids. After explaining the situation, the little seal let the two of them in. It wasn't until they reached Myra's bedroom door that they encountered a worried-looking middle-aged mermaid. Seeing Lu Xingchen, his eyes lit up. Are you here? The little seal said, wow, let's go see. The middle-aged mermaid kept saying, okay, master, please come in. Master? Lu Xingchen paused. Had the mermaids known that she had become the successor of Master Lei Jin? The little seal pulled her aside and whispered, I told you were a master of medicine. Now Myra is in a deep sleep, and only this mermaid knows. Lu Xingchen nodded and walked over to Myra's bed. Myra lay flat on the bed, her face calm and motionless, as if she were asleep. She was still breathing. The middle-aged mermaid said worriedly, the queen has been asleep for many days, and we can't wake her. Lu Xingchen frowned. Where's Prince Ryan? Remember Myra said that Ryan was about to have another attack, so she asked her to find the Gallon Pearl. Myra also promised that she could control Ryan. But now she slept for so long, and there was no news of Ryan at sea. What had become of him? The middle-aged mermaid sighed. Prince Ryan disappeared a long time ago. Lu Xingchen's expression changed. What? The middle-aged mermaid said, some time ago, one night, Ryan suddenly disappeared. The queen was very worried. She searched for him in the palace for a long time, then went out again. She was gone for several days in a row. On the last day, she returned exhausted and said she wanted to sleep. As a result, she never woke up again. Lu Xingchen's expression was serious. So much has happened. Why didn't the little seal tell her? She looked at the little seal. The little seal gestured quickly. I thought she was tired, so I waited for several days, and when she still didn't wake up, I went to find you. That's right. How could a little seal know so much? Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and asked the middle-aged mermaid, do you mermaids have a dormant period? The middle-aged mermaid shook her head repeatedly. No. Lu Xingchen, then. Think carefully, have any mermaids ever fallen into a dormant state before? The middle-aged mermaid smiled bitterly. I've only lived for 70 or 80 years, and in all that time, I've never heard of a mermaid falling into a deep sleep. That's strange. Merfolk, after all, are different from humans. Perhaps they're cultivating? Hibernating? Lu Xingchen asked again, are there any older mermaids? Why not ask them? The middle-aged mermaid smiled wryly. The mermaids have suffered repeated persecution and massacres. Of the remaining mermaids, I'm the oldest. Lu Xingchen was in a dilemma. He had two questions. 1. Where is Ryan? 2. Why is Myra in deep sleep? Is she in danger? These two questions might be related. Although he knew it was useless, Lu Xingchen still asked the middle-aged mermaid, do you have any way to contact or find Ryan? The middle-aged mermaid smiled bitterly. If the queen can't do it, how can I? Oh right, there's one thing. The night the queen returned, I seemed to see a figure. Lu Xingchen perked up. Tell me more. The middle-aged mermaid, it was around 3 in the morning. The queen had been resting for a few hours. I saw lights still on in the palace, and wanted to go over to extinguish them. As soon as I entered, I saw a dark figure flash by. I quickly chased after him, but he was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was crucial information. But who could be so fast? Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Could it be Ryan? The middle-aged mermaid shook her head. Impossible. That person is very fast. He's not a mermaid. I gathered my men and immediately sealed off the palace gates and searched, but nothing was found. All the clues were gone. Lu Xingchen returned to Myra's bedside and touched her forehead. She looked normal. If she was just sleeping like this, it wouldn't be dangerous, but she was worried something might happen. The middle-aged mermaid said, "Little Seal has noticed that the queen hasn't been feeling well these past 2 days. She seems to be weakening." Lu Xingchen was startled and looked at the little seal. "Really?" The little seal nodded vigorously. "Wow, really. Lu Xingchen stayed by Myra's bedside for a long time, and also walked around the mermaid palace. Led by the little seal and the middle-aged mermaid, the other mermaids just looked at her curiously but didn't try to stop her. Unfortunately, there was still no clue. Lu Xingchen was anxious. Until evening, she suddenly received a message from her grandmother. "Xingxing, when will you be back? Red 3, Black 3, and Black 9 are back, and Black 3 is injured. Do you want to come back?" Black 3 is injured? What were they doing? Lu Xingchen's heart sank. She had to go back first. It was a good opportunity to talk to Hong San about this situation, and see if she understood. Immediately, Lu Xingchen said goodbye to the middle-aged mermaid and returned to the raft with the baby seal. She took the baby seal with her, because she had the results, and could tell it directly. Her back and forth was taking too much time. Back on the raft, she saw He San slumped in a chair, Hong San anxious, and Heijio, like an ant on the hot pan. Lu Xingchen was surprised. What's wrong with He San? Is he weak again? Could it be that the side effects of the immortal jade dew were taking effect again? Chapter 476. Hong San looked a little tired. "Xingchen, can He San stay on your ship for a few days? Hong San will take care of him." Lu Xingchen nodded. "Of course." She asked again. "What happened to him?" Heijio sighed. "We went on an expedition. During the battle, He San was seriously injured, so we hurried back." Hong San. "Senior sister was injured too?" Lu Xingchen asked Hong San anxiously. "Are you okay?" Hong San looked a little pale, and shook his head. "I'm fine. He San blocked the attack for me. He's like this because of me." Lu Xingchen glanced at He San in surprise. He San blushed slightly, and sneered at Hong San. "Don't be so self-indulgent. What does my injury have to do with you?" Lu Xingchen, She examined him carefully, and took out the healing and rejuvenation pills, and gave them to He San. He San looked much better, but still wasn't feeling well. Lu Xingchen wasn't a doctor, but judging by the way He San was clutching his chest, he looked like he had some internal injuries. Hong San's eyes reddened. "Junior sister, don't worry about it. You can't heal his injuries. I find a way. Just take He San in." She turned to Hong San and said, "Hong San, you have to take good care of him, okay?" Hong San nodded obediently. "Don't worry, sister. I take good care of my brother-in-law." He San, no. Hong San, "Brother-in-law, I take you back to your room to rest." He San gritted his teeth and said, "No." Hong San, "Oh, I repay you for saving my life with my own body. I've already promised you this. Don't struggle." He San, "No." "Yes." Hong San, yes, brother-in-law." He San was so angry he felt dizzy, but now he had no fighting power left. Hong San half-dragged, half-carried him into the room. They lived on the 3rd floor. Lu Xingchen looked around and decided they should build another building. With the increasing number of people, the house was no longer enough. Hong San's injuries were not serious, and they had healed slightly with Lu Xingchen's healing pills. Hong San handed Lu Xingchen something that looked like a conch. "Junior sister, we can use this to communicate from now on. If you want to reach me, speak into the conch, and I hear you." Lu Xingchen took the conch. It was a gray, striped conch, a bit rough to the touch, but it had a round, button-like object on it. Pressing the button caused the conch to emit a faint glow. Pressing the button and speaking would allow Hong San to hear. She also had a similar conch in her hand. "Isn't this a walkie-talkie?" Lu Xingchen and Hong San stood at a distance. They tried it out, and sure enough, the voice transmission was clear and excellent. Hong San touched the conch and said proudly, "Xingxing, this is for contacting me when you're in danger or in an emergency. Don't use it for fun. It uses up the chip too much." "Chips?" Lu Xingchen keenly grasped the key word. Hong San nodded. "Yes, this thing has some kind of power chip inside. It needs to be replaced when it's used up. So, this also requires a chip." Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, "Senior sister, do you know where I can find a chip?" Hong San shook his head. "I don't know. I hear there are many experts at the market. You might run into someone with a chip." Lu Xingchen market? The Frost and Snow Tribe market? Hong San was startled. "What? This time the market is in the Frost Tribe?" Lu Xingchen nodded. "Yes, I heard the Frost Tribe market will be opening soon, and you need a ticket to enter. She held out the iron plate. Hong San was delighted. She took it and examined it. You actually have this? Oh, this is a regular ticket. I can't use it. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Is there a difference between tickets? Hong San nodded. Yes, our tickets aren't iron plates, they're wooden plates, different from these. Perhaps this is the difference between NPCs and players? Player tickets and NPC tickets are different, and they can't be used interchangeably. Lu Xingchen remembered a recent problem, and quickly explained Myra's situation. Hong San glanced at Lu Xingchen and said, Junior sister, you're quite impressive. You actually have a good relationship with mermaids. Mermaids are a cautious species, rarely seen, and are nearly extinct. Lu Xingchen asked, Senior sister, do you know anything that can put mermaids to sleep? Hong San immediately shook her head, no. Lu Xingchen was disappointed. Heijio leaned over and said, What? Little Lu, do you still like to hear fairy tales about sleeping mermaids? Hong San tapped him. Calling me senior sister is disrespectful. Are you not a junior brother? Heijio. No, she looks younger than me, so I can't call her that. Oh right, little Lu, let me tell you a fairy tale about a sleeping mermaid. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Come on. Heijio began to tell the story vividly. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful little mermaid. She was beautiful, smart, and adorable, but she was too naughty. She ran away from home. While on an adventure, she met a handsome pirate, and they fell in love. Hong San yawned. The little mermaid's parents didn't approve of their marriage, but they overcame numerous hardships, and finally got together, right? Heijio, yes, yes. Lu Xingchen hurriedly said, Quick, quick, where's Xinshen? Where's Xinshen? Heijio, after they fell in love, the little mermaid became pregnant and gave birth to a little mermaid. One day, they had an argument, and the mermaid ran away in anger with her son. The pirates chased her until they finally found her home and captured her. Fearing she escape again, the pirates gave her a sleeping potion. Finally, they got to the point. Lu Xingchen was thrilled. Hong San was speechless. Heijio, the little mermaid slept for months. Finally, her son couldn't bear it anymore, so he secretly went to the fairy island, stole the awakening flower, and woke her mother. After the little mermaid woke up, she ran back home. Lu Xingchen listened with rapt interest. What happened next? Heijio. So, the pirates blew up her house, and killed everyone in her family. The little mermaid was left homeless, and never ran away again. The three of them lived happily together. Hong San, what a psycho! Lu Xingchen, that's right. This isn't a fairy tale, it's a horror story. Right, Hong San looked at Heijio suspiciously. How come I haven't heard of this story? You made it up, didn't you? If you really did, that's a big problem. Hong San, you're a pervert. Hong San, Heijio, you look like a sunny young man, but you're actually so dark and perverted inside. I don't want you to be my junior apprentice. Lu Xingchen, Heijio, why don't you see a doctor first? Heijio quickly raised his hand and swore, I didn't make it up. It's just a fairy tale. Everyone in the Black Skull gang knows it. If you don't believe me, ask Hei-san. What a bizarre fairy tale. Hong San persisted, saying that no one in their Fire Phoenix pirates had ever heard of this story. Heijio swore repeatedly and asked Hei-san to testify before Hong San believed him. Lu Xingchen was a little disappointed. This perverted fairy tale didn't seem to contain any useful information. Oh no, the awakening flower. Lu Xingchen grabbed Heijio and asked, What is the awakening flower? Have you ever seen one? Hong San tilted her head and thought for a moment. I haven't heard of fairy tales, but the awakening flower does sound familiar. Junior sister, you're not thinking of using the awakening flower to save the little mermaid, are you? Lu Xingchen smiled wryly. What else? Let's try. Hong San thought for a moment. Actually, you can look for it when you go to the market. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Will there be any at the market? Hong San smiled. The market has all sorts of strange and bizarre things. Anything is possible. Lu Xingchen's mind struck him. What about glass marble? High-grade marcasite? High-grade wood? Hong San, yes, we have them all. Great. Chapter 477. Lu Xingchen was filled with longing for the Frost and Snow Village market. She grabbed Hong San and asked him many questions. Although Hong San didn't know much, Lu Xingchen could roughly conclude that Frost and Snow Village was a marketplace for NPCs. Whenever the market opened, NPCs seeking to trade would travel thousands of miles to come, bringing their finest treasures and large quantities of gold coins. Gold coins were the market's currency. Because of the large number of NPCs, all sorts of unexpected items were available. Of course, luck also depended on it. Sometimes, the market only held ordinary supplies. However, even with ordinary supplies, there were still glass cloud stone, high-grade marcasite, high-grade wood, and so on. After learning more about it, Lu Xingchen was even more excited about the Frost and Snow Village market. Now, all that was missing was gold coins. There was still gold to be earned. In fact, all the gangs, big and small, were collecting gold coins these days, and the gold coins were concentrated in the hands of the big gangs. These big gangs collected the gold coins and waited to give them to Lu Xingchen. She couldn't find a single scattered gold coin in the trading hall. Because of the sea cruise, she collected almost all the gold coins from Area 33 over the past 2 days. Lu Xingchen began to look forward to the sea cruise. It was getting late, and Hong San left. He Jiao stayed to take care of He San, and Lu Xingchen went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Xingchen went to the Peach Blossom Holy Land. Entering the Peach Blossom Holy Land brings blessings. Great fortune. Yes, good luck today. Looks like something happy is going to happen. Lu Xingchen leisurely ate breakfast and prepared to go to work. Sea cruise. Before the cruise, she opened the chat screen and was surprised to find that the people who had been nagging her to lower the price yesterday were still there. And not just them, but a dozen more people. A dozen people tirelessly flooded the chat room. Lu Xingchen, lower the price, lower the price. We're all in Area 33. Why are you being so extreme? That's right, our little gang doesn't have that much gold. Can't you just give us a lower price? Master Lu, we've got 300 gold coins. Can you please be more flexible? Please. Xia Xiaoyu, haha, you're forming a group, right? Moral blackmail, huh? How shameless. Yin Xiaolin, if you can't get enough, just look for another master. Why do you have to go to Master Lu? The turtle gang leader. That's right. In this survival world, it's survival of the fittest. The weak ones just wait to be eliminated. Stop struggling. The bird gang leader. If you can kill a few more pirates, the gold will come, right? Yes. Lying in bed and slacking off. Forcing others to lower their prices is so much safer. Killing pirates is so tiring, isn't it? Turtle gang leader. Master Lu, we've collected another 500 gold coins. Could you come over and teach us how to build an intermediate arrow tower? Bird gang leader. Great. Master Lu, we prepared 300 gold coins and 200 high-grade marcasite. Could you come to us after visiting the turtle gang? Greenleaf gang leader. We prepared 1,000 high-grade marcasite. Master Lu, we need to learn how to build an intermediate arrow tower and an intermediate fireball cannon. Lu Xingchen, no problem. Looking at the logbook, Lu Xingchen said, I have a quota here. I can't teach too many. I still have 2 spots. She did it on purpose. Of course there's a quota, and she can't teach unlimitedly. Think about it, could Master Lei Jin teach so many people? I taught a lot yesterday, so of course I teach less today. District 33's gold is almost gone anyway. Seeing the spots were almost gone, those who had been waiting anxiously grew anxious. They hoped to wait for someone to bargain and get a good deal, but to their surprise, their chance was gone. Instantly, the remaining 2 spots were snapped up. As expected, the 2 gangs offered very little gold, all replenished with high-grade white iron ore. Lu Xingchen stretched and prepared to go on his tour. Suddenly, an in-game announcement sounded. It was a bold, yellow announcement, quite different from previous ones. Announcement from Yen Country Northern District 1. Congratulations to Master Lu from District 33 for becoming the only successor to Master Lei Jin in this district. 2. The remaining servers in Yen Country Northern District 1 have failed their quests, and no successor has emerged. The relevant characters, Master Lei Jin, Master Bubu, and Wawa, are temporarily retired. 3. Starting today, players from other servers may offer sufficient supplies as a token of their sincerity to invite Master Lu, the successor of District 33, to come to this district to teach his skills. 4. In 3 days, the Master Sea Tour will conclude. Hope you all cherish this opportunity. Happy gaming. When the announcement came out, players were stunned. At first, they were stunned by Yen Nation's Northern District 1. What? Yen Nation's Northern District 1? So our District 33 is part of this larger district? So how many larger districts are there? Each district has only 100,000 people, and a larger district contains many smaller districts similar to District 33. That's about it. So many districts, and Master Lei Jin failed his mission? How difficult can Master Lei Jin's missions be? I have to say, Lu Xingchen is awesome. Of course. Lu Xingchen is the pride of our District 33. Haha, I've been in District 33 since the server launched. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. After all, everyone had just learned that District 33 was actually part of Yan Nation's Northern District. However, some were gloating, mostly those who had already learned the skills yesterday. A small number, fed up with the constant barrage of comments, were now eager to start shouting, "Haha, if other districts want Master Lu to teach them skills, it's probably going to cost more than 500 gold coins, right? Shouldn't they be willing to give half their money? That's right. What about those people who were just clamoring for a price reduction? Master Lu's business has expanded to other districts, so why would he bother with a bunch of you? Haha, if you can't even come up with 500 gold coins, then don't bother showing off. The sea tour will end in 3 days, and everyone's chances are running out. Master Lu is going on tour in other districts, leaving no one in our district any chance. And you're still trying to lower the price? Even if you raise the price, Master Lu might not even accept the order." Lu Xingchen was busy checking his sea tour interface. She saw the restrictions. She could only cruise for 2 hours a day, and naturally, those 2 hours could only be spent in one zone. After 3 days, the cruise ended, meaning she could only accept orders from 3 zones at most. Given that, it would depend on which zone showed the most sincerity. The leaders of the turtle and bird gangs were anxious. The turtle gang leader said, "Master Lu, can you cruise today? We've collected another 200 gold coins as your hard work." The bird gang leader said, "Master Lu, wait a minute, we scraped together some more." The others quickly promised more. Lu Xingchen, however, was thinking, great. Now I can travel to Lu Haoyue's Zone 8 on official funds. If my guess is correct, the other zones in Yan Nation's North Zone 1 have also issued this announcement. It all depends on which zone is faster and more sincere. Although the announcement didn't mention her full name, Lu Haoyue should have guessed it was her, right? Suddenly, a game prompt appeared. Zone 8 player Lu Haoyue has used a cross-zone communication card and would like to communicate with you. Do you agree? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Agree. A chat screen appeared in front of her, and Lu Haoyue's voice came over. Xingxing, is that you, Master Lu from Zone 33? Chapter 478. Lu Xingchen, it's me. Lu Haoyue burst into laughter. That's great, haha. Lu Haoyue's laughter gradually became more sinister. What do you want? I asked them to gather more. Qi Fangxin's loud voice. Xingxing, sister, I'm your third brother. Do you have any delicious food? Give me some. I want roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, watermelon, pomelo, pineapple. Baikaisen, are you stupid? You can't send it. Qi Fangxin, oh? Xingxing, let me sing you a song. I just learned it. Lu Haoyue, go away. Kaisen still has a mute card? No. Glue him up. Qi Fangxin, woo woo. Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered. Xiao Ye, where are Grandpa and Lu Ziheng? Call them over quickly, Grandma is here too. After finally getting in touch, it was natural to let Grandma talk to Grandpa and her little nephew. Grandma came over, beaming. Grandpa and Grandma hadn't seen each other for a while, so naturally they talked a lot. With their little nephew in tow, the family chatted for a while. Knowing the Lu family was chatting, Qi Fangxin finally managed to hold back his chatter. Lu Haoyue hurriedly contacted people. Every server in Yin Country's Northern District 1 had received the previous announcement. Everyone quickly understood the rules. Master Lu could only patrol for 2 hours, and could teach a maximum of 10 skills, with each person only receiving 1 skill. However, there were only 3 days left. This meant that Master Lu could only choose to patrol a maximum of 3 servers. Master Lu was a player, so he would definitely choose the one with the most donated supplies. However, no one knew how many districts there were in Yin Country's Northern District 1. I wonder how many options Master Lu has. This is a problem. It's like everyone's competing, but we don't know how many competitors there are, nor what their bids will be. It's like being in the dark. Now, the major gangs in each district have united and held a meeting to discuss how much each gang can offer and how to allocate the 10 spots. Lu Haoyue has also contacted people. He and Qi Fangxin happily established a gang. It's a small gang, but it's full of elites. It's very famous in District 8. Although it's small, the major gangs don't dare to mess with it. The cross-district communication card quickly expired, and Grandma was very excited. Lu Xingchen chatted with her for a while. Gao Dafu sent her several private messages. Little Lu, the chat channel is going crazy. Haha, everyone's raising prices like crazy, and they're all collecting gold coins. Lu Xingqian glanced at the chat channel. Sure enough, many gangs were discussing this. Some were hurriedly collecting gold coins, while others were directly raising prices. The chat channel had the air of an auction. The Turtle Gang, the Flying Bird Gang, and the Green Leaf Gang were all frantic. While collecting gold coins, they were also raising their prices. With only 3 days left, Lu Xingqian would definitely be exploring other zones. What if she stopped playing in Zone 33? Even if she was still playing in Zone 33, there were only a few spots left. Everyone was anxious. The Furious Turtle Gang even discovered that the dozen or so people clamoring for a price reduction belonged to smaller gangs, and they cursed those smaller gangs until they dared not intervene. They even threatened to wipe out those smaller gangs if they couldn't learn any skills. The chat channel was abuzz. At this time, invitations from various zones had appeared on Lu Xingqian's Cruise interface. Each zone could only send one invitation message, which summarized the available supplies. Because she had revealed to Lu Haoyue that she needed gold coins the most. Lu Haoyue's Zone 8 had prepared 9,000 gold coins and 10 skills. The other zones, unaware of Lu Xingqian's preferences and the purpose of gold coins, didn't value them at all. Therefore, they mostly offered rare equipment and cards. Lu Xingqian glanced at them and gave up. She only needed gold coins now. Suddenly she paused. Zone 26. This zone has prepared 15,000 gold coins and sincerely invites Master Lu to preach. 15,000 gold coins? Amazing. Lu Xingqian was surprised. She had almost drained all the gold from Zone 33, and it still didn't have this much. District 26 is quite generous. It even has nearly double the gold in District 8, and you still don't agree? Lu Xingqian almost immediately decided which districts to patrol. Districts 8 and 26. As for the other districts, the things they offered wouldn't be of much use. The remaining patrol opportunity was reserved for District 33. After all, they knew she needed gold and were bidding against each other. In just a short while, the reward for one skill had gone from 500 gold to 700 gold. No more. Perhaps because she was doing Master Lei Jin's quest, District 33 had killed far fewer pirates than the other districts. In District 33's regional chat, the various gangs were fiercely bidding. The Turtle Gang leader was extremely worried. We have too few gold coins. What if the other districts offer more gold than we do? Xiaoyu, what do you mean? Don't forget, you once besieged Master Lu. Do you think Master Lu would give up a better opportunity to attack our enemies? The Turtle Gang quickly defended themselves. No, we didn't participate in the siege. We just went to take a look. None of our gang members rushed forward. The Flying Bird Gang leader said, we stop at nothing and go, and kill the Azure Dragon Gang soon. Even so, they felt unsure. After all, there were only 3 patrol opportunities left, and with so many districts competing, they were not at an advantage. Lu Xingqian saw that it was almost done and said, we don't need high-grade white iron or for now. Gold coins are our priority. I conduct my final patrol in District 33 the day after tomorrow. The regional chat channel erupted in cheers. One chance is all. The various gangs were actively bidding, striving to acquire gold coins. This was a 3-day competition. Lu Xingqian had scheduled the parade for the day after tomorrow to give everyone more time to collect gold coins. After all, half of the competing gangs had previously threatened to siege her, so there was no need to give them face. Lu Xingqian prepared and decided to go to District 8 today. She couldn't wait to see Lu Haoyue, Lu Ziheng, and her grandfather, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. At noon, after lunch, the sun was warm, the sky clear, and the sea azure tranquil. Lu Xingqian packed Lon Lon and Meme into her pet bag, along with a variety of fruits, vegetables, and seeds, and clicked See Cruise. Select the server you want to cruise. Server 8, Server 26, Server 33, Server 45. Lu Xingqian simply chose Server 8. The cruise began, heading to Server 8, crossing servers. Lu Xingqian felt dizzy, her body drifting, and her vision went black. After an unknown amount of time, she regained her composure and opened her eyes. Before her was a deep, rippling sea, and dense, dark clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed, suggesting a rainstorm was approaching. No way, a sea cruise would start raining? Lu Xingqian quickly changed into a wide-sleeved Lucian dress and donned a veil. The game announcement didn't reveal her name, simply referring to her as Master Lu. She decided to be a little mysterious. Besides, it was going to rain. Chapter 479. The chat screen flashed. Announcement: Master Lu has arrived in District 8. She will replace Master Lei Jin in teaching shipbuilding techniques. Please cherish this opportunity. The District 8 chat interface suddenly appeared before Lu Xingchen. The chat channel was abuzz with excitement. Here she comes, Master Lu is here. Welcome, warm welcome. Haha, District 8 is truly impressive. We've snatched up Master Lu. Qi Fangxin, Master Lu, come on. We've been waiting for you for ages. See Cruise Master Lu, who has an umbrella. Take one. Lu Xingchen stared at her name in shock. 7 words, quite impressive. She had to take an umbrella. She only had 2 hours to cruise, and she couldn't afford to be caught in the rain. She had packed a lot of things, and despite all her calculations, she hadn't anticipated rain. And it looked like it would be a torrential downpour. As soon as she said that, the chat channel exploded. Someone actually had an umbrella, but unfortunately, they couldn't send it. Because, in this area, Lu Xingchen could only chat with people, not send supplies. If he wanted to send supplies, he probably had to do so in person. Boom! A flash of lightning, a rumble of thunder, rain was about to begin. Lu Haoyu have privately messaged, Little star, come quickly, don't bother looking for an umbrella. Lu Xingchen could teleport directly to Lu Haoyu's location, but as an NPC on tour, with only 2 hours to spare, she definitely couldn't stay there the entire time. Lu Xingchen looked up at the gloomy sky. Forget it, she'd just go over there. She tapped her cane, intending to teleport to Lu Haoyu's location. But the boat didn't move, and she heard a notification. Special mission seen, teleporting is unavailable. What? Lu Xingchen panicked. How come after changing zones, the Thunder Gold treasure ship suddenly couldn't teleport? This was troublesome. She quickly sent Lu Haoyu the coordinates, and Lu Haoyu replied quickly, Huh? Special quest scene can't summon? Xingxing, which quest scene did you enter? Is there a quest nearby? Lu Xingchen suddenly understood. The game prompt said quest scene, so didn't it mean there was a quest nearby? Strange, could there be quests in this zone? She was stunned for a moment, then considered giving up. 2 hours to earn 9,000 gold coins, that hourly wage, and no quests to exchange for. She had to leave, she had to earn money. She tapped her cane. Special quest scene, can't teleport. It was over, she couldn't move. Is there a game bug? She looked up and saw a small island not far away. Lush trees covered the island, birds occasionally flew by, and a small boat was sailing towards the island. Dark clouds hung heavy over the sky, and the sea was gloomy. A torrential downpour was imminent. Lu Xingchen wasn't afraid of the rain, but this kind of downpour was quite uncomfortable, so she decided to take shelter. She leaped from the treasure ship, stowed it in her backpack, and tread water, scurrying to the small island before her. Once there, Lu Xingchen quickly gathered supplies, like wood and stone, along with a portable crafting table, and built a small wooden cabin. The cabin was no more than 30 square meters. Boom! A loud thunderclap. The rain poured down, and Lu Xingchen dodged, taking shelter in the cabin. Crackle. The rain was heavy, the crackle sound incessant, accompanied by gigantic hailstones. Lu Xingchen was startled. Luckily, she ducked inside, otherwise she'd be soaked to the skin. On the chat screen, the players were also stunned. No, why are the hailstones so big? Is this extreme weather meant to welcome Master Lu? Yes, I've never seen rain this hard. Master Lu's arrival is such a big deal? Master Lu? Master Lu. We're the Blue Rose Guild. We invited Master Lu. Can you come right over? There are so many beautiful girls here. Qi Fangxin, maybe Master Lu doesn't like girls, but boys? Qi Fangxin, Master Lu, we're the Macho Threesome Guild. There are so many beautiful boys. Lu Xingchen didn't have time to check the chat screen. Through the glass window of the wooden house, she saw a large, wriggling caterpillar not far away. It was green and shimmering, struggling to roll towards her. What is this? The rain is so heavy that I can't see clearly. Could it be a monster? Lu Xingchen concentrated, staring at the object closely. Green? A large patch of red? Round? What kind of strange beast was this? The round creature crawled to her door, and Lu Xingchen saw a round face that looked familiar. The person began pounding on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Kind adventurer, can you save me? It was a person. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and opened the door. She was on a sea cruise, invincible. What was there to be afraid of? When she opened the door, she saw a short, fat person clinging to the doorframe, unable to get in. Lu Xingchen had set the threshold quite high, at least half a meter. The person was only a little over 1 meter tall, like a dwarf, with short arms and legs, and couldn't get in at all. Moreover, one of his legs, dragged along, was completely crushed and bloody. His body and arms were covered in scars, and even his head had 7 or 8 large lumps from the hail. It was quite bizarre. The man raised his head with great effort, and Lu Xingchen saw a disheveled face. Looks familiar. Lu Xingchen looked intently, and the dwarf stared back at him. Dwarf, huh? Huh? Ah. Lu Xingchen studied his face, and asked hesitantly, "What's your name?" Dwarf, "Kind adventurer, can you please save me?" Lu Xingchen, "What's your name?" Dwarf, "Kind adventurer, can you please save me?" Lu Xingchen, "Who are you to Babu?" The dwarf's expression changed, and he looked a little anxious. "Kind adventurer, can you please save me?" Lu Xingchen, "Why?" This man looked a bit like Babu, but he was younger. The dwarf repeated this several times, growing anxious. "You won't save me? I'm dying, and you won't save me even if I die? You have no conscience." Lu Xingchen, "So be it. Who is Babu to you?" The dwarf's face darkened. After a moment, he pried hard at the doorframe, but when he couldn't get in, he gave up. "I'm Ba-e-Ba, and Master Babu is my father." He glanced intently at Lu Xingchen and muttered, "Strange, looks familiar." Sure enough, Lu Xingchen stood in the room and took another closer look. She remembered that when she was cutting trees on Red Indian Island, Babu's family had suddenly returned, and among the group chasing her was Ba-e-Ba. She was an acquaintance, so could he recognize her? No, this isn't District 33, this is District 8. Since the two districts haven't merged yet then. This Ba-e-Ba from District 8 hasn't seen his District 33 self, has he? This is a mess. Ba-e-Ba had been crouching against the doorframe for too long, the rain and hail pelting him until he was bleeding profusely. He panicked, "Dear adventurer, will you save me or not?" Lu Xingchen, "Save!" She roughly dragged Ba-e-Ba inside, and gave him a rejuvenation pill and a healing pill. Ba-e-Ba took the rejuvenation and healing pills, and was instantly full of life. He looked a little grim as he held out a metal plaque. "Kind adventurer, thank you for saving me. This is your ticket to the Frost and Snow Village Market. It opened in a few days, and this ticket will take you there. Farewell." Ba-e-Ba turned and left with a swift movement, clinging to the doorframe and nimbly climbing out. Lu Xingchen hurried after him, but Ba-e-Ba was nowhere to be seen. She was surprised to find that the rain had finally stopped and the sky had cleared. She examined the iron plate carefully, then compared it with her own, finding them identical. So, she was completing a quest Qilin Yu had previously completed? So, the special quest scene mentioned earlier was this quest? Is this a cross-zone bonus? Or has it been so long since anyone has completed this quest, and the NPCs have been waiting here for so long, getting impatient? Over 20 minutes had already passed, and Lu Xingchen had no time to dwell on it. He quickly dismantled the wooden house, gathered the materials, walked to the shore, and launched the Thunder Gold treasure ship. Continue the cruise. Chapter 480. Lu Haoyue had privately messaged her several times. "Xingxing, how are you? Why aren't you talking?" Lu Haoyue, "To save time, I've called the rest of the gang here. We get together. You can come over and hold a training class, teach them together, and then send them away. We can just spend some quality time together, haha. Hey, why don't you reply? Is it dangerous? Is it really that way?" Lu Xingchen was delighted. This really saved time, saving her from having to travel around. Lu Xingchen, "I'd be there." She tapped her white jade cane and teleported to a raft. As expected, she was no longer in the special mission area. It was that mission that had just left her unable to move. "Ah, where did this ferry come from?" she exclaimed. Lu Xingchen looked up. She had arrived in front of a large group of rafts. The rafts were spacious, with exquisitely decorated houses. And, all on board were girls. Some were older, some very young. Each wore a sky blue ribbon in their hair, staring at Lu Xingchen with surprise. A flag hung on the raft, embroidered with the words "Blue Rose." And a rose. Master Lu on a sea cruise? It's Master Lu. A girl screamed. Ah, Master Lu is a girl. Ha ha. The gang leader even said he wanted to bring the prettiest girl to attract Master Lu. Ha ha. Wow, Master Lu's outfit is so beautiful. A Lucian dress. Wow, there's actually a Lucian dress in this game. I have something to strive for. Quick, where's the fruit? Where's the flowers? Where's the cleanser, face mask, and cosmetics? Bring them over. Give them to Master Lu. A large group of girls, both young and old, swarmed over, chattering non-stop. Lu Xingchen felt as if she were surrounded by 500 ducks. Wrong, come again. Who could have known that? With a simple teleportation, she landed in District 8's premier female gang, Yes, Lu Haoyue had said, their gang was small and elite. After the merger, Blue Rose had become District 8's largest gang, composed entirely of girls. Their enthusiasm was too much for Lu Xingchen to handle. She quickly teleported to a specific location. Swish. With a swish, she arrived in front of a raft. A large group of people, some sitting and some standing, were on the raft, divided into 5 groups. Among them was Lu Haoyue, and next to him were Qi Fangxin and Bai Kaisen. The most conspicuous were 7 or 8 girls, each dressed glamorously in a variety of styles, some heroic, some charming, and some delicate. The leader was strikingly beautiful, standing at a staggering 1.78 meters tall. At that moment, a loud voice was speaking. Is Master Lu an old man? Why is he so slow and dawdling? The enchanting beauty chuckled. He's a man in his 20s or 30s, perhaps? Perhaps around the same age as Haoyue. Handsome, isn't he? She even flirted with Lu Haoyue. Someone snorted. After all, he's just a player who luckily obtained an inheritance. How can he be like a god? Lu Haoyue turned around and saw Lu Xingchen. He was overjoyed. Xing. Master Lu, you're here? Everyone on the boat turned and was stunned to see Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen wore a wide-sleeved, fairy-like dress, a white veil covering her face, and leaned on a white jade cane. Her sleeves fluttered, like a fairy descending to earth. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The enchanting beauty murmured, it's over, this is a mistake. Lu Haoyue privately messaged Lu Xingchen, hey little star, that outfit is quite nice, isn't it? Lu Xingchen privately replied, of course. Come on, come over and count out 3 times and 9 times. Welcome, master. Lu Haoyue, you wish. Quick, get rid of these people. They've been making such a fuss here for ages. It's so annoying. This was Qi Fangxin's raft. It was large, but very empty, with only a tall pavilion with several tables and chairs, usually used for drinking and gatherings. Lu Haoyue turned to the crowd. Come on, count out 3 times and 9 times. Welcome, master. Everyone, The enchanting beauty gave Lu Haoyue a charming sidelong glance. Haoyue, you're so humorous. Everyone swarmed over, paying their respects enthusiastically. Even if the master was a player, he couldn't be offended. What if he's a petty person? Lu Xingchen wanted to spend more time with Grandpa, so he cut into blanks and said, come on, pay and learn a skill. Each person can only learn 1 skill, and the price will be the same as before. Everyone was stunned. With just 1 sentence, the immortal's aura vanished completely. The enchanting beauty giggled, Master, you're so down to earth. The loud voice said, okay, let's go first. Here's 1,800 gold coins. We have 2 of us, one learning advanced arrow tower, and the other learning advanced fireball cannon. Lu Xingchen privately messaged Lu Haoyue, how are your relationships with these people? Without waiting for Lu Haoyue to reply, she sent another private message, advanced arrow towers require glass cloud stone, and advanced fireball cannons require golden quicksand and advanced carbon stone. These are hard to come by these days, but advanced arrow towers are much more powerful than intermediate arrow towers. You can tell someone you're close to. Seeing Lu Xingchen silent for a long time, the loud voice became anxious and asked, Master Lu, are you ready to teach me? Lu Xingchen looked up at him and said, well, everyone, tell me what skills you want to learn. The enchanting beauty paused and thought before smiling, I learn the intermediate and advanced arrow towers. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but glance at her. It seemed this person had a good relationship with Lu Haoyue. The others listed their skills, and Lu Xingchen, with a flick of his cane, taught them one by one. They each handed over their gold coins. It was quick and efficient, and the whole process was done. The others still tried to get close, but Lu Haoyue dismissed them. All right, everyone, the training is over. Let's go home and never see each other again. They were naturally unhappy. Lu Haoyue, we all invited Master Lu here together. Do you think you can monopolize him? The alluring beauty flirted with Lu Xingchen. Master Lu, do you like beautiful women? Do you like drinking? Do you like dancing and singing? Would you like to join us on my raft? Lu Xingchen, everyone, the skills training is over. Goodbye. She flicked her cane, and with a swish, she was gone. Those people wouldn't leave until she left. After she left, Lu Haoyue began to dismiss them, and soon, everyone left one after another. Qi Fangxin, these people are so ungrateful. They still don't realize they're only getting the boss's help. Otherwise, how could Xingxing even come to District 8? Bai Kaisen, don't talk about Master Lu and the boss's relationship. Qi Fangxin, hey, I know. Alas, he was just trying to take advantage of the situation once more, but he won't have the chance. Lu Haoyue glanced at the private chat and smiled faintly. Back to my raft. Let's go. Lu Xingchen is still waiting. Just as the others had gone back, Lu Xingchen arrived. She had changed into a neat camouflage uniform and removed her veil. Lu Haoyue's raft was also large, planted with a variety of plants, vegetables, and fruits. It had two two-story buildings, a warehouse, a pavilion, and other neatly arranged items. Lu Xingchen couldn't wait to board the raft. Auntie! Lu Ziheng rushed over first, hugging Lu Xingchen's thighs. Annie, I missed you so much. Do you miss me? Lu Xingchen, yes, of course I do. But little Ziheng, I miss your snacks even more. Lu Ziheng immediately brought out a pile of things. Auntie, I saved this for you. All for you. Lu Xingchen looked around. Potato chips, seaweed, biscuits, and small bread, everything you could possibly want. After a few months, Lu Ziheng had grown sensible. Before, when Lu Xingchen snatched his snacks, he would cry and complain. Lu Xingchen pinched Lu Ziheng's cheeks hard. Good boy. Lu Ziheng covered his face. It hurts, it hurts. Lu Haoyue couldn't bear it any longer and slapped her shoulder hard. Little Xingxing, don't bully my son. You little bastard, don't bully Xingxing. Grandpa Lu shouted, walking over with a smile. The old man was in his 70s, but now he looked only in his 50s. There were only a few white hairs on his head, and he looked energetic, his eyes bright. And his body was full of solid muscles. Grandpa Lu was tall, almost 2 meters tall. He walked over with a powerful gait, like a giant. Lu Xingchen was surprised. The old man had never been this tall before, and he didn't have so much muscle. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandpa, how did you become like this? Grandpa Lu laughed heartily. It's a strange adventure, unspeakable. Lu Haoyue, well, one time I came across a small island and secretly went exploring. When I came back, I looked like this. I almost thought I'd been replaced. Grandpa laughed again. Xingxing, I knew you were coming, so I cooked a lot of dishes. Come, let's talk while we eat. Grandpa was also a skilled cook. Soon, the table was filled with dishes, and the family enjoyed a happy meal. In fact, their time together was very short. Lu Xingchen had been delayed by a mission, and she had to leave after less than an hour with her family. Before leaving, she gave Lu Haoyue her ticket to Frost and Snow Village. Time was too short. After their brief reunion, Lu Xingchen heard a notification. The tour of Area 8 has ended. We are returning now. Please be ready. 1, 2, 3. Lu Xingchen returned to the raft. She gave Grandpa the things Grandma had to bring and also took back the things Grandpa had brought for Grandma. The people in District 33 worked tirelessly to save up their gold coins. The next day, Lu Xingchen checked in at Peach Blossom Holy Land. After signing in, she planned to cruise to District 26. Please select the server you want to cruise. District 8, District 26, District 33, District 45. Lu Xingchen, District 26. Patrol begins teleporting. Chapter 481. With a flash, Lu Xingchen appeared in a turquoise sea. Glancing at the azure sky, Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Great! The sky was clear, and the weather was sunny. No more accidents today. She really wanted to explore District 26. Thinking back, District 26 had merged with several other districts. Back then, the man who dominated District 26 was Xianyuan Batian. He was the one who had ultimately challenged her for first place in the Grand Hunt. He was incredibly powerful. If she hadn't finally started hatching little white cats and gained a ton of points, she wouldn't have been able to surpass him. So, if my guess was correct, it was Xianyuan Batian who had invited her here. Remember, that man was quite cunning. After some thought, Lu Xingchen decided to take a stroll. With a flick of her white jade cane, swish, she teleported to a random raft. The raft was about 1,000 square meters, with only one person aboard. She yawned, then spotted Lu Xingchen and let out a shriek. Ah, Master Lu on the sea cruise. I saw Master Lu. Ha ha. Didn't the Xianyuan family take Master Lu? Master Lu didn't go. Ha ha, so funny. Huh? Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen. The chat channel was abuzz with activity. Welcome, Master Lu. Master Lu, come to my house? You wish. Master Lu was invited by the Xianyuan family. They've already taken all 10 spots. No one else can even think of getting one. Xianyuan Batian, welcome, Master Lu. The Xianyuan Guild awaits your presence. Xianyuan Badeo, welcome, Master Lu. The Xianyuan Guild awaits your presence. Xianyuan Lingyun, welcome, Master Lu. The Xianyuan Guild awaits your presence. Haha, Master Lu is here with me. The Xianyuan family must be stupefied, haha. Come, let me show you Master Lu's screenshots. Lu Xingchen was secretly surprised. It turned out that the Xianyuan family had paid for all 15,000 gold coins. Their guild had secured all 10 spots. Impressive, never mind, I better go to the Xianyuan family first and collect the money. Lu Xingchen flicked his white jade cane, and with a swish, he arrived in front of Xianyuan Beishan's raft. It was a massive raft. Lu Xingchen estimated that it was more than twice as large as her own. Nearby, there were numerous smaller rafts, connected in a continuous chain, covering a large area of the sea. The rafts were intricately built, with staggered layouts and dark red flags fluttering. On a nearby deck, there was a boy, perhaps 15 or 16 years old. The young man was tall and muscular, perhaps 1.9 meters tall. Shirtless, and wearing a black tank top, his bulging chest and abdominal muscles were faintly visible, and his arms were also covered in muscle. He looked incredibly explosive. He was brandishing 2 enormous meteor hammers. He spun them with great energy, his movements swift and ferocious. If he weren't panting and drenched in sweat, it would have been even more powerful. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but watch him a few more times. The young man was completely engrossed in his movements, spinning in circles. The meteor hammers in his hands hummed and spun around, and with a careless whoosh, one of them slipped from his hand. Whoosh! The meteor hammers flew over Lu Xingchen's head. The young man yelled, "Aw! Master Lu on patrol? It's Master Lu! Master, run!" Lu Xingchen didn't move. When the meteor hammer was only 20 or 30 centimeters from her head, she shone brightly, and a streak of light struck the young man. He screamed, "Ah!" and flew backwards, meteor hammer in hand. Like a parabola, he was flung high into the distance, gradually becoming a black dot. With a plop, he fell into the sea. "Badeo!" someone shouted, rushing over from a distance. He hurriedly ordered those following him, "Quick, get in the water and save him." He hurried to Lu Xingchen and said, "Excuse me, Master Lu." Lu Xingchen's face was icy, and he preemptively asked, "Is this the Xianyuan Guild's way of hospitality?" The man quickly said, "Master Lu, my brother didn't mean to hurt you. I believe you understand, otherwise you wouldn't have just given him a minor punishment." How clever. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but glance at the newcomer a few more times. The man was probably in his 20s or 30s, dressed in black with a red ribbon tied around his wrist. He was tall, with thick eyebrows, deep eyes, and a prominent nose, giving him a slightly exotic look. If my guess was correct, it must be Xianyuan Batian. The young man had no killing intent, because Lu Xingchen hadn't triggered the critical strike effect. It was merely a counterattack from the white jade cane's ordinary defense. The young man was merely flung back, uninjured. Lu Xingchen glanced at Xianyuan Batian and snorted. Xianyuan Batian felt a little relieved. He smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Master Lu, I'm Xianyuan Batian. Welcome. Just now, it was my useless younger brother, Xianyuan Badeo. He has a reckless personality. I apologize on his behalf." Not wanting to waste time, Lu Xingchen said bluntly, "Come on, I give you the gold coins while I teach you some skills." She felt relieved once the coins were in her pocket. Xianyuan Batian was stunned, then burst into laughter. "Okay, no problem, master. Please get aboard." Lu Xingchen leaped onto Xianyuan Beishan's boat and, with a flick of his hand, collected the Thunder Gold treasure ship. Xianyuan Beishan's eyes flashed as he ushered Lu Xingchen in, saying, "These 10 spots are all in our Xianyuan Guild. They're already waiting." Xianyuan Batian prepared 10 bags, each containing 1,500 gold coins, and placed them on the table. Lu Xingchen unceremoniously swept the gold coins with a single stroke of his sleeve, saying, "Come on, begin." Xianyuan Batian clapped his hands, and 9 people entered. The last was the dripping wet Xianyuan Badeo. He staggered in, dragging a massive meteor hammer with him, and gave Lu Xingchen a rueful look. Lu Xingchen, Xianyuan Batian was straightforward. "I learned the advanced arrow tower, and they learned the basic and intermediate arrow tower, basic and intermediate fireball cannon, advanced fireball cannon, basic and intermediate rocket cannon, advanced rocket cannon, and monitoring radar. That's exactly 10 skills." "Thank you, master." Lu Xingchen smacked her eyes. The Xianyuan Guild had learned every one of her skills. Capable. I guess the Xianyuan Guild is the undisputed #1 guild in District 26 right now. Thinking to herself, she kept busy, teaching everyone one by one. In just half an hour, she had completed the patrol. After teaching, She was about to leave when Xianyuan Batian smiled and said, "Thank you for coming here, master. I've had the food prepared. Could you wait a moment?" Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Xianyuan Batian was undoubtedly the undisputed leader in District 26. It was a good opportunity to visit their raft and see their buildings. Perhaps we could get some information. So she readily agreed. Xianyuan Batian, like a worm in her stomach, immediately said, "I show you around, master." Lu Xingchen nodded, "Okay." Xianyuan Batian led Lu Xingchen out and strolled around the raft. The two chatted as they walked. Lu Xingchen noticed a main building in the center of the raft, about 3 stories high. Nearby was a large square with tables, chairs, and flowers. Further away were 2-story buildings. Further away were some 1-story houses. The Xianyuan Guild was quite large. The warehouses were also quite large, with warehouses 1 and 2, probably more than one. She also saw fully automatic washing machines. More than one fully automatic machine. Lu Xingchen's mind raced. How long will your washing machines last? Xianyuan Batian. They're no longer usable because the power and water chips are depleted. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Xianyuan Batian smiled faintly. Master Lu, actually, we can be more frank and share what we have. Chapter 482. Xianyuan Batian pointed at the fully automatic washing machine. For example, where can I find these chips? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Where? Xianyuan Batian smiled mysteriously. Master Lu, what can you offer in exchange for this piece of information? Lu Xingchen, haha, you haven't even found the chip, so how can you provide any useful information? It's impossible to be honest with someone with too many ulterior motives. Especially when exchanging information, one can easily suffer losses. Xianyuan Batian suddenly had something in his hand, which spun and disappeared. He blinked. I know a place. Master Lu, I can tell you. You're looking for a piece of information to exchange. Lu Xingchen's eyes were sharp. She saw it in a flash. Xianyuan Batian held the iron plate, the ticket to Frost and Snow Village. As expected, he had it. She knew what he was going to say. She didn't need this information. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. No, I don't think it matters whether we have the chip or not. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. Master Lu, don't you have any information you'd like to know? Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Yes, for example, how do you have so many gold coins? Xianyuan Batian, because we found a treasure. Lu Xingchen, what treasure? She had always wondered why the Xianyuan Guild had so many gold coins, more than the entire District 33. Xianyuan Batian smiled faintly. Because we found a shipwreck on the seabed, and it's full of gold coins. Lu Xingchen, oh? Xianyuan Batian, ahem, Master Lu, I'd like to know how you completed Master Lei Jin's mission. Lu Xingchen chuckled and looked up at Xianyuan Batian. So you want to exchange this for something? Xianyuan Batian nodded. Yes, I give you the coordinates of the shipwreck, and you tell me how to complete Master Lei Jin's mission. How's that? Lu Xingchen countered. Do you think the value is equal? What a wonderful thought. Complete Master Lei Jin's mission, and if I gain the status of successor, I wonder how much gold I earn. Xianyuan Batian was indeed cunning. Ever since we were chatting, he'd been testing her. If his guess was correct, Xianyuan Batian had recognized her. Furthermore, the two of them chatted for a long time, Xianyuan Batian peppering her with questions, and Lu Xingchen, wary and cautious, kept her mouth shut. She suddenly didn't want to stay any longer. Talking to Xianyuan Batian was too tiring. Xianyuan Batian glanced down at something, then looked up and said, Excuse me, Master Lu, I have something else to do. I'll be back shortly. With that, he hurried off. He asked someone else to entertain Lu Xingchen, and Lu Xingchen waved him off. She took out the Lei Jin treasure ship, placed it beside the raft, and stepped aboard. While she was there, she decided to explore Area 26. With a flick of her white jade cane, she teleported to a small raft. The raft was barely 100 or 200 square meters, bare except for a small, low-lying hut. Whose raft was this? So poor? Lu Xingchen was shocked. Moreover, there had been no movement for so long. Was there no one there? She was about to leave, when a muffled cry suddenly rang out from the hut. Woo woo! Someone was crying. Who was it? Lu Xingchen, curious, gently jumped onto the raft and walked over. The sobbing continued, the person muttering, woo woo, my tooth hurts, woo woo, it hurts so much. Is a toothache enough to cause such a pang of crying? Lu Xingchen stopped. Judging from the voice, it was a young man. Hey, why does it sound so much like Xianyuan Badeo? The voice continued to nag. Woo woo, my sister took my candy. I want candy, woo-woo. Why can't I have candy? Woo-woo. My tooth hurts, woo-woo. Why can't I have chocolate? Woo-woo. Why can't I have cupcakes? Sweet cupcakes, creamy cupcakes, woo-woo, my tooth hurts, woo-woo. The man's voice grew louder and louder, until he burst into tears. The sobbing was so intense that the sky darkened, the sun and moon lost their light. Lu Xingchen, She didn't want to listen anymore. It was too noisy. She was about to leave. Creaky. The door opened, and the tall Xianyuan Badeo came out, hunched over, blowing his nose with a tissue as he sobbed, woo-woo, wow. He looked up and saw Lu Xingchen, and his sobs stopped abruptly. Lu Xingchen, hi, how are you? Xianyuan Badeo's face paled. He wiped his face and looked around warily. Why are you here? Lu Xingchen, I was just about to ask, why are you here? Aren't you and your brother on the same raft? There's nothing here except a small room. It's not habitable, is it? Xianyuan Badeo's face flushed red and blue. He closed the door and said nonchalantly, Did you hear anyone crying? I came over to comfort him. Lu Xingchen, oh. Nonsense. She had just glanced at the room, and it was empty. Lu Xingchen feigned kindness. I just heard he likes candy and chocolate. I happen to have some here. You can give it to him later. Xianyuan Badeo was excited. Really? Lu Xingchen pulled out a bag of chocolate marshmallows. Well, I don't like them either, so I gave them to him. This was something she had snatched from Lu Ziheng yesterday, when she went to District 8. She was worried that Lu Ziheng might have bad teeth from eating too much sweets, so she had snatched it up, and had been keeping it in her backpack. Xianyuan Badeo happily accepted the chocolates. Okay, wait a minute. He opened the door, and went inside. A moment later, he happily opened the door and emerged, excitedly saying, he says he loves eating. He feels much better after eating, and doesn't want to cry anymore. Do you have any more? Lu Xingchen remained calm. Yes, but isn't his toothache gone? Xianyuan Badeo hissed in pain, pounded his cheek, and said solemnly, It's okay. A toothache isn't fatal. He's not afraid. Lu Xingchen pulled out another bag of chocolates. Keep it for him until his toothache subsides. Otherwise, it'd be too painful. Okay. Xianyuan Badeo happily took the chocolates and carefully tucked them into his pocket. Then he looked up and gave Lu Xingchen a broad smile. You're so kind, Master Lu. Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. This IQ should go to Xianyuan Batian. A bit retarded? I didn't notice it just now, but she just likes kids like that. They're easy to get along with. Lu Xingchen waved at him. Are you and Xianyuan Batian brothers? Xianyuan Badeo nodded. Yes, I have a sister. He suddenly thought, by the way, I can't just take your chocolate for nothing. Here, gold coins. He dumped a bag of gold coins onto the deck with a clatter. Here you go. Lu Xingchen glanced at the bag and saw there were over 500 gold coins. So generous. An idea struck her. How do you have so many gold coins? Did you find treasure? Xianyuan Badeo nodded. Yes. Oh no, my brother won't let me tell anyone. Master Lu, I can't tell you. Lu Xingchen nodded. Well, you're a good kid who listens to your brother. By the way, what are the coordinates? Chapter 483. On the raft with fluttering flags, Xianyuan Batian closed the chat screen. No one has seen Lu Xingchen, and no one knows where she went. Next to him stood a girl dressed in black, her face covered by a black veil, making it difficult to see her features. The girl paused. Where's the location card? Xianyuan Batian shook his head. It's strange we can't locate her. Where could she be? If we can't find her, we can't make the next attempt. The girl lowered her eyes. Didn't my brother say she wasn't a worthy opponent? Why are you still testing us? Xianyuan Batian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Of course, haha. We're the Xianyuan family, powerful. Any one of us could crush Lu Xingchen, let alone me. He changed the subject. However, the most troublesome thing right now is the next zone merger. Zone mergers can't be decided by one person. We're Zone 26, and she's Zone 33. The next zone merger will either be us joining Zone 33 or her joining Zone 26. Lingyun, you should know we can't move. We can't be the ones being merged. Zone 26 can only be the main zone. Xianyuan Lingyun nodded gently. Xianyuan Batian slowly twisted the red wristband around his wrist. I'm very confident about the next zone merger. District 26 will definitely be the primary zone. However, my superiors told me that District 33 is a formidable opponent, and they recommended that I kill Lu Xingchen immediately to eliminate any future trouble. Xianyuan Lingyun frowned. But we can't do anything while she's on patrol. Xianyuan Batian nodded. Yes, according to the news from District 33, Lu Xingchen seems to be invincible while on patrol. However, we've tried various methods, and we've always found loopholes. I was planning to test her during dinner, but she ran away. Xianyuan Lingyun glanced down and said, we've been on a 2-hour cruise, and now we only have less than an hour left. Xianyuan Batian remained silent. Suddenly, he looked over and said, where's Badeo? Why is he so quiet? Xianyuan Lingyun sighed. He had a toothache and was eating some hidden sweets. I snatched them away. He's probably crying. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. He has a toothache? He's crying? Did he go to his raft again? This is bad. With his luck, he might run into Lu Xingchen. And he's the easiest to trick at a time like this. Xianyuan Batian suddenly stood up. Oh no, Lingyun, check on him. You're twins. You have a natural connection. Xianyuan Lingyun closed her eyes. After a moment, her brow furrowed. Lu Xingchen is with him. Lu Xingchen was still trying to trick Xianyuan Badeo. Instead of obediently giving her the coordinates, the domineering little brother pounded his cheek and said, my brother told me not to tell anyone, Master Lu. Lu Xingchen looked at him and said, does your tooth still hurt? Xianyuan Badeo nodded vigorously, then paused for a moment before saying, no, why would my tooth hurt? I don't like candy. Lu Xingchen suppressed a laugh and said, oh, so that's how it is. Then you can tell the candy lover in there to brush his teeth harder, and it will stop hurting. Xianyuan Badeo tilted his head and said, really? Lu Xingchen nodded, of course. If you don't believe me, tell him to try. Xianyuan Badeo went inside. Lu Xingchen heard a gurgling sound, probably brushing his teeth. She stood on the boat, feeling a little relieved. Badeo was still the best, simple-minded. That Xianyuan Batian was full of evil intentions. Every word he said had a purpose. One careless word or expression would reveal a lot. She didn't want to face him at all. Besides, with so many members of the Xianyuan family, they could control all the resources in the district. How many strange and bizarre cards must they have? She had to be careful. Soon, Xianyuan Badeo emerged, baring his white teeth. He said happily, my tooth doesn't hurt much anymore, Master Lu, you're amazing. He suddenly realized, oh, it's my friend's tooth that's not hurting anymore, not me. Lu Xingchen suppressed a laugh. Yes, not you. Xianyuan Batian rubbed his cheek, a little embarrassed. He asked cautiously, do you still want the coordinates? Lu Xingchen, yes, but your brother won't let you tell anyone. I won't force you. Xianyuan Badeo was deeply moved. Master Lu, you're so kind. You're nothing like my brother. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure appeared before them. It was Xianyuan Batian. He glanced at Xianyuan Badeo, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Lu Xingchen with a smile, Master Lu, I didn't expect we meet again. It's fate. Fate, what the hell? Lu Xingchen was certain that Xianyuan Batian had rushed over because he knew she was there. She wondered what evil plans he had up his mind. She thought it best to leave. Lu Xingchen waved her sleeves. I have things to do. Goodbye. Xianyuan Badeo suddenly grabbed her hand and quickly scribbled a line of numbers on it. 6666. Lu Xingchen was startled. Xianyuan Batian's glare was sharp, and he immediately pulled Xianyuan Badeo's hand away, saying sternly, don't touch a girl's hand casually. It's rude. He smiled again and said to Lu Xingchen, my brother is a bit reckless. Master, please don't be offended. Lu Xingchen felt regretful. If her guess was correct, Badeo would have wanted to give her the treasure coordinates, but unfortunately, he didn't give her all the coordinates. Xianyuan Batian had ruined it. She patted Xianyuan Badeo on the shoulder. No, I think he's quite good. Xianyuan Batian's eyes lit up. Then, Master, would you please have lunch with me? I let Badeo accompany you. Lu Xingchen waved her hand. No, goodbye. She summoned the Thunder Gold treasure ship, stepped aboard, and with a flick of her white jade cane vanished. This time, she was more casual, teleporting several times until she encountered a small gang. The gang leader was overjoyed to see him, and immediately offered him various treasures and gold coins, hoping that Lu Xingchen would teach him how to build an advanced arrow tower. Lu Xingchen shook his head. I can't teach you anymore, but if you have the supplies, I can build you an intermediate arrow tower. Really? The gang leader was overjoyed. Unfortunately, his gang was too small and lacked the resources, so he could only build an intermediate arrow tower. After the construction was completed, he gave Lu Xingchen 500 gold coins. Lu Xingchen was delighted. This was a way to earn gold. Soon, word spread across the chat screen. For 500 gold coins, Master Lu would build them a mid-level arrow tower for free. Instantly, many small gangs and groups went wild. Master Lu, the gold is ready. Please help us build an arrow tower. 500 gold coins, you're really willing to spend. What else? The Xianyuan family has learned all these techniques. Will they be willing to build an arrow tower for us? That's right, Master Lu, please come. We prepared 600 gold coins. Lu Ming, we prepared 1,000 gold coins. Master Lu, can you come over? Lu Xingchen didn't even glance at the chat screen. She went with the flow, picking up whatever she could. It had only been half an hour. She earned as many gold coins as she could. No pressure. After a while, she drifted to a raft. The raft was large, likely belonging to a medium-sized gang, with dozens of people on board, bustling about. Seeing Lu Xingchen, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a woman, a young girl, and a child, came forward to greet him. The middle-aged man was delighted. Master Lu, I prepared the supplies. Can you help me build a mid-level arrow tower? I've got the gold coins ready. Lu Xingchen nodded. No problem. She jumped onto the raft, took the supplies, and in a few quick swipes, she had the tower built. The middle-aged man, beaming, immediately offered 1,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Isn't it 500 gold coins? You only have enough supplies to build one arrow tower. 500 gold coins is more than enough. The middle-aged man immediately shook his head. Master Lu, I told you I'd pay you 1,000 gold coins to come here. How can I go back on my word? Huh? And this? Lu Xingchen was lost in thought when he suddenly heard the game prompt. Lu Ming has used the empty card on you, attempting to steal your supplies. Chapter 484. Lu Xingchen's face changed. Her eyes turned cold as she looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. The middle-aged man held a card in his hand. A flash of light passed, and the card vanished. He was Lu Ming. She heard the notification again. Empty card has an attack effect, counts as an attack, critical hit. Passive activated. Bang! Lu Ming's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a plume of blood rain. Ah! The middle-aged woman and the child following him screamed. Lu Ming, my husband? The middle-aged woman's tears fell. She stared at the blood rain in disbelief and wailed, my husband. Her eyes were red as she looked at Lu Xingchen. Master Lu, you are so cruel. Ah, I will kill you. She quickly drew a scimitar, rushed forward, and stabbed Lu Xingchen. Under attack, critical blow. Passive activated. Bang! Another shower of blood. The middle-aged woman was also dead. Ah, Dad, Mom! The young girl screamed. Her pretty face was filled with madness. You killed my parents? Master Lu, you slaughtered innocent people. Dad, Mom. The 5 or 6-year-old child also wailed. The girl hugged him tightly and yelled at Lu Xingchen. How dare you be a master? How dare you be a successor? Okay, I, Lu Yanlin, swear to fight you to the death. The child broke free from the girl and rushed over. You evil man. I want revenge for my parents. Lu Xingchen flicked his cane, and the Thunder Gold treasure ship instantly flew away. She frowned slightly. How could Lu Ming have been so bold just now, actually using the Kong Kong card on her? The Kong Kong card randomly steals a single item. What if it's just an apple or a pill? Is it worth it? Besides, she's the heir of Master Lei Jin, respected by everyone. Why would Lu Ming take such a risk by using the steel card on her? She doesn't look stupid. An idea struck her, and she opened the chat screen. Now, the screen was a mess. Lu Yanlin, this is the so-called Master Lu. My father paid her 1,000 gold coins to build an arrow tower, and she, driven by the money, murdered my parents. Lu Yanlin, I heard Master Lu is also a player. What? You think you're so great just because you're the heir? You're killing innocent people. Lu Yanlin, Master Lu, don't let me know who you are. Lu Yanlin, I know you're in Area 33, Master Lu. One day, I kill you. The others were stunned. Oh my god, killing people for 1,000 gold coins? That's unnecessary, isn't it? Haha, why not? Every little bit counts. We're already in District 26, and can leave soon. Killing her wouldn't be a big deal, would it? That's right, what's the big deal? She's the heir. Do you dare resist? I heard Lu Ming's wife was blown up the moment she approached. Who dares to resist the heir? Huh? If that's the case, won't she be able to kill and steal treasures in District 26? Haha, after tomorrow, she won't be patrolling the seas anymore. She won't be invincible anymore. Isn't she afraid of retaliation? Even if we're in District 26 now, We reunite someday. Is she really not afraid? That's outrageous. Choosing such a rude person as the heir. What a shame. The chat channel was filled with curses. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, half out of fear, afraid that Master Lu would continue killing, hence the threats, and half out of anger. After all, they were all players. Why should the heir have free reign? Jealousy or fear could drive people mad. Xianyuan Batian, Master Lu, could you please come to the boat for a gathering? Lu Yanlin, the Xianyuan family has always been the pride of District 26. How could young Master Xianyuan remain indifferent to the innocent murders of our district's innocents? Xianyuan Batian, perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Lu Yanlin, killing someone without a word, how could there be any misunderstanding? Killing one was a misunderstanding, but killing two would also be a misunderstanding? Lu Xingchen opened the log and scanned it. She was still wondering why Lu Ming had suddenly used the Kong Kong card on her. He couldn't be that stupid, could he? Kong Kong cards weren't that easy to come by. She had only ever gotten one before, and she had given it to Wan Jinbao. Lu Ming's guild was just a small one, so how could they be so generous, giving her 1,000 gold coins just for building an arrow tower? 1,000 gold coins and a Kong Kong card, each one is extremely rare. So why did Lu Ming just give it to her without any regret? Lu Xingchen remained silent, staring at the chat screen. After a moment's thought, she slowly maneuvered the boat back to Lu Ming's raft. Lu Yanlin, tear-stained, sat on the raft, holding her brother, still chatting in the chat. Seeing her approach, Lu Yanlin glared at her. Lu Xingchen looked at her. Do you hate me? Lu Yanlin gritted his teeth. I wish I could tear you into pieces. Lu Xingchen, why don't you come over? Lu Yanlin, do you think I'm stupid? Lu Xingchen nodded. You're indeed smart and rational. Seeing your father dead, your mother and brother desperately trying to kill me, yet you remained silent. Lu Yanlin was stunned, then furious. You want to kill my entire family? Lu Xingchen looked at her carefully. Lu Yanlin was only 15 or 16 years old, very beautiful. Looking closely, she looked vaguely familiar. Lu Xingchen couldn't quite put her finger on what. The feeling was fleeting. She checked the time, unwilling to delay any longer. The cruise was almost over. She took a screenshot of the cruise log and posted it in the chat channel, saying, during the cruise, please treat me like Master Lei Jin and avoid any inappropriate thoughts. The screenshot showed a portion of the log. You boarded Lu Ming's raft. You built an intermediate-level arrow tower for Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the empty card on you, intending to steal your supplies. The empty card has an attack effect, counting as an attack. Critical hit. The passive is activated, and Lu Ming is killed. Du Qiao intends to attack you. Critical hit. The passive is activated, and Du Qiao is killed. The screenshot was released, and the chat channel was silent for a moment. Then, a discussion finally broke out. So Lu Ming and his wife were both killed by a critical hit? Yes, that's a passive skill. Anyone who touches Master Lu dies. I was saying, sending a single player on patrol isn't afraid of being killed. Turns out there's protection. Isn't that counterattack too intense? Who's the saint up there? I'm just asking, what would happen if you used the empty card on Master Lei Jin? Given Master Lei Jin's personality, I think he'd kill everyone. Yes. Master Lei Jin has found a successor, so naturally he has to protect them. It's just a passive counterattack. What's wrong with that? Xianyuan Batian, it was a misunderstanding, Master Lu. We are so sorry. We invited you to Area 26, but we couldn't protect you. Xianyuan Batian, Master Lu, can we come to the raft and chat? Talk. Lu Xingchen ignored him. It was only a few minutes. She just wanted some quiet time. A few minutes later, Lu Xingchen's patrol ended, and she left Area 26. Xianyuan Batian tightened his wristband and said meaningfully, she left? Xianyuan Lingyun sighed. Thank goodness we didn't try again. You saw what happened to Lu Ming. But it's a shame to let her go like this. Xianyuan Batian smiled. Haha, the Frost and Snow Village Market is shared by the entire northern region of Yan Nation. She'd definitely go there. Xianyuan Lingyun, why do you say that? Xianyuan Batian, when I deliberately revealed my ticket, she wasn't interested at all, which means she has won too. So, we definitely meet again at the Frost and Snow Village Market. Chapter 485. Lu Xingchen returned to her raft. The 2-day cross-zone tour had finally concluded, and she had earned a ton of gold coins. District 26 had earned 15,000 gold coins, plus the extra money she earned since then, for a total of 17,000. District 8 had earned 9,000 gold coins. Total gold earned over the past 2 days, 26,000. Adding in what she earned in District 33, the total was over 29,000 gold coins. If nothing unexpected happened, she earned some more tomorrow. Not bad, she'd be a small tycoon. Unfortunately, the treasure coordinates her overbearing brother had given her were incomplete. Why don't you go check it out? Lu Xingchen was about to get up when the chatterbox suddenly called out, Boss, boss, are you awake? Why have you become smaller, boss? Lu Xingchen was startled. The little white cat was finally moving? She hurried upstairs. Amidst the ice and shattered jade, the once large egg had vanished. The chatterbox and the mute lay sprawled on the shattered jade, weeping miserably. Lu Xingchen panicked. Where's your boss? The chatterbox. Woo, boss is here. Look, he's shrunk, woo. He carefully pulled an egg out of the shattered jade and said, Woo, boss has changed. He's thinner. Lu Xingchen stared at the egg in amazement. It wasn't large, about the size of a goose egg, with circles of colorful lines on it, quite beautiful. But how could it be so tiny? Could something so small hatch a kitten? How small would that kitten be? Like a sparrow? Lu Xingchen hesitated. You're not mistaken, are you? The chatterbox shook his head repeatedly. No, this is the boss. I'm sure, absolutely sure. But why is it so small and so fancy? The mute sighed. It looks like an Easter egg. Yes, it does. Lu Xingchen carefully took the egg, still a little skeptical. Is this really your boss? The chatterbox and the mute nodded repeatedly. Lu Xingchen, then, is it about to hatch? The chatterbox shook his head. Wow, we haven't seen the boss hatch. How would we know? Lu Xingchen touched the egg. It was still cold, just like before. She said helplessly, let's wait a little longer. Get out of the way. I'm going to put it back on the ice crystal jade. The chatterbox and the mute moved away, and Lu Xingchen put the egg back, telling the chatterbox to watch it carefully. After doing all this, she turned and left. As she walked downstairs, she heard a gurgling sound. Turning back, she saw the Easter egg tumbling down the stairs. It rolled all the way to Lu Xingchen's feet. Chatterbox chased after him, screaming, Boss, boss, don't go away. What are we going to do if you go away? Lu Xingchen picked up the Easter egg and handed it to Chatterbox, saying, watch it. Don't drop it again. She thought Chatterbox had pulled it out. Chatterbox carefully held the egg. Lu Xingchen quickly walked to the raft and jumped into the sea. She still planned to check the coordinates. What if her overbearing brother had given her the horizontal coordinate? As soon as she entered the water, she heard a splash. Something fell into the water with her, followed by Chatterbox's pitiful cry, Boss, boss, don't go away. Lu Xingchen turned around in the water, and saw the Easter egg spinning around her. It was blowing bubbles as it spun. She didn't know where the bubbles were coming from. The Chatterbox yelled from the side of the raft, Boss, don't let your mind wander. You can't swim. The mute said, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. The Chatterbox said, help, help. Lu Xingchen looked back, watching the bubbles the Easter egg was blowing grow bigger and bigger, and she had a bad feeling. Can an egg drown? Without thinking, she quickly grabbed the Easter egg and jumped onto the raft. Puff, puff. The Easter egg was actually blowing bubbles. Lu Xingchen said, How bizarre. The Chatterbox rushed over, hugged the Easter egg, and began to cry, Oh my boss, you died so unjustly. The mute said, You're not dead. Squeeze. It went over and pressed on the Easter egg, creating a puddle of water. Chatterbox, you're squeezing the boss so hard it burst. Stop squeezing, stop squeezing. Lu Xingchen was stunned. After a while, the Easter egg stopped moving, and the pattern dimmed. Lu Xingchen actually felt it weaken. Chatterbox hugged it and started crying, Boss, why are you so upset? I get it, you must be angry. You've shrunk, and that heartless person doesn't care about you. Lu Xingchen, are you talking about me? Chatterbox, what are you feeling guilty about? Lu Xingchen took the Easter egg and poked it. Hey, what do you want? Tell me, tell me. The mute couldn't help but say, it can't talk. Lu Xingchen was helpless. Did the Easter egg really want to die just now? It's really angry. She had no choice but to coax it back, then carried it back upstairs. She gently placed the egg in the icy jade fragments and hummed a lullaby, something like sleep, sleep, my little darling. The egg was truly quiet, and the pattern brightened. After coaxing it, Lu Xingchen quietly descended the stairs. Just as she reached the bottom floor, there was a gurgle sound, and the egg rolled down again, landing at her feet. The Chatterbox and the mute were not far away, stunned. Lu Xingchen looked around. No one was on the second floor. She had just confirmed that she had buried the egg in the icy jade fragments. So, the egg had rolled down on its own. Lu Xingchen suddenly understood. It was following her everywhere. She walked around, and found that the egg was indeed rolling around, never leaving her side. Okay, confirmed. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to pick up the little egg, sit down on a chair, and open the chat screen. She privately messaged Gao Dafu, "Where's your pet egg?" Gao Dafu, "What? I'm holding it." Lu Xingchen, "I go check it out." Gao Dafu, come on. I'm getting bored hatching eggs all day. Come quickly." Their rafts were very close, and Lu Xingchen immediately ran behind them. Taking advantage of her waiters, she soon reached Gao Dafu's raft. Gao Dafu was sitting on the deck, clutching the egg, happily eating the fruit. As he ate, he said, "Dandan, these are grapes. And Xingchen sent them to me. Do you want some?" Lu Xingchen felt as if she were watching a mother giving prenatal care. She couldn't help herself. Can it understand? Gao Dafu, "Hey, it moves all day anyway, and it can even dance. My eggs are amazing." He looked up and saw the colored egg in Lu Xingchen's arms. "Oh, such a beautiful egg. What kind of egg is it? Do you want to share it with me? Should I boil it or fry it? What's it good for?" Lu Xingchen, "This is my pet egg. Now, it can't leave me alone." She explained the situation. Gao Dafu laughed heartily, gloating, "Haha, Lu Xingchen, you've come to this day. Your little one is even more clingy and temperamental than mine, haha." Gao Dafu, "What should I do? Are you going to hold it every day too?" Lu Xingchen, Chapter 486. Lu Xingchen was helpless. Gao Dafu was trapped by an egg, and she couldn't handle it. She still had to get to Frost and Snow Village. She glanced around and spotted Gu Yan's pet egg not far away. The egg had been sitting there, motionless, and the fire in the brazier next to it was almost gone. "Lu Xingchen, where's Gu Yan?" Gao Dafu yelled, "Old Gu, is the rice ready?" Gu Yan rushed over and coldly placed a basin in front of Gao Dafu. Inside was a bunch of cold, stewed pork ribs. Gao Dafu, "Isn't this leftover rice?" Gu Yan, "Can't eat it?" Gao Dafu, "No." Gu Yan, "You're getting more and more perfunctory." Gao Dafu placed his pet egg on the edge of the basin and said, "Okay, egg, heat up some rice for me." His pet egg immediately rolled to the edge of the basin, turning bright red. Lu Xingchen felt a surge of heat coming over her. She quickly stepped back a few meters. Gao Dafu was very proud. "Little Lu, haven't you noticed? My egg has shrunk too, but only slightly. Yesterday I even took it on an island adventure." Do all pet eggs shrink during the incubation process? It's just that her pet egg shrank so dramatically. The only thing that remained unchanged was Gu Yan's pet egg. It didn't move, didn't change. I heard even the temperature was very stable, like it was hibernating. Gao Dafu, "I suspect old Gu's egg is dead." After chatting for a while, Lu Xingchen returned. She had already come up with a solution. After returning, she had her grandmother sew her a beautiful bag, put the eggs in the bag, and hung it around her waist. Since everyone else's eggs were abnormal, the Easter eggs should be normal. Because of the pet egg's abnormality, Lu Xingchen couldn't go underwater for the time being. Grandma found some waterproof leather, and made a waterproof bag. Lu Xingchen placed the egg inside, but after only half an hour, it began to flutter and jump. Lu Xingchen quickly released the egg. The pattern on the egg had dimmed again, and it rolled around restlessly. Lu Xingchen stared at the egg and suddenly realized, could it be that the egg needed to breathe? Air, strange. Didn't the chatterbox say their boss was strong? Why was he so delicate? In any case, she didn't dare use the waterproof bag anymore. She used the water-repellent beads to carry the egg into the water, and found no problem. It was just that her speed underwater would be limited. Lu Xingchen was anxious to resolve this issue, because she didn't know what they would encounter once they reached Frost and Snow Village. Now they were at sea, and they had to maintain their underwater speed. By midnight, Lu Xingchen hadn't figured out a solution, so she washed up and went to bed. The next day, she woke up late, and by the time she finished washing up and eating, it was already 9 o'clock. In the chat room, everyone was waiting impatiently. "Master Lu, are you on parade? Come on." Haha, it was so lively the other day. The major guilds argued for ages, and finally a winner was decided. Hee, that's great. Gold coins are really valuable now. I bought all 10 of them for a piece of equipment. Thanks, Master Lu, for letting us make a little fortune, haha. Lu Xingchen only then realized that a single skill now cost 880 gold coins. For everyone, this was truly the limit. Lu Xingchen walked around and earned another 8,800 gold coins. bringing her total to over 37,000. After collecting the gold coins, Lu Xingchen completed all her tours. She heard a notification from the game. Congratulations! The Sea Tour is temporarily suspended, pending the next activation. In the afternoon, the Frost and Snow Village admission ticket began to glow faintly white. Lu Xingchen received a notification. You will be teleported to Frost and Snow Village at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please bring your admission ticket and be prepared. Special note: the Frost and Snow Village market is open for trading. Players are advised to prepare supplies and gold for trading. So you can not only buy, but also sell? Lu Xingchen's mind struck. She needed to see what she had to sell. She immediately went to the warehouse and dug out fruits, vegetables, seeds, equipment, weapons, and so on, stuffing them into her backpack. After doing this, she remembered that she hadn't checked in at Peach Blossom Land today, so she went back. Peach Blossom Land is blessed with good fortune today. Good luck is upon us. What a lucky day. Lu Xingchen immediately sat down on the lazy couch and waved to the sea demon Vine. Come on, little Vine, get in the box. She hadn't opened a box in days. Today, she was going to open as many as she could. The sea demon Vine tossed the boxes over to her, and Lu Xingchen began to open them. Opening the wooden box, she found a 4-inch cream cake X1. A cream cake? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. She hadn't had a cream cake in ages. It's just that the 4-inch size is a bit small. This thing needs to be eaten quickly, or it will go bad. The cream cake was placed in a transparent box, tightly packaged. Lu Xingchen read the instructions. Cream cake, 4-inch cake with cream, soft and delicate texture, moderate sweetness, and very delicious. Note: store at room temperature. Please open and consume within 7 days. It can be stored at room temperature, and it can last for 7 days, but this is a game, so I can't get too hung up on it. Lu Xingchen opened the cream cake. Grandma, have some cake. Grandma really likes this type of cake, so I gave it to her. Giving the cake to Grandma, Lu Xingchen continued unpacking. Opening the wooden box, he found a chocolate cream cake, 6 inches, X1. Another cake, again chocolate, even sweeter than the cream cake, and also with a 7-day shelf life. Lu Xingchen didn't like it, and neither did Grandma. She casually put it in her backpack and continued unpacking. Opening the wooden box, he found a decorated cream cake, 8 inches, X1. This cake amazed Lu Xingchen. Across the round cake, clusters of vibrant purple flowers, with 1 or 2 green leaves, were vividly displayed. It was incredibly delicate. It looked like it had been carved by a skilled craftsman. This game is interesting. There's something like this. This cake also has a shelf life of 7 days, and Lu Xingchen reluctantly put it in his backpack. Keep this for later, I see. This batch is for cakes only. Continue opening the boxes. Open the wooden box, and receive 6 flower cupcakes. 6 small cakes were neatly arranged in a transparent box. The cupcakes were small, so one person could finish them in a few bites. However, these cakes were decorated with flowers carved from various colored creams, which were absolutely beautiful. Lu Xingchen admired them for a while, then decided to keep them, and put them in her backpack. She was a little overwhelmed. Were there any more cakes? These cakes needed to be eaten within 7 days, otherwise they would go bad. Hopefully she could sell them at the village market, open the wooden box, and receive 2 speed cards. Double happiness? She thought about it and understood. It seemed like the day before yesterday was a blessing of double happiness. Speed card? Great! If I guess right, the card special has arrived. Open the wooden box, and receive the double happiness luck blessing for today, and receive 2 defense cards. As expected, it's a card special. Lu Xingchen opened the boxes quickly. Open the wooden box, and receive the double happiness luck blessing for today, and receive 2 good luck cards. Open the wooden box, and receive the double happiness luck blessing for today, and receive 2 good luck cards. Open the wooden box, and receive the double happiness luck blessing for today, and receive 2 empty cards. Empty card? A card that can steal things? This is great, keep it. Use a few good luck cards, then the empty cards. I wonder how effective it will be. It's a pity, if the Frost Village is full of NPCs, she'd be a little hesitant to use it. Chapter 487. Lu Xingchen continued opening boxes. Opening the wooden box, the Peach Blossom Holy Land Double Happiness Luck Blessing was granted, and 2 advanced disguise cards were obtained. Disguise cards? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. What a great find! 2 at once. The card special was also very good. I hope there will be more. Opening the wooden box, the Peach Blossom Holy Land Double Happiness Luck Blessing was granted, and 2 character identification cards were obtained. The quality of the cards has greatly improved. Great, keep going. Opening the wooden box, the crib bell was obtained. Lu Xingchen was a little disappointed. The card was gone, and so was the double happiness luck. Crib bell? What the hell was that? She couldn't help but open it and take a look. It was a toy that spun and played music, with all sorts of cute little ducks, kittens, and bunnies hanging from it. It was of high quality and exquisitely crafted. Lu Xingchen thought carefully, and realized that her nephew seemed to have used this thing when he was very young. Now, Lu Ziheng had long since stopped using it. I can't even give it away. After taking a look, she sighed, and put it into her storage backpack. She was worried. Hopefully it's not a children's event. If it is, neither Lon Lon nor Meme will play with the things that come out. She opened the wooden box and received a rattle. Lu Xingchen had another rattle in her hand, and she shook it gently, making a ding-ding-ding sound. That's it. A children's event. Luckily, she only got these 2. She opened the rest of the boxes and found bread, biscuits, mineral water, and other common supplies. After opening the boxes, Lu Xingchen had nothing to do. She began to pack her supplies for tomorrow. Not knowing what the Frost and Snow Village would be like, she planned to bring 2 types of supplies: combat supplies and various cards, and the other for rare and unique items, just in case they could be sold. After cleaning up, she entered the trading hall and browsed, picking up some small items she thought might be worth selling at the market. She stumbled upon a card, Charm Card. This increases your charm, helping you avoid exorbitant prices when bargaining and securing lower prices. Hey, this is great. I'd buy it. Perhaps the player didn't think it was useful, so the asking price wasn't high. Lu Xingchen traded 2 pieces of equipment for this card. She also sold a bunch of her previous weapons and equipment. As she was packing, Heijio hurried downstairs and said to Hong Shi-san, "Shi-san, take good care of Hei-san. I have something to do, and need to go out for a while." Lu Xingchen asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Heijio chuckled, "Sister Hong-san needs to see me." "By the way, what are you doing, little Lu?" Lu Xingchen, "Tomorrow there's the Frost and Snow Village Market. I'm going to the market." Heijio thought for a moment and said, "They say Frost and Snow Village is covered in ice and snow year-round, so it's very cold. I advise you to bring some warm cotton clothes." Lu Xingchen slapped her head. She almost forgot. Luckily, she had made a thick down jacket earlier. She would bring that too. She worked until dinner. At 9 o'clock in the evening, she retired early. The next morning, just after 8 o'clock, she heard a notification. "You will be teleported to the Frost and Snow Village Market in 1 hour. Please be prepared. Note, you can bring 2 disciples or servants with you." "Huh? You can bring more people? You can bring 2? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. What good news? Without a second thought, she immediately rushed to Gu Yin and Gao Dafu's raft. She often worked with Gu Yin and Gao Dafu, and the 3 of them had perfect coordination, so they were the first people she thought of. Gao Dafu was fast asleep on a recliner, clutching his pet egg, while Gu Yin was practicing martial arts in an open space not far away, maneuvering swiftly. Lu Xingchen kicked Gao Dafu and called to Gu Yin, "Gu Yin, come here, we need to discuss something." Gao Dafu blearily opened his eyes, and Gu Yin approached. Lu Xingchen quickly recounted her situation, concluding, "I don't know the situation in Frost and Snow Village. It might be dangerous, but this is also an opportunity. If you don't have much gold, you can pack up your belongings and sell them. Are you going?" Before she could finish, Gao Dafu happily rolled off the recliner and said eagerly, Go, I go. I have to go. Old Gu, hurry up and get ready." Gu Yin nodded, "No problem." Unfortunately, Lu Xingchen's notification was too late. The 2 of them busied themselves. Lu Xingchen had already packed up yesterday, so she helped them pull the raft next to hers and secure it. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about anyone attacking. Her raft now had advanced arrow towers, sea demon vines, and the chatterbox, the mute, grandma, Hong Shi-san, and the others. She could easily defend a single boat. The 3 of them quickly packed up. At 9 o'clock, Lu Xingchen heard a notification. The Frost and Snow Village Market is about to open. Teleporting will begin now. Please prepare. 1, 2, 3. Lu Xingchen grabbed Gao Dafu and Gu Yin by the arm. 8, 9, 10. As the voice stopped, Lu Xingchen felt her body sway. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a world of ice and snow before her. This was an island, covered in ice and snow, with the azure sea beside it. What she saw was a towering mountain, reaching into the sky. The 3 stood at the shore, marveling for a long moment. Of course, they were also wrapped in thick down and cotton jackets. Gao Dafu wrapped the pet egg in a bundle, tied it to his chest, and then covered it with his down jacket. He was like a ball, his belly bulging like a pregnant woman about to give birth. The three walked a short distance before a tall gate appeared in front of them, guarded by 2 guards. The 2 guards, wearing thick clothing, were very respectful when they saw the 3 of them. One of them bowed and said, "Dear guests, please show me your ticket." Lu Xingchen held out the iron plate. The guard examined it and nodded. "Please come in. Turn left and take the cable car up the mountain to the market. Happy trading." Gao Dafu was surprised. "There's a cable car?" Lu Xingchen looked up. Frost Snow Village is on the mountain. The mountain looked very high. The 3 of them turned left and soon saw the cable car. The cable car had 3 seats, perfect for each of the 3 people. After they settled in, the car automatically began to move upward. As they ascended, they saw nothing but a blanket of snow and ice. The cable car wasn't moving very fast. It took about half an hour to reach the top of the mountain. When they disembarked, they saw a small path paved with snow bricks. At the same moment, a gust of cold wind blew in their faces. Achoo! Gao Dafu's face turned pale, and he sneezed, pulling himself up tighter in his cotton coat. "Oh my God, why is it so cold? Dan? Quickly, he unbuttoned his coat, touched his stomach, and his face flushed. Achoo! Achoo! Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan began to sneeze in quick succession. It was so cold. Lu Xingchen felt the wind biting through his bones. In a matter of moments, his hands and feet were nearly numb. Gu Yan, normally immune to the cold, couldn't handle it this time either. Only Gao Dafu's face was flushed, his spirits high. Lu Xingchen shivered with cold. Even the warmth of her red phosphorus leather jacket was of no use. "Lu Xingchen, hurry, let's go inside and take a look." Ahead, a large plaque proclaimed Frost and Snow Village. Inside, people could be vaguely seen coming and going. They were still very much looking forward to it. Gao Dafu rushed in first. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan followed. As soon as she entered, she saw a cotton-padded clothing store. Someone was shouting at the door, selling cotton-padded clothing. The latest styles, lined with the finest golden cotton, perfect for keeping you warm. Seeing Lu Xingchen, her eyes lit up. "Dear guest, would you like to buy a cotton-padded clothing? Only a cotton-padded clothing made with golden cotton can withstand the cold snaps of Frost and Snow Village." Chapter 488. She was a middle-aged woman, neatly dressed and smiling. Lu Xingchen glanced at the cotton coat she held. It wasn't thick, a medium-length robe that reached roughly below the knees, with white velvet at the collar and sleeves. The colors varied: red, black, yellow, orange, green, and white. Everything was present, but the styles were all the same. Lu Xingchen glanced around and noticed that most people on the street were wearing this style of clothing. They didn't seem cold at all. Gu Yan had already sneezed several times, and Lu Xingchen had sneezed almost as well. Both of them were exhausted. Lu Xingchen asked, "How much is one?" The middle-aged woman beamed, "Dear guest, 3,000 gold coins each, no cheating." Gao Dafu exclaimed, "What? 3,000 gold coins each? That's ridiculous. Let's not even talk about whether it was ridiculous or not. Where did they get 3,000 gold coins? He and Gu Yan only had a few hundred gold coins combined. They were here to see the sale, not to buy." Lu Xingchen's heart ached. The clothes were too expensive. "I won't buy them." She nudged Gao Dafu. "Let's go inside." In her experience, stalls near the door were more expensive, and the prices were higher. They were generally cheaper inside. She accidentally touched Gao Dafu's stomach and felt a surge of warmth, warming her entire arm. Lu Xingchen was surprised. "How come you're so warm?" Gao Dafu proudly poked his belly. "My balls heat up." "Aren't you jealous?" Lu Xingchen was truly envious. Her pet balls wouldn't heat up. Not only that, they felt cold. The 3 of them huddled together for warmth, huddling together as they headed inside. There weren't many people on the street right now, only stalls nearby, few of which were operating. Lu Xingchen guessed it wasn't the usual time yet. The market didn't open until noon. The 3 of them walked for a long time, but couldn't find a shop selling cotton-padded clothes. Lu Xingchen, anxious, grabbed a kind-looking old man and asked, "Excuse me, is there a cotton-padded clothing shop down here?" The old man said, "Huh? What?" Lu Xingchen said, "A cotton-padded clothing shop." The old man said, "Huh? What shop?" Lu Xingchen said, "Cotton-padded clothing." The old man said, "What kind of clothing?" Lu Xingchen gave up. She had just taken a few steps when several children suddenly jumped out. One of the children, with a chubby face and a very cute face, grabbed her and said, "Sister, where are you going? I take you there. Lu Xingchen, take me to the cotton clothing store. I give you 10 gold coins. Oh, by the way, not the one right next door. It's too shady." The child's eyes rolled. "Sister, in that case, 10 gold coins won't do. I need 100. Lu Xingchen expressionlessly pulled away from her sleeve. "No thanks. How could prices in Frost Village be so high? 100 gold coins just to lead a child around." She turned and left, and the child quickly chased after her. "Sister, how about you give me 80 gold coins?" Lu Xingchen, 10 gold coins. The child, 50 gold coins. Lu Xingchen, 10. Lu Xingchen suddenly heard a game notification. Frost Village Thief 085 used empty hand on you, and you lost a bunch of grapes. Lu Xingchen's gaze narrowed as she looked at the children surrounding her. Besides them, there were several people walking past them just now. Who were they? Gao Dafu cried out, "Ah, my sock. I'm missing one of my socks. And there's a thief." Gu Yan's face also grimaced. "I lost 10 gold coins." Lu Xingchen's face grew even grimmer. Gao Dafu suddenly said, "Xiao Lu, Lao Gu, check the nearby channels." Someone nearby was talking. "Damn, I lost a bag of gold coins as soon as I entered Frost and Snow Village. Thief 008, come out if you can. I lost a long sword, Thief 034. I lost something too, 2,000 gold coins, Thief 003, I'm so pissed. Are there so many thieves in Frost and Snow Village? Haha, just a reminder, everyone. Frost and Snow Village is the market with the most thieves. It's said there are over 200 thieves. The higher your ranking, the more capable you are. Oh, and there are a few master thieves who won't even give you a hint when they steal. Be careful." Lu Xingchen closed the chat screen. "Damn it! There are thieves in the Frost and Snow Village market, and there are quite a few of them. This market is so poorly managed." At this moment, the child who had just been bargaining with her suddenly said, "Dear guest, have you lost something? How about I take you to a safe? Put your things in a safe, and thieves won't be able to steal them." Lu Xingchen was delighted. "Really?" she asked cautiously. "How much?" 10 gold coins, no more." The round-faced child, "Dear guest, you're so stingy." Lu Xingchen said sternly, "Will you lead the way? If not, forget it. We find someone else." If it weren't so cold, she and Gu Yan would have strolled leisurely. Now, however, she didn't dare to take her time. First, she was afraid of freezing herself, and second, she was afraid a thief would steal everything in her backpack. The round-faced child's eyes rolled. "Okay, that's fine. However, the safe shop is too far away. We have to take a carriage." A carriage did pass by on the road. Lu Xingchen asked cautiously, "Okay, how much is the carriage?" The round-faced boy narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Dear guest, my carriage is warm. It costs 500 gold coins per hour." Gao Dafu, 500 gold coins? Why don't you just rob it? No, do you need a driver? The round-faced boy remained calm. "If you don't believe me, why not ask others if that's the price?" Gao Dafu immediately opened the chat screen and asked in a nearby channel, "Has anyone rented a carriage? 500 gold coins per hour, is that expensive?" Immediately, many people began to reply. "Phew, expensive, of course it's expensive. Damn, it's killing me. Why are prices so high in the Frost tribe? Hey, I rent a car for 500 gold coins an hour. What can I do?" Actually, the masters don't care. They just rent a car and leave without asking the price. Only poor people like us are so hesitant. But renting a carriage for 500 gold coins is obviously a rip-off. What can I do? A cotton coat costs 3,000 gold coins? You're not going to buy it? You freeze to death if you don't. Lu Xingchen also checked the chat channel. After a while, Gao Dafu said, "I've noticed that most of these people are visiting the market for the first time. The wealthy ones don't even check the chat channel. They just walk away, as if they're familiar with the market. Gu Yan, they're all NPCs." Gao Dafu nodded, yes. "Look at the names up there. Pirate 076, Tailor 998. Lu Xingchen, This is truly fascinating. The prices in Frost and Snow Village are so high, it seems her meager money is stretched. Staying like this isn't an option." Lu Xingchen said to the round-faced boy, "Okay, where's your carriage?" She had a charm card, but she hadn't tested its effectiveness yet. She planned to try again later. The round-faced boy turned and shouted, "Grandpa, time for work." "Hey, here they come." An old man, beaming, drove a carriage and ran over. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Wasn't this the kind-looking old man she asked about earlier? He's not deaf. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. The people of Frost and Snow Village are truly unkind. The three of them boarded the carriage. The carriage itself was quite pleasant. It was spacious, stocked with simple fruit and tea, and warm. Opening the curtains, one could see the scenery outside. Lu Xingchen stamped her nearly frozen feet, finally settling in. She asked the old man driving the carriage outside, "Old man, how many cotton-padded clothing stores are there in the market?" Perhaps having finally spent some money, the old man's hearing had faded. He chuckled and said, "Haha, girl, you're right to ask. There are 3 cotton-padded clothing stores in Frost and Snow Village. Actually, they all have the same owner." Chapter 489. There are 3 cotton-padded clothing stores? Lu Xingchen nodded secretly. Competition was good. She planned to go to the innermost cotton-padded clothing store later. A thought struck her, and she asked, "Old man, how many stores sell safes?" The old man driving the cart said, "Haha, there are 2 safe stores, one on South Street and one on North Street. You came from the North Gate, so the one on North Street is closer. We're going to the one on North Street now." The old man was quite talkative, and Lu Xingchen took the opportunity to ask him about the Frost and Snow Village market. A few minutes later, the old man said, "Hey, we're here, girl. It's less than an hour. Go do your shopping. I meet you at the door, and take you to the cotton-padded clothing store later." Not bad. Having a carriage is convenient. And their attitude is great. Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and the others jumped out of the cart. Looking up, they saw a shop with a sign that read G's Safes in large letters. A flag fluttered at the doorway, with the word box written on it in large letters. She walked in. The shop was occupied by a single middle-aged man, shuffling a box. Seeing Lu Xingchen enter, he quickly glanced over and greeted her. "Dear guest, would you like a safe? G's safes protect your belongings from theft, and are an excellent value." Lu Xingchen glanced at the shelves at the back, where rows of boxes lay. They were all black and appeared to be the same size, similar to the wooden boxes she salvaged daily. There wasn't much to see. Before she could ask, the middle-aged man pulled a box from the shelf. There's only one type of safe, each containing 20 slots. Each slot can hold a different item, and items of the same type can be stacked, up to a maximum of 1,000. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the same as her storage backpack? She took the box, touched it, and saw the basic information. Safe, a box that prevents loss of items and protects against theft. It contains 20 slots, and can be placed in a storage backpack, taking up 1 slot. So good? Lu Xingchen raised a brow. A safe has 20 slots, and they can be stacked together, so when placed in a backpack, it only takes up 1 slot. Isn't this just backpack expansion? Great stuff. I have to buy a few. Gao Dafu squeezed over to take a look, touched it, and was delighted. He asked, "Brother, how much is this safe?" The middle-aged man smiled, and held up 5 fingers. Gao Dafu smacked his lips. 500 gold coins? The prices are too high. I'm not saying you frost and snow. The middle-aged man shook his head. No, 5,000 gold coins. Gao Dafu, oh no, just kill me. Lu Xingchen was also shocked. The prices in Frost and Snow Village were truly exorbitant. A safe is certainly nice, but with the few gold coins she had, she already spent them all on buying a few. Gao Dafu clutched his stomach. No, my stomach hurts. The middle-aged man stared at his belly in shock. Are you giving birth? Gao Dafu had already bolted out, but within half a minute, he was back again. Damn, I ran into thieves again. A bunch of people went by, and another pair of socks was lost. The middle-aged man smirked. Dear guest, strangers like you are so easy to attract thieves. Lu Xingchen paused for a moment. Wait a minute. At these prices, a charm card is essential. She pulled out a charm card. Charm card increases your charm, helping you avoid exorbitant prices when bargaining and securing lower prices. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. It was used successfully, but the validity period is undetermined. Undetermined? This means we don't know how long it will last. We need to hurry, because we need to buy cotton clothes soon. Lu Xingchen immediately turned around and asked, Boss, can you make the box cheaper? The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Xingchen, his face immediately filled with a smile. Ah? You're here, customer? Haha, since you're a regular, the price is negotiable. Just like before. 3,500 gold coins. Gao Dafu was shocked. Lu Xingchen frowned. 3,500 gold coins? That's still a bit high. Lu Xingchen calculated. She had quite a lot in her backpack, so she needed at least 3 safes. Gu Yan and Gao Dafu would also need one each. They were out of gold, so she had to cover the cost. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment, then turned around, holding something else. Lei Jin's white jade cane. She gently jabbed her cane. Boss, is this really the lowest price? The white jade cane gleamed brightly, hard to miss, and the middle-aged man spotted it immediately. He was startled, then overjoyed, his expression much more respectful. Master? You're a master? Oh, then the price is negotiable. Our shop always offers discounts for masters. 1,500 gold coins per box. Lu Xingchen was delighted. She had only just been testing it, and she hadn't expected it to actually work. This price was much, much lower than before. This was probably the lowest price yet. She was about to take out the gold coins when a tall figure suddenly rushed in. He was carrying a large package, and as he rushed in, he shouted, "Boss, a safe!" The middle-aged man glanced at him and handed him a box. Okay, 6,000 gold coins. What? The tall man's eyes widened. Why don't you just rob them? You profiteer. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he took the box. Buy it or not, get out. The tall man was dumbfounded. You're turning me away? I'm complaining. The middle-aged man sneered. Okay, go ahead. The tall man stormed out, but within half a minute, he returned with a sullen face, cursing as he walked. Damn, I lost another 100 gold coins. He gritted his teeth. Boss, make it cheaper. 3,000 gold coins. How's it going? The middle-aged man said sternly, no, get out. Gao Dafu was stunned. He quietly pulled Lu Xingchen aside and said, I see, this boss is treating you pretty well. His eyes rolled. Little Lu, do you want? Hee. Lu Xingchen understood. Come on, let's go big. She pulled out a bag of gold coins and handed it to the middle-aged man. Boss, I need 10 safes. The middle-aged man beamed. Okay, master, wait a moment. The tall man looked at Lu Xingchen in shock. 10? 10? Brother, you're really rich. The middle-aged man's expression changed. You actually insulted the master? Get out. Bang. The tall man flew backwards, landing on the street with a thud. Gao Dafu quickly ran out. Lu Xingchen took the safes, and quickly moved his valuables into 3 of them. He gave one to Gu Yan and hurried out. Outside, a tall man sat bewildered on the street as groups of people passed by. With the first group, his hat was gone. With the second, his shoes were gone. With the third, his bag was half empty. The tall man screamed, "Ah! Lost? Lost again! Ah, stop it! Stop it!" Gao Dafu stood at the door, afraid to go in. He waited until Lu Xingchen tossed him a safe before quickly packing up his things. Lu Xingchen walked over, pulled the tall man up, and whispered, Do you want the safe? For 1,000 gold coins. The tall man's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. If he didn't want it, his underwear would be stolen. Besides, for 1,000 gold coins is much cheaper than 6,000. Lu Xingchen pulled out a safe, and the tall man immediately pulled out 4,000 gold coins, bursting into tears of gratitude. Brother, you're such a good man. The tall man bought the safe, used it immediately, and left happily. Gao Dafu excitedly squeezed over. Little Lu, you've got a way to make money. That's right. It's a lucrative deal. You can make a lot of money just by reselling. Unfortunately, she had too few gold coins, so she didn't dare stock up on boxes. She planned to buy some cotton clothes first. Lu Xingchen boarded the carriage and said to the old man, Old man, please take me to the cotton clothing store, the nearest one. Chapter 490. Soon, the carriage arrived at the cotton-padded clothing store. Lu Xingchen disembarked and followed the same pattern, white jade cane in hand, arriving at the store. In front of the store, she ran into someone she knew, Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian was wearing a thick down jacket, his nose red from the cold. Next to him was Xianyuan Badeo and a veiled young woman. The others were fine, but Xianyuan Badeo was shivering from the cold, his face turning blue. Xianyuan Batian, Andy, can you make the cotton-padded clothing cheaper? The middle-aged woman selling the cotton-padded clothing immediately changed her expression. Who's your auntie? Bah! If you can't afford it, don't buy it, poor bastard. Get out. Lu Xingchen was about to step forward when she was stunned. The NPC vendors in Frost and Snow Village were quite domineering, chasing people away at the slightest disagreement. Huh? Why did I run into Xianyuan Batian? Isn't the Frost and Snow Village market exclusive to District 33? Yes, She's the only one with a ticket to District 33, and the other districts probably only have one ticket, so very few players can attend the market. So, players from many districts are probably at the same market. So, maybe I could run into Lu Haoyue? Lu Xingchen was excited. At this moment, the middle-aged woman selling cotton clothes was still cursing. Where did you get this poor bastard? You're haggling over 4,000 gold coins. Bah! I just freeze to death. This was the first time Xianyuan Batian had been scolded. His face flushed, and he turned and walked away. Xianyuan Lingyun hurried over and said to the middle-aged woman, Sister, can't you make it cheaper? Seeing Xianyuan Lingyun, the middle-aged woman's expression improved a little, but she still said coldly, Young lady, this is the price. If you don't believe me, go ask somewhere else. I'm just worried you won't be able to make it. Humph, the cold snap in Frost and Snow Village is too much for most people to withstand. Achoo, achoo. Xianyuan Badeo was already sneezing non-stop. Xianyuan Lingyun hesitated for a moment, then went after Xianyuan Batian. Lu Xingchen walked over, gently tapping her white jade cane. Sister, how much are your cotton-padded jackets? The middle-aged woman smiled at Lu Xingchen and said respectfully, Master, you're here again? Haha, the cotton-padded jackets are easy to negotiate, just like before. She held up a few fingers and whispered, 800 gold coins each, limit 10. Yes, Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. The price has dropped a lot, just like the safe before. This price was easy to accept. Lu Xingchen readily took out 8,000 gold coins. 10, yes, random colors. The middle-aged woman said cheerfully, all right. Lu Xingchen took the 10 cotton-padded jackets, put on the white one himself, and threw the rest into his storage backpack. Just put away the white jade cane. Turning around, she saw Xianyuan Batian and the others staring at her in amazement. Xianyuan Batian looked her over carefully and tentatively called out, Master Lu. Master Lu? Lu Xingchen ignored him and got back into the carriage. He said to the old man driving, let's go back to the safe deposit shop. I pick up my friend. Achoo. Behind him, Xianyuan Badeo sneezed loudly. Lu Xingchen paused, asked the old man to stop the car, lifted the curtain, and said to Xianyuan Batian, would you like to buy a cotton-padded jacket? 3,000 gold coins each. It was 1,000 gold coins cheaper than the middle-aged woman's price. Xianyuan Batian shook his head, no thank you. Xianyuan Badeo trembled, brother, I'm cold. Brother, achoo. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but take a few more glances. She hadn't expected Xianyuan Badeo to be so cold-resistant. The girl next to him wasn't in any trouble, yet he was the first to succumb. Lu Xingchen looked at Xianyuan Batian. Really? Xianyuan Batian's eyes flashed. If Master Lu cares about my brother, why not sell it to us at a lower price? Lu Xingchen snorted. Xianyuan Batian was only speculating. He couldn't confirm that she was the Master Lu who had taught them the skills. In that case, she could simply deny him. Lu Xingchen slammed the car curtain shut and left. She glanced at the chat screen, trying to find any news about Lu Haoyue. Because they were in different zones, she couldn't add Lu Haoyue as a friend or chat privately, so she could only watch the nearby channels. On a nearby channel, someone occasionally chatted, has everyone checked into a hotel yet? Hotels are so expensive. I've only been here for an hour, and I've already spent all my gold coins. Tragic. Me too. Penniless in just an hour. Poor people really shouldn't come to the market. I want to leave. What a lousy place. Thieves and exorbitant prices. Isn't anyone doing anything about it? I can't leave. They said, we can't leave until the market is over. So arrogant, right? What? That's the truth? Yes, Frost and Snow Market. You come with a ton of gold coins, but you leave penniless. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. She had forgotten that she still had to find accommodations, which would cost her money. She asked the old man driving the cart, Old man, do you know the prices for accommodations in Frost and Snow Village? The old man chuckled. There are many inns in Frost and Snow Village. Guests should choose carefully. Small inns can be robbed. It's safer to stay in a large one. Lu Xingchen was incredulous. Is there no one here to manage this? The old man driving the cart laughed heartily. Who's supposed to manage this? Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Is there any open space? Can I build a house? The old man immediately became serious. That's impossible. If you don't stay properly at night, or if you build a house yourself, the village guards will arrest you. Lu Xingchen, How overbearing. Lu Xingchen helplessly said, Then, old man, could you recommend an inn for me? She had to find a place to stay before her charm card expired. The old man chuckled and glanced at Lu Xingchen's white jade cane. How about, master, stay at my inn? It's not big, but it's absolutely safe. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Old man, you also run an inn? The old man proudly said, our inn is at the intersection of South Street and North Street. It's a bit out of the way, but it's definitely cheap. If you stay here, a room is 500 gold coins a night. Lu Xingchen calmly glanced at the nearby channels. I roughly knew the price of accommodation. Large inns range from 1,000 to 3,000 per night, while small ones were at least 5,600. The old man's price was quite good. Perhaps it was the white jade cane that was helping. Lu Xingchen agreed to go check it out first. Soon, the two of them returned to the vicinity of the safe shop. Lu Xingchen spotted Gao Dafu, a furtive figure, holding onto Xianyuan Batian as he emerged from the shop. Not far away, there was another carriage. It seemed Xianyuan Batian had finally chosen the carriage to buy the safe. Lu Xingchen immediately privately chatted with Gao Dafu. How's the sale going? Gao Dafu, hey, I sold 2, for 1,000 gold coins each. Not bad, a recipe for wealth. Now we have another big client, wait for me. Lu Xingchen, I see. Sell them a bit more. Also, here are some cotton-padded jackets. Sell them to them, 2, 3,000 each. Gao Dafu, you bought cotton-padded jackets. Great. Come on, come on. Lu Xingchen flipped through the items and handed them the brightest colors, emerald green, sky blue, and bright red, to Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu pulled Xianyuan Batian to a secluded area. Lu Xingchen got off the carriage, thought for a moment, and then went back into the G's safe. The shopkeeper, upon seeing him, immediately beamed and came over to greet him. Master, you're here again? How many safes do you want this time? Gao Dafu, hey, I've already sold 2, also 4,000 each. They still want more. Little Lu, please buy more this time. Lu Xingchen immediately said to the shopkeeper, 10. Since she could sell them, she wouldn't hesitate. The shopkeeper was a bit embarrassed. Master, there's a rule. Each person can only buy a maximum of 15 safes. You bought 10 before, but now you can only buy 5. Lu Xingchen said regretfully, okay, 5 then. After exchanging the money and the goods, Lu Xingchen handed a safe to Gao Dafu. This one's 5,000. Since she couldn't restock, wouldn't she have to sell it at a higher price? A few minutes later, Gao Dafu sent a message, done. Haha, I have 29,000 gold coins. I give it to you right away. Lu Xingchen's eyes narrowed. Not bad, a good profit. Unfortunately, the safes and cotton coats were no longer available. She had to save the rest for now, just in case she ran into Lu Haoyue and the others. As she left the shop, Gao Dafu rushed over, excitedly saying, Xiao Lu, you've made a killing. Haha, I just got ripped off and bought 3 safes and 3 cotton coats. Haha. Lu Xingchen looked up and saw Xianyuan Batian, looking strange. Chapter 491. Gao Dafu didn't notice and excitedly shouted, how's that? 30,000 gold coins. Haha, I'm a winner. It wasn't 29,000 gold coins, but 30,000 gold coins, because he had sold the last safe to Xianyuan Batian for 5,000 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian stared at Lu Xingchen with a strange expression. He was certain this person must be Master Lu. Just now, he bought 3 cotton-padded jackets from Gao Dafu, each for 3,000 gold coins, for a total of 9,000 gold coins. He also bought 3 safes. The first 2 were 4,000 gold coins each. Gao Dafu said they were the last 2, but then suddenly said there was 1 left, and he had to sell it for 5,000 gold coins no matter what. He had no choice. With 3 of them, each of them had to have 1. It was said that safes kept these away. Just buying these things cost him 21,000 gold coins. He had never expected that all these gold coins would end up in Lu Xingchen's hands. His heart was bleeding. If the NPC had made off with these coins, he wouldn't have felt so bad. But now, all of them had gone to Lu Xingchen. The more he thought about it, the worse it was. Damn it, that fat guy pretending to be an NPC. If that fat guy hadn't been so good at tricking people, he wouldn't have bought so many. It's obviously not much cheaper than the NPCs. Xianyuan Batian's expression changed several times before finally returning to normal. He smiled faintly. Master Lu, what a coincidence. We meet again. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew. Swish, swish, swish. Snowflakes larger than goose feathers fell from the sky, densely packed together, instantly covering the ground. In the snowstorm, faces were barely visible. Lu Xingchen pretended not to hear and said to Gao Dafu and Gu Yan, Dafu, Dague, come on, get in the carriage. Gu Yan was stunned. Lu Xingchen had already turned around and boarded the carriage, followed closely by Gao Dafu and Gu Yan. Gao Dafu finally realized, who's Dagui? Gu Yan? Lu Xingchen, well, every NPC master can bring 2 disciples to the market, so you're considered my disciples. Gao Dafu excitedly said, pretending to be an NPC? Haha, I used to pretend to be an NPC to sell cotton-padded clothes. Haha, good, not bad. Watching Lu Xingchen get into the carriage, Xianyuan Batian hesitated for a moment. Did he make a mistake? No, how could he be wrong? Achoo! Xianyuan Badeo sneezed loudly again. Without time to think, Xianyuan Batian quickly shared the cotton-padded clothes in his hand with his younger brother and sister. The colors of these cotton coats were unusually bright, and the 3 of them, dressed in them, looked like traffic lights. Brother, achoo, it's getting even colder. Let's hurry back to the carriage, Xianyuan Lingyun said shiveringly. She couldn't bear it any longer. At this time, the old coachman had already brought Lu Xingchen and the other 2 to a small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't actually that remote. Entering a small alley from the intersection of North and South Streets, the carriage arrived in just a few minutes. The courtyard had a stone path and a small pavilion. By now, the snow in the courtyard was about half an inch thick. The old coachman tied the carriage at the door and led the 3 of them inside. Inside was a 3-story building. Each floor had only 5 or 6 bedrooms. Lu Xingchen paid the day's rent and took Gu Yan Gao Dafu to the 3rd floor. Gu Yan and Gao Dafu were in the room on the far left, and Lu Xingchen was next to them. She had requested both rooms. Lu Xingchen pushed the door open and entered. It was about 20 square meters, furnished simply with a table, chairs, and a bed, but clean and tidy. And it was warm. Lu Xingchen checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the market would begin in an hour. The old driver settled them and drove off in the carriage. The 3 of them rested for a while before heading out together. The snow had just stopped, and people were clearing the snow on the street. As midnight approached, the market gradually filled with people. Behind each stall stood an enthusiastic owner. Lu Xingchen wore a white cotton coat, Gu Yan wore a black one, and Gao Dafu wore a bright red one. The 3 of them first wandered toward North Street. The market was bustling with activity. Big beef buns, 2 for 3 gold coins, fresh from the oven, come on, come on. Tonghulu, 5 gold coins a string, come on, come on. Rare iron pickaxe, essential for mining, big discount, 100 gold coins each. Perfect dagger, cuts through iron like mud, 100 gold coins each. Lu Xingchen paused. Aren't these prices too high? Of course, compared to accommodation, safes, and cotton clothes, these things aren't expensive. They're quite reasonable. If I bring back some weapons and equipment, I can exchange them for quite a bit of supplies. Unfortunately, players have too few gold coins right now to exchange them. Lu Xingchen hesitated, then continued walking. High-grade tin is available wholesale, 2,000 gold coins each. High-grade white Paulownia wood is wholesale, 1,000 pieces for 2,000 gold coins. Glass stone, selling glass stone, 1,000 gold coins each. Glass stone? Lu Xingchen was immediately excited. One of her reasons for coming here was to search for glass stone. Glass stone is essential for crafting high-grade arrow towers, high-grade rocket launchers, and other weapons, requiring 5 glass stones to build each. She immediately squeezed in. Behind the stall was a fat dwarf with a dark face, shouting his wares through a loudspeaker. Lu Xingchen, how many glass stones do you have? Can you get any cheaper? She gently tapped her white jade cane. The fat dwarf took a look and immediately beamed. He said respectfully, Master, do you need more glass cloud stones? I have 20 of them here. If you need them, I charge you 300 gold coins each. The charm card plus the white jade cane is a bargaining chip. Lu Xingchen was delighted and said, okay, I take them all. Suddenly, someone squeezed in and said, I take them all. It was Xianyuan Batian. He slapped out a bag of gold coins and said, Boss, here's 6,000 gold coins. 300 gold coins per glass cloud stone. 20 glass cloud stones make exactly 6,000 gold coins. I take them all. Lu Xingchen's face turned cold. Boss, I take all 20 glass cloud stones. The fat dwarf looked at Lu Xingchen, then at Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian chuckled and pulled out another bag of gold coins. Boss, here's 1,000 gold coins. I add another 1,000 gold coins. 20 glass clouds make 7,000 gold coins. I take it. He turned to Lu Xingchen with an apologetic look. Sorry, Master Lu, the highest bidder wins. The fat dwarf frowned. But Xianyuan Batian slapped out another pile of gold coins. I had another 1,000 gold coins, making 8,000 gold coins. How about that? Lu Xingchen ignored Xianyuan Batian, simply touching his white jade cane and tapping the ground lightly. The fat dwarf shuddered. Master, don't be angry. He looked up, his face darkening. He said to Xianyuan Batian, if you want to buy the glass cloud stone, it's 1,000 gold coins each. For 20 glass cloud stones, you should give me 20,000 gold coins. You only gave me 8,000 gold coins. Don't you have enough money? If you don't have enough money, don't buy it, poor bastard. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. Boss, I just heard you say 300 gold coins each. The fat dwarf curled his lips. That's the price for the master. The price for you can only be 1,000 gold coins each. What? You, a poor bastard, think you can compete with the master? Chapter 492. Puff. A laugh came from behind. Lu Xingchen and Xianyuan Batian couldn't help but turn around and saw a woman, probably about 27 or 28. The girl wore a maroon cotton coat, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding a heroic air. Haha, interesting. She walked away. Xianyuan Batian held his breath again. In Frost and Snow Village, he'd been called a pauper more than once by the NPCs. He was clearly wealthy, much richer than Lu Xingchen, so it was because of the white jade cane. Brother. Xianyuan Lingyun tugged at his sleeve. Xianyuan Batian understood that the NPCs in Frost and Snow Village were unfathomable, and he couldn't afford to offend them. He quickly composed himself and smiled faintly. Okay, boss. If I have some glass cloud stone later, I come back to buy it. He turned and left, his face falling. Xianyuan Lingyun said quietly, Brother, don't you think too little of Lu Xingchen? Otherwise, you wouldn't have deliberately snatched the glass cloud stone just now. This didn't quite fit Xianyuan Batian's style. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. It seemed so. Although Lu Xingchen had completed Master Lei Jin's mission and become the successor, he had always thought she was just lucky and didn't take her seriously. That was why he had so brazenly tried to snatch the glass cloud stone just now. Xianyuan Lingyun sighed, Brother, Lu Xingchen won the top spot in the Great Hunt and perfectly completed Master Lei Jin's mission. Just these two things are enough to show she's very capable. You shouldn't underestimate her. Xianyuan Badeo didn't listen to his brother and sister. He was drooling over the candy toss beside him. He had no idea what Lu Xingchen, the Great Hunt with Master Lei Jin, or anything like that, was. He didn't even realize that the Lu Xingchen he just met was the Master Lu he knew. After hearing Xianyuan Lingyun's words, Xianyuan Batian remained silent. Finally he sneered, so what? Anyway, we don't need to truly befriend her. Our Xianyuan family is truly extraordinary. Ordinary people like Lu Xingchen are mere ants in our eyes. Xianyuan Lingyun sighed, Brother, I asked the price for whatever you buy later. I used the charm card. Lu Xingchen didn't take Xianyuan Batian seriously at all. She had already bought 20 glass cloud stones. After the previous transaction, she still had around 35,000 gold coins. After buying 20 glass cloud stones, she spent 6,000 gold coins, leaving her with 29,000 gold coins. These were only 20 glass cloud stones, but they were enough to build 4 arrow towers. If it wasn't enough, she would have to keep buying. Lu Xingchen continued shopping and bought 20 more glass clouds for 6,000 gold coins, but suddenly couldn't buy any more. Many stall owners said they had 20 glass clouds before, but unfortunately, they were already sold. Gao Dafu kept wandering around, and suddenly said, Xiao Lu, check the nearby channel. Nearby channel? Strange, why are there so few glass clouds? Because a lot of people are buying glass clouds today, haha, the sellers have quickly raised the price. Now one glass cloud stone is 1,500 gold coins. Why? Usually, there aren't so many people wanting this. What's going on today? A girl in red has bought over 100 glass clouds, and a little girl in a veil has bought over 40. Gao Dafu said to Lu Xingchen, the price of glass clouds is rising very fast, Xiao Lu, someone's trying to steal it from us. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Let's split up. Quick, head to South Street. With her charm card and white jade cane, if she could find any glass cloud stone, she'd likely be able to buy it. The three of them separated. Lu Xingchen hurried all the way to South Street, asked around a few more shops, and finally saw another one selling glass cloud stone. The vendor was shouting, glass cloud stone, selling glass cloud stone. 2,000 gold coins per piece, 40,000 gold coins for 20 glass cloud stones. No bargaining. Lu Xingchen rushed over and slammed his white jade cane. Boss, how much are you selling the glass cloud stones? I want them all. The vendor glanced at Lu Xingchen and immediately said respectfully, Master, since you want to buy, I give you the best price. 500 gold coins each. I have 20. That was 10,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen had already bought 40 glass cloud stones, leaving him with only 23,000 gold coins. If she bought another 20 glass clouds, she wouldn't have much left. She hesitated for a moment before a voice rang out, Boss, how much are you selling the glass clouds? Lu Xingchen turned and saw a girl in red, the same girl she had seen earlier, so heroic. The boss said cheerfully, Oh, it's you, old friend. Glass clouds are 1,000 gold coins each. I have 20 of them, and they cost 20,000 gold coins. But, the glass clouds have already been taken by this master. He pointed at Lu Xingchen. The girl turned and looked at Lu Xingchen. Do you want to buy them? Lu Xingchen, yes. If she didn't buy them now, the price of the glass clouds would go up even higher. After acquiring another 20 glass clouds, she only had 13,000 gold coins left. The girl glanced at her and whispered, When are you going to sell your glass cloud stones? Just sell them to me. I take 20,000 gold coins. Huh? Lu Xingchen stared at the girl in surprise. She was so willing to let herself profit from the difference? Girl, are you selling your glass cloud stones? Lu Xingchen shook her head. No. The girl turned away gracefully. Okay, bye. Soon, Gao Dafu sent a private message. This is bad, Xiao Lu. The price of glass cloud stones has gone up so fast. It's now 3,000 gold coins each, and yet, I saw someone buy one for 60,000 gold coins without blinking. Lu Xingchen paused. No more. She had collected 60 glass cloud stones. Not a lot, but not a small amount either. Lu Xingchen only had 13,000 gold coins, and didn't dare buy any more. She had several goals in mind for coming to Frost Snow Village. The first was to buy glass cloud stones, and now she had achieved that goal. The second was to find the awakening flower to see if it could wake Mira. The third goal was to buy the chip. Of course, there was another goal, to broaden their horizons and sell some groceries, maybe even make some money. The first goal accomplished, it was time to find the refreshing flower and the chip. Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, and Gu Yin went shopping separately, while the three of them gathered to inquire about the refreshing flower and the chip. She walked around, stopped, and asked countless people, but everyone shook their heads, not knowing where to find the refreshing flower or the chip. The majority of the people here, whether vendors or sellers, were from out of town and had no knowledge of the local situation. After a short walk, Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, and Gu Yin met at the intersection of South Street and North Street. Gao Dafu, no, I can't get anything out of them. These people are clueless. Gu Yin shook his head, no news. Lu Xingchen glanced at the endless stream of people. The buildings in Frost and Snow Village were mostly low stone houses, covered with thick snow. There were occasional cedar trees, a vast expanse of snow everywhere. She thought to herself, should I ask the locals? As soon as she said this, Gao Dafu's face twitched, and he said, no. The locals are so cunning. They never tell the truth, and they even try to cheat people out of money. I've seen more than one person who asked for information get ripped off. There was a tall guy, the one who bought your safe, who was scammed 8 times by a kid, for a total of 2,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen, huh? Gao Dafu, can you imagine? The village guards are also deceiving people. I've finally seen clearly that there are many unruly people in poor and remote areas. Gu Yin nodded vigorously. Lu Xingchen was dumbfounded. Isn't there anyone who's honest? So, the old man driving the carriage was pretty good. At least, he didn't cheat anyone after they paid him. Just then, a distant shout came, Whoa! The old man stopped his carriage and turned around to say, Dear guests, we've arrived. 1 hour and 15 minutes. Any extra 10 minutes will be counted as 1 hour. For 2 hours, please pay 1,800 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian and Xianyuan Lingyun jumped out, followed by Xianyuan Badeo. Xianyuan Batian glanced around and frowned. Old man, this is only a few hundred meters from where we were just now. How long have you been driving around for over an hour? Old man, huh? What did you say? Chapter 493. Xianyuan Batian, old man, it's such a short distance, and you're charging 1,800 gold coins. Isn't that a bit too much? The old cart driver, Wasn't I clear enough? Boy, are you trying to shirk your debt? Xianyuan Batian, I'm not trying to shirk my debt, it's just... The old cart driver, so you're shirking your debt? Hey, folks, come and see. Someone's taking a ride and not paying. He's shirking his debt. Oh my, someone, please give this poor old fellow justice. As soon as he finished speaking, swish swish. Two knife-wielding village guards burst out from nowhere. Who's defaulting on their debt? Who's causing trouble in Frost and Snow Village? Xianyuan Batian was stunned, then quickly said with a smile. No, it's a misunderstanding. The old cart driver, give me the money. Xianyuan Lingyun immediately produced a small bag. Old man, here, this is the fare. The old cart driver took the gold coins, counted them, snorted, climbed back into the cart, whipped his horse, and drove off. The two village guards shouted, Stop causing trouble. If you keep defaulting on your debt, you'd be put in jail. Xianyuan Batian wasn't stupid. He knew he couldn't offend the NPCs and apologized profusely. The two village guards waved their swords. Haha, we get a bonus for going on duty. If we can't catch the person, we lose the bonus. Xianyuan Lingyun immediately produced a small bag of gold coins. Thank you for your help. The village guard waved the bag. Okay, this won't happen again. The two men vanished into the crowd in a flash. Xianyuan Lingyun sighed. Brother, this is NPC territory. We have to be patient. Xianyuan Batian frowned. I've been patient. I just questioned these NPCs. They're being too overbearing. He was truly patient. If a player had dared to treat him like this, he would have killed them long ago. Xianyuan Lingyun, brother, maybe that's just the way the people of Frost and Snow Village are. Lu Xingchen looked at him for a long time, then shook her head. The NPCs of Frost and Snow Village were truly formidable. She didn't even dare to speak to the locals. But there was still no news about the awakening flower. After a moment's thought, she quietly released Lon Lon. Lon Lon, fly up to the tree and see if you can hear anything. Remember, stay hidden. This place is full of NPCs, full of hidden talents. Be careful. Mimi would be the perfect choice, given her super hearing. However, Frost and Snow Village was overcrowded, and the weather was cold. The sight of a tender lamb would surely attract countless slobber. Lu Xingchen didn't dare let it out. The three of them wandered back and forth, searching for a long time, but to no avail. They stumbled upon a two-story building, and a head peeked out from above. It was Xianyuan Batian. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Restaurant? A small restaurant? Xiao Lu, do you want to go up and take a look? Guyan said softly, do you dare? A few people wandered around the market, monitoring nearby channels, and picking up some information. For example, the owners of the cotton-padded clothing store, safe deposit box, inn, and restaurant/tavern were all locals. The vendors at the market stalls were NPCs or players who had come from far away. Wherever there were locals, there were scams and frauds. Ordinary people wouldn't dare get involved. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. The people in the cotton-padded clothing store, safe deposit box, and inn are mostly from outside the area. However, there are still some locals in the restaurant area, so you can get some information from those places. Taverns are where news gathers. Lu Xingchen clung her white jade cane and said, Let's go. Don't be afraid. Let's go up and take a look. The three of them ascended to the second floor, where a dwarf dressed as a waiter immediately appeared, smiling and asking, Dear guests, what would you like to eat? Lu Xingchen looked around. There were about 30 or 40 tables on the second floor, all seating 4. Now, only 7 or 8 were empty, so there were quite a few people. Seated by the window were Xianyuan Batian and his 3 companions. She could tell at a glance that, aside from Xianyuan Batian and his group, the others were probably NPCs or indigenous people. Lu Xingchen chose a more crowded table and sat down. Lu Xingchen glanced over the menu. The dishes looked quite expensive, the kind that would make you pay for a meal for a long time. She showed them to Gao Dafu and Gu Yin, who just shook their heads. Gao Dafu took the menu, looked at it, and ordered a plate of meat buns and 3 servings of white porridge. This was the cheapest item on the menu. The dwarf glanced at him, rolled his eyes, and was about to say something when Lu Xingchen suddenly coughed and touched his white jade cane. Seeing the white jade cane, the dwarf's pupils trembled, and he immediately became more respectful, nodding and bowing, saying, Master, please wait, the food will be here soon. Lu Xingchen received 2 more shocked glances. It was Xianyuan Batian. On their table lay 3 scoops of white porridge, a plate of steamed buns, and 2 dishes whose ingredients were unclear. Xianyuan Lingyun said softly, Brother, can we not order the dishes? That dwarf just now wouldn't agree. Xianyuan Batian withdrew his gaze. Eat, and listen carefully. They too we're here to hear the news. Lu Xingchen surveyed the restaurant. It was quite clean, not to mention that there was a large fish tank perched on the central pillar, filled with small fish of various colors. Gao Dafu also noticed and chuckled. They really pay attention to feng shui. Gu Yan, listen. They were here to get the news too. People around them ate and chatted. Old man G's made a killing again. I'm so jealous. It's hard to say about anything else. Old man G's inn is really affordable, but it's so remote that ordinary people can't find it. He doesn't make money from the inn. He makes money from the safe deposit box and the cotton clothing store. Haha. Thief 099. Haha. Who wouldn't make money? I go out and try some later. Xianyuan Lingyun glanced at Xianyuan Batian and whispered, let's ask old man G who he is and where his inn is. Xianyuan Batian nodded. The charm card will be very useful to you. Come and ask, even if it costs you, to find out where the awakening flower is. Gao Dafu nudged Lu Xingchen with his elbow and whispered, are they looking for the awakening flower too? Lu Xingchen paused. They have a mission for Mira too. Perhaps noticing they could hear each other, Xianyuan Batian and his group fell silent. Lu Xingchen and the others listened for a long time, but didn't find any useful information. By then, a plate of steamed buns and 3 servings of white porridge had arrived. The dwarf respectfully asked Lu Xingchen, would you like some side dishes and dessert? They're free from our restaurant. Lu Xingchen casually replied, one for me. Soon, the dwarf brought a small plate of cold dishes and a small plate of dessert and placed them on Lu Xingchen's table. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan didn't like sweet things, so they casually gave the small dessert to Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu, who had a sweet tooth, took a bite and immediately exclaimed, delicious. Xianyuan Badeo stared eagerly at them and tugged at Xianyuan Baishan's sleeve. Brother, I want some too. Xianyuan Batian waved the dwarf over and asked, is the dessert free? The dwarf said cheerfully, of course. His words were so rapid and muffled that it was difficult to hear clearly. Xianyuan Batian pressed again, is it free? The dwarf grew impatient. It's free, are you deaf? Xianyuan Batian, then give us one. The dwarf, yes, distinguished guests. Chapter 494. Soon, the dwarf brought up a dessert, which Xianyuan Badeo devoured happily in a few bites. Xianyuan Batian and his companions had already finished their meal and remained seated, probably hoping to hear more news. However, the dwarf quickly approached, dear guest, please pay the bill. Xianyuan Batian was taken aback for a moment, then stood up and obediently paid the gold coins. The dwarf weighed the food and frowned, dear guest, you should pay 2,500 gold coins. I only have 2,000 gold coins here. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. 3 servings of porridge, 2 dishes, and a plate of buns, exactly 2,000 gold coins. Didn't we calculate it beforehand? To avoid being ripped off, he confirmed the bill with the dwarf before placing the order. The dwarf's face sank. Dear guest, have you forgotten that you just ordered a dessert? It cost an additional 500 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian, isn't dessert free? I confirmed it twice. The dwarf, what? What? Free? I clearly said it wasn't. Okay, you want to dine for free. Xianyuan Batian was dumbfounded. The dwarf was already throwing a tantrum. Boss, someone's dine and dine here. Call the police. Xianyuan Batian didn't have time to say anything. Dang dang dang. 2 people came up from downstairs. They were the village guards from before. The 2 guards rushed over. Okay, you again. Why are you always disturbing the peace? Arrest them. Lu Xingchen was also stunned. She had witnessed a farce. She had heard the dwarf clearly say the dessert was free. She hadn't expected him to not only deny it, but also call the police. It was obvious that the 2 guards were definitely siding with the natives. Xianyuan Batian had been extremely cautious, but the dwarf, in front of so many people, was accusing the devil of right and wrong. The natives who were eating, however, only laughed with gloating delight, not a single one offering any proof to Xianyuan Batian and his men. Seeing the 2 guards charging forward, Xianyuan Batian suddenly shouted, wait! He smiled and said, we were wrong. We accept the punishment. Whatever it is, we take it. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Xianyuan Batian had suffered a few setbacks, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and became much smarter. Xianyuan Batian thrust a small bag of gold coins into the guard's hand and said with a smile, I just got a bottle of premium rice wine. It's good for keeping out the cold and keeping you warm. I'm giving it to you 2 brothers. What do you think? The guard's eyes lit up. Do you have premium rice wine? Xianyuan Baishan's voice was just loud enough for Lu Xingchen to hear. Yes, I do. But I like to ask about the spirit refreshing flower. The guard said, no problem. Haha, come on, let's talk downstairs. The group walked downstairs, arm in arm. Gao Dafu's eyes darted, and he immediately stood up. Xiao Lu, can I go down and listen? Gu Yin, premium rice wine? Lu Xingchen shook her head. No need. Xianyuan Batian had clearly given her this information on purpose. It was probably too late to look for premium rice wine now. Xianyuan Batian was quite capable. He figured out how to bribe the guards and obtain the information so quickly. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but stand up, wanting to walk to the window to see where Xianyuan Batian and the others had gone. But just as he reached the fish tank, he heard a voice, puff, puff, puff. We've been tricked again. Another fool has taken the bait. Hey, where's that noise coming from? Lu Xingchen was startled, then heard several chaotic voices. Looking for the refreshing flower? Why do you have to give those two guys alcohol? Everyone knows that. We know everything. Yeah. We've been here for years and have been to the market countless times. What don't we know? Puff, puff, puff. We're the little fish that know everything. La. Huh? Lu Xingchen looked down and saw the cheerful little fish in the fish tank. Is it them? She squatted down, peering intently at the surface of the water. She heard the voices again. Puff, puff, puff. What a big face. Someone's coming. Someone's coming. Be good and stop chattering. So what if they chatter? They can't understand us. Puff, puff, puff. We're the best. We can understand what they're saying, but they can't. Confirmed, it was those little fish talking. That's right. She can understand the speech of marine life. Are these little fish considered marine creatures? Just now, she couldn't hear them from too far away. She had to squat down and get closer to hear them. Do they know about the awakening flower? The little fish panicked. Puff, puff, why is she always looking at us? Woohoo, is she trying to eat fish? She wants to eat us. Puff, puff, I need to find my mother. What are you doing? You're so small, you can't even fill a gap between her teeth. Frying you in oil will make you disappear. How will she eat you? Don't be afraid. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. The little fish had just said they could understand human speech. So she whispered, do you know where the awakening flower is? The little fish immediately calmed down. Awakening flower? Awakening flower. I know, but I want some premium fish food. I want to eat, but only old G has premium fish food, and a small bag costs 20,000 gold coins. Whatever, I have to eat premium fish food. Eat premium fish food, or we won't tell you where the Xingchen is. No. Premium fish food, premium fish food. The little fish started to make a fuss, and Lu Xingchen was in a state of panic. Where could she find 20,000 gold coins? She was so broke now. Besides, who is Ji Lao? Lu Xingchen, let's switch. I can't afford the premium fish food. How about I give you some bread? The little fish exploded. No. We noble little fish know everything, and we won't eat bread. We want premium fish food. No. Premium fish food, premium fish food. Lu Xingchen, The natives of Frost and Snow Village are difficult to deal with. Even the little fish are so stubborn. Oh, what should I do? Just then, a dwarf came over and said with a smile, Master, do you like these little fish? Lu Xingchen gazed thoughtfully at the fish tank. Yes, I'm craving fish. The dwarf's eyes lit up. Master, what kind of fish would you like? Cod, salmon, yellow croaker. Lu Xingchen pointed. I want this kind of fish. The dwarf was startled. But, what are these little fish? They're ornamental and very small. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. I know they be gone if fried in oil, but they can be put in soup. That way, even if they're stewed, the nutrients are still there. The dwarf thought for a moment. Okay, I've kept these little fish for years. It's time to change them. Since the master wants them, wait while I get a small fishing net. Lu Xingchen, okay. The little fish in the fish tank were in a panic. Ah. She wants to eat fish. She wants to eat fish. She wants to eat those incredibly cute, all-knowing little fish. Vicious woman. Wow. I need to find my mother. I don't want to be eaten. My child, my mother isn't very big either. Once we net them, maybe we can all make soup together. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Don't worry, I try to stew you all in the same pot. Woo! Puff! Puff! The little fish were in a state of panic. Lu Xingchen tapped the fish tank gently. So, how do we find the awakening flower? Chapter 495. The dwarf came over, holding a palm-sized fishing net and a small jar. Master, I'm here to catch some fish. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. Give it to me, I do it myself. The dwarf nodded. Okay, master, whatever fish you want to eat will do. It's been too long, it's time to change the fish. The fish wailed again. The dwarf left. Lu Xingchen squatted down. How do you find the awakening flower? Have you figured it out? Don't lie to me, I can always come back and make soup. The fish immediately started talking. To find the awakening flower, look for Lady Flower. Lady Flower sells flowers, so there must be awakening flowers. Lady Flower has family matters this year, and only appears once. When Lady Flower comes to deliver peach blossom wine, that's when she's going out to sell flowers. Lady Flower is a beautiful woman when she's selling flowers, but no one recognizes her when she's not. Lady Flower has a strange temper, and only appears in a few secluded places. A quiet place. Lu Xingchen received a lot of information, and she quickly sorted it out. She asked, where does Lady Hua usually appear, and how often? A small fish said, Lady Hua has only appeared in 3 places in previous years. The alley at number 13 North Street, the alley at number 21 North Street, and the alley at number 5 South Street. This year, since she only appears once, 2 more locations have been added, the end of South Street and the stone square on North Street. Small fish, I've got the most complete information. Lu Xingchen wrote it down and sorted it out. 1. Lady Hua will only appear once at this market, and the exact date is unknown. 2. Before she appears, she delivered 2 jars of peach blossom wine. 3. Within half an hour after delivering the peach blossom wine, Flower Lady will randomly appear at one of the 5 locations mentioned earlier. These are all remote and difficult to find. It seems Flower Lady's main focus is selling flowers on a casual basis. 4. When not selling flowers, Flower Lady takes on a different form. After recording, Lu Xingchen asked 2 more questions. Do you know where the person selling chips is? The little fish panicked. What chips? Isn't it enough to just ask about the awakening flowers? We don't know? Woohoo! Are you going to eat us? Lu Xingchen soothed. No, but keep an eye out for news on chips and new things at the market these days. I come back tomorrow. The little fish cheered. You're not going to eat the little fish anymore? Lu Xingchen, not today. I come back tomorrow. The little fish, woohoo! Are you still going to eat the little fish tomorrow? Lu Xingchen, hee, that depends on whether you can surprise me tomorrow. The little fish scurried around in the tank, panicked. The dwarf approached. Dear guest, would you like some fish soup? Lu Xingchen stood up regretfully. I found these little fish so adorable. I won't be eating them for now. Thank you. After paying the bill, Lu Xingchen hurried downstairs. Gao Dafu returned with regret. No, I only heard something about the alley at 21 North Street. They were too alert and ran away quickly. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, then went to a nearby alley, let Mime out, and gave her some instructions. Then he took out a cotton coat, covered Mime's head with it, picked her up, and handed her to Gao Dafu. Here, hold her and walk around. See if you can get any information. A gust of cold wind blew, and Gao Dafu wrapped himself in his cotton coat. Why cover it? Lu Xingchen speechlessly revealed little Mime. Here, look at it and ask again. Gao Dafu glanced at the adorable lamb and slurred his saliva. I want to eat it. It's freezing cold, so I build a bonfire and roast a tender, adorable lamb. It's just so beautiful. Lu Xingchen, other people think so too. If it were a player, it would be fine, but what if an NPC took a fancy to the lamb? Lu Xingchen wasn't confident he could defeat all the NPCs. In this situation, the lamb was incredibly attractive. After a moment's thought, Gao Dafu took the eggs out of his arms and put them on his back, then cradled the lamb in his arms. Then, carrying one on his back and the other in his arms, he staggered out. Like a dad with a baby. Lu Xingchen said to Gu Yan, thank you for standing guard in front of the restaurant for a while, and seeing if anyone comes to offer peach blossom wine. Gu Yan nodded. Lu Xingchen left quickly. She was going to scout the area. She wanted to identify all the possible locations where the 5 flower ladies might appear and observe whether there were any unusual activity nearby. And if her guess was correct, Xianyuan Batian had also learned about the awakening flower, and he would go there too. She should be even more cautious. The market in Frost and Snow Village was enormous, a whole street divided into South Street and North Street by a central square. The street was wide, paved with rough, massive stones, and the accumulated snow was impossible to clean. On both sides of the street were narrow and deep alleys, filled with endlessly melting snow. At the entrances of the alleys were numbers, and Lu Xingchen searched along until she arrived at Alley 21, North Street. She walked in and, after about 500 or 600 meters, finally reached the end. The area was lined with low stone houses, most with dilapidated doorways, suggesting no one lived there. As she emerged from Alley 21, she ran into Xianyuan Batian, who was hurrying over. Xianyuan Batian was stunned, his expression growing wary. He pondered for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Master Lu, we meet again? You're here." Lu Xingchen glanced at him. "Who are you?" "I don't know you." Xianyuan Batian refused to give up. "Master Lu, you're also looking for the awakening flower, right? How about we collaborate?" Lu Xingchen turned around. "Collaborate? What if there's only one awakening flower?" Xianyuan Batian chased after him. "We can exchange information first. As for who gets the awakening flower, it all depends on our own abilities." Gao Dafu suddenly sent a message. Little Lu, hurry. The tender lamb is about to be eaten." "What?" Lu Xingchen had no desire to argue with Xianyuan Batian. He immediately replied, "No need." Then he hurried away. As she ran, she asked, "Where are you?" "Tell me." "Gao Dafu, North Street, Alley 3. "I'm blocked." "Hurry." Lu Xingchen rushed over and saw Gao Dafu hiding in a corner, surrounded by 2 guards and several children. Gao Dafu, holding little Mime, was screaming at the top of his lungs, "Don't look. Don't look. My child is too ugly. I won't let anyone see her." One child drooled, "I hear lamb bleeding. Wow, there are lambs in Frost Snow Village. They must be so tender." Another child, "Wow, lamb skewers. It's been so long since we've had lamb in Frost Snow Village. I'm craving it." Guard A, "Roasted lamb with premium rice wine. Wonderful." Guard B, "Hurry, bring it out, or I put you in jail." Chapter 496. Lu Xingchen rushed over and quietly put Mime into his pet bag, then winked at Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu felt his hands empty, realizing Mime was gone. He suddenly burst into tears. "My little one, my poor little one, you're so ugly, and they insisted on looking at you. You must be so mad." He opened the cotton-padded package. Inside was a cabbage. Gao Dafu screamed, "Ah, little one, my little one, you. How could you be so angry?" Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu was truly amazing. He even pulled a cabbage out of his backpack and put it in. Guard A, "Bad luck. Why is it a cabbage?" Guard B, "Isn't this fat guy stupid? He calls someone carrying an egg baby, and someone holding a cabbage baby." Guard A grabbed the cabbage and said, "It's quite tender. Let's go and blanch the cabbage." Guard B, "There's an egg, and it's about the same size. Bring it over and cook it together." Gao Dafu immediately protected his pet egg. Lu Xingchen gently tapped his white jade cane. "Hey, Dafu, come here." The 2 guards turned around and saw Lu Xingchen, their expressions immediately becoming more respectful. "Hello, master." Lu Xingchen's expression was calm, his expression unremarkable. He said calmly, "Dafu is my disciple. Have I offended you in any way?" The 2 guards immediately replied, No, it was just a misunderstanding." "So, this cabbage?" "Lu Xingchen, I give it to you too." The 2 guards thanked him profusely, and hurried away with the cabbage. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the white jade crush, which allowed him to take advantage of the power of others. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous in the Frost and Snow Village. These guards are so unreasonable. They're openly robbing. Gao Dafu, "Xiao Lu, Mime has caught something. I took her with me to eavesdrop on Xianyuan Batian and the 2 guards." Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. "Really? Let's go back." She didn't dare let Mime out, so she hurried back to the courtyard with Gao Dafu. Arriving in the room, Lu Xingchen immediately let Mime out and asked, "What did you hear?" "Mime, the guard, flower lady, sells flowers. She appears once every morning and afternoon for a short time each time, only in the alleys of North Street 13, North Street 21, and South Street 5. Keep a close eye on her." Lu Xingchen, "That's all?" Mime, "Yes, I heard it clearly. That's all." The guards weren't lying. "Oh, that's not right. Compared to what Xiaoyu mentioned, there are 2 missing locations, one at the end of South Street, and the other at the Stone Square on North Street." "Yes, these are the 2 new locations added this year. There's also another piece of information that's different. This year, Lady Hua will only appear once. She must seize this opportunity. The trouble is, she doesn't know when Lady Hua will appear. She can't just sit outside the restaurant all the time, right?" Lu Xingchen took out a basket of strawberries, placed it on the table, and offered it to me, the little lamb. She began to worry about Lon Lon. Suddenly, a horse neighed outside, and then the courtyard opened, revealing the old man driving the cart, a smiling face. He went upstairs, and began knocking on Lu Xingchen's door. Lu Xingchen quickly put Mimi into the pet bag, and opened the door. The old man peeked into the house and sniffed hard. "Hey, lamb! There are fresh lambs. The smell is so fresh. It must be lambs that are no more than 6 months old. Wow, it's been a long time since I tasted delicious lamb." He looked at Lu Xingchen. "Dear guest, do you have a lamb?" Lu Xingchen, Are the noses of the NPCs in Frost and Snow Village dogs? No, even a dog couldn't sniff out a lamb so accurately. She immediately shook her head. "No, I've never seen one." The old man driving the cart shook his head regretfully. "Well, if I had a lamb, maybe I'd tell you a shocking secret." Shocking secret? Lu Xingchen didn't believe it. Even if she did, she couldn't trade it for a lamb. These people, like they've never had roast lamb in their entire lives, their eyes go green at the sight of a lamb. Lu Xingchen said decisively, "What a shame, old man. I don't have any lamb." Okay. The old man driving the cart came downstairs regretfully, muttering, "All this time, no lamb? Strange, how could the fresh lamb smell suddenly disappear?" Lu Xingchen, The snow suddenly intensified. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, and decided to continue her journey, just in case Lady Hua came out to sell flowers in the snow. She needed to check out the other locations. She arrived at North Street, and quietly contacted Lon Lon, who was nearby, telling her to check on number 13 North Street and number 5 South Street. Lon Lon quickly returned with the news. Xianyuan Lingyun was at number 13 North Street, and Xianyuan Batian was at number 5 South Street. Lu Xingchen understood that the Xianyuan family wanted each of them to guard a location, so that as soon as Lady Hua appeared, they could quickly reach it. Some of these 5 locations were quite far apart, so she had to guard them in advance. Otherwise Xianyuan Batian could easily get there first. She quickly made arrangements. Gao Dafu stayed near number 5 South Street, while Lon Lon stayed near number 21 North Street, where there were several pine trees offering shelter. Gu Yin was still guarding the restaurant entrance. If Lady Hua showed up, he could quickly rush to 13 North Street. As for Little Lamb, she was stationed at the end of South Street, where no one was. She told Mimi to run to her immediately if there was any danger. She was in the stone square. After completing the arrangements, Lu Xingchen went to the stone square alone. The stone square wasn't large, perhaps because no one was there at the moment. It was covered with a thick layer of snow, and a few broken stones, tall and haphazardly standing. The wind picked up again, and Lu Xingchen hid behind a rock to rest for a while. Around 5 in the afternoon, as the sky darkened, Gu Yin suddenly sent a message. A woman delivered 2 jars of peach blossom wine to the restaurant. "Oh no, she's gone. Wait a minute while I catch up." Less than half a minute later, Gu Yin replied, "I lost her. She's gone." Lu Xingchen, hurry to number 13 North Street. As she finished speaking, a woman's tired voice suddenly reached her. "Flowers for sale. Flowers for sale. Anyone want to buy any?" "Flower lady." Lu Xingchen, startled, immediately rushed out from behind a stone. Not far away, in the corner of the stone square, behind a tall stone, stood a woman. The woman, probably in her 30s, was dressed in a green dress, with a delicate face, a thin figure, and a tired expression. On her arm was a basket filled with a variety of blooming flowers. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Frost Village was covered in frost year-round. How did Lady Hua manage to grow all these flowers, which might appear in different seasons? Also, Lady Hua was incredibly fast. Gu Yin had just lost her, and she was already here. Could she even teleport? Lu Xingchen moved quickly approaching the woman. "Madam Hua, is that you? Excuse me, do you have any awakening flowers?" Madam Hua was startled, hesitated, then shook her head decisively. "Awakening flowers? No." Lu Xingchen was disappointed. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her. Lady Hua had hesitated, so perhaps she knew something about the awakening flowers. She pressed on. "Do you know where I can find awakening flowers?" Madam Hua didn't answer, only muttering, "Oh, I really want to sell all the flowers quickly. My baby must be waiting anxiously at home." She looked around inside. "There's no one here. I should find another place." With that, she vanished in a flash. Just left like that? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Just as he was stunned, Lon Lan's voice came over. "Here they come, the flower seller is here. Xianyuan Batian is talking to her. Come quickly, Xiao Lu, I'm going to mess with him." Chapter 497. Lu Xingqian tapped a speed card and immediately sprinted towards number 21 North Street. The distance was quite far. She confirmed that Lady Hua had teleported. At number 21 North Street, Xianyuan Batian looked at the flower girl in front of him with surprise and ran up to her respectfully, asking Lady Hua, "Do you have any refreshing flowers?" Lady Hua shook her head, "No." Xianyuan Batian was disappointed. Undeterred, he asked again, "Really?" "Lady Hua, I'm begging you for refreshing flowers." Lady Hua continued to shake her head, "I don't have any refreshing flowers. Here are roses, peonies, Chinese roses, lilies. Which one do you want?" Xianyuan Batian anxiously scanned the basket several times, confirming that he recognized the flowers, ordinary ones like roses and peonies. Although they were colorful and vibrant, they weren't the kind he wanted. Lady Hua looked around, seeing no one else. She took out a purple lily and handed it to Xianyuan Batian. "Dear guest, would you like to buy one?" Xianyuan Batian, struck by a thought, reached out to take the lily, but suddenly, a brown poop fell from the sky and landed on the lily. Lady Hua was stunned, then flew into a rage. "You can choose not to buy it, but why are you dirtying it?" "Damn it!" Xianyuan Batian quickly denied. "Lady Hua, it wasn't me." "Maybe. It was a bird." Lady Hua roared, "Nonsense. There aren't even sparrows in Frost and Snow Village. Where did the bird come from?" "It was you. It had to be you." "Damn, my beautiful lily." She threw the lily in her hand, and it vanished with a whoosh. At that moment, Lu Xingqian had just run halfway when Lon Lon, ecstatic, called back, "Ha ha, it's done, it's done." Lu Xingqian was surprised. "How did you manage it?" Lon Lon, ha, the flower seller ran away, she ran away, you don't have to come, ha ha. Lu Xingqian, Is that how Lon Lon managed it? Well, anyway, Xianyuan Batian probably returned empty-handed, so it's a unique way of managing it. The sprint card just happened to wear off, so she didn't have to run. But if my guess is correct, the flower lady will definitely appear at the next location. Sure enough, Gao Dafu quickly sent a message. "I saw the flower lady, Xiao Lu, come quickly." He immediately used the summon card. Lu Xingqian received the message. "Gao Dafu wants to summon you to his side." "Do you agree?" Lu Xingqian said impatiently. "Agreed?" Swish. With a swish, she arrived at Gao Dafu's side. At the same time, swish. Xianyuan Batian also arrived at Xianyuan Badeo's side. Lady Hua looked at the sudden appearance of the crowd in shock, delighted. "Great! Finally someone's here. Everyone, would you like to buy some flowers?" The four of them exchanged glances. Xianyuan Badeo glanced at the flowers and asked, "Are they sweet? Are these flowers sweet?" Lady Hua was stunned. "Oh, I haven't tried them." Xianyuan Badeo, "Then we don't want them." Lady Hua's expression immediately darkened. She glanced down at the basket of flowers, a little irritated. "When will you sell all the flowers? I have to go home and take care of the baby after I sell them." The sudden change of scenery stunned Lu Xingqian. Her eyes lit up, and she clung her white jade cane. "Lady Hua, how much are your flowers?" "I buy them all." Lady Hua looked up, glanced at the white jade cane, and then her face lit up with joy. "Really? Distinguished guest, you have excellent taste. Here, I have 10 roses, 20 lilies, a few peonies, and a few other flowers. A total of 20,000 gold coins. Pay." Lu Xingqian, "Oh." She lowered her head and rummaged through her purse, only to discover she didn't have enough. She bought and sold a lot of things, and now she only had 13,000 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian, inspired and overjoyed, immediately said, "Madame Hua, I bought all your flowers. 20,000 gold coins, right? I have them." Madame Hua's face suddenly turned cold, and she looked at him indifferently. "You were the one who just pooped on my lilies, weren't you?" Xianyuan Batian was stunned. "I didn't." Madame Hua sneered. "I saw it all, who else could it be but you?" Xianyuan Batian was speechless. This NPC was being unreasonable. The tiny poop was clearly a bird's, and he had no pets with him, so how could it possibly be him? Xianyuan Badeo was confused and cried out in shock. Brother, you urinated and defecated in public." Xianyuan Badeo was horrified. "Brother, how could you do that?" Xianyuan Batian frowned. "Shut up." Huan Yangzi was furious. "You told me to shut up. Who the hell do you think you are?" Xianyuan Batian was helpless and quickly explained. "Huan Yangzi, that's not what I meant." Unable to bear it any longer, he threw a silent spell at Xianyuan Badeo, then quickly apologized to Huan Yangzi and promised to buy all of her flowers. Finally, Lady Hua said coldly, "Okay, 100,000 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. Wasn't it 20,000 gold coins? Lady Hua sneered. You still dare to bargain with me? Have you forgotten what you just did? You're not a flower lover. I'm lucky I can sell you flowers, and you still dare to bargain? Xianyuan Batian smiled bitterly. 100,000 gold coins is too much. I don't have that much money. Lady Hua, if that's the case, then don't buy any, poor bastard. Xianyuan Batian, When had he ever been treated like this before? Ever since arriving in Frost and Snow Village, he'd been called a poor countless times. These NPCs were truly despicable. Lady Hua had already turned to Lu Xingchen and softly asked, Dear guest, would you like to buy more flowers? Lu Xingchen was in a state of embarrassment. She wanted to buy them all. Since this was a prerequisite for obtaining the awakening flower, of course she had to buy them. But she didn't have enough money. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan only had a few hundred gold coins, which was of no use at all. Lu Xingchen hesitated, and Xianyuan Batian immediately understood. She has no money. Immediately, Xianyuan Batian said, Lu Xingchen, how about we work together? I lend you 20,000 gold coins. If we get the awakening flower, we split it evenly. Lu Xingchen glanced at him. Do you want to buy flowers? Here's how. I lend you my identity. In other words, you give me the money, and I buy the flowers for you, saving you 80,000 gold coins. How about that? Xianyuan Batian was stunned, then his eyes narrowed. Lu Xingchen, you're so cunning. You've just changed the story, and it seems like I'm indebted to you. Lu Xingchen, think about it, and make a decision. Madame Hua was annoyed. Are you going to buy it or not? Oh no, forget it. Swish. With a swish, she vanished. Xianyuan Batian's face fell. Oh no! Lady Hua only appears in 3 locations, and Lingyun's is the only one I haven't visited yet. If we don't buy all her flowers next time, our mission won't be able to proceed. Lu Xingchen, so will you lend me your identity? If she spends all her gold coins, she'd be out of money for subsequent missions, and won't be able to buy the refreshing flowers. Wouldn't that just be a favor to Xianyuan Batian? So, Xianyuan Batian must pay for the 20,000 gold coins. One of them would pay, the other his identity, giving them the best of both worlds. Neither of them would give in. Suddenly, Gu Yan sent a message, Alley 13, North Street, Lady Hua is here. Come quickly. At the same time, Xianyuan Batian also received a summons from Xianyuan Lingyun. They only had one chance. That was true for Xianyuan Batian. Of course, he didn't know there were actually 5 chances. The two were summoned almost simultaneously, and arrived at Alley 13, North Street. Xianyuan Lingyun, having received his instructions, was asking for a price. I want to buy all your flowers, Madame Hua. Please name your price. Madame Hua glanced at Xianyuan Lingyun and said, 60,000 gold coins. Xianyuan Lingyun looked at Xianyuan Batian, and shook his head. Xianyuan Batian was helpless. He simply didn't have that much money. At this point, he could only resort to Lu Xingchen's method. He gritted his teeth and turned to Lu Xingchen. Okay, sure. But what if there's only one refreshing flower? Lu Xingchen, of course, it depends on your ability. Chapter 498. Xianyuan Batian chuckled. If you buy all her flowers, she naturally favor you. Lu Xingchen, don't go too far. Lu Xingchen retorted. What do you want? Xianyuan Batian, if there are 2 or more refreshing flowers, we split them equally. If there's only one, we play rock paper scissors. He had a lucky card, so his luck was generally good. Lu Xingchen pondered, but what if we buy all her flowers and don't give her the refreshing flowers? Seeing that Lady Flower looked unhappy, and was about to leave, Xianyuan Batian didn't dare argue with Lu Xingchen anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, then it's my bad luck. Lu Xingchen didn't dare delay and nodded. Okay. Xianyuan Batian immediately gave Lu Xingchen 20,000 gold coins, and Lu Xingchen used them to buy all of Lady Flower's flowers. Lady Hua was delighted. Dear guest, I'm so glad you bought all my flowers. Now I have to go home to see my baby. Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, wait, Lady Hua, do you have any refreshing flowers? Lady Hua's expression immediately changed. Refreshing flowers? No. Swish. With a flash, she vanished. Lu Xingchen turned back to Xianyuan Batian and spread her hands. Look, there's nothing I can do about this outcome. She handed the basket of flowers to Xianyuan Batian and turned to leave. Xianyuan Batian stared down at the basket of flowers, his expression changing again and again. Xianyuan Lingyun panicked. Brother, we've spent another 20,000 gold coins. If we keep spinning like this, we'd be broke. Xianyuan Batian looked at Lu Xingchen's back and gritted his teeth. Follow her. Lu Xingchen had just left the alley when he received a voice message from Mime. Master, the flower girl is here. At the end of South Street. Come quickly. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. If my guess was correct, the end of South Street was Lady Hua's last stop. But why would she come out now that all the flowers were sold? Lu Xingchen didn't have time to think about it. He said to Mime, do you have any way to keep her? Mime couldn't summon her, so she could only use the speed card to run there. The end of South Street was quite far, and it would probably take her a while. After a moment, Mime said weakly, okay, master, hurry up. Lu Xingchen had already used the speed card and rushed to the end of South Street like lightning. South Street was also a market, with many stalls, but the further he went, the fewer people there were, until almost no one was there. The stone-paved road was covered in snow, probably up to his ankles. Lu Xingchen rushed all the way, and finally reached the end of South Street. At the end of South Street was a small park with several stone benches. One of the benches had been cleared of snow, and Lady Hua was standing next to it. Mimi stood there on the bench, looking hopeless. Next to it was a small child. The child, warmly dressed, sat on the chair, pulling at the wool on the lamb's back, whimpering. Mimi's face was filled with despair. Master, help! Lu Xingchen felt distressed. At this moment, she was close enough to Mimi and quickly tucked her into her pet bag, then swooped aside. Thankfully, her speed card was still active, so Lady Hua didn't notice. Seeing the lamb vanish before her, the child froze for a moment, then cried out, wow! Lady Hua quickly picked up the child, coaxing it softly while looking around curiously. Lu Xingchen pretended to come from a distance, holding a white jade cane and gently poking it. Madame Hua, we meet again. Is this your baby? So cute. Hearing Lu Xingchen praise his child, Madame Hua smiled. However, the baby was very noisy, crying uncontrollably. Madame Hua looked around again and asked curiously, Master, have you seen a lamb? Lu Xingchen shook his head decisively, no. She walked over and helped Madame Hua soothe the baby. Madame Hua was clearly inexperienced, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't stop the baby from crying. Lu Xingchen had some experience soothing his nephew before, and soon the baby stopped crying. Lady Hua was very grateful. Before she could run away, Lu Xingchen quickly stabbed his crutch and asked, Lady Hua, I'm looking for the awakening flower. It's very useful. Do you know where I can find it? Lady Hua's eyes flashed. Awakening flower. What use is it for? Lu Xingchen sighed. I use it to save my life. Lady Hua was silent for a moment. She unbuttoned the baby's cotton coat and pulled out a red string from inside. 2 white flowers were tied to the string. Lady Hua, this is the awakening flower. Lu Xingchen gently picked up the red string and examined it. The awakening flower was white and shaped like a plum blossom, but the petals were thick and hard, feeling like jade. A faint fragrance could be smelled. One of the awakening flowers was intact, but the other had 2 small, clear teeth marks on its petals. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Wasn't Madame Hua giving the awakening flower to the baby as a teething stick? Seeing Lu Xingchen holding the awakening flower, the baby became unhappy. He snatched it away with a gurgling sound, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. Crunch! Lu Xingchen's heart ached. Madame Hua sighed, it's not that I don't sell the awakening flower, but the baby only likes this. If I take it away, he cried non-stop. As expected, the wake-up flower served as both a toy and a teething stick. Lu Xingchen's mind struck a chord. She had a rattle in her hand. The workmanship and material were both excellent, and the bright colors made it perfect for babies to chew on. She took out the rattle and shook it. The ding-dong sound instantly captured the baby's attention. The baby stared at the brightly colored rattle without blinking, reaching out to grab it. Lu Xingchen shook it a few more times, then handed it to the baby, saying, Here, I need to change something. How about your little flower? The baby received the rattle, shook it joyfully a few times, and untied the red string. The flower lady was delighted. What is this? The colors are so beautiful, and the material is so good. Lu Xingchen said, This toy is called a rattle. It's for children. The baby giggled at the rattle. Madame Hua breathed a sigh of relief. This kid has cried a lot since he was born, rarely smiling. I've been exhausted lately. Thank you, master. If the baby agrees, I give you the refreshing flower. She carefully untied the red string, and this time the baby didn't try to stop her. Lu Xingchen had obtained the refreshing flower. Madame Hua seemed to have found someone to confide in, sighing, Oh, this kid's been so clingy since he was born, he can't leave me alone for a moment. I've been so exhausted lately, I can't take it anymore. Lu Xingchen thought about it. Her nephew was also clingy when he was little, and he used to tire out his grandparents, his brother, and his sister-in-law. After some thought, she couldn't help but offer Madame Hua some advice. Find more toys, preferably with pleasant sounds and bright colors. They love them the most. While they're playing with them, you can rest. Madame Hua complained, where can we find so many toys? I had planned to look at the market this time, but there weren't any for children to play with. Who knew there wouldn't be anything? Lu Xingchen glanced at the baby in Madame Hua's arms. Looking young, he must have just learned to sit, and he's still a bit unsteady. An idea struck her, and she pulled out a bed bell. Madame Hua, look at this. She fastened the bell to the back of a stone chair and turned on the music. The bell began to spin along with a jingle-dong tune. Dangling from it, little ducklings, kittens, and bunnies shimmered and spun. The cheerful, melodious music immediately caught the baby's attention. He listened blankly for a long moment, then cried out, "Ah!" and reached for the bell. Madame Hua placed him on the chair. He tilted his head back, patted a little duckling with one hand, and giggled. Lady Hua was amazed. This toy is so fun. The colors are beautiful, the animals are so lifelike and pretty, and the music is so beautiful. Master, this is a treasure. The bed bell has about 20 songs, all nursery rhymes. The baby played with it for a long time and never got bored. Lady Hua said solemnly, Master, can you sell me this bed bell? Lu Xingchen couldn't wait to get it. She brought these things with the intention of selling them. However, she still feigned hesitation. Lady Hua, these toys were originally for an old friend of mine. Well, he has 2 children, one pregnant and one raised, and it's been very hard. Apologetically, she put herself in Gao Dafu's shoes. Lady Hua was anxious. Master, can you give it to me? I really need it. I pay more. Lu Xingchen glanced at the bed bell. How much would it cost? You can overcharge, but know when to stop. Lady Hua is a good NPC. You need to leave a way out. How many gold coins would it cost? 3,000? 5,000? While she was still hesitating, Lady Hua handed her a large bag of gold coins. Here's 20,000 gold coins. Is that okay? Sorry, I was so busy this time, and didn't bring any money. 20,000 gold coins? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. No problem. 20,000 gold coins for a bed bell. Of course it's okay. Lady Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xingchen took the coins and put them in her backpack. She took a look. Wasn't this the same gold coin she paid Lady Hua for the flowers? Now, intact, they're back to their original owner. Hey, it's back again. Oh no, it's not returning to its original owner. This bag of gold coins belongs to Xianyuan Batian. Chapter 499. Having obtained the awakening flower, Lu Xingchen felt relieved. She walked back slowly. Xianyuan Batian chased Lu Xingchen, but Lu Xingchen used the speed card and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Helplessly, he tapped a speed card and chased after Lu Xingchen. Halfway through, he heard a loud shout, Xiao Lu, wait for me. Then, he saw a portly figure rushing into an alley. It was the fat man with Lu Xingchen. He immediately turned and gave chase. The snow in the alley was thick, and as he hurried along, he kicked up clouds of snow and mist, making it almost impossible to see the road. He searched for a long time, but saw nothing. He didn't even know when the fat man had run away. Helplessly, he had to turn back and continue his pursuit. He suspected that Lu Xingchen must have entered an alley, just like the 3 previous locations. He ran furiously, rushing into any alleyway he saw, looking for someone there. Only then would he emerge and enter another. When the sprint car's effect wore off, he'd play another. He continued running relentlessly, stirring up clouds of snow. 1 or 2 times was fine, but too many times naturally angered everyone, and the market erupted in curses. Who is this? What idiot is parkouring in the streets? Yes, the market has already cleared the snow, and he even bothered wading through the snow in the alleys. What kind of person is this? Guards, where are the guards? Why aren't they arresting him? When Xianyuan Batian burst out of another alleyway, guards A and B were already blocking the entrance. 2 guards confronted him, saying, Who dares to cause trouble in the market? Arrest them and throw them in jail. Xianyuan Batian's face changed. He hadn't expected that just by running, the guards from Frost and Snow Village would come looking for trouble. There was no way he could go to jail, so he offered more gold coins. Thanks to the favor of the premium rice wine he given them, the 2 guards gave him a few words of reprimand, took the gold coins, and sauntered off. Xianyuan Batian looked up and saw Lu Xingchen. a look of surprise on his face. Lu Xingchen asked curiously, Frost and Snow Village is so small, how could there be a prison? Xianyuan Baishan's face changed again. Where have you been? Lu Xingchen, strange, what does it have to do with you where I go? Xianyuan Batian frowned. He had just run through countless alleys, and hadn't seen Lu Xingchen. Where had Lu Xingchen gone? Although Lady Hua had indeed vanished from his sight, he still felt a lingering unease, a sense that buying flowers was just making things easier for Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen walked away slowly. Xianyuan Batian pondered for a long time before contacting Xianyuan Lingyun. Release your pets and follow Lu Xingchen. I can't help but feel something's amiss. Xianyuan Lingyun, okay, brother, don't worry. According to the information the guards have given us, Lady Hua appears every morning and afternoon. We see tomorrow. Xianyuan Batian, okay. Tomorrow, he would definitely find a way to get there before Lu Xingchen. Toward evening, the wind and snow had died down, but the temperature had dropped, and with it, it got even colder. Lu Xingchen shivered for a while, wrapped in her cotton coat. Watching the hurried, cautious pedestrians, an idea suddenly struck her. She asked Gao Dafu and Gu Yin, did you see any mutton skewers? Gao Dafu, no. That's strange. In such a cold place, shouldn't people enjoy mutton? There's no mutton in the restaurants. He suddenly became excited. Xiao Lu, you're thinking. Lu Xingchen, yes, let's make some lamb skewers and lamb soup to keep out the cold and keep you warm. They should be very popular. Gao Dafu was excited. Okay, I've got plenty of lamb. Haha, I've got pots, charcoal, grills, ingredients, and skewers, everything. Lu Xingchen, I have some here too. Gao Dafu, if business is too booming, I probably need some more lamb. I buy some more. Hey, is our trading hall unusable? Lu Xingchen sighed. You just realized that Frost and Snow Village is an independent area. We can't contact anyone from District 33 anymore. There's only local chat here, no regional chat. Gu Yin, yes, the three of us can chat privately with each other, but we can't communicate with anyone from District 33. Gao Dafu, what should we do then? Lu Xingchen paused. Never mind. Let's sell what mutton we can first, and make some money later. The three of them discussed the matter, and each took up their duties. Lu Xingchen went to find the guards. After her experiences in Frost and Snow Village, she felt that setting up a stall would require certain fees, and perhaps some procedures. She would go ask the guards what they needed to do. Gu Yin and Gao Dafu returned to their accommodations, and urgently started skewering the mutton. Lu Xingchen wandered around several times, but didn't see any guards. When she reached the central area again, she saw two guards emerge from an alley, smiling and carrying two chickens. Guard A, haha, not bad, not bad. Go back and make some chicken soup. There are a lot of people breaking the law today. Wow, there's always something to gain. Guard B, finally, someone sent a chicken. A delicious chicken soup would be perfect, and a tender roast lamb would be even better. Lu Xingchen stepped forward, offering a white jade cane. You too. Guards A and B immediately greeted him with a smile. Master, what can I do for you? Lu Xingchen explained his purpose and handed over 1,000 gold coins, saying, please tell me if there's anything I should be aware of. Guards A and B were overjoyed. They took the coins and said, Master, you're so kind. Hey, setting up a stall is easy. You just need to pay a different stall fee depending on the location. Have you chosen a spot? Lu Xingchen paused. How about near the stone square? There are fewer people there, and more space. Guards A and B, of course. The stall fee is not high there. You just need to pay a deposit, and then, after setting up your stall, you can pay 10% of your earnings. Lu Xingchen nodded, agreeing. Guards A and B handed her a large wooden sign, which Lu Xingchen could engrave herself. She then paid a deposit of 3,000 gold coins. Everything went smoothly. Lu Xingchen immediately returned to her accommodations. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin had already skewered a large quantity of mutton, and together they reached their designated stall. Lu Xingchen took out the wooden sign, carved a few words on it, mutton soup, and stuck it in the ground nearby. Gao Dafu had already set up the barbecue grill, and Gu Yin had built a simple stove with a large iron pot on it for the mutton soup. The three of them needed quite a bit of mutton. Soon, the mutton soup was boiling, and the mutton skewers were grilled. The spot was rather secluded, but the aroma was rich and overpowering, wafting far and wide. The first to arrive was a girl in red, followed by a tall man. The tall man looked at Lu Xingchen and was immediately delighted. Good man, is that you? Lu Xingchen looked up. She had met both of them once before, one when she bought glass cloud stone, and the other was her first customer who bought a safe. Lu Xingchen greeted them. Would you like a few skewers? The girl in red spoke. How much per skewer? Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu and Gu Yan exchanged glances. They had just reviewed the market prices, negotiated, and already agreed on a price. Lu Xingchen picked up a wooden sign and wrote on it, Lamb skewers 8 gold coin/skewer, discounted price 5 gold coin/skewer. Lamb soup 50 gold coin/bowl, discounted price 30 gold coin/bowl. The girl in red was surprised. The price is so high? Lu Xingchen chuckled. Scarcity makes things valuable. The prices at the Frost and Snow Village market weren't cheap at all. Isn't a string of candied haws 5 gold coins? The girl in red gave Lu Xingchen a meaningful look. Okay, we have 2 bowls of mutton soup and 20 skewers. There were only 4 tables. Lu Xingchen had to bring 1 table and 4 chairs, while Gao Dafu had brought 2 tables and 8 chairs. Gu Yan had only brought a small table and 1 small chair. That was all their tableware. The girl in red and the tall man sat at the small table and began to drink soup and eat skewers. Gao Dafu was a very good cook, especially with skewers. After practicing day and night, he had perfected his technique. Everyone who tasted his skewers was full of praise. The girl in red exclaimed in admiration, saying to the tall man, Look, his skewers are much better than yours. The tall man, buried in his food, mumbled, Eat quickly. The guards will show up soon, and we have to kick everyone out. Chapter 500. The tall man then remembered and turned to Lu Xingchen, saying, Good man, hurry up and eat something. The guards will be here soon, and you won't be able to eat a single bite. Gao Dafu, why? The tall man, Hey, you're not allowed to light a fire here. We just wanted to roast a beggar's chicken, so we hid in an alley, but the guards still caught us. We were fined 1,000 gold coins, and the chicken was taken away. The girl in red happily drank the last sip of her soup and glanced at Lu Xingchen. Well, be careful, I guess you should too. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Don't be afraid, sir. Take your time. We're operating a legitimate business. So, the chicken guards A and B had just given us came from here. If my guess is correct, the girl in red and the tall man were trying to get some food for themselves, but they were caught. No one is allowed to light a fire or cook at the Frost and Snow Village market. But they weren't afraid. They already had a business license. The aroma of the mutton soup filled the air, and more people arrived. The price was affordable for most people. It was a bit pricey, but it was still cheaper than a restaurant. And there was no need to worry about being ripped off. The 4 tables quickly filled up, and those who arrived later had to queue or stand to eat. Lu Xingchen turned and took out a portable cooking table, making 6 more tables and 24 chairs, setting them up on the roadside. Soon, the place was full again. The hot, spicy mutton soup filled their stomachs, and a warm feeling rose in their stomachs, leaving everyone very satisfied. Unfortunately, there were too few bowls. Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu only brought a little over 20 bowls between them, and they soon ran out. Gao Dafu's pot was large enough, but it only held 60 bowls, and after a while, it was sold out. The line behind them formed, and everyone was getting anxious. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan kept flipping the skewers. They had set up 2 grills, but it wasn't enough. Business was booming. Lu Xingchen cooked another pot of mutton soup, and the 3 of them worked furiously. They were running out of mutton skewers. Lu Xingchen glanced at the girl in red, her belly bulging with food. Lamb skewers, 1 gold coin each, wanna do it? The girl in red thought for a moment and said, I've got nothing to do anyway, so I do it. Just then, 2 guards strolled over. Gao Dafu immediately greeted them. Brothers, here you are. Come on, sit next to me. Have a bowl of mutton soup? The guards looked serious and said, We're on patrol. Gao Dafu glanced at the small iron pots they were carrying and said with a smile, Okay, I won't delay your work. Come on, I fill your pots. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. The guards reluctantly said, Okay. Gao Dafu filled their iron pots with mutton soup and stuffed them with a handful of lamb skewers before sending them off. The girl in red was shocked. Is that all right? Lu Xingchen glanced at them. You can try. She suspected the 2 were players. The girl in red thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it, I'm not short of money. Gao Dafu asked casually, What treasure did you all find? Why are you all so rich? The girl in red smiled and said, Didn't you find any treasure? Why are you so poor that you're running a barbecue business? Lu Xingchen, They're all players. Are they the only ones who are poor? She decided to keep an eye on this girl. No matter how rich Xianyuan Batian was, he couldn't come up with 100,000 gold coins. Even the girl in red looked down on the barbecue business. How rich must she be? The girl in red was skilled at skewering, incredibly fast. She quickly threaded a skewer of lamb and suddenly asked, "Which district are you from?" Gao Dafu and Lu Xingchen exchanged glances. Gao Dafu, huh? What district? By the way, what's your name? Which ship are you from? The girl in red looked at them suspiciously. Pirates? The two groups were testing each other, neither telling the truth. The girl in red and the tall man were threading the skewers with incredible speed. Even so, Gao Dafu's stock of skewers was dwindling. Lu Xingchen decided to recruit some help to thread the skewers. She had only taken a dozen steps when a child ran over from the other side of the group. It was the round-faced child who had led her there earlier. The child said with a smile, "Dear guest, are you in need of help threading skewers?" Lu Xingchen was surprised. "You're not a tour guide anymore?" The round-faced child, "Hey, I heard they charge 1 gold coin for 1 skewer. I think this job has more potential." Lu Xingchen, "Okay, could you get your friends over? We probably need 4 or 5. The round-faced child, "No problem, just a moment." He scurried out, and soon, he brought 4 children with him. The children immediately joined the team, becoming the skewers. They were all quite quick and nimble, which greatly reduced the pressure on Lu Xingchen and the other two. The barbecue stall was bustling with activity. Xianyuan Batian observed from nearby for a long time. Xianyuan Lingyun looked at the people in line and sighed. Lu Xingchen's business is really good. He's making nearly 10,000 yuan an hour. Bro, we're running low. How about we sell lamb skewers too? Xianyuan Batian shook his head. We have to pay a 10,000 gold deposit, which I'm not sure if it'd be refunded. We also have to pay 35% of our revenue. Lingyun, all in all, we're not making much money. After seeing Lu Xingchen making money, he immediately went to ask the guards. After hearing the conditions, he gave up. Given the bandit-like nature of these NPCs, there's no getting around the 10,000 gold deposit, not to mention the 35% of our revenue. It's such a rip-off. Because of this, he didn't even dare to sell flowers here. He still had a basket of flowers in his backpack. What good were they? Just ordinary roses, peonies, and lilies. You can't eat them, drink them, or sell them. They're completely useless. And after a few hours, the flowers were still wilting. That's 20,000 gold coins. 20,000. The thought of this made Xianyuan Batian's heart ache. He brought so many gold coins, and in just half a day, he already wasted so much. What was he going to do next? Damn Frost and Snow Village. Damn Lu Xingchen. Xianyuan Batian's face darkened. Xianyuan Batian didn't care. He sniffed hard several times, drooling, and said, "Brother, I'm hungry. Shall we go get some lamb skewers?" Xianyuan Batian sneered. No. He would never give Lu Xingchen money again. Xianyuan Lingyun sighed. "Brother, let's eat here. It's much cheaper than at a restaurant. You know, people in Frost and Snow Village aren't allowed to cook their own food. Are we going to starve forever?" Xianyuan Batian naturally knew that eating at Lu Xingchen's stall was much cheaper. Going to a restaurant would not only result in being bullied, but also in being ripped off. They had bread, biscuits, instant noodles, and other items, but compared to the lamb skewers, they were simply unpalatable. Xianyuan Lingyun, helpless, advised, "Brother, think about it. Wouldn't it be nice to have Lu Xingchen put our barbecue skewers on the menu?" Xianyuan Batian thought for a moment and said, "Okay." He had to keep an eye on Lu Xingchen anyway. Xianyuan Batian went to line up, and finally, they were served. Lu Xingchen had already spotted them and approached, asking, "Guest, what would you like?" Xianyuan Batian, 80 lamb skewers. Lu Xingchen was very polite. "Okay, please wait." The 80 skewers were quickly served. Xianyuan Batian ate the fragrant skewers, and watched Lu Xingchen busy between the grill and the wok, finally feeling a sense of relief. Lu Xingchen had no time to bother with her. She was incredibly busy. From dusk until 10 o'clock in the evening, she had taken out her night-shining pearls for illumination. 10 o'clock was the mandatory closing time for the stall. Lu Xingchen and the other two had sold out their mutton. The crowd dispersed, and the 3 men gathered their belongings and put them into their storage backpacks. Then, they paid the girl in red, the tall man, and the children, and began to calculate their earnings. In just a few hours, they had sold 8,000 skewers of meat, each worth 5 gold coins, for a total of 40,000 gold coins, and 150 bowls of mutton soup, each worth 30 gold coins, for a total of 4,500 gold coins. After deducting the 5,000 gold coins from their wages, they had a profit of 35,000 gold coins. They would soon have to pay 10% of their earnings, which would be 4,500 gold coins, bringing their net profit to 30,000 gold coins. They divided the money among themselves, each receiving 10,000 gold coins. The three men collected the gold coins and happily walked back. The number of pedestrians on the road had decreased significantly, and snowflakes were falling again, densely packed. In a matter of moments, the ground was covered in a thick layer. Guard A and B approached lazily from the opposite direction, cursing, "He's still not behaving himself even in prison. Damn it, throw that chatterbox down the snowy mountain. He freeze to death." Chapter 501. Hearing the guard's words, Lu Xingchen's heart suddenly began to panic. She went to meet him. The guard saw her and said respectfully, "Master, it's not safe at night. Please return to your residence as soon as possible." Lu Xingchen nodded and asked, "It's so late. Are you busy?" Guard A, "No, we're just patrolling." Lu Xingchen knew that her white jade cane would only earn her respect and fair treatment from a few NPCs. Beyond that, it wouldn't do. It seemed she had to act in secret. Seeing the two guards hurried away, Lu Xingchen released Lan Lan. "Follow them for me. Report back if anything happens." Lan Lan responded and followed silently. Lu Xingchen continued walking back with Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. The sky was dark, the streetlights casting a hazy yellow glow. Snowflakes drifted down, occasionally landing on the lamps and melting instantly. The streets became increasingly crowded, and by the time Lu Xingchen and the other two reached the alleyway, they were practically deserted. The three of them entered the courtyard and found the lights on the second floor all the way. Standing on the second floor terrace were three people, Xianyuan Batian and his sister. Lu Xingchen, is he targeting her? She stamped her feet, shaking off the remaining snowflakes from her boots. Xianyuan Batian stared at her intently. Xianyuan Lingyun remained silent. Only Xianyuan Madeo said cheerfully, "Ah, you're grilling lamb kebabs. Your lamb kebabs are delicious. Will you grill them again tomorrow?" Lu Xingchen, who had a good impression of Xianyuan Madeo, smiled and said, "No, we're done grilling lamb tomorrow." Xianyuan Baishan's eyes flashed. "I've got quite a bit of lamb here. I sell it to you. 2,000 gold coins per head. Want it?" Gao Dafu shouted, "Selling it so expensive? Are you shameless?" Xianyuan Batian, "One sheep can make over 1,000 skewers. You're selling each skewer for 5 gold coins, which is 5,000 gold coins. Even so, you're making a lot of money. Otherwise, where would you get the supplies from?" A glint of pride flashed in his eyes. "Are you going to make a profit on this?" "Humph, Lu Xingchen is desperately trying to make money, and he wants to make some too. He got ripped off for 20,000 gold coins today. He can't sleep well unless he gets some back." Lu Xingchen glanced at him. "No. Xianyuan Batian, how about I sell it cheaper? 1,500 gold coins a sheep? I have 5 sheep here. I sell them all to you." He was even more proud. In their original area, these sheep were worth almost nothing, but here, they could be sold for 1,500 gold coins each. And he was selling them to Lu Xingchen. The thought of this made him incredibly happy. Lu Xingchen paused and looked at Xianyuan Batian. "Since you have so much mutton, would you like to sell skewers tomorrow? I lend you my stall. Just give me 5,000 yuan for the rental fee. Want it?" Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth and said, "No." Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. "Oh, then what are you going to do with your mutton? Sell it to a restaurant?" Xianyuan Batian had an idea. Yes, he could sell the mutton to a restaurant. Right now, Frost and Snow Village is short on mutton. Just selling the mutton alone would be a lot of money. He was too lazy to set up a stall, so he might as well find a restaurant. Yes, tomorrow. Thinking of ways to make money, Xianyuan Batian felt much better. Lu Xingchen was about to go upstairs when Lanlan's voice came through. Little Lu, 2 greedy guards have brought out the mute. We know him. What's his name?" "It's Aba. Lu Xingchen almost immediately realized he was hungry. "Chi Fangxin." Lan, yes, that's him, the mute chatterbox. Chi Fangxin had come, so Lu Haoyuan must have been here too. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. Where are they? 2 guards held him, threatening to throw him to his death at the foot of the snowy mountain because he talked too much and was annoying. Lu Xingchen immediately rushed out. Xianyuan Batian, preoccupied with figuring out how to sell the mutton, ignored him. Lu Xingchen ran furiously, finally catching up with the 2 guards at the entrance of Frost and Snow Village. By this time, the 2 guards were furious. "Are you cursing at me?" "Yes, are you?" Qi Fangxin's voice rang out. Ah, bang, bang, bang. Guard A. He's cursing us, absolutely. Quick, throw him down the mountain and kill him. Guard B. I'm just confused. Is it so hard to shut up? He's babbling all the time. It's so annoying. Qi Fangxin. Ah, bang, bang, bang. Guard A. Shut up. Lu Xingchen yelled from behind. You too, please stay. She rushed over and saw Qi Fangxin, looking utterly humiliated. Poor Qi Fangxin didn't even have a cotton coat, and his nose was running from the cold. Seeing Lu Xingchen, his eyes lit up and he screamed wildly. Ah, bang, bang, bang. Lu Xingchen glanced at him. Shut up, I heard you. Qi Fangxin finally stopped talking pitifully. Guard A asked, Master, what are your instructions? Lu Xingchen pointed at Qi Fangxin and said, This man works for an old friend of mine. Has he committed any crime? Guard A snorted. This man was robbing supplies on the street. We arrested him, and his 2 accomplices. Qi Fang was anxious. ABA. Lu Xingchen glanced at him. Don't say anything. She turned to the 2 guards and touched her white jade cane. He and I have some connection. Can you please let him go? I compensate for the damage he caused. Is that okay with you? After half a day's experience, Lu Xingchen had a rough idea. Here, the guards have the final say on the rules and laws. If you want to save someone, you better pay the money. A jailbreak is impossible. She can't defeat the NPCs. Besides, who knows how many guards there are on someone else's territory? Who knows who the village chief of Frost Snow Village is, or how powerful the big boss is? So, if gold coins can be used to solve the problem, use them first. Sure enough, Guard A and Guard B exchanged a glance. Master, there are 3 of them, robbing and stealing, causing considerable damage. Lu Xingchen's face was enigmatic. How much do you want? Guard A. 3 people, a total of 90,000 gold coins. Qi Fangxin screamed heartbreakingly, Abba, Abba. Lu Xingchen's face remained calm, though he cursed countless times in his heart. Demanding 30,000 gold coins per person. How bold. Where would she get that much money? Even if she did, she couldn't spend it like that. She thought for a moment. Is that so? Okay, then. I asked my old friend if he still wants these men. If he says no, you can do whatever you want with them. How about that? Guard A pointed at Qi Fangxin and said, He's always talking. He's so annoying. Lu Xingchen took out a handkerchief and said, Put it in his mouth and make him shut up. She then handed over a small bag of gold coins and said, Please give me a day. By the way, can I go check on the remaining 2? Guard A weighed the coins and smiled. Okay. Since the master has ordered us to do so, we too will obey. Let's go back. The 2 men happily led Qi Fangxin back. They reached an alley and entered. After walking about 10 meters, an iron gate appeared before them. Guards A and B opened it, and continued walking with Lu Xingchen. After walking a few hundred meters, another iron gate appeared, with the words Frost and Snow Village Waste Disposal Station written on it. Huh? Garbage disposal? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Could it be what she was thinking? Guard A. Every year in Frost and Snow Village, there are always some people who flout the rules. We usually treat them like garbage. Just like throwing Qi Fangxin down the mountain? Lu Xingchen suddenly felt that the rules of Frost and Snow Village were too casual. After opening the iron gate and walking a few meters, a staircase appeared. Descending the staircase, after turning a few steps, he entered the prison. It wasn't large inside, with a dozen low rooms carved out of the stone wall, one side of which was surrounded by iron bars. Approaching a cell, the guard took out a torch and shone it in. Qi Fangxin. 2 faces rushed towards him. Then, they saw Lu Xingchen and froze in amazement. Chapter 502. Lu Haoyue's face was filled with excitement. Before they could say anything, Lu Xingchen said, It's you indeed. Okay, wait a day. Lu Haoyue suddenly clung to the prison bars, reached out and grabbed Lu Xingchen's sleeve, and shouted, No, I want out now. Lu Xingchen felt a chill on her arm. She pushed Lu Haoyue's hand away calmly. Stop making a fuss. Wait. The prison was cold, about the same temperature as outside. Lu Haoyue's hands were icy cold, and her face was frozen blue. Lu Xingchen turned to the guards and said, I leave 3 cotton coats for them, okay? The guard, having just taken the money, was very polite and nodded, sure. They'll only be wearing anklets in there, so it won't affect their clothes. Lu Xingchen took out 3 cotton coats and stuffed them into Qi Fangxin's arms. The guards opened the cell door and stuffed Qi Fangxin back in. Lu Haoyue and the others' backpacks were still usable, so they had plenty of food and drink. Now that they were wearing cotton-padded jackets, they had no problem staying warm. Seeing they wouldn't suffer too much, Lu Xingchen left with the guards. An object slipped from her sleeve into her hand, and she secretly grasped it. The three of them exited the alley and reached the main street of Frost and Snow Village. The guard said, "Master, security is not good at night. Let us give you a ride." Lu Xingchen was surprised. The guard had already mentioned the poor security situation several times. How bad could it be? However, she wouldn't refuse an NPC's kindness, so she nodded in agreement. The two guards escorted Lu Xingchen to the main gate. Looking around the courtyard, Guard A was stunned. "Master G's in? Doesn't he dislike people coming?" Guard B quickly kicked him and said to Lu Xingchen with a smile, "Master, we're leaving first." Looking at the two people's backs, Lu Xingchen narrowed her eyes and released Mimi. She held Mimi and stayed at the door for a while before putting Mimi into her bag. Arriving at the room, she eagerly asked, "What did the two guards just talk about?" "Mimi, they only exchanged a few words. Come and listen." Guard A, "Did this master catch Master G's eye?" Guard B, Stop talking about Master G. The reason we've been guarding for so long is, first, our unbridled and overbearing ways. Second, we've cut down on gossip and gotten down to work. Guard A, we asked for 90,000 yuan in bail for those three. Isn't that a bit much? Guard B, what's the big deal? That's the lowest we can offer. Don't worry. How could the master be short of that little money? Guard A, oh, if she wasn't short of money, she wouldn't be selling kebabs, right? Guard B, well, this master is a bit strange. She always gives off that air of poverty. Lu Xingchen, Finally, she was finally disliked by the NPCs. There's nothing she can do. She's truly poor. 90,000 gold coins. Who could come up with them? Originally, she'd been thinking about how to convince guards A and B to lower the bail, but now it seems they don't have the authority to do so. She had to think of another way. If they don't have the authority, then there must be someone else who does, right? For example, that Mr. G. If my guess is correct, it should be the old man driving the cart. But where is he? It's already past 11 o'clock at night. Why hasn't he returned yet? Gao Dafu, seeing her motionless in the yard, approached curiously and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Lu? Are you having a problem?" Lu Xingchen, where's the old man who drove us here? Gao Dafu, hey, you're talking about him. He's been thinking a cute lamb has arrived in Frost and Snow Village, but he can't find it. Just now, he said he'd go look again. Lu Xingchen's face changed. This old man's nose is amazing. He noticed the lamb bleeding a few times during the day in Frost and Snow Village. Such sensitivity, wow! The gate creaked, and the old man, the driver, entered. He paced back and forth several times, sniffing and sniffing. Strange, the lamb was here? Lu Xingchen, Oh no, she just let the lamb out at the door. The old man is so persistent, I hope he doesn't actually roast her lamb. The old man, the coachman, went in and out of the door several times, finally entering with regret. He sniffed around the yard again, and was disappointed. No, why didn't the lamb come in? Lu Xingchen secretly thanked herself that she hadn't let the lamb out. The old man, the coachman, came over and saw the two people in the yard. He asked, "Aren't you going to rest yet?" Lu Xingchen remained calm. "I was about to rest, but I heard the lamb bleeding at the door, so I got up to check." The old man's eyes lit up. "You like lambs too?" Lu Xingchen, "Yes." She quietly took out a character identification card. Character identification card. A character identification card reveals detailed information about a player or NPC, including their name, strengths, weaknesses, and more. Usable times, 3/3. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Ji Lao, a mysterious old man from Frost and Snow Village. He runs a chain of businesses, including a cotton clothing store and a safe deposit box. He also has a mysterious background and incredible fighting skills. Please do not provoke him. Minor quirks. He enjoys roast lamb, preferably under 3 months old. If you can find him some, he'd be very easy to talk to. Minor weaknesses. Do you want to know? You must really want to know, right? Then please read carefully. What are you thinking? How could such a mysterious person reveal his weaknesses so easily? Lu Xingchen studied for a long time, realizing he seemed to have learned something, but it seemed useless. As for Mr. G, there's only mystery, and more mystery. However, this also confirms my previous suspicions. He owns both the cotton clothing store and the safe deposit box. Such a powerful person should be able to help release Lu Haoyue and the others, right? Lu Xingchen asked quietly. Old man, I love roasted lamb the most. What about you? The old cart driver smacked his lips. I love it too. Very much. Do you have one? His eyes sparkled. If you have a lamb, I grant you a request or tell you a secret. Do you have one? Lu Xingchen frowned. Where could she find such a tender lamb? She previously grilled lamb kebabs from adult lambs, and lambs were hard to come by. She asked curiously, don't Frost Snow Village have lamb? Even if not, can't they buy in from outside? This had always puzzled her. The old cart driver shook his head. No. Seeing that Lu Xingchen didn't have a lamb, he lost interest in conversation and slowly walked into the room on the left side of the first floor. Lu Xingchen, preoccupied, went to a room on the second floor. A moment later, Gao Dafu knocked on the door and entered. He was excited and whispered, Xiao Lu, I just went downstairs to relieve myself. On my way back up, I overheard something at Xianyuan Beishan's door. What do you think they're planning to do? Lu Xingchen, what? Gao Dafu, hey, they're planning to sell all the mutton in their backpacks at a restaurant tomorrow. Lu Xingchen, preoccupied with saving Lu Haoyue, casually said, let's sell it. Gao Dafu, they're carrying whole sheep, butchered and refrigerated. 2 large sheep and 2 lambs. Chapter 503. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. They actually have lambs? Gao Dafu was stunned. They said there were 2. Lu Xingchen, great. Whatever she thought came true. Thank you, Xianyuan Batian, for always carrying a lamb with you. Lu Xingchen told Lan Lan to be careful and wake her up as soon as Xianyuan Batian got up. Gao Dafu left. Lu Xingchen then fished a small piece of iron from her sleeve. It was something Lu Haoyue had secretly given her in the prison. She examined it carefully. It was a quin-sized black piece of iron, cool and oddly shaped. Lu Xingchen examined it for a long time, unable to discern any clues, so she put it aside. It was already late today, so she cleaned up and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, just after 6, still pitch dark, Lan Lan called her, Xiao Lu, hurry up. Lu Xingchen had slept late the previous night and was still sleepy. She drowsily asked, what are you fussing about so early? Lan Lan, hurry up, Batianer's out. He's selling sheep. He's doing it secretly. What? Lu Xingchen jumped up. It was pitch black outside. It's so dark, isn't Xianyuan Batian afraid of being robbed? Guards A and B said that after 10 p.m., robbers are active. Anyone who dares to go out at that time is likely to encounter robbers. Lan Lan, hey, Batianer asked around. No one will rob you at 6 in the morning. Besides, at that time, the restaurant staff are preparing the food for the day. He's selling the sheep secretly to avoid being discovered. Lu Xingchen quickly wrapped himself in a cotton coat and rushed out. Once out of the alley, they saw Xianyuan Batian looking around furtively, afraid he was being followed. Lan Lan also flew out. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and said, help me follow him. Don't let him sell the sheep before I catch up. Lan Lan excitedly responded and gave chase. Lu Xingchen quietly turned into an alley. The road was deserted. Xianyuan Batian, holding a torch, hurried towards the restaurant. He was hurrying to avoid Lu Xingchen. If Lu Xingchen caused trouble again, he would sell his sheep today and not let Lu Xingchen get away with it. He had already planned to sell the sheep to the restaurant and teach them how to grill kebabs and make mutton soup. Today, whether Lu Xingchen had sheep or not, he wouldn't make any money. Soon, he arrived at the restaurant entrance. The restaurant's door was closed, but the lights were bright inside, and occasional figures flickered in and out, preparing the day's food and breakfast. Xianyuan Batian arrived at the door and pulled 2 large baskets from his backpack. He then took out 2 adult sheep and 2 lambs and piled them inside. These were their own sheep, carefully kept intact. Xianyuan Batian went forward and knocked on the door. He was mentally prepared. Even if the restaurant staff tried to lower the price, he would have to sell these sheep. After knocking for about a minute, a man opened the door. It was the dwarf from yesterday. He yawned and asked impatiently, knocking so early, are you sick? Who eats so early? Are you starving? Xianyuan Batian pointed to the 2 baskets in front of the door and said, I have mutton here. Would you like some? The dwarf looked down and suddenly flew into a rage. Mutton, sheep? We never sell or eat mutton, don't you know that? Are you here to provoke me? Xianyuan Batian was stunned. There's such a rule. How come I'd never heard of it? Oh right, the people of Frost and Snow Village are very tight-lipped. You can't get even a shred of useful information without paying a little. The dwarf sniffed, his temper growing even angrier. Disgusting. It smells terrible. Get out. He raised his foot, and with 2 bangs, he kicked the basket far away, sending several sheep tumbling out. The dwarf cursed again, then slammed the door shut. Xianyuan Batian had just reacted, and was about to go back to collect the sheep and basket, when he saw 2 men striding towards him. It was the 2 guards. The guards were furious. Who is it? Who's selling items illegally? In Frost and Snow Village, you need a sales license to sell anything. Don't you know that? Guard A looked down. Sheep? You're selling sheep? Sheep are never allowed in Frost and Snow Village. Don't you know that? Guard B, arrest them. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. Sheep can't be sold? Then why are people selling mutton skewers? Guard A, how can mutton skewers be the same as sheep? Our rule is, you can't sell sheep. Guard B, arrest them. Guard A shouldered 2 baskets. Sheep, confiscated. Arrest them. Guard B produced chains. Xianyuan Batian, upon seeing this, quickly admitted his mistake. Brothers, I didn't know there was such a rule. I didn't actually come here to sell sheep. Guard A sneered. No sheep? How about I ask the restaurant staff? See what they say. Xianyuan Batian was helpless. He had finally discovered that the guards of Frost and Snow Village were nothing but robbers and bullies. They find any excuse to snatch anything they liked. Things like they couldn't sell the sheep, or that they needed to be confiscated, were all excuses. Excuses. What could he do? When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Just a few sheep, nothing to him. Just give them to them. Xianyuan Batian suppressed his anger, apologized profusely, and even gave the guards a bag of gold coins. Only then was he able to escape. Lu Xingchen watched it all clearly from a distance. She suddenly understood. Given the guards' unreasonable behavior, if Lu Haoyue and the others didn't have enough gold coins to bribe them, they would be arrested in a matter of minutes. Luckily, she had her white jade cane. Otherwise, the few gold coins she had wouldn't even be enough to pay off the 2 bullies. The 2 bullies happily approached. One of them was incredibly strong, dragging 2 baskets at a furious pace, as if they were light toys. Guard A, thank you, master. Thanks to your report, we were able to prevent a crime. Guard B, master, you've truly been the most rule-abiding person in recent years. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Maintaining peace and friendship in Frost Snow Village is everyone's responsibility. Oh, by the way, can I have a lamb? Guard A, of course. We can't eat all of them in a short time. These 2 lambs are for you, master. Lu Xingchen received 2 lambs. The 2 guards happily pulled the lambs away, debating whether to grill them, braise them, or stew them in soup. Lu Xingchen put the lambs into his storage backpack and slowly walked back. Even then, Xianyuan Batian returned to his residence, dejected. As he entered, he saw the old man driving the cart chopping firewood. Xianyuan Batian was surprised. Old man, what are you doing? The old cart driver closed his eyes. Chopping wood, roasting lamb, I long for a fresh, tender lamb. Xianyuan Batian, old man, do you like lamb? The old cart driver still closed his eyes. When can I eat roast lamb again? Xianyuan Batian suddenly realized that the old man was sleepwalking. Even dreaming about lamb, how greedy he must be. The old cart driver, if anyone can give me a fresh, tender lamb, I will tell him a secret. Chapter 504. Xianyuan Batian's eyes widened, his heart pounding. So, the mission has arrived. The old man driving the cart wants to eat lambs. Lambs, yes, Badeo loves lambs. He always carries 2 with him. Oh no! He tricked Badeo into giving him lambs yesterday, and this morning, he took them to the restaurant, but the guards confiscated them. Xianyuan Batian's expression changed again, and he turned and ran out. Just then, he ran into Lu Xingchen, who had just returned. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. What are you doing out so early? Lu Xingchen, parkour. Xianyuan Batian, ? He felt like he was being implied. Without time to think, Xianyuan Batian ran out the door. Lu Xingchen sat in the yard, watching the old man driving the cart chop wood with his eyes closed. After a moment, the old driver suddenly opened his eyes. He looked down at the wood in his hand, paused for a moment, then tossed it aside, and turned to go back to sleep. Old man. Lu Xingchen called out to him, do you want a lamb? Tender and tender? The old driver quickly turned around, his eyes shining. You have one? You do? Haha, take it out, I tell you a shocking secret. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and released a lamb. How about this one? The old driver was slightly disappointed. It's not the one I smelled. Then there's no secret. Lu Xingqian was anxious. Could this guy just want to eat Mimi? The old driver hesitated, then touched the lamb. It's quite tender. It should be good for roasting. Never mind, this one will do. Lu Xingqian was delighted. Old man, wait a moment. We roast it for you now. The old man driving the cart nodded, okay. Lu Xingqian hurriedly called down the chef, Gao Dafu. She wasn't one for that. Calling Gao Dafu up would also allow them to boost Ji Lao's friendship points. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan both arrived, some lighting the fire, some skinning the lamb. Gao Dafu marinated the lamb, then set it on the fire and began roasting. Once the roasting actually began, everyone became less busy. The three of them sat in the yard, chatting with Ji Lao. The goal, of course, was to gather some information. Nearly 2 hours later, Xianyuan Batian returned from outside, his face grim. Seeing the lively scene in the yard, he froze for a moment, then spotted the roasting lamb and smelled its rich aroma. His expression changed. Where did you get this? Gao Dafu glanced at him. It's just a lamb. You can get it anywhere. Xianyuan Batian stood nearby, staring intently at the lamb, then at the skin he had peeled off. His expression grew increasingly grim. No matter how he looked at it, he felt certain the lamb was his. Just now, he had hurried out, hoping to exchange the lamb for one. But the two guards had vanished. After searching for over an hour, he finally spotted the guard, picking his teeth and strolling towards him. He hurried over, steeled himself, and took out 2,000 gold coins. He handed them to the guards, saying, "Brothers, I need a lamb. Can you sell me one?" Guard A's eyes lit up. He immediately took the gold coins and picked his teeth. "A lamb? Sure. It's right at the village entrance. Go get it." Xianyuan Batian, overjoyed, rushed to the village entrance. But all he found was a tattered sheepskin, not even a sign of the lamb. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find any, so he hurried back to find the two guards. It took him a while longer before he finally found the guards drinking at the restaurant. He hurried forward and said, "Two brothers, there are no lambs at the village entrance." Guard A didn't even look at him. How could there be none? "We just left them there." Guard B glared. "Tell me, are you here to cause trouble?" Xianyuan Batian helplessly said, "There really are none." Guard A sneered, "If they're gone, they're gone. Find them yourself. We have no obligation to help you find the lambs." Xianyuan Batian was speechless. If they couldn't get the lambs, shouldn't the guards return the money? Besides, what if there were no lambs at all? Wouldn't that be a scam? He was furious. Ever since arriving in Frost and Snow Village, he put up with it, but these two little guards were taking advantage of him, taking whatever they wanted. He had no idea how much they'd gotten from him. He even given them the finest rice wine yesterday, and they'd just been calling him brothers. But after one night, they had returned to their original appearance, as if they hadn't recognized him. How outrageous. Xianyuan Batian suppressed his anger again and again, but finally couldn't help but say, "Two brothers, since there's no lamb, do you need to return the gold coins I gave you just now?" Guard A's face turned pale. He kicked the stone bench next to him and asked, "What did you say?" Guard B said coldly, "Arrest them." Guard A, "Haha, you're the first person who dared to ask me to return the money. The gold coins that went into my purse, no one can take them back." Guard B produced an iron chain. "Arrest them." Damn it, how outrageous. Xianyuan Batian was so angry that he had a headache. However, he also knew he couldn't offend these two, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger and return home. He returned furious, but before he even reached the door, he was greeted by the rich aroma of roasted lamb. When he arrived in the courtyard, he found Lu Xingqian and his group gathered around roasting a lamb. "Huh? A lamb? Where did they get the lamb? Didn't they roast all the lamb yesterday?" Xianyuan Batian's expression changed several times. Xianyuan Lingyun came down and gently pulled Xianyuan Batian away, saying, "Brother, they've been preparing the roasted lamb since early this morning. I looked, and it looks like it's our lamb. Brother, you didn't sell it to her, did you?" Xianyuan Batian's expression changed. How could that be? Xianyuan Lingyun murmured, "Then where did she get the lamb?" "Yesterday. She clearly said she was out of mutton. Besides, most people cut up the lamb, few can carry it whole. They were able to bring lambs, whole lambs, because Badeo liked them. Every time they went out, they would bring two just for him." Xianyuan Batian's teeth were gnashing with hatred. It must have been stolen. Lu Xingqian stole the lamb from the village entrance. Absolutely. Xianyuan Batian turned to complain, but stopped after only a few steps. Those two guards were robbers. If he complained, his chances of success were slim, and he might even get ripped off. He couldn't go, But he couldn't accuse Lu Xingchen either. He hadn't seen Lu Xingchen steal the lamb. Lu Xingchen smiled, turned the lamb over, and asked Old Ji, "How is it? Is it tender?" Old Ji nodded repeatedly, "Tender, tender. Dafu's cooking is excellent." "Gao Dafu. Haha, the main thing is that this lamb is just 3 months old, fantastic." Xian Yuan Beishan's face darkened even further. 3 months old? One of his lambs was 3 months old. But he couldn't go over and expose Lu Xingchen. First, Lu Xingchen wouldn't admit it. Second, there was this NPC who looked quite impressive. He could only hold back his anger. Why did he have to sell the lamb? If he hadn't sold the lamb, none of this would have happened. He wouldn't have been unable to produce the lamb when the NPC asked for it. Yes, why did he have to sell the lamb? Oh, that's right, because of something Lu Xingchen said casually yesterday. Now that he thinks about it, maybe she had ulterior motives. So cunning. He had always thought Lu Xingchen was easy to deal with. Damn it. Xian Yuan Beishan's face darkened, and he stormed off. The lamb wasn't big, but after less than 3 hours of roasting, it was already crispy and fragrant. Elder Ji happily devoured a whole lamb, and said to Lu Xingchen with a smile, "What do you want from me? Tell me." Lu Xingchen had been waiting for that. The old man was so tight-lipped. The three of them had been chatting with him for 3 hours, yet they hadn't yielded a single piece of useful information. He was simply stingy. She recounted Lu Haoyue's story. Elder Ji picked his teeth and said, "This is easy. Wait a moment." He returned to his room, and within a few minutes, he pulled out a piece of paper with 2 large characters scrawled in flamboyant handwriting. "Release him." Elder Ji, "Here, go." Lu Xingchen was stunned. It was so simple. Could Elder Ji be lying to her? Chapter 505. Lu Xingchen hesitated. This isn't Elder Ji being too perfunctory? However, the character identification card had already been revealed. Elder Ji had a mysterious background, so he couldn't have lied. Lu Xingchen turned the note over and over again. Elder Ji snorted, "Go, find the guards. Give them this note, and I guarantee you'll be able to rescue the person without spending a penny." Without spending a penny? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. She had thought saving 50 or 60,000 would be great, but she hadn't expected Elder Ji to release the person with just 2 words, and without charging a penny. It was truly mysterious. I hope the old man hadn't lied to her. Lu Xingchen decisively took the note. "Thank you, old man. I'd be there now." Lu Xingchen went out, wandered around, and finally found the 2 guards and handed them the note. She felt a little uneasy. 2 guards looked at the paper. One of them suddenly turned it over and shook it. A flash of light appeared, and the 2 guards' expressions became more serious. "Guard A, Master, please wait a moment. We go and release the person now." So simple? Lu Xingchen felt a little unreal. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lu Haoyue, Qi Fangxin, and Bai Kaisen approached. The 2 guards pushed them aside and hurried away. Lu Haoyue chuckled, patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder, and whispered, "Did you see what I gave you? That strange-looking sign?" Lu Xingchen nodded slightly and asked, "What's that?" She looked around. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and there were many more people at the market. She pulled Lu Haoyue and the others back to the courtyard. She found Master Ji and rented 2 more rooms. After paying the accommodation fee, she hurried back. Lu Haoyue and the other 2 lived on the first floor. After confirming that Xian Yuan Batian and the other 2 were gone, Lu Xingchen asked Lu Haoyue, "What's going on with you?" She pulled out the strange-looking iron plate that Lu Haoyue had secretly slipped her earlier and asked, "What is this?" Lu Haoyue touched the plate, examined it carefully, and asked, "Does it glow?" Lu Xingchen shook his head. "No, how could it glow?" Lu Haoyue gritted his teeth, tossed the plate back to Lu Xingchen, and said, "This NPC in Frost Village is truly insane." It turned out that Lu Haoyue and the other 2 had been captured almost as soon as they entered Frost Village. The capture was quite unjust. The 3 of them were freezing cold upon entering the village. They came across a cotton-padded jacket seller and planned to buy 3, but they were told each coat was 5,000 gold coins, no bargaining. The poor 3 of them only had 9,800 gold coins with them, thinking it was a huge sum, but upon arrival, they discovered it wasn't nearly enough. No, it wasn't enough for the NPCs to exploit. The 3 of them hadn't planned on buying cotton-padded clothes, and after just 2 steps, they encountered an old beggar. The old man wasn't dressed well, but he looked quite good. He had a white beard and white hair, an air of an immortal, and his clothes were tattered. There was a few scraps of metal in front of him. As soon as he saw Lu Haoyue, the white-bearded old man stopped him. The white-bearded old man twirled his beard and said, "Young man, I see you're a genius. Do you want a cheat code? 2,000 gold coins each. Do you want a cheat code? 10,000 gold coins each. Cheat code? Cheats? Qi Fangxin's eyes lit up. Lu Haoyue and Bai Kaisen were also attracted. There was no way. The white-bearded old man's words were too tempting. The old man pointed at some scrap metal and said, "See? Inside each golden finger lives a white-bearded old man." Qi Fangxin, "Ah, really?" Lu Haoyue grabbed him and said, "You really believe that? You fool. In Frost and Snow Village, as a player, it's impossible to tell who's a player and who's an NPC. Lu Haoyue thought this man was a scammer, maybe even a player, and immediately turned and left. The old man was anxious. Hey, buy them or not. These are truly treasures. Seeing Lu Haoyue not even turn around, he became anxious. Hey, there's a chip. Lu Haoyue suddenly turned around. He had some fully automated equipment, and the chips were about to expire. Lu Xingchen was also anxiously looking for chips. Purchasing chips was, in a sense, a key goal of their visit to the Frost and Snow Village market. Lu Haoyue walked back. Where's the chip? The old man pulled a strange-looking iron plate from his sleeve. Look here. Do you want to buy it? Lu Haoyue took it and examined it. How does it work? The old man. Haha, at midnight, the old man with a white beard will appear. Lu Haoyue, oh? How do you prove it? The old man was unhappy. Well, what do you need to prove? It's just an iron plate. Wouldn't it be worth buying one for 10,000 gold coins and trying it out? Lu Haoyue, too expensive, I won't try. The old man, then I make it cheaper? 5,000 gold coins. Lu Haoyue, too expensive, I can't afford it. The old man, 2,000 gold coins? Lu Haoyue had previously planned to bargain and buy it for 300 or 500 gold coins to try it out, but now he didn't even want to try. This old man is a con man, and a heartless one at that. The kind who wants to cheat without even thinking. Lu Haoyue put the iron plate down and turned to leave. The old man grabbed his leg and said, by one, young man. I haven't been open for a long time. Hey, if you don't want to buy, then don't buy. Why are you kicking me? The old man suddenly rolled to the ground, hugging his leg and screaming. Qi Fangxin, falling for money? Guards A and B suddenly appeared. What's going on? What's going on? Old man, oh my! These young men have no moral integrity. They stole my things and pushed me down. Ouch! Guard A, what's going on with you guys? Guard B, arrest them. Lu Haoyue quickly said, no, we didn't. Here's what happened. Guard A, shut up. Did I tell you to talk? Huh? Robbery and assault in the street? Arrest them and throw them to jail. Guard B produced chains. Come on, throw them to jail. Lu Haoyue and Bai Kaisen exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking, and they hurriedly explained. But guards A and B ignored him. They squinted their eyes and said, don't want to go to jail, do you? Buy the things, apologize to the old man, and pay for his medical expenses. The old man's leg pain immediately subsided, and he smiled and said, yes. 10,000 gold coins for the iron plate, and 2,000 gold coins for the medical expenses. Give it to him. Lu Haoyue's expression was solemn, and he pondered silently. Bai Kaisen whispered, boss, something's wrong with Frost and Snow Village. Are we being targeted? Qi Fangxin, that's too much bullying, boss. Shall we fight? Lu Haoyue, shut up. We can't win. Bai Kaisen, heartbroken, said, boss, how can we afford it? Lu Haoyue was also extremely anxious. The old man kept demanding so much money, and there was no room for negotiation. But he didn't have that much gold. These were all NPCs. How was he supposed to escape this crisis? Lu Haoyue took out a character identification card and first identified Guard A. Guard A, one of the Frost and Snow Village's guards. Highly skilled, he enjoys eating meat and drinking, extorting, and imprisoning. New players should avoid him. A modest gift of 1,000 to 3,000 gold coins might save him from capture. Quirks, extortion, weaknesses, all flaws impeccable. Lu Haoyue silently appraised the old man again. He then said, expressionless, we have no money, not a single gold coin. We can't afford to buy him, and we can't afford to pay him back. Just capture him. Chapter 506. And so, Lu Haoyue and the others were thrown into prison. They had no choice. This was the inevitable outcome. They didn't have enough money to pay the extortionate old man and the guards. Even if Lu Haoyue gave away all his money, he would still be imprisoned. He might as well just go in and avoid losing his gold coins. Lu Haoyue had considered contacting Lu Xingchen. However, they weren't in the same zone, so they couldn't add each other as friends or communicate. After entering the prison, he was blocked, unable to even see or post in the nearby channels. Helpless, Qi Fangxin resorted to his strengths and began chattering non-stop whenever he saw the guards approaching. Even after being muted, he persisted in his chatter. This annoyed the two guards to the point of near collapse, so they decided to throw Qi Fangxin out. Qi Fangxin left the prison and discovered he could post in the nearby channels. Before he could call for help, Lu Xingchen spotted him. Lu Xingchen took out the strange-looking metal plate and examined it again and again. He asked Lu Haoyue, "Why did you give me this? Is this the cheat code you and the white-bearded old man bought?" Ahem. Lu Haoyue blushed. "No, I stole it with an empty card." Lu Xingchen, "Huh?" Lu Haoyue, "I was so angry that the guards tried to arrest me, so I used the empty card and stole this from the old man." Lu Xingchen turned it over and over. "Does this work? Do you really believe it?" Qi Fangxin interrupted. "Of course." A white-bearded old man almost emerged from this place. Lu Xingchen's eyes widened. "Really?" Lu Haoyue kicked Qi Fangxin. "Don't listen to his nonsense." "But..." His expression was solemn. "This item is truly extraordinary, otherwise I wouldn't have quietly given it to you yesterday." Lu Haoyue said in a deep voice, "Last night at 10 o'clock, in the prison, this iron plate suddenly emitted a ray of white light, and a glowing door appeared before me. I heard a message. Please bring enough gold coins to enter the unbounded mall and purchase the items you need." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "What? Boundless Mall?" She hurriedly asked, "Did you get in?" Lu Haoyue shook her head. "No, I couldn't get in. I walked to the light gate, and it said I couldn't enter. I tried several times, but couldn't get in." After 3 minutes, the light gate disappeared. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. "Why couldn't I get in?" Lu Haoyue said, "I don't know either. So when I saw you, I quickly gave you this. If you have a chance next time, try it." This is indeed a good thing. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Could the chip be purchased in the Boundless Mall? But how do you get in the light gate? What are the requirements? They have no idea. Even worse, they don't know when the light gate will open again. Also, the old man with the white beard must be something special. If he finds out this thing has been stolen, he might come looking for it. Lu Xingchen began to worry. Lu Haoyue knew his concern, a cold glint in her eyes. "While we were tackling it, so many people came and went. I don't think the old man knew who stole it, otherwise he would have come looking for us long ago." Lu Xingchen nodded. Indeed, there were many thieves in Frost and Snow Village, at least from 001 to 200. The white-bearded old man was hard to find. That was good. Lu Xingchen felt a little relieved. Seeing Lu Haoyue looking a little tired, she asked, "Do you guys want to get some sleep?" Lu Haoyue chuckled and pointed outside. "It's almost 10 o'clock. Why are you still sleeping? Let's go out for a walk. We haven't even been to the market yet." Bai Kaisen nodded repeatedly. Indeed, they were arrested almost as soon as they entered the village. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute. She took out the safes and gave each of the three of them one, telling them to put their valuables in the safes. These three were for them. After the three of them packed up, Lu Xingchen asked them to leave with her, to avoid being ripped off again. She had seen Xianyuan Batian. If she went out, she would be ripped off by the NPCs. Luckily, the Xianyuan family had plenty of gold, so they could handle any rip-offs. Lu Haoyue and the other two couldn't handle it. With Gao Dafu and Gu Yin, the group went shopping in a grand procession. It goes without saying that having more people is always better. Their grouping made a powerful noise. Gao Dafu, with his bulging belly, walked with a domineering air, like a road bully ready to scam someone. Gu Yin, wearing a black cotton coat and a stern expression, periodically touched the scimitar at his waist, like a killer ready for a fight. Lu Haoyue was refined and elegant, his eyes a smile, like a businessman with a hidden dagger. Bai Kaisen was extremely alert, glancing left and right like a dedicated bodyguard. As for Qi Fangxin, he was like a fool who had never seen the world, looking here and there, finding everything interesting. Qi Fangxin whispered to Bai Kaisen, "Wow, high-quality yellow palona wood. It's hard enough to build a raft. It's so hard to find." "Boss, yes, 500 pieces for 2,000 gold coins. Wholesale only, no retail. Want to buy?" Qi Fangxin's face darkened. "I didn't ask the price. Don't try to scam me." After yesterday's experience, poor Qi Fangxin was already traumatized. Lu Xingchen pounded his white jade cane. "Boss, can you get a lower price on high-grade yellow palona wood?" The boss looked up and immediately smiled. Master, you're here? Haha, since you asked the price, it's obviously different from ordinary people. 2,000 gold coins by 1,000 pieces of high-grade yellow Polono wood. Gao Dafu. Okay, I buy it. 1,000 pieces of high-grade yellow Polono wood. Gu Yin. 1,000 pieces. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. I want 2,000 pieces. This price is very favorable. I can only make a profit if I sell it back. Besides, this is what they need. Lu Xingchen bought another 1,000 pieces of high-grade marcasite for only 1,000 gold coins. They occasionally bought some of the other odd, seemingly inexpensive trinkets. The weather in Frost and Snow Village was dismal. Near noon, a sudden gust of wind swept through, bringing the temperature down again. Even in their cotton-padded jackets, everyone shivered. Gao Dafu wrapped himself up and muttered, Dandan, why aren't you getting warm? I'm so cold. I'm dying for some warm, boiling mutton soup. Qi Fangxin was colder than anyone else. Come on, let's make some mutton soup. I brought plenty of mutton. Gao Dafu, forget it. We can't cook. Unless we set up a stall. Alas, I've sold all my mutton. Lu Haoyue pressed. Can we set up a stall? What should we sell? Gao Dafu. Hey, grilled lamb skewers. He told him about their lamb skewer stall yesterday. Lu Haoyue's eyes lit up. Great. Qi Fangxin brought a bag of lamb, along with a grill, a stove, and more. It's almost noon, so let's go sell food now. Their money had been so low on the journey earlier that they only managed to buy a few small items, and they were already anxious. When he heard they could set up a stall, he immediately became excited. Qi Fangxin was brimming with pride. Haha, I wanted to bring mutton and beef, and you scolded me. Now you see how wise my decision was, right? Lu Haoyue patted him on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, Fangxin is far-sighted. Qi Fangxin chuckled. Of course, Fangxin, always make the boss feel at ease. Bai Kaisen, haha. Qi Fangxin, happy, always make the boss feel happy. Bai Kaisen, eh? Lu Xingchen paused. Just stewing mutton soup, isn't it too monotonous? Qi Fangxin patted his chest. No, it won't be monotonous. I came here intending to make money. Besides lots of mutton and beef, I also brought flour, yeast, rice, millet, red beans, various vegetables, and so much more. Qi Fangxin, opening a small restaurant has always been my dream. You brought so much. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. What are we waiting for? Let's set up our stall. After they set up their stall, she had to chat with Xiaoyer and look for information on the chip dealer. Chapter 507. Lu Xingchen immediately contacted the guards and renewed the lease for another day on the vacant space near the stone square. Lu Haoyue and the others, short on cash and eager to earn gold, immediately went to work. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin, having spent most of their remaining cash, followed along. Gao Dafu stewed mutton soup, Qi Fangxin prepared steamed beef dumplings, and Gu Yin and Lu Haoyue set up the grill. One began roasting duck, and the other began threading mutton skewers. Lu Xingchen also made a number of tables and chairs, and set them up. Then, she left the stone square. Making money was important, but finding the chips was even more important. She planned to visit the restaurant to chat with those adorable little fish. After a day and a night, they should have made a new catch. As she walked towards the restaurant, Lu Xingchen glanced at the stalls on both sides of the road. The stalls here change frequently. Some are still there in the morning, but replaced in the afternoon. Today's market is different from yesterday's. As Lu Xingchen was walking, he was drawn to a voice. Hey, come and take a look. This is the latest model of fish tank. Warm in winter, cool in summer, with its own temperature control system, perfect for fish keepers in Frost and Snow Village. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but take a look. It was a grocery stall, and the stall owner was holding up a fish tank. The tank was round, transparent, and smooth, except for the thick, white base. It looked ordinary. Lu Xingchen only had to take a look, and the stall owner immediately began to explain. Master, take a look. This tank has a thermal energy chip and a constant temperature chip embedded in the bottom. It keeps the water at a constant temperature, even if it's left outdoors, and the fish won't die. Want one? Hearing the word chip, Lu Xingchen paused and asked, can the chip in the fish tank be removed? The stall owner was stunned. Master, are you kidding? It's all integrated, so it definitely can't be removed. What do you do with the chip after it's used up? Lu Xingchen asked. This question stumped the stall owner. Well, the chip lasts for 6 months. after which you can just replace the fish tank. Glass isn't worth much, right? You can't replace it. Lu Xingchen's face was filled with disappointment. She asked again, where can I buy the chip? The stall owner paused for a moment. I hear chip vendors occasionally appear at the market. I don't know if there are any in Frost and Snow Village. A chip vendor? Could it be that old man with a white beard? Lu Xingchen's heart trembled, and he quickly chatted with the stall owner for a few more words. The rest of the information was unknown to the stall owner. Tired of being asked, the stall owner smiled wryly. Master, I'm just selling groceries. I found this fish tank. Do you want it? I'd give it to you for a discount. Lu Xingchen, how much? The stall owner, 2,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen turned and walked away. You're kidding. Selling it second-hand so expensive? You're taking advantage of her. None of the sellers at the Frost and Snow Village market were honest. The stall owner was anxious. Hey, I make it a little cheaper. 1,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen turned around. 300 gold coins. The stall owner, no master, you can't bargain like that. There's a chip in this. Chips. Chips are expensive. Lu Xingchen, oh? How much? It's just second-hand. What if the chip inside runs out? I'm just buying a glass tank. 300 is a good price. After some haggling, Lu Xingchen finally got the temperature-controlled fish tank for 300 gold coins. She couldn't think of a use for it yet, and if it wasn't cheap, she wouldn't have bought it. Putting the fish tank in her storage backpack, Lu Xingchen hurried into the restaurant. She ordered the same meal as yesterday and sat at the table closest to the fish tank. Lu Xingchen knocked on the fish tank. Hi, my incredibly cute little fishes, I'm back again. Any news? The little fishes were in a panic. Ah, the scary big face is back. Run. Mom, save me. Woo, is she still trying to make soup? Why? Why is she putting a cute little fish like me through this? Lu Xingchen tilted her ear. Tell me, what's the news? The little fishes chattered. Last night, a woman in red was. After robbing 1,000 gold coins, she cursed and nearly got arrested. This morning, the tall guy tried to buy breakfast and was ripped off for 500 gold coins. He left in tears. What a mess! Lu Xingchen raised his hand. Stop. Is there any useful information? For example, has anyone mentioned a chip? Little fish, chips? What are chips? Little fish, I don't know. I haven't heard of them. Lu Xingchen lamented that the NPCs here kept their mouths shut. Seeing that there was no new information, Lu Xingchen felt extremely disappointed and wanted to leave. Suddenly, a thin voice rang out. I know some new information about chips. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and looked closely at the little fish inside. Okay, tell me about it. The thin voice came from a small, dark blue fish. It was slender, only about 2 centimeters long, with a long, beautiful tail. Little blue fish. This morning, someone got into an argument with the shop owner downstairs. He was furious, saying he lost something extremely valuable and suspected the owner's hired thief of stealing it. The owner was furious, but he insisted he didn't have any thieves. Anyway, the argument got intense. Lu Xingchen patiently asked, and then what? Little blue fish. The owner cursed, aren't you just a scammer? Who would care about your stuff? Lu Xingchen paused. Scammer? Could it be that old man with the white beard? Suddenly, a small fish said, You're lying. How could you hear the quarrel downstairs? You have super hearing. Little yellow croaker. That's right, you're silent when we chatter. Aren't you mute? Little red fish. We can only hear people talking a few meters away. You can hear downstairs? You're just bragging. Yes, Lu Xingchen glanced at the little blue fish. The downstairs was far away, and there was also sound insulation from the floor. Could the little blue fish's hearing be that good? The little blue fish said confidently, I can hear it, master. My hearing is excellent. I can hear everything within 200 or 300 meters of the fish tank. Lu Xingchen was startled. That's incredible hearing. The other little fish were dissatisfied, chattering and calling the little blue fish boastful. The little blue fish ignored him, wagging its tail. Master, there's been a dispute about 100 meters downstairs. The guards are here now. Why don't you go check it out? Lu Xingchen walked to the window and opened it. Sure enough, he saw the girl in red and the tall man talking in the marketplace not far away, about 100 meters away. 2 guards, one holding a chain, the other looking extremely impatient. The little blue fish was actually right. Lu Xingchen returned to the fish tank. The little blue fish wagged its tail. Master, I heard the shopkeeper and that person talking about the chip, and I also know their temporary address. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Go ahead. The little blue fish, can you grant me a request? Lu Xingchen was surprised. This guy even made requests. The little blue fish was quite intelligent. Lu Xingchen, tell me about it. The little blue fish. I've been in this fish tank all day, and I only see the same rooftops and tables and chairs every day. I can hear the outside world and want to go out and see. Can you help me move to a different place? The other little fish chirped. Why go outside? It's so cold outside. You freeze to death if you go out there. That's right, it's warm here, and the shopkeeper feeds us every day. What a wonderful life. There are so many bad guys like Big Face out there. They love to eat little fish. Lu Xingchen had also thought of that. She could keep the fish in the inn's room, where they only see the fixed roof. If she left the fish at the market or in the courtyard, the water in the fish tank would have frozen over, and the fish wouldn't have survived. Oh right, the fish tank. A constant temperature fish tank. If she kept the fish in a constant temperature fish tank, she wouldn't have to worry about frostbite. What's more, the constant temperature fish tank could be moved around freely, allowing the fish to eavesdrop anywhere. Great. Chapter 508. Lu Xingchen immediately agreed. Okay, no problem. She took out a temperature-controlled fish tank and told the dwarf she wanted to take the little blue fish with her. The dwarf didn't refuse, but simply filled the tank with water and scooped the little blue fish in. Lu Xingchen ate a few bites of her meal and left the restaurant, carrying the little blue fish. Outside, it was freezing cold, and the wind was blowing. Lu Xingchen noticed the fish tank slowly warming up, becoming warm, and the water inside was also warm. The little blue fish was delighted. Thank you, master. As Lu Xingchen walked towards the restaurant, she asked, Can you tell me now? The little blue fish. Yesterday, the man finally gave the owner his address and asked him to find something and send it to him. He lives in a small inn at the end of Lane 18 North Street. Lu Xingchen paused. She decided to go check it out. This place was a bit far from her accommodation, so she simply carried the little blue fish into Lane 18 North Street. She walked all the way to the back and saw a small courtyard, about the same size as the inn she was staying at. The gate was open, revealing a two-story building. In the courtyard, a woman was playing with a rattle, entertaining a child. Huh? Is that Madame Hua? So she lives here? Before Lu Xingchen could greet her, Madame Hua looked up and saw her. Madame Hua was startled. Master, what are you doing here? Lu Xingchen's thoughts raced, and he chuckled. Oh, I heard the chip merchant lives here, so I wanted to come and see. Madame Hua was startled again. Huh? Too early, isn't he? He doesn't have any chips right now. Lu Xingchen was delighted. It was indeed an NPC. Madame Hua knew something. Fortunately, I helped Madame Hua before, otherwise, she wouldn't have revealed a single word. The people of Frost and Snow Village are very tight-lipped. Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, Is he here? I'm so angry, so angry. We didn't get a penny. Why are those outsiders so stubborn? They rather go to jail than pay. Outside, someone came in shouting. Lu Xingchen turned around and saw an old man with a white beard striding in. The old man was good-looking and energetic, but he was dressed like a beggar. When he saw Lu Xingchen, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately became alert. Who are you? Who are you? What are you doing? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. It was clear this guy was going to be tough. He was definitely not a good person. Lu Xingchen was still trying to figure out how to start when Madame Hua said, She asked you to buy a chip. Chips? No. The old man huffed, tossing his sleeves and heading upstairs. Just as he reached the stairs, he suddenly stopped. He glanced back at Lu Xingchen several times, then suddenly rushed over, holding out a tattered book. Young man, I see you have extraordinary talent and gifts. Do you want the secret manual? 10,000 gold coins a copy. Lu Xingchen, so expensive? No. The old man, 10,000 is still expensive. Forget it, 5,000 gold coins a copy. Madame Hua coughed. Old man, I know this young man. Don't mess around. The old man stared at Lu Xingchen. Madame Hua's friend isn't that poor, is he? 2,000 gold coins a copy. Lu Xingchen took the book and examined it. It was a simply bound book with only 5 or 6 pages. Only 2 of those pages contained drawings, and they were messy and scribbled. It's obvious it was a slapdash, a scam. It's also damaged, and has a strange smell. The props are quite shoddy. It only cost a gold coin. She rolled her eyes. Make it cheaper. I'm really broke. 1,000 gold coins, how about that? The old man's eyes lit up. Do you really want to buy it? Lu Xingchen nodded. Yes. She took out a small bag of gold coins, exactly 1,000 in it, and handed it to the old man. Want to sell it? That's all I have. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. The old man was delighted. Sell, sell, sell. He snatched the gold coins and tossed the tattered book to Lu Xingchen. Here you go, here you go. Payment and payment. Don't regret it. If you do, I send you to jail. Lu Xingchen casually put the tattered book into his backpack. The old man shook the bag, hearing the clatter of gold coins inside. Tears streamed down his face. Finally, it's been days. Finally, I've been able to scam. No, finally, I've been able to make a deal. The old man rambled on and on. Those stubborn guys, each one of them would rather go to jail than buy from me. How heartless. Do I have it easy as an old man? I've been buying and selling all day and never made a profit. Madam Hua, stop it. The old man, I have to say, I'm so unlucky this time. There are thieves who would steal from an old beggar. How wicked. The old man, how wicked. They even steal from an old beggar. That's my livelihood. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Old man, what did you lose? The old man glanced at her. Humph, my livelihood. Forget it, I won't say any more. She couldn't keep quiet. Lu Xingchen still wanted to figure out how to get into the Boundless Mall. She was filled with righteous indignation. What heartless people are, stealing even from their own food. The old man, that's right, wicked. Lu Xingchen, yes, wicked. The two of them stared at each other. The old man looked at Lu Xingchen for a long moment. Well, you're a really good young man. Lu Xingchen, Hee, what a naive old man. Madame Hua asked, what? Can't you find out who stole it? The old man got angry again. I went to the thief leader, but he lied, saying his thieves didn't steal. How could that be? Who else could have stolen my things so quietly? Madame Hua paused. Who else was around at the time? Lu Xingchen quickly said, a thief wouldn't admit to stealing, right? The old man sneered. I give him half a day. If he doesn't hand over my things before 8 p.m., I go find Mr. G and have him check every person at the market. I don't believe they can't find me. Lu Xingchen, so cruel. How can we find out? Is there some special method? Madame Hua spoke. That's too much trouble, isn't it? The old man was furious. 10 o'clock in the evening. He glanced at Lu Xingchen. You haven't left yet? Young man, it's okay, get out of here. Lu Xingchen knew she couldn't stay any longer. She said goodbye to the two men and walked out, carrying the small fish tank. After walking about 100 or 200 meters, nearing the alley entrance, she asked Little Blue Fish, can you hear the conversation inside? Little Blue Fish, yes. Lu Xingchen, what did they say? Little Blue Fish, the old man said he has no chips left. The Boundless Mall will open for the last time this month at 10 p.m., and he has to get in. Lu Xingchen, huh? Little Blue Fish, he also said that whoever stole the iron plate will be killed if they find him. Chapter 509. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Lu Haoyue is being held in resentment. Oh no, the iron plate is in her hands now. A little panicked, Lu Xingchen held the fish tank and waited for a while. Nothing more came from inside. Lu Xingchen hurried out of the alley. She now had two things to do. First, find out how the white-bearded old man planned to find the person who stole the iron plate so she could take precautions. Second, find out how to enter the Boundless Mall at 10 o'clock and what the requirements were. She could only eavesdrop. The NPCs here were incredibly secretive, making it difficult for players to eavesdrop. For now, she could only rely on the Little Blue Fish. Lu Xingchen, holding the Little Blue Fish, hurried all the way to Lu Haoyue's stall. It was noon, and the stall was bustling with people. Qi Fengxin had made beef and mutton buns, and Gao Dafu had cooked 2 large pots of mutton soup, along with grilled skewers and other items. The tables in front of the stall were full, with a few still waiting for a seat. Lu Xingchen placed the fish tank on one of the tables, and went to help. She was preoccupied, and Lu Haoyue noticed. Lu Haoyue was perceptive. Xingxing, is that iron plate causing you trouble? Lu Xingchen shook his head, not yet. Lu Haoyue frowned. So it will be in the future? No, give me the iron plate, and I keep it. How could Lu Xingchen possibly give Lu Haoyue such a difficult situation? Little Blue Fish suddenly spoke. That's not an iron plate, it's a boundless token. With it, you can enter the Boundless Mall. Lu Xingchen was surprised. How did you know? Little Blue Fish. The old man with the white beard was not far away. He said, oh, he's gone, And I can't hear him anymore. He seemed to be talking to someone named Ji Lao. Lu Xingchen couldn't wait any longer and hurried out, carrying the fish tank. He asked, "Where did they go?" "Little blue fish, Master Ji's in." "Isn't that where she lives?" Lu Xingchen hurried back to his residence, carrying the fish tank, and placed it on the table in the yard. Suddenly, there was a crash from Master Ji's room, and the door was kicked open with a clang. A white-bearded old man came out with a sullen face. Seeing Lu Xingchen, he was surprised. "Huh? Why do I see you everywhere? Tell me, are you following me?" Master Ji came out, also with a sullen face, looking impatient. The white-bearded old man, "Ji, I've seen this person several times. She seems suspicious. Come on, let's check her out first." "Check?" Lu Xingchen was startled. An idea struck her. She pulled out the tattered book she bought earlier and angrily said, "Okay, old man. I've been looking for you forever. Look at what you sold me." The white-bearded old man, Hey, we agreed. Once we paid, we won't go back on our word. Don't try to cheat me." Lu Xingchen's face was filled with grievance as she flipped through the book a few times. "Look! There are only 2 pages of pictures, and they're all messed up. It's all my fault for thinking you look kind, and not looking more closely. I fell for it." The white-bearded old man felt a little guilty. "Didn't you look at it then?" Old Ji frowned. "All right, old man, you've had enough of that. Get out of here." Lu Xingchen had already rushed upstairs, feigning anger. She was terrified. If she had walked any slower, the white-bearded old man might have figured it out. She opened the window a crack, and saw the white-bearded old man exchange a few more words with old Ji before leaving relieved. Oh no! How are they going to verify it? Lu Xingchen's heart was in turmoil. She deliberately lingered in the room for a moment, waiting for Elder Ji to leave before going downstairs. She reached the fish tank and touched it. Just as she was about to ask something, she felt a chill in her heart. She turned around and saw Elder Ji had returned without her knowing. He stood aside, glaring at her with narrowed eyes. Lu Xingchen feigned indignation. "Old man, was that man your friend just now? How could he be a liar?" Earl Ji smiled faintly. "He right. What are you afraid of?" Lu Xingchen was startled, but her face showed no sign of it. She snorted coldly. "That man is so mean. He just pick up anyone on the street and sell them as junk. If they don't buy, he try to scam them. My friend was framed by him and ended up in jail." She was telling the truth, and Elder Ji knew it. Lu Xingchen said with lingering fear, "When he insisted I buy the secret manual, I was afraid he'd try to scam me, so I bought it. Well, consider it a way to avoid disaster." Old Ji nodded. He certainly did. "Okay, I have something to do, so I be out for a bit." Seeing Old Ji leave, Lu Xingchen hurriedly carried the fish tank to her room. She closed the doors and windows, and asked Lon Lon to keep watch. Only then did she feel at ease and asked Little Fish, "What did you hear just now?" "Little Blue Fish. Old Ji went to borrow a locating compass. He'd be back in about 6 hours. He said that if we just walk around with it, we can find the person with the unbounded order." Lu Xingchen, "What?" She was genuinely a little scared. Who knew what these items were for? Old Ji was a distinguished figure with a mysterious background. Even if she put the unbounded order in her backpack, she might still be discovered. "Little Blue Fish, Master Ji said that if the unbounded order is within 500 meters, the locating compass will detect it." Lu Xingchen pressed, "Anything else?" "Little Blue Fish, that's all they said." Little Blue Fish had surprisingly heard so much. Lu Xingchen touched the fish tank. "Thank you, little one." She panicked even more. 500 meters. With the speed of these NPCs, if the locating compass finds it, they'd be here in less than half a minute. It's too dangerous. Luckily, she knew this in advance. Frost and Snow Village isn't big, so it's really hard to hide. She can't leave now, because the market isn't over yet. She can't expose herself before then. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, called Lon Lon in, and said, "I give you the unbounded order later. Fly farther away. Make sure you stay 500 meters away from Frost and Snow Village. Okay?" Lon Lon spread her wings. "No problem." This was the only way. The first problem was solved. There was another problem. How to enter the unbounded mall. There was a chip inside the unbounded mall, and Lu Xingchen wanted to buy it. But Lu Haoyue hadn't been there last time. What were the requirements for entering the unbounded mall? He could only ask the white-bearded old man. Lu Xingchen called Lon Lon over. "Go and look for that white-bearded old man. Let me know when you find him. Oh, and check the inn we just passed first." After giving the instructions, Lu Xingchen carried the fish tank and returned it to the yard. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Old G had gone to borrow the locating compass and returned 6 hours later. This meant that the locating compass wasn't in Frost and Snow Village, so Old G was out now. It's time to let Mimi out. There was no other way. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, and we only had a few hours. It would be best to find a way to enter the unbounded mall during this time. Lu Xingchen was thinking when Lon Lon sent a voice message. Xiao Lu, the old man with the white beard has come to Fatty's snack stand. It seems he's trying to scam people again. Chapter 510. Lu Xingchen was startled and hurried downstairs to their stall. At the stall, a white-bearded old man was sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Ouch, ouch, your mutton soup is poisonous. Ugh, my stomach hurts. It hurts so bad. Chief Fangxin, old man, everyone else is eating fine. Why do you have a stomachache? Is it something wrong with your stomach? The white-bearded old man. No. He pointed at Lu Haoyue. Tell me, did you poison me? You hate me, don't you? Lu Xingchen frowned. The white-bearded old man's attempt to scam Lu Haoyue showed that he suspected Lu Haoyue. She walked in, slapping her white jade cane. Old man, how about I take you to the clinic? The old man. No, I pay you 10,000 gold coins. Many people couldn't stand his behavior. Old man, are you trying to scam me? I worked all day and only earned a few thousand gold coins. You're extorting me like that, old man. Aren't you going too far? Hey, it's that old guy again. He just sent a girl in red and a tall guy to jail. Anyone who runs into him is in trouble, and the guards are on his side. Hush, the guards are here. Guards A and B pushed through the crowd. So what's wrong? The white-bearded old man. Ouch, my stomach hurts. They poisoned me. I want compensation. 10,000 gold coins. Guards A and B looked at Lu Haoyue. Pay. Lu Xingchen coughed and tapped his white jade cane. Hey, are you guys having trouble with my stall? Guards A and B finally noticed her. The two were stunned. Guard A smacked his head lightly. Oh, I forgot, this is the master stall, He looked at the old man and said, that's the restroom. Go over there, and have some diarrhea. That's all. The old man with the white beard, He was stunned for a moment, then started to rage. No, oh, my stomach hurts, and I need medicine and a doctor. I don't have the money. He rolled around so much that the other guests couldn't eat. Guards A and B were in a state of panic. They looked at Lu Xingchen with an embarrassed expression. Master, it's not that we don't care, it's that this old man is too difficult. Lu Xingchen tapped the old man with his white jade cane. 500 gold coins. Leave immediately. The old man paused. Not enough. Guard A shouted, Old man, are you going to leave or not? 500 gold coins are not enough. Who do you think you are? Guard B. That's right. The two of us only need 1,000 gold coins. You think you can do better than us? Guards A and B's efforts were so powerful that the old man had no choice but to stand up and reach out to Lu Xingchen. Give it to me. Lu Xingchen tossed a small bag of gold coins. Exactly 500. The old man shook the coins and stood up with satisfaction. Lu Xingchen's eyes turned cold. This old man. She quietly took out her empty card. Empty card. A card crafted by Master Kong Kong, the miraculous hands empty card, as the name suggests, allows you to take someone else's belongings for free. After using it, you can randomly take one item from someone else. Valid range, within 100 meters. Do you want to use it? Lu Xingchen silently said yes. Used successfully, and obtained a chip trader qualification certificate X1, which has been placed in her storage backpack. Huh? It's this thing? Lu Xingchen was delighted, but she didn't take it out to look at it because it wasn't convenient right now. With so many people here, even if the old man discovered his missing item, he wouldn't be able to confirm who took it. He already stolen one unbounded token, so another wasn't a big deal. Who made this old man so annoying, always looking for trouble? The old man didn't notice and happily took the gold coins and left. Lu Xingchen said something to Lu Haoyue and the others and quietly followed. The old man hummed a little tune as he entered his inn. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and let Mime out. They were in the alley next door, a desolate, deserted place. From here, it was closer to the old man's inn. Mime could hear what was going on over there. Mime's super hearing was far superior to Little Bluefish's. It was just that she didn't dare let him out because Master G was here. Lu Xingchen held Mime and waited in the alley next door. After just over 10 minutes, a devastated cry was heard. Ah, how did it get lost again? Pa! Pa! Which wicked thief is stealing from me? It was the old man with a white beard. Ah, how dare you steal from me? Ah! The old man bolted from the alley and headed straight for the restaurant. Lu Xingchen asked Meme, "What did you hear?" Meme? The old man was humming a little tune, then suddenly yelled that all the food was gone, and then he came out. Lu Xingchen pulled out the merchant license he had just stolen. It was a white card of an unknown material, with a chip pattern printed on it. Below it was a line of small text, able to trade in chip-related products. With this, could she buy chips? Not sure. She had to try. Lu Xingchen quietly followed him to the restaurant. A crowd had gathered in front of the restaurant. The old man with a white beard was cursing, accusing the restaurant owner of being immoral and keeping a group of thieves. The restaurant owner turned out to be the dwarf, and he was exchanging insults with the old man with a white beard. The dwarf firmly denied, "I don't keep thieves." The old man with a white beard, "Bah, do you think I don't know? Which of those new outsiders hasn't been robbed by you?" The dwarf, "Humph, you're still amazing. Which of those outsiders hasn't been ripped off by you? There are still 2 in jail right now, right?" The old man, "Thieves." The dwarf, "Swindlers." Lu Xingchen listened and understood. Neither of them was any good. The NPCs in Frost and Snow Village are truly terrible. Not a single one of them is good. The old man and the dwarf exchanged insults for half an hour before they died down and retreated dejectedly. Lu Xingchen returned to the snack stand. It was almost 4 o'clock, and Lu Haoyue and the others had already packed up and prepared food for dinner. They even divided the money. Because there was plenty of food at noon, they made quite a bit of money. They divided it up, and in the end, Lu Xingchen received 15,000 gold coins. Lu Haoyue and the other 2 each received 15,000 gold coins. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan also received a good share. Lu Xingchen had initially refused to take any, but Lu Haoyue insisted, even returning the 3 safes, 3 cotton-padded jackets, and the money for their accommodation. Lu Xingchen resisted for a while, but ultimately received 20,000 gold coins. She now had over 40,000 gold coins. After accumulating a lot of gold coins, the group decided to go shopping. Naturally, Lu Xingchen took the lead again, leading them on a shopping spree, buying a lot of high-quality wood, glass cloud stone, high-quality ore and more. Time flies when you're spending money. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Haoyue and the others hurried back to continue cooking, grilling skewers, and setting up their stall. Lu Xingchen found a secluded spot at the end of South Street and asked Lon Lon to keep an eye on Mr. G. A little after 6:30, Lon Lon called out, Little Lu, the old man driving the rickshaw is back. He's got a round plate and is arguing with the old swindler." Lon Lon, "Hey, are they about to start?" Lu Xingchen quickly said, "Come back." Chapter 511. Lon Lon approached. Come, give me the unbounded order, I fly away." It snatched it up in its mouth. Lu Xingchen, Lon Lon, "Hey, calling me, ah." Lu Xingchen snatched up the fallen unbounded order. See, Lon Lon opened her mouth, and the unbounded order fell. There was no way Lon Lon wouldn't speak. She grabbed Lon Lon, examined her, took out a silk thread, and securely tied the unbounded order to Lon Lan's back. After ensuring it was secure, she waved her hand. Lon Lon soared high into the sky. When Lon Lon was out of sight, Lu Xingchen slowly returned to help out at Lu Haoyue's snack stand. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, the busiest time. After a while, they saw Elder Ji, and the white-bearded old man hurried by, carrying a round plate. Lu Xingchen, with an idea, packed a large bag of lamb skewers and followed. "Old Ji," she called out, running over and thrusting a skewer of lamb into his hands. "What are you up to?" "Want roast lamb tonight. You still have some?" Old Ji immediately perked up. Soon, his brow furrowed. "Never mind. I'm busy tonight, so I won't be able to have roast lamb." Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Old Ji loved lamb. What could possibly have caused him to give it up? It certainly wasn't helping the old man find the unbounded order. He wasn't that focused. Old Ji ate his skewer of lamb, while Lu Xingchen followed, chatting idly. The reason they were following them was to determine their location, to confirm that Lon Lon was 500 meters away. Old Ji, now annoyed, thrust the finding compass at Lu Xingchen. "Here, watch it for me. If it lights up, let me know." He began to eat the mutton skewers himself. The white-bearded old man sniffed and looked at Lu Xingchen. "Young man, how can you not respect the elderly and care for the young? You don't want a portion of mutton skewers for me?" Lu Xingchen chuckled. "Old man, I dare not give you mutton skewers. What if you get a stomachache again? We're a small business and can't afford to lose money." The old man, "You He snorted, swallowed, and stared at the finding compass. They wandered from North Street to South Street, and then from South Street to North Street, exploring every branching alleyway. The finding compass remained silent. The old man was anxious. Old G, is there something wrong with your finding compass? Old G glanced at it. It's fine. Maybe the person who stole your things has already left? The old man was stunned. Yes, 20 or 30 people left yesterday. No, those who left yesterday were merchants, not thieves. Lu Xingchen was surprised. NPCs can leave at any time, only players like them have to stay until the market is over. That's a bit of a discriminatory treatment. She immediately said, thief isn't a profession, it's a skill. The old man was unhappy. Young man, what do you mean? Old G snorted. She means that those who left yesterday might have been the one who stole your things. So, don't bother trying. You can't find it. The old man was anxious. No, I must find it today. He grabbed the compass and began to operate it himself, searching every nook and cranny again. After going back and forth for a long time, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. During this period, Lu Xingchen kept in touch with Lan Lan through telepathy. The old man was sweating with anxiety. Lu Xingchen was even more anxious than he was. How could she dare let Lan Lan come back if the old man kept searching over and over again? At 10 o'clock, the light gate of the Boundless Mall opened. If she wasn't nearby by then, it would be a waste. It was almost 9:30, and Lu Xingchen decided to go find Lan Lan. Just as she was about to make an excuse to leave, Lan Lan's voice came over. Ha 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 ha, I met a friend. Bubu, my Bubu is here, ha ha. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Bubu is here? Lan Lan. Yes, I went to play with her. Oh. Lu Xingchen. What's wrong, Lan Lan? Lan Lan didn't respond. Lu Xingchen, anxious, hid aside and kept calling Lan Lan. Even on the other side, old G was getting annoyed. He snatched the finding compass and said, All right, old man, it's gone. The lost item is no longer in Frost and Snow Village. Look for it yourself. I have something urgent to attend to. The old man's beard twitched. What's your urgent matter? Oh, I see. There's a treasure up for auction, and a lot of people are coming, right? Old G was annoyed. Yes. Many masters will be arriving soon, each one more powerful than you. I have to entertain them. The old man snorted. Do you really want to sell that treasure? The old man said, hee. If that thing is sold, how will your messy Frost and Snow Village market still have business? Old G said, you should focus more on your own business. Who else but my Frost and Snow Village would tolerate your fraud? The old man was furious. I'm a fraudster? How can I compare to you? The old man said, Bah, your Frost and Snow Village is a den of bandits. Elder G, haha, are you sure you want to talk to me like that? If you can't enter the Boundless Mall and wholesale chips, how are you going to survive? Huh? This NPC rarely reveals information, and Lu Xingchen doesn't want to miss it. He quickly lowers his presence and quietly watches the show. A lot of masters will be arriving soon. A treasure is up for auction? No, why should she care about this? Better to contact Lan Lan. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to leave, the old man suddenly shouted, It's on. Haha, the finding compass is on. I found my boundless order. Lu Xingchen was startled. Looking back, he saw a ray of light rising from the finding compass, its needle pointing south. Oh no, that's exactly where Lan Lan had been. Lu Xingchen's face darkened, and he called out, Lan Lan? Lan Lan, I'm fine. The white-bearded old man and Elder G were already running off, heading in the direction the compass needle pointed. Without time to think, Lu Xingchen gave chase. The three of them sprinted down the mountain. Amidst the snow, a group drifted in. Lu Xingchen recognized them instantly, Master Lei Jin, Wawa, and Bubu. In Master Lei Jin's hand, he held a small bird. It was Lan Lan. A gleam of light flickered from Master Lei Jin's sleeve. The white-bearded old man shouted, There it is. Hey, you stole my unbounded order. Old G was stunned and quickly kicked the old man. Nonsense. That's Master Lei Jin. Master Lei Jin flipped his sleeve, and the unbounded order appeared in his hand. You mean this? The white-bearded old man said, Yes. Master Lei Jin smiled faintly. This is a gift from my apprentice. What does it have to do with you? With a wave of his hand, the unbounded order floated up and flew in front of Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen grabbed it with one hand and immediately said, Thank you, master. The white-bearded old man was stunned. Well. It's mine. Mine. Master Lei Jin's face darkened. Huh? Old G kicked the old man again. What are you fussing about? That's Master Lei Jin. Who can take your things? He has countless treasures. The white-bearded old man, but. Master Lei Jin said coldly, there's more than one unbounded order. What, are you still trying to steal my apprentice's things? The white-bearded old man was even more stunned, almost crying, but, where's my unbounded order? At this moment, the unbounded order in Lu Xingchen's hand suddenly glowed, projecting a portal of light. At the same time, a voice rang out, the unbounded mall has opened. Please bring enough gold coins and enter as soon as possible. Chapter 512. The light gate opened. Lu Xingchen was nervous. Without giving it time to think, she immediately sent a message to Gao Dafu. Quick, send me all our gold coins. I'm going to the Boundless Mall. She could only send it to Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu was with Lu Haoyue, so naturally he would collect Lu Haoyue and the others' gold coins. She had no idea what was in the Boundless Mall, but she knew she had to bring enough gold coins. Without gold coins, she couldn't buy anything. Seeing the light gate open, the white-bearded old man's eyes lit up. Haha, the Boundless Mall is open. Haha, I go first. He rushed in first. Swish. In a flash, he disappeared. Master Lei Jin frowned and said to Lu Xingchen, don't worry, the Boundless Mall's light gate can accommodate more than one person. You still have a chance. By then, Gao Dafu had already collected all the gold coins and sent them to Lu Xingchen. They spent some money and made a lot more from their evening stall. He combined the gold coins collected by Lu Haoyue and the other two, totaling 110,000, adding to Lu Xingchen's current 40,000. She now had 150,000. What a huge sum. Even so, she was still uneasy. Who knew what the requirements were for entering the Unbounded Mall? I wondered if that stolen merchant license would work. The Unbounded Mall is now open. Please bring enough gold coins and enter as soon as possible. The light portal sounded again. Lu Xingchen gritted her teeth, nodded to Master Lei Jin, and stepped through the light portal. No rejection message was given. Her eyes flashed, and she entered a suspended world. At this moment, she was suspended in midair. Before her, countless vending machine-like objects floated in the air. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything inside. There were no lights, and it was dark. Only one vending machine was illuminated, clearly displaying the various items. A white-bearded old man was circling it, scratching his head. Lu Xingchen walked over. Hearing the repeated rejection notifications, insufficient qualifications, unable to purchase. The white-bearded old man was anxious. I'm already here, why won't I buy? Huh? Aren't you intelligent? I've come here countless times, and you don't recognize me? Just because I lost my merchant license, you won't sell to me? The white-bearded old man, too much. The vending machine, insufficient qualifications, unable to purchase. The old man, then why did you let me in? The vending machine flickered a few times, and a mechanical voice chimed, looks familiar. Lu Xingchen, She walked over and read the words on the vending machine, chip vending machine. She was ecstatic. Haha, finally there are chips to buy. So happy. The chip vending machine displayed various items, thermal chips, constant temperature chips, electrical chips, and so on. Lu Xingchen glanced at the prices and her face changed. Thermal chip, 19.99/piece. Filter chip, 19.99/piece. Electrical chip, 29.99/piece. Thermostat chip, 39.99/piece. Positioning chip, 49.99/piece. There are other chips she hasn't seen before, but they're even more expensive, so there's no need to even look at them. Right now, Lu Xingchen's raft only needs 5 chips: thermal energy, electrical energy, filtration, thermostat, and positioning. The most in-demand items were energy chips. She calculated, and it would cost a fortune to buy them. Too expensive. The white-bearded old man saw her enter, his face scowled. Why are you here too? Lu Xingchen was surprised. Old man, this is the unbounded mall I opened. Have you forgotten? This is the unbounded token my master gave me. The white-bearded old man's face darkened, and he muttered, shameless. Such a powerful master is a thief. Lu Xingchen was displeased. I'm going to complain to my master. The white-bearded old man fell silent, gloomily. He didn't leave, just staring at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen, fearing the time limit, simply ignored him and quickly observed him. Under each item was the price, and next to it was a purchase tag. Thermal chip, 19.99/piece. Buy X10. Buy X100. Minimum purchase, 10. It seems this is a wholesale mall. Lu Xingchen was in a dilemma. She needed all of these chips, and buying so many at once wouldn't be enough. Never mind, let's buy the power and thermal chips first. They're absolutely necessary. Lu Xingchen bought 10 power chips and 10 thermal chips, respectively. It cost him 50,000 gold coins. Seeing Lu Xingchen's purchases were successful, the old man was excited. Sell them to me, sell them to me. Can you sell me some? Hey, someone's giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. Isn't there someone here waiting to buy wholesale? Lu Xingchen glanced at the old man. How much will you give me for 1 power chip? The old man, I give you 3,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen, tisk, no. Stingy old man. She remembered that the old man had to sell the chips wholesale, otherwise he might lose his license. She wasn't anxious. The old man was, however, anxious. How much do you want? I'm telling you, if I sell a chip wholesale, I only double it. Lu Xingchen, then double it. Old man, you. Lu Xingchen, do you want it? Don't want it tripled, okay? Old man, swindler. Lu Xingchen ignored him. You don't want it, but someone else wants it? She messaged Gao Dafu. Have you seen Xianyuan Batian? Ask him if he needs any chips. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and if nothing unexpected happened, Gao Dafu and Xianyuan Batian would have gone home. Gao Dafu immediately replied, I saw him. He just got back. You started buying chips? Hee, I asked for you. Xianyuan Batian hadn't been doing well. None of the NPCs in this Frost village were honest. He lived in fear every day, afraid of being ripped off. Today, I went out and bought some high-level ore, wood, and glass cloud stone. Finally, this trip to the market yielded some results. However, he had another reason for coming here, to buy chips. The chips for the various automated devices on his raft had all run out and needed replacements urgently, and his toilet was almost broken. He was desperate, but after searching for ages, he couldn't find a chip dealer. Even worse, the flower lady, who had been supposed to appear, had vanished as if out of thin air. The 3 siblings had waited for ages, but nothing happened. He did find out that the Frost and Snow Village market would officially close tomorrow at noon, and they would have to leave. This market was quite disappointing. Most importantly, his automated toilet wasn't working anymore. How would he go about using it? He was a misophobe. In his opinion, the chip was even more important than the refreshing flower. He was fed up. Just when he was feeling down, Gao Dafu arrived. Gao Dafu smiled, cupping his stomach. Batian, how have you been lately? Xianyuan Batian said angrily. If you have something to say, please speak up. If not, please leave. Gao Dafu, oh, you said you don't need a chip. Then I'm leaving. Goodbye. He turned and left. Xianyuan Batian's mind raced, and he immediately rushed over to stop Gao Dafu. Wait, do you know where the chip dealer is? Gao Dafu thought for a moment. Xianyuan Batian, where? Gao Dafu, she's buying some stock. She asked me to ask you if you need any chips. Payment first, delivery later. Gao Dafu guessed that Lu Xingchen probably didn't have enough gold coins, otherwise she wouldn't be looking for a buyer right now. Xianyuan Batian frowned. Pay first, deliver later? Gao Dafu, are you in cahoots with Lu Xingchen? Are you trying to rip me off? Gao Dafu glanced at him. TSK, how can you be so mean? Let's go! Xianyuan Batian, hey, wait! Lu Xingchen's buying chips. Is she thinking of reselling them? Gao Dafu knew time was running out, so he didn't bother to waste time with Xianyuan Batian. Just tell me if you want them. Xianyuan Batian made a snap decision. Yes. He might be leaving tomorrow, so he wouldn't have the chance to find a chip dealer and buy them. So what? After all, the NPCs in Frost and Snow Village are even more treacherous than Lu Xingchen. Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth. How much? Chapter 513. Lu Xingchen had already told Gao Dafu the price of this noodle, adding, just take your pick. Don't be too ruthless. You have to leave some room for improvement, otherwise it won't look good. Gao Dafu, okay. Lu Xingchen, I have a monopoly. Gao Dafu, got it. He looked at Xianyuan Batian with a bitter look and said, forget it, the price is too high. You can't afford it. Xianyuan Batian's heart skipped a beat. This is it. Lu Xingchen is definitely going to ask for exorbitant prices. Gao Dafu frowned. Lu Xingchen is buying stock, but she's only buying for herself. The chips are too expensive. A poor person can't afford them. Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth. Tell me the price. Gao Dafu, thermal chip, filter chip 99.99/piece, power chip 199.99/piece, constant temperature chip 59999/piece, positioning chip. Oh, this one's even more expensive. Can you afford it? Xianyuan Beishan's heart ached. He already anticipated that the chips would be expensive, and the current price was indeed higher than he anticipated. Lu Xingchen was truly greedy. Besides, who knew how much these things originally sold for? He gritted his teeth. Expensive. Gao Dafu. TSK, 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 TSK. I told you, poor people can't afford these, and you still have to ask? Okay, if you're not buying, I'm leaving. Anyway, Lu Xingchen will be selling them soon, and he doubled the price. NPCs have plenty of money. Gao Dafu shook his head and sighed. Alas, the poor chip merchants are all waiting for Lu Xingchen to sell his goods. Xianyuan Batian. Wait. Xianyuan Batian, can it be cheaper? Gao Dafu patted his stomach. No. Xianyuan Batian was caught in a dilemma. He had to buy the chips. He had always been at the top of the list, and like Lu Xingchen, he had a lot of fully automated equipment on his raft. He couldn't wait. Who knew when the next market would be? Damn it, Lu Xingchen had him under his thumb again. Buy, loss. What else could he do? Based on the behavior of the NPCs he encountered, the chip vendors might be scammers. At least, Lu Xingchen was a decent person. He just loves to rip people off. Isn't it just gold coins? Gold can be spent and then returned. His Xianyuan family is rich. Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth and said, okay, buy it. After thinking for a moment, he said, we need 3 thermal chips and 3 filter chips each, 2 power chips, and nothing else. Gao Dafu, okay, pay first. Xianyuan Batian, Gao Dafu, what's wrong? Can't I pay first? I told you, chips are very expensive. You have to pay a deposit upfront. Xianyuan Batian, how much? Gao Dafu calculated, 100% down. Xianyuan Batian chuckled, is that considered a deposit? Gao Dafu said, yes, this is the full deposit. Do you want to buy it? Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth and said, buy it. He wasn't worried about Lu Xingchen cheating. Based on his brief understanding of Lu Xingchen, he believed that Lu Xingchen might ask for a higher price, but he wouldn't go back on his word. Lu Xingchen's request for such a large deposit was likely because the chips were too expensive and she didn't have enough money. Perhaps Lu Xingchen didn't make much money? Thinking this way, Xianyuan Batian felt much more comfortable. He readily paid the full amount. Xianyuan Batian would need approximately 100,000 gold coins to buy these chips. That's all the 3 of them could afford combined. Thankfully, they bought all the necessary supplies, only the chips were missing. Xianyuan Batian reluctantly handed 100,000 gold coins to Gao Dafu, who then passed them on to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen calculated and ended up buying 20 power chips, 20 thermal chips, 20 filter chips, 10 constant temperature chips, and 10 positioning chips. This totaled 230,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen had 150,000 gold coins, and with Xianyuan Beishan's 100,000, it was just enough. After completing the purchase, Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. The notification sounded again. The unbounded mall will close in 3 minutes. Please purchase quickly. Lu Xingchen checked and saw she only had 10 minutes left. Luckily, she made her purchase quickly. The white-bearded old man was still pacing, dilly-dallying. The old man, can you make it cheaper? Hey, you bought so many? Lu Xingchen collected the items. Sorry, I'm using them myself and bringing them to friends. I don't have any left. The old man was anxious. You can't. You have to sell me a few. Lu Xingchen was annoyed. The price has increased 5-fold. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it. The old man was stunned. Why, you're even more ruthless than me. Ah, I'm so angry. It's so expensive, how am I going to sell them all? The Wujia Mall will close in 2 minutes. Please buy as soon as possible. The old man was really anxious. Sell me 3 thermal energy chips and 3 filter chips, okay? Lu Xingchen, sure? I don't have any gold coins left. Give me 20,000 gold coins, and I buy them for you. Then I give you 3. She was indeed out of money. She purchased a lot of chips this time. The old man was about to burst into tears. I don't have any money. Strange, even a merchant with no money? Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. Thermal chips and filter chips are 5,000 gold coins each, quite cheap. Much cheaper than selling them to Xianyuan Batian. Her merchant license and unbounded token were both contributed by the old man, so give him a discount. The old man helplessly said, okay. Before leaving the unbounded mall, Lu Xingchen had already sold 3 thermal chips and 3 filter chips. The two completed the transaction, and the final notification sounded. Time's up. Please leave the unbounded mall. 3, 2, 1. Lu Xingchen and the old man flashed out of the unbounded mall together. The unbounded token in Lu Xingchen's hand vanished in a flash of light. Are they still disposable items? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Master Lei Jin had been waiting there. Seeing her puzzled expression, he said, the unbounded token can only be used once, giving you only one chance to enter the unbounded mall. Lu Xingchen, huh? What if I run out of chips? Never mind. There's always a way out. She had a large inventory, so she wasn't afraid. Lu Xingchen had intended to give Master Lei Jin a few chips, but Master Lei Jin wasn't interested at all. He waved his hand, saying, I have things to do. I be leaving now. Wawa came over and hugged Lu Xingchen. Little Lu, we come find you once we're settled. Lon Lon flew over and landed on Lu Xingchen's shoulder. Little Lu, don't blame me. I saw Boo Boo and was so happy to go over, but Master Lei Jin snatched the unbounded order away. Lon Lon felt aggrieved. He even pinched me, silencing me. Boo Boo quickly explained. Dad lost control of his strength. He didn't mean to. Sorry, he probably just wanted Lon Lon to be quiet. Lu Xingchen touched Lon Lon and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was alright. Boo Boo, wanting to chase Master Lei Jin and Wawa, said a few words to Lon Lon before hurriedly leaving. After they were gone, Lon Lon excitedly said, Little Lu, do you know why the master came here? Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. Because of the auction? Chapter 514. Lon Lon, you guessed right. Lon Lon was excited. I heard it's a rare treasure. Many masters have come. The auction will be held tomorrow at noon. Lu Xingchen was intrigued. Tomorrow at noon? Well, let's talk when we get home. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Robbers might show up at this time. Lu Xingchen hurried back with Lon Lon. Gao Dafu, Xian Yuan Batian, Lu Haoyue, and the other three groups were still awake, eagerly waiting. Seeing Lu Xingchen, Xian Yuan Batian was more excited than anyone else. Where are the chips? Where are my chips? As agreed, Lu Xingchen took out 3 thermal chips, 3 filter chips, and 2 electrical chips, and handed them to Xian Yuan Batian. The chips were sealed with a hard, transparent, unknown material, about the size of a SIM card. They had intricate patterns. Red for the thermal chips, white for the filter chips, and gold for the electrical chips. They looked very high-end. Xian Yuan Batian carefully took the chip, his heart finally at ease. Back then, in a hurry, he'd given Gao Dafu so much money, but he was still a little worried. What if he made a mistake and Lu Xingchen had swallowed his gold coins? Now, with the chip in hand, he felt a little more comfortable with Lu Xingchen. He nodded and walked away with a proud expression. Chief Fangxin, what's he so arrogant about? Bai Kaisen, maybe because he has so much money? Gao Dafu, what's the point of having so much money? I gave it all to Xingchen anyway. Xian Yuan Batian stumbled. Damn it, he was just starting to feel better, but why were those people so clueless? Gao Dafu, haha. Lu Xingchen, hush, keep your voice down. They're big customers. Everyone gathered in a room. Lu Xingchen explained the chip purchase, then took out the chips and asked, what chips do you want? Lu Haoyue said without hesitation, we've sold them all. We don't want the chips, we want the money. Gao Dafu, right. Chief Fangxin, right. A single chip could fetch so many gold coins. Why would they need them? They shouldn't need any of them. Just exchange them all for gold. Lu Xingchen found it amusing. Once we get back to the raft, the gold coins will be useless. We don't know when the second market will open. What are you saving all those gold coins for? Chief Fangxin, we can't live without gold coins. We might end up in jail. The last time he went to jail for poverty had left a psychological scar on him. If it weren't for the chance encounter with Lu Xingchen, the 3 of them might have frozen to death. Lu Xingchen still distributed the chips among them, giving only 2 each of the thermal energy chip, electrical energy chip, and filter chip to Lu Haoyue and his group. She got 1 thermostat chip and 1 positioning chip each. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin did the same. She also planned to keep a share for herself. After the distribution, she was left with 8 thermal chips and 8 filter chips, 12 electrical chips, and 7 thermostat and positioning chips. She still had 50,000 gold coins. Everyone's gold coins were mixed together. She decided to go out and sell the chips tomorrow, and, when she made the money, give them to everyone. Lu Haoyue waved her hand. I give you all mine. Chief Fangxin, yes, these gold coins are for my sister. Gu Yin and Gao Dafu didn't want any more either. They felt that with so many chips, they might not have enough gold coins to buy them if they really paid for them. Lu Xingchen didn't say much to them, planning to sell a batch of chips and then divide the gold coins. It was almost midnight when everyone finished their work, so they said their goodbyes and returned to their rooms to rest. Lu Xingchen yawned and wanted to wash up. Suddenly, the little blue fish on the table blew bubbles. "Master, I have news." Lu Xingchen walked over to the table and asked, "What news?" The little blue fish said, "There's an auction tomorrow. I heard it's a very good treasure. Are you interested, master?" Lu Xingchen had heard about the auction several times that day, so he asked, "What do you know?" The little blue fish said, "I just know that the thing is very good. Mr. G downstairs is very anxious and seems very scared. As for what kind of treasure it is, I still don't know." "So good? But what is Mr. G afraid of? Shouldn't he be even happier with a treasure being auctioned? She would definitely pay attention tomorrow to see what it is." Lu Xingchen washed up and went to bed. When she woke up the next day, she found Lu Haoyue and the others setting up their breakfast stall again. Now, they were incredibly passionate about earning gold coins. Lu Xingchen packed up and decided to try selling chips. Chips and food were different categories, so she went back to the guards. When they heard Lu Xingchen was selling chips, the two guards' expressions immediately changed. Master, the chip vendor isn't under our control, and he never shows up at the market. You can only buy from him if you're lucky enough to come across him." Lu Xingchen, "Huh?" Guard A, "Not only that, the chip vendor might have various requirements and tasks. Only by meeting them or completing them are you eligible to buy one or two. You should be more cautious." Guard B, yes, you're being too high profile. It's going to be hard for us." Guard A, "Don't sell chips openly in a crowded area." Selling chips in secret? Lu Xingchen had a rough idea. The chip vendor must be a mysterious NPC, hard to find. Selling them at a stall would be too cheap. Then, how about wandering the alleys and looking for someone you're meant to meet? Lu Xingchen acted immediately, turning and strolling down the alley. Small alleys are usually deserted. She wandered for a while before running into a round-faced boy, the same tour guide she met upon entering Frost and Snow Village. "If I remember correctly, this is old G's grandson." Lu Xingchen waved, "Come on, little friend." The round-faced boy came over with a smile. "Master, what can I do for you?" Lu Xingchen whispered, "I wait here. Can you help me see if anyone wants to buy a chip? If so, bring them here." The round-faced boy immediately shook his head, rattling, No, master, chips have to be sold to the right person." "I can't do that." Lu Xingchen stuffed 100 gold coins into his hand. The round-faced boy hesitantly accepted them and said, "Master, I really can't help you. But I can tell you something. Go to places where outsiders hang out, and you might find a surprise." Lu Xingchen, selling a chip? Why is that so difficult? Outsiders? Could he be talking about players? Frost Snow Village is mostly populated by NPCs, with very few players. Oh right, are those the two from the prison? After strolling for a while, she slowly entered the alley leading to the prison. After a few steps, she encountered two people, each supporting the other, emerging from the alley. Familiar faces. One was the girl in red, the other was the tall man next to her. The tall man, "That's strange, sister, why were we suddenly released?" The girl in red, "I don't know, never mind. It was inexplicable to begin with. Hey, I've been here for several days, and I can't buy any chips." The tall man, "I heard the chip dealer is hard to find. Maybe he's already gone." Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up, and he went to meet them. The girl in red was startled when she saw her. "You're here too?" "No, what are you doing here?" Lu Xingchen, "Chips, do you want them?" The girl in red, "Yes, how do I buy them?" Lu Xingchen, "Thermal chips and filter chips are 9,999 each, electrical chips are 19,999 each, constant temperature chips are 59,999 each, and positioning chips are 79,999 each." The girl in red thought for a few seconds. "Okay, 5 each of thermal chips, filter chips, and electrical chips, and 2 each of constant temperature chips and positioning chips." Lu Xingchen was startled. "You really want so many? What a wealthy man. He's much more straightforward than Xianyuan Batian. You can't judge a person by appearance." The girl in red, "Yes, a total of 480,000 gold coins, right?" "Wait a moment." After waiting for about 10 minutes, the girl in red handed Lu Xingchen a bag. "Here, 480,000 gold coins. This is a gold storage bag specifically for gold coins. It won't be heavy." Lu Xingchen took the bag. The gold coins had been placed individually before, so there should have been 480,000 in it. That's a lot of gold, it would have taken several sacks. But placed in a small gold storage bag, it felt light and airy. Lu Xingchen handed the various chips to the girl in red and asked, "What's your name?" The girl in red glanced at Lu Xingchen. "I'm a player, and like you, I'm from Yendua Ward 1. My name is Chu Hongyi. What's yours?" Chu Hongyi was so straightforward. Lu Xingchen didn't hesitate. "My name is Lu Xingchen, and I'm also from Yendua Ward 1. Neither of them wanted to reveal their specific server or region. Chu Hongyi felt a little tired. She took the chip and hurried away. Lu Xingchen touched her savings bag. It was a huge sum of money. These gold coins were more than enough. She didn't have many chips left, just enough for her own use. It was almost midnight, so she went to Lu Haoyue's snack stand. There were few people at the snack stand, and the market was also sparse. As midnight struck, a voice suddenly echoed through every corner of Frost and Snow Village. "Dear guests, 2 pieces of good news. 1. The Frost and Snow Village market is now officially closed. You may leave at any time. 2. At 2 p.m., a treasure will be auctioned in the stone square. Interested parties please arrive promptly." Chapter 515. Gao Dafu was puzzled. What kind of treasure is this? There are so many unfamiliar faces here today. Qi Fangxin. Who cares what kind of treasure it is? It's not our turn anyway. Gao Dafu. That's right. Let's go back to the inn and divide the money. Everyone had the same thought. The newcomers were all impressive, and the 2 guards bowed and scraped, clearly formidable NPCs. Since they couldn't even defeat the 2 guards, they didn't worry about the treasure. The crowd slowly dispersed, and Lu Haoyue and the others packed up their belongings and returned to the inn with Lu Xingchen. Everyone gathered in Lu Xingchen's room. Lu Haoyue first divided the money he had earned from the stalls. Although there were fewer people in the morning and at noon, they each received over 10,000 gold coins. As usual, Lu Xingchen received a share. Lu Xingchen refused. She took out her savings bag and placed it on the table. "Come, take a look." Everyone opened the bag, and saw a glint of golden light. Inside, countless gold coins lay beyond counting. Lu Xingchen, "Come, share the money." Qi Fangxin leaned over to take a look, his eyes widening. "This? How much is this?" 1, 2, 3, 4. Nearly 500,000. Wow, I'm rich. Gao Dafu glanced at it, his hands trembling. Oh my god, the richest woman in the world, Xiao Lu. Lu Haoyue covered the bag with her hands, her expression serious. "Xingxing, these are all yours. Keep them." Qi Fangxin realized, that's right, how could we let our sister support us? It's so embarrassing. Bai Kaisen nodded repeatedly. They had only borrowed some money, so how could they afford to share it? The 3 of them refused to accept any of it. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin were the same way. They already had the chips, and all these things were Lu Xingchen's own hard-earned money. They didn't want a single gold coin. Lu Xingchen said helplessly, "Is it okay if I pay you back?" She had previously borrowed 110,000 gold coins from them when they were wholesale chips. She now had a total of 530,000 gold coins, so she simply gave them 130,000 and returned them. They wouldn't take any more. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to put away the remaining gold coins. She planned to go to the auction later. Even if she didn't win anything, it would be nice to see the world. The little blue fish suddenly jumped in the water, puffing bubbles. Gao Dafu happened to be nearby and tapped the fish tank. "Hey Xiao Lu, where did this little fish come from? It's quite lively." Lu Xingchen knew the little blue fish must have heard something, so she told everyone to go back to their rooms to rest. After everyone left, she walked over to the fish tank and asked, "Any more news?" The little blue fish, "Yes, Mr. G downstairs is talking to someone. I think it's very important." Lu Xingchen asked quickly, "What did he say?" The little blue fish quickly repeated the story. There were 2 people in old G's room. Besides old G, there was also an unfamiliar voice. Unknown voice, it's very troublesome. There are quite a few experts here this time, and we can't get this treasure. Old G, don't worry, I've made arrangements. The trouble is, I don't know whether to let these waves of outsiders leave. Normally, they should be allowed to leave after the market ends, but the owner of the auction item said, this is part of the market, and outsiders don't have to leave. Unknown voice, as long as they're here, what can they do? Haha, haven't they suffered enough these past few days? Old G, haha, that's right. They came with a lot of treasures, but left in disgrace. Haha, what a joke. An unfamiliar voice said, If more outsiders come, we earn even more gold. Haha, I'm looking forward to seeing them exploited. Ji Lao, not bad. Oh no, there's one outsider who seems to be doing quite well. Unknown voice. Just one, nothing to be afraid of. Lu Xingchen frowned. She confirmed that the outsider referred to was a player. She felt that Ji Lao and that person were gloating over someone else's misfortune. They looked down on the players. Come to think of it, these waves of players had previously topped the leaderboards, possessing exceptional luck and abilities. But they were having a tough time in Frost and Snow Village. They were being robbed, scammed, or robbed, leaving them in a state of disgrace. Now, she knew of 4 waves of players coming to Frost and Snow Village, 2 of whom had ended up in jail. Xianyuan Batian was even more miserable. In his previous district, Xianyuan Batian was a favored child, commanding the support of hundreds. Since arriving here, I've been scolded and cheated countless times. It's fair to say I've been subjected to sheer bullying. Chu Hongyi could easily come up with 480,000 gold coins, and her luck and background are immense, yet she still ended up in jail. It's clear that players are discriminated against here. If she hadn't possessed the white jade cane, she'd probably have suffered a lot as well. But what exactly was that auction item? Lu Xingchen was incredibly curious. She knocked on the table. Little fish. What else did they say? Little blue fish. They went out together, and walked so far away that I couldn't hear them. Lu Xingchen. Good, little fish, you're very capable. Little blue fish happily jumped around in the fish tank. Then, Master, can you take me with you in the future? Just take me to the sea. Lu Xingchen, you want to go to the ocean? She looked at the little blue fish, only 2 centimeters long, and said worriedly, it's very dangerous there. Whales eat big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. It would be too difficult for the little blue fish to survive in the ocean. The little blue fish cried out, yes, I know, but I want to go there. I don't want to stay in a small fish tank. Lu Xingchen nodded. Okay, when I leave, I take you to the ocean. The little blue fish wagged its tail happily. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, then turned and walked out. She was curious about what the auction item was that had so much importance placed on it by Mr. Ji. She left the inn's courtyard and walked about 200 or 300 meters. Near the alley entrance, she saw a few people. Chu Hongyi, the tall man, and Mr. Ji. With his back to Lu Xingchen, Elder Ji asked gravely, what are you doing here? How long have you been here? Chu Hongyi looked up and saw Lu Xingchen. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and she waved, hey, didn't you tell me to come by at noon? Why didn't you come pick me up? Lu Xingchen was startled. Ji immediately turned around and looked at her inquiringly. Lu Xingchen's thoughts shifted, and she smiled, sorry, I just took a nap. Come on in. Chu Hongyi immediately pulled the tall man aside, walked around Elder Ji, and quickly approached. Ji looked at Lu Xingchen. Come to see you? Lu Xingchen grasped Chu Hongyi familiarly and nodded, yes, Elder Ji. Can I entertain them at the inn for a while? Ji waved his sleeves, as you wish. Then he turned and left. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Lan, follow Master Ji. Seeing Master Ji disappear, Chu Hongyi clutched Lu Xingchen's hand tightly, her expression serious. Lu Xingchen, I have something to tell you. It's not convenient here. Let's go! She quickly pulled Lu Xingchen out of the alley, turning left and right, until they reached a secluded spot. She nodded to the tall man. The tall man immediately stepped away, and stood watch. So mysterious? Lu Xingchen asked, what's going on? She had come to Chu Hongyi's rescue, firstly because they were both players, and secondly because she had always had a good impression of Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi's expression was serious. Lu Xingchen, do you know anything about this auction item? Chapter 516. Lu Xingchen, what did you know? Tell me. Chu Hongyi, Lu Xingchen, we players are being targeted here. Do you sense that? Lu Xingchen nodded slightly. Chu Hongyi was a little agitated. The NPCs in Frost Snow Village are despicable. They cheat and deceive, and they do whatever they want. The guards are even more partial to them, deliberately plotting against the players. We're like inferiors here. Lu Xingchen nodded again. Chu Hongyi frowned. As the raft grows, we need more and more supplies. We can't just rely on player-to-player exchanges. Trading rare items, like chips, with NPCs is inevitable. But if we continue to be treated unfairly at the market, how can we thrive? Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Didn't you just mention the auction item? Could it be? Chu Hongyi, this auction item might be helpful to us. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. How did you know? Chu Hongyi, I just overheard the Frost and Snow Village chief talking to someone. Oh right, the chief is the old man we just met. He should be the innkeeper, right? Lu Xingchen suddenly understood. Just now, old Ji and the stranger were walking further and further away, and little blue fish could no longer hear them. So, Chu Hongyi must have heard the rest of the news, right? However, ordinary people wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on information revealed by NPCs. Lu Xingchen looked at Chu Hongyi suspiciously. Can you hear? Chu Hongyi nodded. Yes, I have special abilities. I've gathered a lot of information in Frost and Snow Village. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but stare at Chu Hongyi a few more times. Amazing, indeed, someone who could easily hand out nearly 500,000 gold coins without blinking an eye is no ordinary person. But, Lu Xingchen asked, then why did you ask me? Chu Hongyi replied firmly, cooperation. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Xingchen. You're extraordinary. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Cooperation on what? Chu Hongyi replied, let's work together to see if we can acquire that item. Lu Xingchen was even more puzzled. You're out of gold? Impossible? The fact that she could easily hand out 500,000 gold coins meant she had even more money. Chu Hongyi shook her head. How could we possibly get this item with just gold coins? The most important thing is, you probably don't know, we're not even eligible to bid. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Huh? Chu Hongyi sighed and pointed at Lu Xingchen. Come to think of it, this is all your fault. The village chief thinks you're something special, and to avoid any accidents, he's decided to exclude you from the bidding. Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. They're banning players from bidding? Chu Hongyi nodded. Yes, bidders must be NPCs. Lu Xingchen, I can't afford it. She's just a small player. So what? She long since discovered that in Frost Snow Village, every NPC could accurately identify players. They knew they were outsiders, easy prey. They could be exploited, tricked, and ripped off. However, players couldn't identify other players, and could only guess. Chu Hongyi checked the time. It's already 12:30. The auction will begin in an hour and a half. Lu Xingchen, do you have any ideas for joining the bidding? Lu Xingchen suddenly had an idea. Pretend to be an NPC? Chu Hongyi, it can't just be a simple disguise. They recognize me. Lu Xingchen pondered. That's right. Even if I had a white jade cane, they know I was a player. Disguise? Lu Xingchen immediately took out a disguise card. Before coming here, she opened a chest and found several cards, including a disguise card. Oh, it was an advanced disguise card. It was much more advanced than the regular ones. She took it out and examined it carefully. Advanced disguise card. After use, you can transform into a designated player. Your appearance, voice, and figure are identical to that of the designated player, making them indistinguishable from the real thing. Number of uses. 1. Duration, 15 hours. An advanced disguise card can be used to disguise yourself as another player, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. When Wan Jinbao tricked Lon Lon before, he should have used an advanced disguise card. But this card can only disguise you as a player. It's useless. It would be great if you could disguise yourself as an NPC, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. Seeing her staring blankly at the cards, Chu Hongyi said, Can you show me? Lu Xingchen handed her the advanced disguise card. Chu Hongyi marveled, there's actually a card like this. Hee hee, it's a perfect tool for shifting blame. Lu Xingchen, huh? Chu Hongyi flipped through the cards several times, her eyes lighting up. The advanced disguise card allows you to disguise yourself as a player. So wouldn't an even higher level allow you to disguise yourself as an NPC? Lu Xingchen, isn't that the highest level? Chu Hongyi handed the advanced disguise card back to her and chuckled, you don't understand? Well, I feel better now. I thought you were omnipotent. Lu Xingchen was at a loss for words. How can you tell I'm omnipotent? I'm so broke I can't even eat dirt. Only by selling a few chips did I finally have some gold coins. They were given to me by the wealthy woman Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi leaned over and pointed at the symbols on the chip. See? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 symbols. The third symbol is shining brightly, which means the advanced disguise card is only the third level. Assuming there's a higher level, perhaps a top level disguise card, I guess. That would be even more impressive. Lu Xingchen looked at it and shook his head. Even if there's a higher level, I don't have it. With only an hour and a half, there's no time to do anything. Chu Hongyi was a little disappointed. Are you really just going to leave it alone? Lu Xingchen, what else? Suddenly, Lon Lon sent a voice message. Little Lu, I have important news. Hee hee, I know what today's auction item is. Lu Xingchen, what is it? Lon Lon, market construction order. Lu Xingchen exclaimed, What? Just hearing the name, you can tell what this treasure is, Lon Lon. Well, after obtaining the market construction order, you can build a market and invite NPCs or players to set up stalls at the market. You can also invite various mysterious merchants, such as chip merchants, card merchants, flower merchants, herb merchants, etc., to the market to meet your destined person. Lu Xingchen was excited. As expected, this auction item was very important to them. If she could obtain the market construction order and find a way to build a market, she could invite all kinds of merchants and vendors, whether players or NPCs, to come and sell their goods. That way, she wouldn't be constantly ripped off. At least she could buy and sell some rare goods fairly. Besides, as the market manager, you can definitely charge a booth fee. That way, you won't have to worry about gold coins anymore. A voice suddenly echoed from every corner of Frost Snow Village. The Frost Snow Village auction will begin at 2 p.m. Please be prepared. All masters who have come from afar are welcome to participate. Outsiders remaining here may only spectate from the outside and are not eligible to bid. We recommend leaving as soon as possible. Chu Honey, look, they're asking us to leave as soon as possible. Hee. Lu Xingchen, it's just a suggestion, not a requirement. We don't have to leave either. Chu Honey, you can only spectate. Why are you just watching here? Are you angry? Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. How could that be? Don't we still have an hour and a half? Let's go! Chu Honey, what for? Lu Xingchen, find a way to get there. Chu Honey, didn't you just give up? Lu Xingchen, the temptation just now wasn't enough. Chapter 517. Lu Xingchen, Lon Lon, do you know where Bubu is? Lon Lon, I do. Lu Xingchen was very pleased. Lon Lon was becoming increasingly useful. She sent a voice message, then take me there. I have something to ask Bubu. Lon Lon was eager to go, and immediately, and happily led the way. The group arrived at the intersection of South Street and North Street. In the heart of this market, there was the largest inn. The Frost and Snow Inn. It had 5 floors, exquisitely decorated and lavishly decorated. It looked very expensive. It was so expensive that I didn't even dare to ask. Master Lei Jin was a VIP guest, staying on the 5th floor. Lu Xingchen and the others were not guests, so they couldn't go in. Lon Lon had to sneak in to find Bubu. After a while, Bubu emerged. Bubu, Lon Lon told me everything. Bubu, I advise you to give up. Lu Xingchen, This is so discouraging. Bubu is always straightforward, and this isn't subtle at all. Lu Xingchen wasn't going to give up easily. She looked around and saw a crowd of people. She pulled Bubu into a side alley and said, I can participate in the auction too. It's Master Ji who set the limit himself. She thought for a moment, then asked hesitantly, does the master want to participate too? She asked Bubu because she suspected that Master Lei Jin and his family wouldn't be interested in the market construction order. Master Lei Jin was a very solitary person. No matter how terrible his cooking was, no matter how much he loved gourmet food, no matter how many treasures he had and how much money he couldn't spend, he still refused to hire a cook. He simply didn't like socializing. So, he couldn't possibly enjoy the bustling market. Bubu's strange temper is similar to her father's. After so many years of wandering, she still doesn't have a single friend. How could such a person possibly like to build a market, not to mention the doll? It's too small. But why did Bubu tell her to give up so bluntly? Bubu glanced at her and sighed, we won't be bidding, and we don't want this item. We just stay for 2 days, and then leave. As expected, but then Bubu changed the subject, it's precisely because I know the item is the market construction order that I'm urging you to give up. Lu Xingchen, why? Bubu, first, although we don't like the market construction order, the other masters love it. They all have the military power, the skills, the gold, and the treasures. What can you offer them? Bubu said emphatically, Lu Xingchen, there are over 30 masters here this time. Lu Xingchen nodded, what else? Bubu, second, even if you get the market construction order, it'd be difficult to build the market. You don't have the resources, or the connections, far from it. Lu Xingchen nodded again. In fact, she had considered everything. Bubu gave her a deep look. Most importantly, someone's hell-bent on obtaining the market construction order, and he won't let you get it. Lu Xingchen naturally knew that whether bidding for the market construction order, or building the market, she would undoubtedly face one difficulty after another. But what was there to be afraid of? As difficulties arose, they were solved one by one. We were all trying to survive at sea. We were in danger every day. What was there to be afraid of? This challenge was enormous, great. She loved challenges. Lu Xingchen said sternly, "Bubu, I know everything you've said, but I want to try." Lu Xingchen, "As long as there's a chance, I want to try." Chu Hongyi, "Yes, even if there's no opportunity, we have to create it." Lu Xingchen stared at Bubu nervously. She knew Bubu had told her it was impossible right off the bat, then listed numerous difficulties. That meant she still had a solution, or else she would have simply said she couldn't help. Lon Lon, who had been standing on Bubu's hand, preening his feathers, pecked at Bubu's palm. "Bubu, help Xiao Lu. She's incredibly stubborn and won't give up until she's convinced. This is causing a lot of trouble." Bubu looked down at Lon Lon and smiled. "Okay, then, for Lon Lan's sake." Bubu looked up. "There's an easier way. You can go to a card dealer, buy a top-tier disguise card, and disguise yourself as a local. However, this is very risky. If you're discovered, you'll be in big trouble." Lu Xingchen was delighted. "The card dealer is here too?" Bubu smiled. "With so many masters, how could he not come? He just met with each one. The rest of the time, he'd be waiting at the foot of the mountain for his destined partner. However, he's impatient. If he doesn't show up after a minute, he'd disappear and reappear half an hour later. Whether you can meet him or not depends on your luck." Lu Xingchen was delighted. "Okay. This card dealer is much easier to wait for than Huan Yangzi and the others. At least they're not moving." It was almost 1 in the afternoon, and Lu Xingchen didn't dare delay. She thanked Bubu and hurried away with Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi gave Lu Xingchen a thumbs up. "I knew you were special. You were able to extract so much information from an NPC. Amazing." Frost and Snow Village was high up in the mountains, and to reach the base, one had to take the cable car. It was the same one Lu Xingchen and the others had taken when they arrived earlier. Lu Xingchen and Chu Hongyi boarded the cable car, and within minutes, they reached the foot of the mountain. "Hello, haha, come on, another one. Not bad, you brought such a strong drink. Today we grant you anything you ask for, haha. Brothers, come, eat some meat, eat some meat." Lu Xingchen and Chu Hongyi descended the mountain and saw this scene. Xianyuan Batian was sitting at a stone table with 2 guards, drinking and eating meat. The 2 guards' faces were flushed, and they patted Xianyuan Batian's shoulders from time to time, appearing quite intimate. Lu Xingchen frowned. She had heard the key words. Today, Guard A had said he would grant Xianyuan Batian's every wish. Once these words were spoken, they became true. The market was over, so why was Xianyuan Batian still trying to curry favor with the 2 guards? Seeing Lu Xingchen, Xianyuan Batian's expression changed, practically leaping out. He asked, Lu Xingchen, "Why are you here again?" Lu Xingchen was puzzled. "Why? We can't come here?" Xianyuan Batian quickly glanced at the 2 guards. Guards A and B froze for a moment, then exchanged glances with Xianyuan Batian. Guard A coughed and said, "Master, is there something you can do for us? There are quite a lot of people here today, so it's not convenient to stay here for long. If you have nothing else to do, you can go down the mountain or into the village." Lu Xingchen glanced at Guard A. He was lying. As expected of an NPC from Frost and Snow Village, he could tell lies easily. It was now, those who should have left had left, those who should have arrived had arrived. It was deserted here, so where would so many people come from? She realized they didn't want her to stay. Xianyuan Batian, in particular, was incredibly nervous. Could it be that Xianyuan Batian knew something too? This is troublesome. This guy is definitely going to cause trouble. Oh no, Xianyuan Batian is clearly afraid of me causing trouble. Chapter 518. Xianyuan Batian whispered something to Guard A. Guard A was embarrassed, but still said to Lu Xingchen, "Master, please go up the mountain as soon as possible." There's a master with a strange temper coming soon, and I'm afraid he hurt you." Another lie. Lu Xingchen chuckled. "Ah yes, my master asked me to go and greet that master. I wait here." "Oh," Guard A was stunned. Seeing Lu Xingchen's assurance, he thought it was true. Lu Xingchen and Chu Hongyi exchanged glances, and walked down the mountain. The beach was not far away, only about 300 or 400 meters in radius, not a lot of space. Next to it were tall cedars, and strange rocks, clearly impenetrable. The card dealer should be in this area. It was bustling here right now. Chu Hongyi, Xianyuan Batian, guards A and B, a bunch of people were staring at each other. Feeling bored, Chu Hongyi pulled Lu Xingchen along, and together they walked as far away from Xianyuan Batian as possible. Chu Hongyi took out a long sword and wrote a few words on the snow. The guards told Xianyuan Batian about the card dealer, and he's waiting for him. Lu Xingchen nodded. Chu Hongyi smoothed the words with her foot and wrote, "What should I do? Should I get rid of him?" Lu Xingchen, "How?" Chu Hongyi chuckled, "Complain. You wait." Xianyuan Batian kept looking over at her. Chu Hongyi smeared the words, mumbling something with her head down. Then she pulled Lu Xingchen along and hid behind a snowy mound. After just 10 minutes, a voice shouted, "What are you doing? Who told you to drink?" Old Ji suddenly appeared before the guards. His face was grim. "The auction will start soon. With so many masters here, and so much going on in Frost and Snow Village, you still have time for a drink?" Garda quickly said, "Old Ji, we've only had a few drinks. We won't miss anything." Old Ji's face sullenly sank. "Quick, go back. No one is allowed at the foot of the mountain." He then glared coldly at Xianyuan Batian. "What's the matter, distinguished guest? Do you want to stay?" Xianyuan Batian looked at Garda again, as if begging for help. Garda boldly asked, "But, should we wait for the card dealer?" Old Ji sneered. "No need to wait. He's gone." Without even glancing at Xianyuan Batian, he shouted to guards A and B, "Let's go back to the village." Guards A and B had no choice but to pack up and follow Old Ji back to the village. Only Lu Xingchen, Chu Hongyi, and Xianyuan Batian remained at the scene. The three of them exchanged bewilderment. Xianyuan Batian stared at them closely. "So you've teamed up? Are you also looking for a car dealer?" Chu Hongyi chuckled. "Xianyuan, actually, the three of us can team up." Xianyuan Batian glanced coldly at Lu Xingchen. "No need." "No need what?" "Smells so good. Who was eating meat and drinking wine here just now?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the white-bearded old man. Now, his clothes were a little cleaner, and he looked refreshed and happy. He glanced at Lu Xingchen, then at Chu Hongyi, and finally at Xianyuan Batian. He hooked his finger and said, "Come on, young man. We're destined to be together." Xianyuan Batian's face immediately darkened. He'd been tricked by this guy before. The white-bearded old man smiled and said, "Young man, you have a full forehead and a round chin. You're obviously gifted. Here, I have a secret manual. Want one? 5,000 gold coins." Xianyuan Batian turned and ran away. Lu Xingchen approached him and said, "Old man, are you selling secret manuals again? Let me see them." The white-bearded old man angrily said to Lu Xingchen, "No." He chased after Xianyuan Batian and shouted, "Young man, come back. Chip, do you want one?" Xianyuan Batian, fleeing like a rabbit, had already run 100 or 200 meters when, upon hearing this, he slammed on the brakes and turned back. He was surprised and delighted. "Old man, are you selling chips?" The white-bearded old man twirled his beard. "Yes, yes. I think you're destined to meet, so I can sell you one." Chu Hongyi said from the side, "Old man, how much are the chips? I want to buy some too." The old man snorted, ignoring Chu Hongyi. He looked at Xianyuan Batian kindly, "Young man, we're destined to meet, and I just want to sell you something. The price is good too." Xianyuan Batian glanced proudly at Chu Hongyi and Lu Xingchen, feeling smug. "See? He's also been favored by an NPC." This NPC ignored Lu Xingchen and Chu Hongyi, only treating him with a friendly expression, constantly claiming they were destined to be together. Besides, the white-bearded old man said it was cheap. Cheap. He definitely wouldn't ask for exorbitant prices like Lu Xingchen did. Xianyuan Batian, in high spirits, asked, "Old man, I want an electrical energy chip and a thermal energy chip. How much are they?" The white-bearded old man laughed heartily. "You have good taste, young man. Well, the electrical energy chip and the thermal energy chip are both 50,000 each. I buy 2 of each. Cash on delivery." Xianyuan Batian, "What? So expensive?" The white-bearded old man blew his beard in anger. "You call that expensive? Young man, have you never bought a chip before? Forget it, forget it. It's my fate. I give you one for 25,000. That's expensive, even more expensive than what Lu Xingchen was selling." Xianyuan Batian was unhappy. Chu Hongyi whispered to Lu Xingchen, "I know why this old man has ignored us. He doesn't seem to get any advantage from us, only from Xianyuan Batian." Lu Xingchen nodded. "Yes, he thinks Xianyuan Batian is a ripoff." Chu Hongyi, right. Xianyuan Batian thought it was too expensive and refused to buy. The white-bearded old man pestered him, lowering the price now and then. This time, Xianyuan Batian held his ground, and the two men engaged in a tug-of-war for several minutes. Chu Hongyi suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, why hasn't the card dealer appeared yet? Is he really gone?" The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes, and said to Xianyuan Batian, "Young man, I have cards to sell. If you buy my chip, I give you a card. How about that? Xianyuan Batian was surprised. You have a card? The white-bearded old man nodded. Yes, the card dealer was kicked out and is very angry. He's selling me a few cards cheaply and asked me to help sell them. Old man. Chu Hongyi and Lu Xingchen squeezed over. Xianyuan Batian was anxious. Old man, let me see the cards. The white-bearded old man pulled out a card. See? There's only one. Chu Hongyi saw it clearly and exclaimed, top-level disguise card. The white-bearded old man. Yes, hey, why did you bring out the top-level card? And there are others, teleportation cards, speed cards. Do you want them? Chu Hongyi, old man, I want them. Xianyuan Batian. Yes, yes, yes. The white-bearded old man. Okay, buy 2 chips first, 25,000 each. Chu Hongyi, old man, I take them. Xianyuan Batian hurriedly said, okay, okay, okay. Lu Xingchen and Chu Hongyi watched eagerly from the sidelines, Chu Hongyi occasionally showing off her pile of gold coins. Xianyuan Batian was under immense pressure, fearing that Chu Hongyi would snatch his possessions. Because he had learned about the auction items, he contacted his family and received a considerable amount of gold coins. He felt much more confident, so he took out his gold coins without hesitation and bought 2 chips. After buying the chip, Xianyuan Batian asked, Old man, can you give me this card? Chu Hongyi was anxious, nudging Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen shook her head. She didn't believe the old man would give Xianyuan Batian a top-tier disguise card. It was obvious that top-tier disguise cards were expensive and rare, likely worth more than 50,000 gold coins. How could the old man possibly give such a valuable item? He was incredibly stingy. Sure enough, the white-bearded old man waved his hand. Here, this card is for you. Xianyuan Batian took it and looked at it. Summoning card? Chapter 519. Xianyuan Batian, The white-bearded old man waved his hand and took out another top-level disguise card. Come, take a look. Do you want it? Xianyuan Batian was very cautious. Free? The white-bearded old man, haha, do you think I'm stupid? How could it be free? But young man, you're really good, honest, unlike those 2 girls next to you, who are so cunning. The old man, young man, I have high hopes for you. This top-level disguise card is the only one of its kind. How about selling it to you? Xianyuan Batian said angrily, no. Just now, they said it would be a free gift if you bought the chip, but now it's a purchase. Anyone would be furious. If Xianyuan Batian hadn't been afraid to offend this old man, he would have flipped the table long ago. He hadn't really believed he could get a top-level disguise card for free. He just felt that buying the chip was like a prerequisite. Only after buying the chip could he purchase the disguise card. The white-bearded old man patted him on the shoulder. Don't be angry, young man. I give you priority for this card. How about that? Do you want it? Do you want to buy it? Xianyuan Batian checked the time, but he didn't have time to get angry. He nodded and said yes. The white-bearded old man spun the card around and looked at Lu Xingchen. Do you want it? Lu Xingchen stared at the old man and nodded slightly. The white-bearded old man looked at Chu Hongyi. What about you, you stubborn little girl? Chu Hongyi, of course I want it too, old man. How much is it? The old man laughed heartily. Since you all want it, then we have to auction it off. Haha, I didn't expect that I'd start the auction before the Frost Snow Village treasures even started. Come on, auction it off. The highest bidder wins. Lu Xingchen, This old guy, he did it on purpose. I really want to use the empty card again, but I guess I won't be so lucky this time. Chu Hongyi whispered, Xianyuan Batian has a lot of gold coins. The 2 of us combined wouldn't even have enough. Lu Xingchen, our chances of winning aren't great. Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes at her. Do you think I don't know? The bidding for the market construction order hasn't even started yet, and the 3 of them are already competing. If they win, they'd be broke. How can they even bid for the market construction order in this state? Lu Xingchen suspected this old guy was doing it on purpose. Chu Hongyi took her hand and wrote several words on its palm. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow and winked at Chu Hongyi. The 2 exchanged glances. Lu Xingchen, old man, let's begin. The white-bearded old man was overjoyed, waving his top-tier disguise card. All right, bidding begins. Starting price. The starting price is Lu Xingchen, 1 gold coin. The white-bearded old man glared at her, seemingly influenced. Oh, I remember. Starting prices are usually lower. Let's set it to 1,000 gold coins. Come on, start bidding. Whoosh. Xianyuan Batian made the first bid, 5,000 gold coins. The white-bearded old man squinted at Lu Xingchen and said, You come on, bid. Lu Xingchen looked disappointed. Ah? So it's so expensive? I'm poor, so I won't join in the fun. The white-bearded old man, stunned, pointed at Lu Xingchen and stuttered. You just made so much money. How can you be poor? Such a rare top-tier disguise card, and it's only 5,000 gold coins, and you can't afford it. Lu Xingchen nodded sadly. Old man, I'm so poor. The white-bearded old man looked at Chu Hongyi and said, As for you, I know you have a lot of gold coins. Come on, bid boldly and outbid the young men next to you. Who says women are inferior to men? Come on, come on. Chu Hongyi also shook her head. Forget it, I don't want it anymore. I just give it to the person I love most. The white-bearded old man was a little flustered. You won't bid either? Chu Hongyi, no. Xianyuan Batian was overjoyed. Then this top-level disguise card is mine? The white-bearded old man, get out of here. Xianyuan Batian, old man, you can't go back on your word. Lu Xingchen suddenly spoke up. 5,000 gold coins first time. Chu Hongyi, 5,000 gold coins second time. The white-bearded old man. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Xingchen, haha, old man, you're a businessman. You can cheat, but you can't take back what you said. If you keep doing this, aren't you afraid of having your trading license revoked? The white-bearded old man purred his beard and glared, pointing at Lu Xingchen and Chu Hongyi. You bid quickly. Lu Xingchen, poor. Chu Hongyi, no money. The white-bearded old man was furious. Are you two kidding me? Seeing the old man's rage, Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Old man, can you please speak to me? Xianyuan Batian was alert. What are you talking about? The old man, no, I'm not listening. Lu Xingchen pulled the white-bearded old man aside, making sure he was out of Xianyuan Batian's ear. Xianyuan Batian tried to follow, but Chu Hongyi stopped him. Lu Xingchen smiled. Old man, how much do you want for this top-level disguise card? The old man's eyes rolled. Of course, whatever I can get for it. Lu Xingchen said, Hey, old man, I know your target price is around 80,000 gold coins, right? Don't worry, I let you get it for 200,000, but I have to give you the other top-tier disguise card in your package. The white-bearded old man clutched his pocket. How did you know that? He was startled. No, how did you know my target price? How did you know I had another one? Lu Xingchen smiled inscrutably, and touched his white jade cane. Old man, I'm at least a half-master. Don't underestimate me. The white-bearded old man looked at Lu Xingchen in disbelief, startled. Lu Xingchen continued, You know, Master Lei Jin is my master, and I'm his most proud disciple. The old man had seen Master Lei Jin and Lu Xingchen talking, and knew their relationship. The white-bearded old man pondered for a moment, then snorted, You're so cunning, trying to get something for nothing? Lu Xingchen chuckled, Old man, I'm not trying to trick you. You won't lose anything, and you can sell both cards at a high price. How's that for you? The white-bearded old man turned to look at Xianyuan Batian, who was anxiously waiting nearby, and shook his head. Ah, poor young man. Oh no, he's not that stupid, is he? Lu Xingchen glanced up at Xianyuan Batian and smiled. He's not stupid, he's just too impatient, and the money came too easily. She bet that even if Xianyuan Batian guessed their plan, he would still bid for the market order. The old man tossed his sleeves and pretended to storm out. Chu Hongyi approached and quietly asked, Is it done? Lu Xingchen nodded, almost. She looked Chu Hongyi over carefully. I want to know, how do you know so much? Chu Hongyi had told her the white-bearded old man about the expected price of a top-tier disguise card, and that he still had one. Chu Hongyi chuckled. Lu Xingchen, everyone has secrets, even me. Okay, I get it. Either she used some props, or she has some special ability. To be at the top of the list, to be able to come to the Frost and Snow Village market, and to have so much money, a wealthy woman is quite impressive in her own right. Lu Xingchen stopped investigating, and walked over to Xianyuan Batian and the old man. Xianyuan Batian waited anxiously. Old man, is it done? Chapter 520. He was furious, but there was no point in being angry. Lu Xingchen and Chu Hongyi had formed an alliance. Both of them were formidable. It was now a 2-on-1 situation, and he couldn't afford to offend them. He couldn't afford to offend the old NPC selling cards either. The old man coughed and said, Okay, keep bidding. 5,000 gold coins for the first time. Lu Xingchen, 10,000 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian suddenly glanced over, his face cold. You want? You? He glanced at the old man, then at Lu Xingchen, almost guessing what they had just said. They were in a partnership? Xianyuan Batian hesitated and said, 20,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins for a top-tier disguise card was a sure win. Even if Lu Xingchen had some scheme, he just had to avoid getting hurt. Lu Xingchen quickly interjected, 30,000 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian tentatively asked, 40,000 gold coins? Lu Xingchen quickly replied, 50,000 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian frowned, staring at Lu Xingchen, his face gloomy and silent. The old man was beside himself with joy. Okay, that's it. Come on, keep going, make a bold bid, haha. Xianyuan Batian remained silent for a long moment. Lu Xingchen simply waited. The old man grew anxious. Young man, make an offer? I'm most optimistic about you. Come on. Xianyuan Batian remained silent. Lu Xingchen, 50,000 gold coins first time. The old man glared at Lu Xingchen disapprovingly. Why are you so anxious? Okay, 50,000 gold coins first time. After another minute, Xianyuan Batian still made no bid. He looked at Lu Xingchen, then at Chu Hongyi, then back at the old man, his expression shifting. Lu Xingchen looked at the time. Hey, it's almost 1:30. Old man, hurry up, 50,000 gold coins for the second time. Xianyuan Batian checked the time, and glared at Lu Xingchen fiercely. In his eyes, this top-tier disguise card was worth more than 60,000 gold coins. He simply didn't want to be tricked. Lu Xingchen's impudent air irritated him. Xianyuan Lingyun's private message came. Brother, haven't you met the card dealer yet? Did my prediction fail? Xianyuan Batian replied, No, I ran into some trouble. Lu Xingchen is causing trouble again. It might cost a little more. Xianyuan Lingyun, brother, we've already wasted an opportunity for cross-regional exchange. The clan said, no matter how much gold it costs, we must obtain the market construction order. Xianyuan Batian sighed inwardly. This time, Lu Xingchen had gotten the better of him again. He guessed that Lu Xingchen was helping the old man raise the price, getting him to pay more gold coins, so they could split the profits. Or maybe he had made plans with Chu Hongyi, and was up to something. But no matter what they did, he had to get this top-tier disguise card. Xianyuan Batian made up his mind, and continued bidding. 60,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen, 70,000 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian, 80,000 gold coins. The two bid quickly this time, but after reaching 100,000 gold coins, Xianyuan Batian's bidding slowed down. He was also playing a psychological game with Lu Xingchen, making her think he could give up at any moment. Xianyuan Batian, 140,000. He gave Lu Xingchen a dark look. That's enough, Lu Xingchen. Are you really planning to spend so much gold on a card? He said pointedly. Aren't you afraid you won't have enough money for other things in the future? He was puzzled. Lu Xingchen's financial resources were definitely not his. Even if she fought hard to get the top-level disguise card, what would it matter? Could he win the market construction order? Lu Xingchen glanced at Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi gave her a reassuring look and said with a smile, If you win the bid, I pay. That was nice to have. Lu Xingchen, 15,000. Xianyuan Batian, 16,000. Lu Xingchen said without hesitation, 17,000. Xianyuan Batian flew into a rage. 200,000, that's my limit. Chu Hongyi, stop, Lu Xingchen, we're not bidding anymore. Xianyuan Batian breathed a sigh of relief. He assumed Chu Hongyi was wealthy, but they already stopped bidding at just 200,000. In fact, if the price had been higher than 200,000, Xianyuan Batian wouldn't have been willing to bid any further. The family was wealthy, but they couldn't just act like this. The white-bearded old man beamed. Okay, 200,000, first time. 200,000, second time. 200,000, third time, deal. Xianyuan Batian paid the gold coins, with a painful ache, and accepted the top-level disguise card. Seeing the disguise card was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. He glared at Lu Xingchen and Chu Hongyi and quickly left. The white-bearded old man shook the bag of gold coins, overjoyed. He collected the coins and turned to run. Lu Xingchen grabbed him. What's the matter, old man? Have you forgotten our agreement? The old man, what agreement? This bad guy. Lu Xingchen looked up and called, Lon Lon, go call my master, Master Lei Jin, and tell him someone is bullying me. The old man immediately backed off. No, I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. Okay, here you go. He tossed a card over. Lu Xingchen confirmed it was a top-tier disguise card, and finally let go. The old man scurried off. This time, he left Frost and Snow Village directly, not knowing what he was feeling guilty about. Lu Xingchen examined the top-level disguise card again and again. Chu Hongyi also came over, overjoyed. Lu Xingchen suddenly looked up. Chu Hongyi, you have the gold and the ability. Why are you letting me take the lead? What, don't you want the market construction order? Chu Hongyi chuckled. Do you doubt me? She pointed at the white jade cane in Lu Xingchen's hand. I don't have it. If I force myself to take the lead, I might even lose my life if something happens. Lu Xingchen, don't worry, I be your good helper. Lu Xingchen, what do you want? Chu Hongyi smiled. Hee, we're partners. Lu Xingchen looked her over. You also know Xianyuan Baishan's price, right? Chu Hongyi nodded. Lu Xingchen's mind raced. What card are you using? A mind-reading card? Chu Hongyi replied perfunctorily, something similar. She nudged Lu Xingchen. Come on, quick, disguise yourself. Let me see who you can become. Lu Xingchen checked the time. It was already past 1:30, and the auction was about to begin. She carefully examined the top-level disguise card. Top-level disguise card. After use, you can randomly transform into an NPC, changing your voice, appearance, and figure accordingly. Before using this card, you must understand the NPC's personality, otherwise you'll be easily exposed. Uses. 1. Duration. 24 hours. Random? Lu Xingchen was a little stunned. Who could it randomly transform into? If it randomly transformed into Ji Lao, that would be hilarious. This top-level disguise card was also fraught with danger. No wonder the old man was worried it wouldn't sell. Suddenly, a voice echoed from every corner of Frost and Snow Village. The auction will begin in 10 minutes. Masters, please hurry. Chu Hongyi frantically said, Hurry, Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen flicked a disguise card. Top disguise card. After using, you can randomly disguise yourself as an NPC, changing your voice, appearance, and figure accordingly. Before you do this, you need to understand the NPC's personality, otherwise you'll be easily exposed. Do you want to use it? Lu Xingchen, yes. Chapter 521. Lu Xingchen, yes. She felt her body sway, as if something had changed. Huh, the sleeves are so long. She touched them, then looked down and saw a pair of hands, slender and soft, as white as jade. They weren't hers. Thankfully, she had disguised herself as a female NPC. Huh, she was wearing a red dress? The dress was a bit long, and the hem dragged on the ground, where the snow was, getting dirty from being stepped on. But the dress, which dragged on the ground, was spotless, not a single bit wet. Chu Hongyi looked at her in shock. Do you know who you are? Who? Lu Xingchen pulled a small mirror from his backpack. The mirror revealed a woman's face, somewhat heroic. Her eyebrows were a bit thick, and her eyes were bright and sharp, though fine lines had formed at the corners of her eyes, making her look middle-aged. She seemed very tall, a head taller than Chu Hongyi, about 1.8 meters. A wine gourd was tied around her waist. Lu Xingchen shifted, only to realize she was barefoot, wearing a pair of wooden clogs. This outfit. She'd be freezing to death in Frost and Snow Village. Lu Xingchen took 2 steps, her clogs silently tapping the thick snow, leaving only a trail of deep footprints. Chu Hongyi stared at her feet and asked, Aren't you cold? Lu Xingchen wiggled her toes. Strange, not. If she's not cold even barefoot, how could she be so cold? You know, the cold in Frost and Snow Village is incredibly severe. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chu Hongyi nodded. This disguise card is amazing. I heard Master Ling Wang specializes in making clothes that are warm and dust-resistant. It seems you resemble her not only in appearance, but also in spirit. Lu Xingchen was stunned. What? Chu Hongyi, what? What? You don't know Master Ling Wang? I saw you staring at me for a long time, thinking you knew me. Hey, you should have met Master Ling Wang. Lu Xingchen, She had only seen Master Ling Wang from behind, and only briefly, so how could she have seen what she looked like? Oh, right, Master Ling Wang was indeed wearing a red dress. Chu Hongyi smacked her lips. That's it. You haven't met Master Ling Wang, so you don't know her personality, do you? Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. Isn't Master Ling Wang a master sewer? The one who loves brewing wine. The one with incredible brewing experience. She also has some connection to the mermaid clan. Besides that, she didn't know much about Master Ling Wang. Lu Xingchen asked Chu Hongyi, Tell me, what's Master Ling Wang like? Chu Hongyi smiled brightly. You're so capable, there's not much I can do to help. Now it's finally my turn to contribute. I finally feel like a partner. Lu Xingchen checked the time. Stop talking nonsense, rich girl. We need your gold coins for the auction later. You're so much more than that. She only had a little over 400,000 gold coins, so any NPC could easily outmaneuver her. During the auction, Chu Hongyi would have to contribute both effort and money. Chu Hongyi smiled faintly. It's simple. Just stand there with all your might and curse whoever you want. You're free to do whatever you want. Master Ling Wang has a bad temper and a small mind, so he won't reveal himself. We can talk about the rest later. Let's go up the mountain. Lu Xingchen checked the time. It was 10 minutes to 2. They had to hurry up the mountain. To avoid suspicion, Chu Hongyi went up first, and Lu Xingchen waited a minute or two before boarding the cable car. As soon as they reached the top, they saw guards A and B standing guard. Seeing Lu Xingchen, they respectfully called out, "Master." Then, they quickly closed the cable car. Guard A sighed, "Why is it cold again today?" Guard B, "That's right. Close the cable car now, and let's go back to the auction. Hee, from now on, no one else can come up." Guard A, "Yes, yes, yes. The village chief said latecomers will not be allowed in." "So cool." Guard B, "I find that strange. Wouldn't it be possible to get a higher price with more masters? Why has the village chief changed his mind?" Guard A, "Hey, never mind. This way we have less trouble. Let's go!" Lu Xingchen only listened to a few words before rushing to the stone square. There were about 40 or 50 people in the stone square now. The snow had been cleared. Right behind it stood a platform, about a meter high, perfect for an auction. No one was there now. The crowd below gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting. Lu Xingchen glanced quickly and spotted a few familiar faces. One group consisted of Master Lei Jin, Boo Boo, and Baby. They had pulled out wooden sofas and casually sat down in the front. Another group consisted of Master Ji Li's representatives, Ji Ba Ji Jiu and Ji Ershi-san. Another group consisted of Xianyuan Lingyun and Xianyuan Badeo, standing in a corner. Another group consisted of Lu Haoyue, Gao Dafu, and Qi Fangxin, who were just watching the fun. They gathered together on chairs, whispering to each other. Chu Hongyi stood not far from Lu Xingchen, next to a girl in red. Ji Ba and Ji Jiu set out a large sofa and leaned back on it. Ji Ershi-san stood aside with a sullen expression. She didn't recognize the others. Some sat alone, others in groups of 2 or 3. Since there were no seats in the stone square, everyone had brought out their own stools and chairs. Lu Xingchen found an empty spot, brought out a wooden chair, and sat down. After settling down, she took another close look at the people in the square. Lu Haoyue sent a private message, "Xingxing, are you here? The auction is about to start." Lu Xingchen, "Yes." Lu Haoyue looked around. "Where are they?" Lu Xingchen, "You know soon." "Hey, where are Gu Yan and Bai Kaisen? Aren't they here?" Lu Haoyue, "They didn't want to join in the fun. Also, if we all came and you weren't there, it would raise suspicion. So they stayed at the inn." "Is that so?" Lu Xingchen felt relieved. Lu Haoyue was so thoughtful. Gao Dafu slumped in a large chair and called out, "It's already been 5 minutes. Why hasn't the auction started yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dong 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 sound was heard nearby. It sounded like footsteps. Everyone turned to look, but saw no one. Ahem. From the podium, Master Ji appeared. "Masters, excuse me, there's been a slight problem. The auctioneer has something urgent to attend to, so we're temporarily leaving the items here. We start again later." Master Lei Jin asked coldly, "How long will it take?" Most of the people here were of some status, and they were already waiting impatiently. Now, suddenly, they had to wait even longer, which was not very pleasant. Master Ji was embarrassed. "I don't know. Everyone, please be patient." Postponed? Lu Xingchen was surprised. After all, Master Ji could have presided over the auction, right? Why wait? But she wasn't in a hurry. She sat in her chair and touched her wine gourd. Everyone had no choice but to wait. After a while, the bored crowd began to look around, looking for anyone they knew. Lu Xingchen identified them one by one, wanting to know which one was Xianyuan Batian. Chapter 522. There were so many people on the field that Lu Xingchen scanned them one by one. One person stood out. She was a strikingly charming young woman dressed in a fresh, light green dress. She had a small, slightly pointed face, small, plump lips, large eyes, and long, curled eyelashes. Her gaze held a captivating allure. There was a small brown mole at the corner of her eye. She had a slender waist and large breasts, making her extremely eye-catching. She sat upright in a chair, a slightly awkward posture. Most of the masters here were older and passed by in a single glance, but some of the younger attendants and middle-aged men couldn't help but stare. Many people were staring at the beauty. A faint pink tinge adorned her cheeks, making her look even more charming. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I gouge your eyes out." It was Jijio. Ji-ba reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the beauty, a little annoyed. "Why are you yelling? There are so many people watching, aren't you ashamed?" Jijio was even more furious. "Yeah, you're so old, and you're already staring at me, and you're not ashamed, ba. Ji-ba, I'm pretty, so what? If you can't look like me." The two of them started arguing back and forth. Both were shameless and loud. Now, everyone stopped looking at the beauty and started watching the two perfect couples bickering. Lu Xingchen, Master Ji Li, you're so perfunctory. You know the character of your two disciples, and you still send them out to embarrass them. Ahem, maybe the master just had a moment of amnesia. G23's face was icy cold, and he muttered, "Shut up." The two men hushed in frustration. Jijio, feeling unsatisfied, turned around and saw the green-clad beauty staring at them in shock. The beauty's slightly parted mouth, paired with her plump lips, was exceptionally alluring. Jijio's anger rose. "Hey Hong Lu, have you changed your ways? You don't like fat guys anymore, and you've started liking this old, ugly guy of mine?" The beauty remained stunned. Everyone looked over, and someone immediately asked in surprise, "Why is Hong Lu so quiet today? It's unlike her." Yes. When has she ever sat properly? Look, she's sitting so straight now. Is there something wrong with her? Also, doesn't she love flirting? Why hasn't she moved today? Doesn't she have a target today? Come on, isn't that fat guy next to her target? Look how plump he is, exactly what she likes. Everyone looked at Hong Lu in surprise. A flash of panic flashed in Hong Lu's eyes as she looked at the fat guy everyone was talking about. Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu leaned back on the sofa, his plump body and bulging belly like a ball, or a woman about to give birth. Gao Dafu had been lazily leaning back, but when he saw everyone looking at him, he became annoyed. "What are you doing? I don't like her." Hong Lu snorted and looked away. Everyone was even more puzzled. Did Hong Lu just give up like that? That's unlike her. Yeah, she usually sticks with whoever she's set her sights on. Hey, you underestimate Hong Lu's charm. Any fat guy she sets her sights on will fall head over heels for her in less than 2 or 3 minutes. She never fails. So why hasn't she made her move yet? That's right, without even saying a word. What's wrong with Hong Lu? Could he be someone impersonating him? Hong Lu shuddered, then looked at Gao Dafu again. Everyone, look, Hong Lu's about to make his move. Haha, I wonder how long the fat guy can hold out. A flicker of struggle flashed in Hong Lu's eyes, and then he stood up, took a few straight steps, and then wiggled a few times. It must be said that she's got a good figure, and those few twists, though extremely unfamiliar, were still captivating. Lu Xingchen watched with fascination. She was beaming with joy. She felt like she knew who Xianyuan Batian was. Xianyuan Batian was about to collapse. He had never expected to randomly transform into such a charming NPC. To be honest, he had never seen this NPC before and knew nothing about her. But time was running out, so he had no choice but to go to the stone square and choose an inconspicuous corner. However, the character he was portraying was so good-looking and striking that he couldn't keep a low profile. Now, he finally knew the NPC he randomly created was called Hong Lu. Judging by the name, he was probably from the same organization as Hong San. Furthermore, this NPC seemed to have a peculiar aesthetic and a difficult personality to describe. Xianyuan Lingyun was nearby, and she was also anxious. Brother, isn't this great? Everyone has already revealed Hong Lu's identity and personality. You can just act more convincingly. Xianyuan Batian, Xianyuan Lingyun, think about it. What is Hong San like? I'm sure Hong Lu is similar, except that Hong San likes handsome men, while Hong Lu likes fat men. Xianyuan Batian was sweating with anxiety. So disgusting. Hong Lu liked fat guys, but he didn't. Especially that fat guy with that bloated belly. So disgusting. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Xianyuan Lingyun, brother, we've already spent 200,000 gold coins. Let's not let it go to waste. Xianyuan Baishan's heart was in turmoil. He tried hard. He always tried hard. But dressing up as a seductive woman and seducing a fat guy, this wasn't something you could just try hard enough. Let's go all out. He recalled Hong San's appearance, twisting his body with all his might, and approached Gao Dafu. Fat brother. The moment the voice came out, Xianyuan Batian got goosebumps all over his body. The voice was so charming, naturally coquettish and alluring. Gao Dafu was startled by the aroma and the alluring voice, and he sat up suddenly. Don't come over here. Xian Yuan Batian, What should he do next? Cling on. Suppressing his nausea, he flirted, Brother, don't you like me? Gao Dafu said decisively, No. He moved the sofa to the side and sat down again. Everyone stared at this side, as if watching a good show. The young ones couldn't help but exclaim, Fatty is so useless. Such a beauty, and he actually rejected her. Wait! Honglu hasn't unleashed her power yet. No one can resist Honglu's charm. I think this fat guy will do, because he's too weak, haha. Chu Hongyi pursed her lips. Oh, why is Honglu so coy today? She doesn't look like herself at all. Is she impersonating someone? Xian Yuan Batian glanced at Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi, eager to watch the fun, said, Come on, Honglu. I heard you could charm a boatload of people with one dance. Come on, do the flying dance. Fly one. Some young people applauded and cheered, Fly one, fly one. Xian Yuan Batian's nose nearly snapped in anger. How could he dance and fly one? Could he even fly? This Chu Hongyi was truly despicable. Xian Yuan Lingyun suddenly raised her voice. What? You're saying the item being auctioned this time isn't the original one? Her voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Next to Xian Yuan Lingyun, a child who had appeared out of nowhere said, Well, I heard the item isn't the market construction order. Some say it's fragments of the order. No. Someone nearby said, I heard there's something fishy about this order. It's stolen property, and it's easily recoverable. Really? People immediately gathered around. Xian Yuan Batian took the opportunity to lead Gao Dafu. He was quite far away from Gao Dafu, just beside Lu Xingchen. He looked up and saw Lu Xingchen's heroic yet calm face. Fortunately, this person wasn't noisy. Xian Yuan Batian breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed that while so many young people had been making noises, this person remained silent. He was clearly a master. And he looked familiar. He should stay here safe. Chapter 523. Even on the other side, everyone's attention was drawn to another matter. Jijio anxiously asked, What's going on? Is there really something wrong with the item? Yes. A tall, thin man said, I heard that this item is stolen property. Even if you manage to win it, it might be taken back. They might even hunt it down. Oh my god, is that true? The original owner must have been a remarkable figure to have the order to build the market. Another person said. That's right, we've all been tricked. G23 frowned. Wait, how did you confirm it was stolen property? The tall, thin man who had spoken earlier looked at G23. Little kid you. Bang! G23 suddenly attacked, a huge chainsaw appearing in her hand. She toppled the tall, thin man and said coldly, You're the little kid, talk nice. The tall, thin man flew backward, spitting blood, fear flashing in his eyes. However, he remained unconvinced. You dare to start a fight in Frost and Snow Village? G23. Why not? Is this Swindler Village someplace so impressive? Everyone was silent. Master Ji Wang hadn't sent these disciples here to auction, but to cause trouble, hadn't he? Never mind, be more tolerant. The master's illness is getting worse. The tall, thin man wiped the blood from his mouth. Humph, do you know who the owner of the item is? It's Master Babu. Do you think this item is stolen property? Everyone was shocked. One of them whispered, Didn't Master Babu retire a long time ago? The tall, thin man snorted, Just like that? Could he be back to his old ways? He said he dug all his treasures himself. But maybe he dug them from someone else's house. Someone whispered, It could be stolen goods from earlier. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Wait, what are they talking about? Master Babu was a thief in his early years? Oh my, what a huge secret. At first, everyone was talking, then a long silence fell. It must be said that the NPCs here probably all knew Master Babu's character. Guards A and B stood by the stage. One asked, Is the owner of the auction item Master Babu? Guard A, well that. We don't know. Guard B said softly, Isn't it Master Babu? I just saw it. Guards A and B's words were more believable. After all, they were the village chief's trusted confidants. And the Frost and Snow village chief must know what the auction item is. They didn't even disclose the specific item, and the order to build the market was just a rumor. Perhaps the village chief and Master Babu were in cahoots. The village chief might be feeling guilty. After all, if this were a normal auction process for the market construction order, there should have been extensive publicity up front, and ample time given to the masters. Not like now, where everyone was relying on word of mouth, and only a few people showed up. Furthermore, it was so rushed that the masters further away hadn't even gotten the news yet. No matter how you looked at it, something was amiss. Everyone pondered their own thoughts. A chill wind blew, and suddenly, heavy snow began to fall. That's how it was in Frost and Snow Village. It snowed several times a day. A master shook the snow off his clothes and said, "Ah, it's too cold. I won't wait any longer. I'm going back now. Goodbye, everyone." He hurriedly left the square with his 2 disciples. After a while, a master chuckled and said, "Sorry, I have something to do at home. I take my leave now. See you all later." He left too. 2 or 3 more left in a flash. There had originally been 50 or 60 people in the square, with perhaps 30 or 40 groups. After half an hour, perhaps 7 or 8 groups had left. Some people were still watching. After 7 or 8 groups had left, the crowd settled. Lu Haoyue sent a message. "Xingxing, isn't this looking good? Why don't we just give up the bidding?" Lu Xingxin pondered for a moment. "Let's wait and see." Her information came from eavesdropping. The auction item should be the market construction order, but it's unclear if there will be any trouble. Xianyuan Batian also heard Xianyuan Lingyun's message. "Brother, let's wait a little longer. I don't think something's right." Xianyuan Batian, "I know. We must win this auction." He had sacrificed so much. How could he return empty-handed? He glanced at the red-robed master beside him. Although the red-robed master was a woman, she was tall, much taller than him. Besides, since he had joined the red-robed master, the crowd had stopped talking about him, giving him a chance to catch his breath. "Well, this master is quite good. Yes, she's Master Ling Wang, a master he's never offended, only a distant acquaintance." Xianyuan Batian was lost in thought when a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, look, Hong Lu's still here? Strange, she's been unusually quiet today." Another person looked over. Of course, Hong Lu is a community leader. Usually, she's very active when there are many people around. What's wrong with her today? Look, isn't that Master Ling Wang next to her? Oh my god, Master Ling Wang is here? Hey, isn't Master Ling Wang Hong Lu's idol? Hong Lu usually fawns and flatters masters when she sees them. What's wrong with her today? Exactly. Why is she so arrogant around her idol? Haha, usually Hong Lu gets so excited when she sees the master, asking about his well-being, serving him tea and water, like he's serving a master. But today is different. Chu Hongi, Hong Lu is really weird today, like someone's taken her soul. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. Lu Xingchen glanced at him, then turned away with a very aloof look. She's such a great character. If she doesn't want to talk, she doesn't. If she wants to, she just curses. So domineering. Everyone stared at Hong Lu. It can't be helped, she's so pretty, and she's a popular figure, a playboy with a unique aesthetic, and everyone loves gossip. After staring at each other for a while, someone started getting anxious. Hey, come on, tell me. I heard Hong San loves sewing, she's self-taught, and she's incredibly impressed by Master Ling Wang. She's always wanted to be his apprentice, but he won't accept her. Yes, yes, yes. To curry favor with the master, she gives him gold coins every time they meet. Is there such a good thing? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up, and he glanced at Hong Lu. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. What kind of crappy hobbies does Hong Lu have? A social bull, a playboy, a lover of fat people, and even fawning over Master Ling Wang by giving him gold coins. Why hasn't the auction started yet? He doesn't want to put on an act anymore. Acting to seduce people is a waste of energy, but you can just act to please Master Ling Wang and spend gold coins. Chu Hongi chuckled. Jijio explained, that's right. Hong Lu, that vixen, has seduced many lovers, and they've given her tons of gold coins. She's incredibly wealthy. Every time she sees her idol, Master Ling Wang, she gives him coins. Why isn't she giving him any today? Someone who didn't know Hong Lu well asked curiously, really? Immediately, many people nodded. Really, Hong Lu is a celebrity. Hee, there are so many men who like her. Of course, those men give her all kinds of treasures and gold coins to win her smile. Jijio spat at Xianyuan Batian fiercely. Bah, you vixen who relies on men. Gee bah, she's so beautiful, what's wrong with relying on men? Jijio was furious. Okay, you stinky man, you're courting death. The couple started fighting. The scene was bustling with activity. Everyone took a look, their attention still focused on Hong Lu. Hong Lu was so beautiful, so alluring. It's just that she was too low-key today, a little unusual. Xianyuan Batian was sweating profusely under the gaze of everyone. He was miserable. Why did he have to randomly disguise himself as a woman, a beautiful and seductive woman, and a woman who was both romantic and powerful. It was so difficult to act. Lu Xingchen coughed and turned to look at Xianyuan Batian. Everyone immediately reacted. What's wrong with Hong Lu? He won't even talk to the master? How rude. That's right, shouldn't he give gold coins? Chu Hongyi pinched her throat. Ouch, why don't you give gold coins to your idol? Maybe someone's possessed him? Lu Xingchen turned and glanced at Xianyuan Batian again. Xianyuan Lingyan was anxious. Brother, that's your idol. Say something. Hong Lu is a social hero, not a social phobic. Chapter 524. Xianyuan Batian helplessly said to Lu Xingchen, Master Ling Wang, nice to meet you again. Lu Xingchen gave him a cold look and ignored him. Chu Hongyi choked up her voice again. Master, you're upset. Giving away gold coins, Hong Lu, are you stupid? Xianyuan Batian, with trembling hands, handed a bag of gold coins to Lu Xingchen. Master, it's nice to meet you. Here's a bag of gold coins. Lu Xingchen glanced at it. 2,000 gold coins? Chu Hongyi, hey, only 2,000 gold coins? Who are you trying to embarrass? Master Ling Wang wouldn't care. Everyone looked at Xianyuan Batian, their faces filled with surprise. 2,000 gold coins? How could they possibly afford that? This is Master Ling Wang. Master Ling Wang is quite impressive. A single garment she makes can easily sell for 200,000 or 300,000 gold coins. If it weren't for her love of brewing exotic wines, she would have countless gold coins long ago. Who would be willing to pay 2,000 gold coins? Everyone's eyes burned, accusing Xianyuan Batian of this. Xianyuan Batian reluctantly offered 10,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen accepted it. It would have been a waste not to take it. It was said that Master Ling Wang also accepted gifts. Well, she was trying to maintain her character. She was definitely not greedy. Hello everyone. Suddenly, Elder Ji's voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the podium. Elder Ji, the owner of the lot is temporarily unable to return. Now, I will be conducting the auction on his behalf. It finally began. Many breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Ji, however, the owner of the lot has set some conditions. We need to conduct some screening before the auction. Those who do not meet the conditions will not be eligible to bid. Many people were displeased when this was said. We come all this way, waited all this time, and now you're saying you're not qualified? Old Ji said in a deep voice, this is Master Babu's request. Please understand, this auction is about more than just financial resources. Master Babu? Now many people were silent. It's possible that Master Babu listed some outlandish conditions. Is this really this guy's item? Could it really be stolen goods? Although Master Babu has been retired for years, what if he's addicted? Or maybe we should just give up this hot item. Old Ji said with satisfaction, okay, let's begin this election. An object appeared in his hand, and with a clap, a glowing door appeared before him. Old Ji, masters interested in bidding, please walk through this door. If you pass, you be eligible for the auction. Many masters' faces turned sour. Half of them were of some status, and walking through a door here felt like a test, which was very uncomfortable. A white-bearded master snorted and angrily left with 2 disciples. The others, with grim expressions, endured it. One by one, they walked through the door. When an old man, probably in his 70s, passed by, the light gate flashed red. Old Ji chuckled, Master, I'm sorry, you don't meet the requirements. The old man's face turned pale, and he shouted angrily, incomprehensible. Then he stormed off. Chief Fangxin was stunned. Aren't these people very powerful? Why aren't they making a scene, smashing things, and cursing? Aren't they so well-mannered? Chu Hongyi chuckled not far away. Don't you know? Because it's still market season, there are certain restrictions in Frost and Snow Village. No matter how powerful someone is, they can't cause trouble. Otherwise, how can the market be held? Lu Haoyue glanced at Chu Hongyi and nodded. Yes, it's the owner's request. The others probably can't do anything about it. That's the rule. Chu Hongyi, hee, everyone's still suspicious of the item, otherwise they wouldn't have left so easily. What if, after all the hassle, spending tons of gold coins, they end up with something filthy? Not worth it. Lu Xingchen was a little nervous. She didn't know the screening rules for this gate, and was afraid she'd be stuck. One by one, people passed. Some passed, others failed and left. Soon, it was Lu Xingchen's turn. She gathered herself and strode through the gate. Thankfully she passed. Xianyuan Batian, behind her, also passed with trepidation. After the screening, 1/3 of the people failed. Originally, there were 25 or 6 waves of people in this square, but after this round of screening, there were only 17 or 18. The crowd suddenly dwindled, and the square seemed empty. Lu Xingchen secretly observed and noted down those who failed to pass and had to leave, noting that they were all elderly men with remarkable auras. Strange. How exactly does this gate select people? It wasn't just him. The others were also puzzled. What are the criteria? Old G hesitated. This is Master Babu's order. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be influenced by recent luck. A middle-aged man nodded. Yes, those who receive the market construction order are likely to build the market themselves. Luck is extremely important. I remember this kind of screening was also carried out during the last auction of the market construction order. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man twice. This man knows a lot. Regardless, everyone reluctantly accepted this screening. What else could they do? Could they still question Babu? Why get so angry? Master Lei Jin ignored all this and left. When he heard the item was a city construction order, he lost interest, though he stayed a little longer. Now that bidding was so troublesome, he simply left with the doll. Bubu stayed because of Lan Lan. Lu Xingchen looked at the people who had passed the test and felt something was amiss. Suddenly, she received an unfamiliar message. It was Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi, I've noticed that those who left are quite prominent. If they were still here, they'd be the biggest contenders. Lu Xingchen was startled. How could you even chat with me privately? Chu Hongyi, hey, it's a high-level cross-zone chat card. I can chat with you privately without your permission. Duration, 24 hours, and it can transfer supplies. Lu Xingchen, rich woman. This high-level cross-zone chat card is amazing, Chu Hongyi. It's good that you know. I've made a huge sacrifice to work with you. Lu Xingchen quickly changed the subject. I think something's amiss too. It's just an auction. Why all the fuss? She felt that from the outset. The news of the market construction order auction was deliberately concealed. Then the hasty auction, not giving other masters time to arrive. Then the rumors that the item was stolen. And now the screening. Every item, every one of them. All with the same purpose. To drive away more competitive candidates. So, who exactly wanted to get this market construction order? The layers of screening, using all sorts of methods to squeeze out competitors? Elder G. Who is Elder G helping? Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered the conversation he overheard earlier. Unfortunately, he didn't see the man's face then. Lu Xingchen observed the people present one by one, unable to confirm who it was. But don't worry. Elder G will definitely help that man pass all the levels. Lu Xingchen slowly relayed his suspicions. Chu Hongyi, it's over, it's over. Don't get eliminated. Old G, okay, now, there's one more requirement. Bidders must be at least a sewing apprentice. When Old G said this, many people in the audience were furious. Why do you have such a requirement? If you had a requirement, why didn't you tell us then? Are you kidding us? It's just an auction. Why do you need a sewing apprentice? Who has time to learn sewing? Don't talk nonsense. Master Ling Wang is here? Old G smiled faintly. Don't be angry, everyone. The truth is, in this auction, the owner of the item needs something other than gold coins. Someone asked, what item? Old G, haha, those who meet the requirements can continue to participate in the auction. This eliminated the majority of people. It's true, who has time to learn sewing. Surprisingly, there were still 6 qualified people in the audience. Lu Xingchen was one of them. After all, she was Ling Wang, a sewing master. Another one was Xianyuan Batian. Hong Lu had always idolized Ling Wang because she learned to sew, and had now become a self-taught junior sewing master. An intermediate sewing master, Luo Jincheng, was middle-aged. Another one was Ji Jiao, who was incredibly excited. Haha, it seems my self-taught sewing skills are useful after all. Haha, I'm a sewing apprentice. Ji Ba, haha, my wife is amazing. There was also a silent pirate named Bai Sanchison, rumored to be a member of the White Swan Pirates, and a sewing apprentice. The last sewing apprentice was stunned. He was very young, only 15 or 16, and it was obvious he was just there to join in the fun. He had never expected to make it to the finals. These people were generally young. Old G chuckled. Okay, the auction begins. 100,000 gold coins, please bid. Chapter 525. Only 6 people remained, and one miner was in a state of extreme embarrassment. He was thin and small, his face flushed, and he stammered, I'm just here to watch the fun. I'm just a fisherman. Everyone here was either a pirate, a master, or a merchant. He was just a fisherman, a bit out of place. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but take a closer look. This little guy was a sewing apprentice? No one taught him. No one supervised him, And he was actually a sewing apprentice. He's quite talented, like that middle-aged man named Luo Jinqing. Even at his age, he's only a junior sewing master. One of them said coldly, haha, I wonder who Frost Snow Village is planning to give the market construction order to after all this? Clearly, they've eliminated all the capable ones. In fact, the most capable ones had already been eliminated in the first round of screening. Now, it was clear that there was nothing they could do because they were all lacking in strength. The capable ones had already been eliminated in the first round. Old G ignored him, only chuckling. 100,000 gold coins, starting bid. Jijio, 200,000 gold coins. Xianyuan Batian, 300,000 gold coins. Luo Jinqing, 400,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen quickly added, 500,000 gold coins. Another person also joined the bidding. Only one person remained out of the auction, the underage youth. With innocent eyes wide open, he nervously watched the bidding. The price rose rapidly, and soon it had reached 1 million gold coins. Xianyuan Batian, 1 million gold coins. Lu Xingchen had already privately messaged Chu Hongyi, rich woman, how much do you have? Chu Hongyi, bid. Lu Xingchen, okay. Lu Xingchen, 110 gold coins. Lu Jinqing, 120 gold coins. Seeing everyone still bidding furiously, Old G clapped his hands. Stop. There are 5 bidders over 1 million. You 5 will move on to the next round. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. If she bid any more, her heart would give out. The others, startled, stared at Old G. Among them were those who had been passed over because they weren't sewing apprentices. Elder G smiled faintly. There's one more condition for the auctioneer. If you want the market construction order, in addition to paying 1 million gold coins, you must also hand over an item. The illusionary brocade robe. As soon as Elder G finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Illusionary brocade robe? Such a valuable market construction order, just to exchange for something so frivolous? Don't be ridiculous. The illusionary brocade robe may be frivolous, but many people covet it. Exactly. If you think it's frivolous, you're capable of obtaining it. Has anyone ever gotten one in all these years? TSK. Why does Master Babu need the illusionary brocade robe? Is it like a dead tree blooming again? Master Babu wants the illusionary brocade robe. Why doesn't he go there himself? I don't understand. You need someone with sewing skills. Lu Xingchen quickly asked Chu Hongyi, what is the illusionary brocade robe? Chu Hongyi answered honestly, I don't know. Someone asked, what's the connection between delivering the illusionary brocade robe and sewing skills? Why did you eliminate us just now? Old G smiled. Well, I can only speak to these 5 qualified masters. This is also Master Babu's arrangement. Many people were angry and anxious. Master Babu, why are you making so much noise about auctioning something? I think it's probably about the news about the illusionary brocade robe. Master G was afraid we find out, so he went looking for us ahead of time. What's wrong with going ahead of time? Anyway, we just need to get the illusionary brocade robe and 1 million gold coins and give them to Master Babu. Why is Master Babu still picking people? Hey, who knows if it's Master Babu picking people or Master G? Master G's face darkened. Don't speculate. Handing over the illusionary brocade robe isn't the final step. There are other purposes for selecting people with sewing skills. The chatter gradually died down, but their faces remained indignant. But it was useless. The capable masters had already been eliminated. The ones left were mostly pirates, merchants, and a few wandering NPCs. Master G said that they would know in the end why Master Babu was doing this screening, but they didn't have time to waste. The search for the illusionary brocade robe would take who knows how many days. They had other things to do, peddlers, robbers, and wanderers. They didn't have time to wait for the outcome. Besides, they were nothing in Ji Lao's eyes. Even if they saw any injustice, they wouldn't dare question it. Even if they did, it would be useless. Who could control the opinions of the auctioneer? It's their own stuff. They can bid for it however they want, sell it however they want. Instantly many people left. Only a few groups of idle onlookers remained in the square. Lu Haoyue's group, Xianyuan Badeo, Xianyuan Lingyun, and Chu Hongyi suddenly stood out. Elder Ji looked at them. What? You're not leaving yet? Lu Haoyue smiled faintly. Old man, we finally made it to the village. We want to have more fun and see more. We don't know when we'll be back next time. Shi Feinxin, yes. Let's see what's going on. Elder Ji's face darkened. You're not meant to know what's going on. Leave. He waved his hand gently, and the others were escorted out of the stone square. Only Lu Xingchen and the other 5 remained. Elder Ji glanced at them one by one. When he saw Lu Xingchen, his brow furrowed, as if he had encountered some difficulty. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Master Ling Wang, aren't you in seclusion? When did you come out? Lu Xingchen snorted coldly. I came out whenever I wanted. Elder Ji choked. Lu Xingchen's eyes flickered, as if. Elder Ji found her annoying. Lu Xingchen, excuse me, how should we find the illusionary brocade clothes? Are there any clues? Is there a deadline? She glanced at Elder Ji and said arrogantly, my time is precious. Elder Ji was silent for a moment. No clues at the moment. I need you to find a solution. Jijio exclaimed, what? No clues at all, and you're asking us to find the illusionary brocade clothes. Are you using us like donkeys? Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Just now, if there were no clues, why did you send the others away? Elder Ji was silent again. After a moment he said, everyone, please disperse. Come back in half an hour. I contact Master Babu. Is it so difficult? Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes, as he watched Elder Ji hurried away. The repeated screening just now was probably aimed at one of these 5 people. The order to build the market has been decided, but who is this person? It's definitely impossible for her and Xianyuan Batian to be the same person. Jijio was dumbfounded. It couldn't be her, or else she wouldn't have been sent. It had to be Ji Ershizhen. So only Luo Jinqing and Bai Sanchison were left. Which of these 2 people were they? Jijio said loudly, let's go, let's rest for a while. Bai Sanchison nodded to everyone, said nothing, and left as well. Luo Jinqing chuckled, in that case, I go relieve myself too. Only Lu Xingchen and Xianyuan Batian remained. Lu Xingchen privately messaged Chu Hongyi, keep an eye on Master Ji and see where he's gone. Also, don't you have a telepathic gadget like that? Use it. Chu Hongyi, sister, there are limits. I can't use it all the time. Lu Xingchen, sister, use it. Don't save it. The order to build the market has already been finalized. Chu Hongyi, okay. Lu Xingchen instructed Lan Lan, keep an eye on Bai Sanchison. Lan Lan, okay. She then said to Lu Haoyue, keep an eye on Luo Jinqing for me and see where he's gone. Lu Xingchen looked up and saw that Xianyuan Batian was gone too. She slowly stood up and paced back and forth. Thinking for a moment, she privately messaged Gu Yin, is he at the inn? Gu Yin, yes. Lu Xingchen, did anything happen? Gu Yin, not yet. Oh, Master Ji is back, and went to his room. Chapter 526. Lu Xingchen immediately became alert. How long has he been back? Gu Yin, a while ago. Now he's out, standing in the yard dazed, his brow furrowed. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, where's the fish tank in my room? Can you help me carry it out, and put it at the entrance of the alley? There's a half-man-high stone at the entrance. Put the fish tank there, and keep an eye on it. Gu Yin, okay. Lu Xingchen walked slowly towards the inn. When she reached the alley entrance, she saw the fish tank on the sculpture. Gu Yin was not far away, glancing over from time to time. Lu Xingchen gave him a subtle wink, and Gu Yin turned and returned to the alley. Lu Xingchen walked over to the fish tank and asked, little guy, what did Master Ji say when he went back? The little blue fish swam back and forth animatedly. Who are you? Who are you? Huh? That's strange. I don't know you. Lu Xingchen, don't you want to go to the ocean? The little blue fish wagged its tail. Oh, your big face. No, you're Lu Xingchen? This guy's heard a lot, and even knows his own name. Luckily, the others couldn't understand him. Lu Xingchen, yes, it's me. Quick, what's the latest news? The little blue fish. Master Ji just went back to his room and chatted with someone. I remember everything word for word, and I'm telling you now. The little blue fish immediately began to repeat. Master Ji, strange. How did Master Ling Wang make it through the screening? Logically, with her strength, she should have been screened out when she passed through that door. Another person, are you worried? Master Ji, how could I not be worried? She's a master, after all. If I weren't worried, I wouldn't have stopped. Another person said, haha, Master Ling Wang may be renowned, but she has an eccentric personality and keeps to herself. Few truly understand her. Perhaps her reputation doesn't live up to her reputation? Old Ji, well, maybe she's just good at sewing. Another person said, yes, we already have a clue. The colorful brocade robe is within our grasp. Why should we be afraid of Master Ling Wang? Haha, the rest of us are just playing along. Old Ji, Don't underestimate the enemy. Another person said, don't worry, uncle. The order to build the market must be ours. The other person hesitated and said, but uncle, if we do this, Master Babu will know, wouldn't he be upset? Old G, haha, I didn't completely go against his wishes, did I? Don't worry, Babu's easy to coax. At most, I can compensate him. Old G, okay, it's fine. You go back first. Little Blue Fish finished recounting the story and asked, are you Master Ling Wang? What a clever little fish. Lu Xingchen, that's all. Little Blue Fish, yes. Hey, Old G is here. Lu Xingchen turned and left, saying to Gu Yan, okay, take the little fish tank back home. Old G was very cautious. His room was well soundproofed, so whenever he wanted to discuss confidential matters, he would retreat to his room. There were only a few weak outsiders in the inn, and he didn't take them seriously. He had no idea there was a gifted little fish in the room. This made things easier for Lu Xingchen. She confirmed it. One of the 5 of them had conspired with Old G to obtain the order to build the market. As Lu Xingchen walked, he quickly told Chu Hongyi about the situation here. Chu Hongyi sneered, haha, I was thinking. One condition after another, one screening after another, just to keep out the competition, right? Lu Xingchen, yes, that's why we got in. Chu Hongyi pondered, why didn't they keep you out? After a moment, she suddenly realized, I see. Although you appear to be a Lingguang master, your martial arts and influence aren't. You're not strong enough, so you weren't blocked out by that door. Lu Xingchen, that's probably it. Chu Hongyi continued to speculate, of the few people left now, Bai Sanchezin is unknown, Luo Jincheng is unknown, Ji Jiu is just a slacker, Xianyuan Batian, and you are both players, and there's Han Lu, who's just good looking with average skills. So none of these people are any good. Lu Xingchen stopped and turned, yes, these people aren't very strong. One of them is Master Ji's partner. She looked into the distance. From this vantage point, she could clearly see the alley entrance. She wanted to know who Master Ji had come out with. Soon, Ji Lao came out, but he was alone. Lu Xingchen, disappointed, continued her private chat with Chu Hongyi. Who could it be? Chu Hongyi, rule out you and Xianyuan Batian first. Ji Jiu is too stupid and loud, so she can't be either. Only Luo Jincheng and Bai Sanchezin are possible. Lu Xingchen, just as I guessed. She asked Lan Lan and Lu Haoyue about their tracking. Lan Lan, I lost him. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Haoyue, I lost him. These two are quite cunning. Lu Xingchen was still staring at the alley entrance. She didn't believe that person wouldn't come out. Old Ji left in a hurry. Lu Xingchen waited and waited, but no one emerged from the alley. Chu Hongyi's message arrived. The other 4 have arrived. You're the only one left, Lu Xingchen. Come quickly. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. That person must have another way to leave Old Ji's in. Very alert, she gave it no further thought and headed back to the stone square. There, the other 4 were. Seeing Lu Xingchen approach, Elder Ji nodded and said seriously, Master Babu has given me a new clue. On a green island, a colorful light appeared. It's a sign of the appearance of the illusionary brocade robe. However, you must find the exact location yourself. Elder Ji, it's a deserted island, uninhabited, only wild animals. Elder Ji, the treasure hunt is inherently dangerous. Please be cautious. If you're sure you want to go, let me know. Ji Jiu shouted, go, why not? 23 is a fighter, we're not afraid. Xianyuan Batian also nodded, I go too. Luo Jincheng, go. Bai Sanchezin simply nodded silently. He never spoke, perhaps because he was mute. Lu Xingchen, I'm going too. She anxiously privately messaged Chu Hongyi, use your skills. See what Master Ji is thinking. Chu Hongyi was silent for a moment. He wants to trip you, even kill you, but he doesn't have the guts. Well, he's afraid. He doesn't dare. Lu Xingchen, Master Ji glanced at Lu Xingchen again and waved his hand. Okay, then all 5 of you, please move. He took out a round stone and tossed it into the air. A flash of light revealed a vortex gate before them. Master Ji, this is what Master Babu left behind. Please teleport. Once you obtain the illusionary brocade robe, return here. Lu Xingchen, She doesn't know how to get back. She's not an NPC. Ji Jiu had already excitedly walked through the door with Ji Ba and G23. Bai Sanchezin followed closely behind. Luo Jincheng also left. Xianyuan Batian was also a little flustered, but he calmed himself and stepped into the vortex door. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to step into the vortex gate, Elder Ji suddenly called out, Master Ling Wang, I heard you're impatient with socializing. Now that you've received the order to build the market, have you thought about what to do? Lu Xingchen glanced at him and said, sell it. Elder Ji's eyes lit up. Okay. Lu Xingchen chuckled. I don't like building markets, I only like gold coins. I was just bored after coming out of seclusion, so I came here to participate in the auction, just for fun. Elder Ji asked cautiously, how much do you plan to sell it for? Lu Xingchen, how much? 1 million gold coins, right? I actually have quite a few, too many to count. Elder Ji, relieved, said again, okay. He beamed. Very well, master, please. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Ji probably didn't want to kill him anymore, right? After all, killing a master takes tremendous courage. Only by showing that he didn't care about the order to build the market could he dispel Elder Ji's murderous intent. Lu Xingchen quickly stepped into the vortex gate. With a swaying motion, she arrived at a lush island. Chapter 527. Lu Xingchen arrived at the island, and his first thought was, why didn't Babu come himself? Isn't he stronger? Why does he need someone with sewing skills? Oh, that designated person has a head start and must know more. Wouldn't it be easier to follow him? Lu Xingchen glanced at Luo Jincheng and Bai Sanchisen. Everyone was there now. Ji Jiao, Ji Ba, and Ji Ershizan stood together, excitedly staring at the others. Should we kill them all, eliminate all the competitors, and then slowly search for the fantasy brocade clothes? Lu Xingchen, what a bold idea. Ji Ershizan's face darkened. Are you stupid? Let's go! Ji Jiao, a little regretful, alright, let's go. If we're too late, someone else will snatch it up. The three of them quickly left. Luo Jincheng and Bai Sanchisen also left in different directions. Xianyuan Batian glanced at Lu Xingchen. Master, would you like to join us? Want to find a tall tree for shade? Lu Xingchen glanced at him. How many gold coins are you going to give me to be your bodyguard? Xianyuan Batian, no I. Lu Xingchen, where are the gold coins? Xianyuan Batian's face changed. Master, goodbye. Xianyuan Batian fled in panic. In less than half a minute, Lu Xingchen was the only one left at the scene. Lu Xingchen had already released Lan Lan, telling her to follow Luo Jincheng, and Mime, telling her to follow Bai Sanchisen. She just needed to decide which one to follow. After giving instructions to Lan Lan and Mime, Lu Xingchen planned to walk around the island. The island was covered with tall trees, so dense that the trees stretched in rows, making it almost impossible to find a path. She walked along the coastline. After just over half an hour, she saw a bewitching figure running towards them in a panic. It was Han Lu, also known as Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian was in a state of panic, his little green skirt nearly torn, his face pale, and he limped over. Seeing Lu Xingchen, he called out, Master Ling Wang, help! Moo! A loud noise echoed, and bang, bang, bang. A massive black bull with gleaming horns rushed towards them. The black bull was enormous. Its eyes were like lanterns, flashing a sinister red light. Everywhere it went, dust flew up. An 8th-level mutant bull. Lu Xingchen's face changed. There were two more behind. Why fight? Run. She wasn't the real Master Ling Wang. Damn it, how had Xianyuan Batian provoke so many powerful creatures? Before running, Lu Xingchen wanted to get more information. She asked, what's going on? Xianyuan Batian, still in shock, said, there are many wild beasts here, most of them level 7 or 8. There's also a pack of level 7 or 8 wolves on that mountain over there. It's very dangerous. Lu Xingchen, where are the others? Xianyuan Batian, Ji Jiao, and the others are surrounded by wolves and have already fled. They can't defeat them. Master, save me. Lu Xingchen dodged and retreated far away, asking, why should I save you? How could she possibly save him? Getting the information she needed, Lu Xingchen pulled out a teleport card and vanished in a flash. Moo! The wild bull charged. Helplessly, Xianyuan Batian tapped a sprint card and turned to run. He had wanted to ask for help, to take the opportunity to connect with the master. It was so dangerous here, it would have been much better if he could just stay with the master. Who knew, after getting a few messages for free, the master would just run away. How unkind. Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth. None of the NPCs here are good, each one more treacherous than the last. Lu Xingchen randomly teleported, and with a swish she was at the edge of a high cliff. One more step, and she'd fall off the cliff. Hiss! Lu Xingchen gasped and quickly stepped back. This place was very high. She looked around and saw that the island seemed enormous. Mountains, rivers, swamps, dense forests, and everything in between. The mountain breeze blew over, making her red dress rustle. She shifted and nearly dropped her clogs. Lu Xingchen, I really want to change my shoes. It's so inconvenient. She immediately changed into a pair of waders. Then, just as she was about to descend, she heard a shrill cry, "Ah, help!" In the nearby valley, a green figure sprinted past, followed by a pack of hungry wolves. It was Xianyuan Batian. Lu Xingchen watched a giant bird soaring from the dense forest, a massive bull roaming the valley, and a giant golden snake knocking down a tree. She didn't dare move. Maybe this was the safest place. It was over. Being so weak was a real problem. One mistake and she'd be dead. Poor Xianyuan Batian fled, and Lu Xingchen grew increasingly frightened. She didn't dare wander around, so she sat on the edge of the cliff and waited. Lon, little Lu, ah, I'm so tired. Luo Jincheng isn't on the island anymore. He's out to sea. Lu Xingchen, what? Lon, he's separated from you, turned a few corners, reached the coast, got out a small boat, and headed straight out to sea. I've been following him for an hour, and he's still out at sea. Lu Xingchen's expression darkened. Old Ji had escorted everyone to the island, saying Huansai Genie was there. But why had Luo Jincheng so decisively set out to sea? Did Old Ji lie? Lu Xingchen asked Meme, where's Bai Sanchison? Meme, he walked around the coast, then disappeared into a cave. These two, one going out to sea, the other going into a cave. Something's amiss. Bai Sanchison and Luo Jincheng were about the same height and age, and they bore a striking resemblance to the figure Lu Xingchen had seen earlier. She could only follow one of them for now. But which one? If she went to find Luo Jincheng, she would have to take Meme with her. It was too dangerous here. She couldn't stay here alone. She was hesitating. Suddenly Meow Meow spoke again, a bit hesitantly. This girl in the green dress is Xianyuan Batian, right? He also went into the cave, and just happened to run into Bai Sanchison. Lu Xingchen, what a coincidence. No wonder he cried for help. Lu Xingchen became excited. How are they? Did they fight? Meow Meow, no. Bai Sanchison seems to know Hong Lu. He didn't say anything, but helped Hong Lu kill the beast that rushed in. Now, he's applying medicine to Hong Lu. Meow Meow, Hong Lu didn't say anything either. After a while, Hong Lu called Bai Sanchison. Brother Sanson. Lu Xingchen, Xianyuan Batian has fallen. No, it's more like he's become smarter, and knows how to use his strengths. Just looking at Hong Lu's looks, it's hard not to find a man tempted, right? After a while Mimi suddenly said, Mimi, Bai Sanchison is confessing his love. I don't want to hear it, master. I'm still a child. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Okay, come here. Be careful. Bai Sanchison shouldn't be Ji Lao's partner. Love-headed, no future. How could you confess your love at the critical moment? She decided to find Luo Jincheng. Because of the numerous wild beasts, Mimi's path was difficult. After over half an hour, she finally reached Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen put it in her pet bag and asked Lon, what's going on now? Lon, little Lu, I've reached the garden. Wow, it's so beautiful. Come on. Lu Xingchen, has Luo Jincheng arrived? Lon, yes, a small island. Flowers are everywhere, all kinds of colorful flowers, so beautiful. Oh, I saw the name. 100 Flower Island. This reassured Lu Xingchen even more. She tapped a speed card and, after a quick dash, finally arrived safely at the beach. She pulled out the Thunder Gold treasure ship and boarded it. It wasn't cruising time, so she couldn't reach a single destination with just a cane, but the Thunder Gold treasure ship was fast. Lon gave her the exact coordinates of 100 Flower Island, and Lu Xingchen set off on the Thunder Gold treasure ship. Chu Hongi, Lu Xingchen, how's the progress? Lu Xingchen, let's not talk about the progress for now. What's that old G up to now? Chapter 528. Chu Hongi, sister, are you trying to squeeze me dry? Lu Xingchen joked, if we want to cooperate, I can't be risking my life here while you're living a life of luxury and debauchery there, right? Chu Hongi, okay, just wait. Lu Xingchen sped along the sea. After about 2 hours, she saw an incredibly beautiful island. The island was ablaze with colors, with flowers of all shapes and sizes blooming in full bloom, a breathtaking sight. What a wonderful place! She jumped ashore, retracted the Thunder Gold treasure ship, and walked across the beach, past a lush green meadow, before arriving at a white fence. Behind the fence lay a vast expanse of flowers. The flowers were packed tightly together, leaving no gaps. What about the path? The grass was smooth, and the flowers and trees were meticulously trimmed, a clear sign of care. She didn't want to offend the owner. She didn't dare touch the flowers. Lu Xingchen walked back and forth several times, but couldn't find a path. She asked Lan Lan, "Where's Luo Jincheng?" Lan Lan. Luo Jincheng went into a garden, spoke to a woman for a few words, and then went to the next room. He's now cutting cloth, seemingly making clothes. Making clothes? Lu Xingchen frowned. Is this why a tailor was needed? Lu Xingchen, where's the path? How did Luo Jincheng get in? Lan Lan. Oh, there are 3 paths, paved with bluestone. They're very wide. Can't you see? Lu Xingchen stood on tiptoe to look and said, "Come here." After a while, Lan Lan flew over. It was shaped like a small bird, smaller than a sparrow. It fluttered in front of Lu Xingchen for a long time. Hey, where's the path? It's clearly right here. There was a path here that led directly to the courtyard. Why is it gone now? Lu Xingchen paused. Did Luo Jincheng do anything unusual? Lan Lan. Huh? Nothing? He just stops occasionally and looks around furtively. Hey, never mind. How about I grow bigger and fly you in? Lu Xingchen shook his head. No. That would be too easy to expose. Lan Lan was too conspicuous. Lu Xingchen, go back first and keep an eye on Luo Jincheng. Lu Xingchen felt that Luo Jincheng must have used some kind of sleight of hand or formation to block the path to the courtyard. Admittedly, he was too cautious. People like that were difficult to deal with. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and asked Lan Lan, "How many people are there?" Lan Lan, "Just 1 woman and 1 child." "Oh right, they look familiar to me. It's Madame Hua." Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Meet someone familiar. She and Madame Hua were somewhat acquainted. She looked at the flowers covering the hillside and suddenly realized, this must be Madame Hua's garden. Lan Lan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Madame Hua went upstairs, leaving the little one in the yard. This one has crawled out of the crib." Lu Xingchen's mind raced. How's the path? Lan Lan, huh? It's fine. Made of bluestone, smooth and spotless. This little creature must have crawled out here more than once. Hey, why can't this little creature see the path? Lu Xingchen beamed. You attracted her to me. The little kid is here, so doesn't that mean Lady Hua is here too? Her goal is to see Lady Hua. Lan Lan. Great. Knowing that Lady Hua is his master, Lu Xingchen couldn't forcefully disrupt the flowers and plants to find the path. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a flash of light appeared ahead, revealing a wide bluestone path. A child, no more than a year old, swiftly crawled onto the bluestone path. The child had a round face, and used all 4 limbs to climb swiftly. It seemed he had broken the illusion on the road. As expected, Lan Lan exclaimed in delight. The illusion disappeared automatically once the little one crawled out. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and understood. Luo Jincheng certainly couldn't have set up an illusion that would conceal his master, otherwise he would have been discovered quickly by Lady Hua. So, the little one could move freely. Lan Lan flew ahead, constantly enticing. Come on, little one, crawl over here, and you have candy. Candy, sweet. The child understood the meaning of sweet and sugar, and immediately, a stream of saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. He laughed and crawled away at a rapid pace. In a flash, she was at Lu Xingchen's feet. She looked up and shouted loudly, Candy! Candy! Candy? Lu Xingchen glanced at her storage backpack. Oh no! Where did she get any candy? Oh yes, she stole it from Lu Ziheng. A lollipop. But, could such a young child have a lollipop? Lu Xingchen hesitated. The little baby, seeing Lu Xingchen's inaction for a long time, grew anxious and burst into tears. Lu Xingchen quickly picked it up and tried to comfort it. Baby! A woman ran over. Seeing Lu Xingchen holding the baby, she immediately erupted in anger. Who are you? Put my baby down. The woman was none other than Lady Hua. Acquaintances make things easier. Lu Xingchen was about to smile, when he suddenly remembered that she still looked like Masterling Wang. She couldn't let her character fall apart. Her face turned cold as she handed the doll over with a cold snort. She flicked her sleeves and said goodbye. Madame Hua finally saw Lu Xingchen's face clearly. She was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Masterling Wang? You're really nearby. Lu Xingchen stumbled. What do you mean, really nearby? The real Masterling Wang is nearby. No, I have to ask. Lu Xingchen asked coldly, how did you know? Madame Hua was stunned. Oh, a friend saw you visit a nearby island yesterday. Nearby island? Was that the deserted island from earlier? Lu Xingchen felt uneasy, and said in a low voice, This is a secret. I don't want anyone to know. Madame Hua nodded repeatedly. Yes, master. My friend won't tell anyone, and I won't tell anyone. Madame Hua said humbly, Master, could you please come into my courtyard for a cup of tea? Lu Xingchen nodded enigmatically and followed Madame Hua down a flower-lined path. Madame Hua welcomed Lu Xingchen into the courtyard. The courtyard was still filled with flowers, but the space was much larger. There were 2 pavilions, one of which contained wooden tables and chairs. Madame Hua placed Lu Xingchen on the wooden table and chairs, placed the baby in the stroller, and then came over to pour Lu Xingchen some tea. Several times, Madame Hua hesitated to speak. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Do you have something to say? Madame Hua shook her head repeatedly. No, master. How could I trouble you with my affairs? You are the master. Lu Xingchen, tell me about it. She had seen Luo Jinqing busying himself in the room from the window. Lu Xingchen pointed. What is he doing? Madame Hua glanced at him. Ah? He's making clothes for my baby. He can't wear ordinary clothes and often has allergies, so I bought tinsel cotton yarn specifically for him. My sewing skills aren't great, but I happened to meet him, and he volunteered to make some children's clothes for me. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Is this Madame Hua's mission? This mission is definitely related to the fantasy colorful clothes. Chapter 529. However, Madame Hua seemed overly polite, thinking this was such a small matter that it didn't require the master's help. This was probably why only the skills of a sewing apprentice were needed. Lu Xingchen immediately contacted Chu Hongyi. Help me, rich lady. Do you still have a high-level cross-region exchange card? Lend me one. Chu Hongyi, you're so brave, aunt. Lu Xingchen, rich lady, I can't live without you. Chu Hongyi, okay. After receiving a positive response, Lu Xingchen immediately said to Madame Hua, actually, I have a friend who is very good at making children's clothing. Her children's clothing is exquisite, beautiful, and full of childlike fun. How about I ask her to make a few for you? Madame Hua was delighted. That wouldn't be a bother, would it? Lu Xingchen, no. Her friend was Grandma. Who in Grandma's generation couldn't make children's clothing? They made tiger head shoes, dog head hats, belly bands, crotchless pants, and so on. Each one was beautifully made. Besides, Grandma has learned sewing and even has an electric sewing machine, so she can sew really fast. Handmade plus electric, incredibly efficient. Madame Hua beamed with joy. Then, master, I trouble you. Accept the mission. Make suitable clothing for Madame Hua's baby. Success reward. Special treasure chest key. Failure penalty. None. Special treasure chest key? Related to the illusionary brocade robe? Lu Xingchen sighed inwardly. Even now, she still didn't know what the illusionary brocade robe was used for. I wonder if Chu Hongyi can be so helpful and give more information. In any case, let's complete this mission first. Luo Jinqing took a deep breath. He was panicking. He didn't understand why Master Ling Wang had suddenly arrived. He had been cautious enough, taking a long detour to confirm that there was no one behind him. Only then did he board the boat and quickly head for Baihua Island. How had Master Ling Wang gotten here, with his strange temper? Why would he come in for tea, and why would he accept such a trivial task? Something was wrong. Luo Jinqing was secretly anxious, and he immediately sped up his work. Lu Xingchen accepted the tinsel cotton yarn given by Lady Hua. He used Chu Hongyi's high-level cross-district communication card. There was no other way. Because she was assigned to a separate district for the Frost and Snow Village auction, she was automatically assigned to a separate district. If she wanted to communicate with people from District 33, she had to use a cross-district communication card. Lu Xingchen contacted his grandmother. The video call was quickly connected. Lu Xingchen briefly explained the situation and gave his grandmother the various tinsel cotton yarns, asking her to make clothes for a child of about 1 year old. Make 2 pairs of tiger head shoes and 2 belly bands to wear underneath to protect the navel. It would be even better if there were also a set of clothes for spring and summer. Grandma immediately agreed, and promised that with an electric sewing machine, it could be done in 4 hours. This advanced interregional communication card lasts 24 hours, during which time Lu Xingchen and Grandma can not only chat but also exchange supplies. Lu Xingchen chatted with Grandma while waiting for her to finish making clothes. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Grandma, can you send me a copy of each of the several types of wine you brew? Ever since copying fruit wine for Master Ling Wang, Grandma has started brewing wine. There are mulberry wine, cherry wine, and so on. The mulberry and blueberry wines were the best. Lu Xingchen remembered that Madame Hua had said Master Ling Wang might be nearby. To avoid Master Ling Wang's anger, she decided to please him and prepare a gift. Grandma immediately handed over several varieties of fruit wine. She added, Heisen is a heavy drinker. He drank a lot of our wine. Fortunately, he's sensible, and is now limping on the boat. Lu Xingchen then remembered that Heisen was indeed recovering on her raft. She hurriedly asked, Grandma, can you help me with a few more things? First, ask He-san about Master Ling Wang and Hong Lu's preferences. Second, have Boss Qin collect some items for 1-year-olds. Snacks, toys, and so on. I have a great use for them. Grandma, okay. After a while, she said, He-san said Hong Lu likes to seduce fat people, likes to raise fish and receive gifts, and often abandons her. The pirate ship is full of fat pirates she's abandoned. Furthermore, her memory is terrible. She can't even remember all her exes. Lu Xingchen, poor fat pirate. Elsewhere, in the cave, Bai Sanchison applied medicine to Hong Lu, who had been disguised by Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian moved his hands and lowered his sleeves. God knows how much anger he must have held back to avoid beating Bai Sanchison up. If his fighting power had been higher, he would have attacked long ago. For now, he could only swallow his anger. Bai Sanchison said softly, 6, have you considered my proposal? If you agree to be with me, I will be devoted to you and put you first. Xianyuan Baishan's face was stern. Bai Sanchison wasn't fat enough, so he could use that as an excuse to refuse. However, since he was injured, Bai Sanchison would have to take advantage of him temporarily. So, Xianyuan Batian patted his hair with a reserved expression. We talk about it later. Bai Sanchison gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Ah Lu, you want the market construction order, right? This is actually a rare opportunity. Xianyuan Batian immediately perked up. What do you mean? Bai Sanchison, Old G has done everything he can to squeeze out so many strong competitors. Now there are only 5 people who have the chance to bid for the market construction order. Aside from Master Ling Wang, the others are not very strong. If the 2 of us join forces, we will definitely win the market construction order. I promise you, once you get it, it will be yours. Xianyuan Baishan's heart pounded. Really? I hadn't expected that disguising myself as Hong Lu would actually work. Now, a helper has arrived, and one less competitor. Bai Sanchison looked at Xianyuan Batian lovingly. Yes, it's true, Ah Lu, as long as you agree to be with me. I promise. Xianyuan Batian didn't hesitate. He wasn't Hong Lu, so he agreed. Once the disguise period was over, Bai Sanchison could find the real Hong Lu. The follow-up would be a bit troublesome. But if he wanted to obtain the market construction order, this was the only way. Bai Sanchison was delighted. Okay, Ah Lu, I take you on a mission now. Xianyuan Batian was surprised. What mission? Bai Sanchison boasted. Haha, Master G has gone to great lengths to get one of his men the market construction order, and among the 5 of us, only one person has a close relationship with him. Xianyuan Batian stared at Bai Sanchison excitedly. Facing the beauty's eager gaze, Bai Sanchison deliberately kept it a secret. Guess who it is? Xianyuan Batian was annoyed. He couldn't help but clench his fists against his chin, blinking his watery eyes in a cute way. Who is it? Bai Sanchison was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Ah Lu, I love you like this. Xianyuan Batian narrowed his eyes, and for the first time, he felt a sense of satisfaction. So it's so easy to conquer a man. Bai Sanchison, Ah Lu, Luo Jincheng is Master G's nephew. If my guess is correct, Luo Jincheng must have gone to find Huansai Genie. I know where he went. Let's go together. Chapter 530. Lu Xingchen was quietly communicating with his grandmother in Lady Hua's courtyard. The gate creaked open, and Xianyuan Batian and Bai Sanchison walked in hand. Lu Xingchen turned and saw the 2 of them holding hands tightly, her pupils dizzying. She hadn't expected Xianyuan Batian to get into character so quickly. Lady Hua saw the 2 of them and asked curiously, What's up? Bai Sanchison, still holding Xianyuan Baishan's hand, said, Hello, we're sewing apprentices passing through. We saw the lush flowers and beautiful leaves of Guidao, so we like to ask for a few flowers. Is that okay? Lady Hua was a little surprised. You're sewing apprentices? Bai Sanchison nodded. Lady Hua murmured, Usually, I can't find a single sewing apprentice. Why are there so many of them today? Bai Sanchison saw Luo Jincheng busy inside through the open window. He glanced around the courtyard and spotted Lu Xingchen sitting in the pavilion, sipping tea. He immediately understood. He immediately said, My friend and I were just passing by and had no idea there were so many masters here. But are you in trouble? Do you need my help? Mrs. Hua hesitated for a moment. I do need your help, but... I already have 2. Suddenly, a young man in his 20s came from the backyard and said casually, "Hey, we already have 2, wouldn't a few more be even better? Mrs. Hua, our baby doesn't mind having too many clothes." He rolled up his sleeves. "Okay, everyone come on." Mrs. Hua had no choice but to say, "I want to find a skilled master to make a beautiful outfit for my baby." Bai Sanchison immediately said, "No problem, my friend and I are both available." Lu Xingchen frowned. Bai Sanchison and Xianyuan Batian also received the task. This task could actually be completed by multiple people? Was there going to be a competition to see whose clothes would please Madame Hua the most? She was still wondering when Luo Jincheng came out. His expression was a little grim. "Madame Hua, didn't you say you only needed 1 person? You only have 1 set." Madame Hua felt a little embarrassed. She was about to say something. The young man waved his hand. "Don't worry, we have yours, we have everything. Just make the clothes well." Lu Xingchen stared at the young man. Both his appearance and voice were unfamiliar, yet she felt a sense of familiarity. Madame Hua hesitated, and Bai Sanchison quickly said, "Madame Hua, I'm good at making children's clothing, and would love to take this commission." Madame Hua nodded. "Okay, I go get the tinsel yarn." Just as she was about to turn around, a loud voice rang out, "Great! I was wondering why there wasn't anyone here." "So you're here?" Jijio strode in. She said bluntly, "Madame Hua, I'm also a junior seamstress. What do you need?" "I come too." Lu Xingchen, They're all here. But how did Bai Sanchison and Jijio get here? Did they get some information too? Madame Hua was completely stunned. Jijio, thank goodness 23 is so clever. Jiba, that's right, that old Ji is behind this again. Alright, Lu Xingchen understood. It seemed 23 was behind it. What should she do? One person was even more anxious than she was. That was Luo Jincheng. Seeing the 5 people rushing over without a word, Luo Jincheng's face turned pale. Mrs. Hua was also numb. She distributed the remaining tinsel yarn. "Excuse me, masters." She turned to the young man and said, "Master, activate the hidden formation on the island. Don't let any more sewing masters come." She didn't even have enough keys to share. All 5 of them got tinsel yarn. People like them always carry sewing machines and various threads, so they took out various tools in the hall in the middle room and began making clothes. Even if they were just sewing apprentices, they knew a lot about sewing. All of them were quite capable, and with so much competition, they all worked hard. In just 2 hours, everyone had handed in their finished garments. Each one had its own unique style and merits. Among them, Lu Xingchen was the most eye-catching. She handed in 2 pairs of tiger head shoes and a set of summer clothes. Mrs. Hua was very pleased with everyone's belongings. She looked at this and then that, unwilling to part with any of them. The young man asked curiously, "Wife, what are you doing? Are you collecting everything?" Mrs. Hua glared at him. "There's only 1 key." The young man laughed heartily. "I've been prepared. Come on, everyone, collect your keys. 1 for each person, no one left, all of them." He actually took out 5 keys and distributed them one by one. Lu Xingchen also received a key and saw the description. Special treasure chest key. Flawed. This key opens a special treasure chest. It's also a flawed key. Even if the replica's craftsmanship isn't perfect, it's still possible to open the treasure chest. Of course, it's also possible it won't open. Lu Xingchen's face changed. Replica? Flawed? Does this mean the young man just went to have the key reproduced? She got a replica? How can a defective key open the treasure chest? So what about the others? Xianyuan Batian whispered something to Bai Sanchison. Bai Sanchison said, "Excuse me, Madame Hua, is this key a replica or the original?" The young man, unfazed, replied, "Of course it's a replica. There's only 1 key. How can it be enough for the 5 of you? Luckily, I learned how to reproduce keys, haha." Luo Jincheng was anxious. He had been groping at the key, feeling something was amiss. Only after hearing the young man's words, did he suddenly realize what was happening. Luo Jincheng, how can a replica key open a treasure chest? The young man was unhappy. Of course not. I've been learning how to replicate keys for days. Don't worry, it definitely open it. All 5 of your keys can open a treasure chest. Luo Jincheng gritted his teeth. So, that's how you're handing out rewards. The young man, Is there something wrong? What do you think we should do? Talk about who gets the key? How about a fight, and whoever wins gets it? Everyone, The young man, alright, it definitely works, everyone. Okay, it's getting late, so I won't keep you all for dinner. See you later. Jijio touched the key and scurried out. The young man pointed. Look, that's smart. Xianyuan Beishan's expression changed. He whispered something to Bai Sanchison, and the two of them quickly left. Luo Jincheng couldn't wait any longer and hurried out as well. Because of her identity as Masterling Wang, Madame Hua and the young man were incredibly polite to Lu Xingchen. Madame Hua stepped on the young man's foot, fished a key from his sleeve, and handed it to Lu Xingchen. Master, thank you for your hard work. This is the original key. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Leaving late gets a bonus? Oh right, it was her disguised Masterling Wang who was so capable. Chapter 531. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to take the key, the young man suddenly raised his hand. Wait! He snatched the key back and examined Lu Xingchen carefully, his gaze finally settling on Lu Xingchen's shoes. Hey master, haven't you always disliked these boots and preferred clogs? Lu Xingchen, She had forgotten that she had just replaced her clogs with her own waders. Thankfully, these boots were similar in style to regular boots, nothing out of the ordinary. But there was something off about this young man. Lu Xingchen's face turned cold. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? The young man, still suspicious, said, Master, I just saw you on the island next door, and you're already here in my house. How fast? Madame Hua's face darkened. She snatched the key back and kicked the young man in the leg. Who told you to talk to Master like that? Get lost. Madame Hua gave Lu Xingchen the key. Lu Xingchen glanced at the young man with a cold, feigned dignity before turning and leaving. Only when they reached the beach and boarded the treasure ship did Lu Xingchen breathe a sigh of relief. He was almost exposed. But why was the young man suspicious? He shouldn't have been suspicious based on just one shoe. After all, few people knew Masterling Wang. Oh right, he just said he saw Masterling Wang on the island. Masterling Wang is on the island? That's a bit tricky. I can only take it one step at a time. Soon, the treasure ship arrived at the same island. Lu Xingchen packed up the ship and checked the time. It was already 6:30 p.m. The sky was a brilliant sunset glow, and night was approaching. When will the colorful brocade clothes appear? Where can I find them? Where are Xianyuan Batian, Luo Jincheng, and the others? She was just a step too late, and they're gone? Lu Xingchen immediately released Lan Lan. She said to Lan Lan, go back to 100 Flower Island right now, and see what Lady Hua and the others said. Lan Lan flew away. Lu Xingchen asked me to look around again, then took out a location card. Location card. This card can pinpoint a person's location. May 5th uses. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Please say or enter the player you want to locate. Note, you must be on the same map to locate them. Same map? She and Xianyuan Batian were on the same map. The location card couldn't locate NPCs, only Xianyuan Batian. Lu Xingchen, Xianyuan Batian. Location confirmed. Xianyuan Beishan's location is XXX. Not far away. It looked like she wasn't too late. Lu Xingchen immediately rushed in the direction indicated by the location card. As she neared her destination, she pulled out her tracking card and checked again, realizing that Xianyuan Batian had barely moved in all that time. This was odd. She rushed over. On a high hillside, she spotted several people below. At the foot of a large green field, Xianyuan Batian, Bai Sanchison, Luo Jincheng, and Jijio were all there. Jijio, where's Huancai Genie? Tell me now, or I attack. Luo Jincheng looked devastated. Why are you following me? Bai Sanchison, haha, since you know how to get the key, you must also know where Huancai Genie is. Luo Jincheng, I don't know. Ji Ba, Pa, who would believe that? The men stood there in a stalemate. Lu Xingchen immediately understood. These men were all speculating that following Luo Jincheng would lead them to Huancai Genie, so they were all targeting him. Luo Jincheng's eyes rolled. Where's Masterling Wang? Why hasn't she caught up yet? Has she already found Huancai Genie? Luo Jincheng, haha, Masterling Wang is far more powerful than us. Do you really want to keep an eye on me? Immediately, the others hesitated. Lu Xingchen slowly stepped out. So Luo Jincheng, where is Huancai Genie? Can you take us there? Jijio was excited. Yeah, the master is here too. Luo Jincheng, you can't run away. Luo Jincheng's eyes darted. Don't be silly. I take you there. Who among you can defeat Masterling Wang? Stunned, the men immediately looked at Lu Xingchen. Yes, Masterling Wang is gone. So what's left for them? Lu Xingchen immediately said, I promise I won't attack you. Okay. Except for Xianyuan Batian, no one here is likely to be defeated. She wouldn't attack. By not attacking, she wouldn't be exposed. Just right. Before anyone else could say anything, Bai Sanchison shouted, "I trust Master Ling Wang. Master Ling Wang always keeps his word. Otherwise, he wouldn't be all Lu's idol. Hey all Lu, why don't you support Master Ling Wang? Don't you admire her the most?" Bai Sanchison quickly flattered him. His goal was to please Hong Lu. After all, Hong Lu had always idolized Master Ling Wang, and everyone on the sea knew it. Xianyuan Batian hesitated. Bai Sanchison was even more puzzled. 6. You used to believe everything Master Ling Wang said without a doubt. What's wrong with you today? Ji Ershizan suddenly said, "I believe Master Ling Wang too." Lu Xingchen glanced at Ji Ershizan in surprise. Ji Ershizan nodded. Now, only Xianyuan Batian remained. He didn't dare delay any longer, fearing suspicion, so he simply said, "Yes, I believe Master too." Luo Jincheng panicked. "Hey, how could you do this?" Lu Xingchen suddenly said, "Since he refuses to lead the way, how about breaking one of his legs?" Ji Jiu's eyes lit up. Okay, interrupt him." Ji Ban nodded. "Come on, don't let the master start. Everyone, hurry up. Why are you so clueless?" He was fearless, not afraid of causing trouble for Master Ji Ling, and immediately rushed forward. Ji Ershizan said nothing, taking it as tacit agreement. The two men charged forward. While Ji Jiu and his wife might be weaklings, they were more than capable of dealing with Luo Jincheng. As they charged, Luo Jincheng panicked. No, I lead the others." "Ji Jiu, wouldn't it have been better earlier? If you don't break my legs and refuse to obey, how shameless." Luo Jincheng gritted his teeth. "You dare scold me?" "Ji Jiu, why shouldn't I?" "Oh, your uncle's last name is Ji? Then I'm not afraid either. If you have the guts, go complain to my master." Bai Sanchison had already told everyone about Luo Jincheng's relationship with Master Ji. That's why everyone was united in their hatred, targeting Luo Jincheng. Luo Jincheng had no choice but to lead the way. Ji Jiu and his group, Xianyuan Batian, and Bai Sanchison followed behind. Lu Xingchen followed at the very end, changing into clogs. The group milled around. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ji Jiu was surprised. "Luo Jincheng, you're amazing. You haven't encountered any wild animals along this path." Ji Ba sneered, "Maybe they're our own." Luo Jincheng smiled bitterly. Further on, a few wild animals would occasionally appear. They were all powerful. With the exception of Lu Xingchen and Xianyuan Batian, Ji Jiu, Bai Sanchison, and the others could easily deal with them. Seeing them take action, Lu Xingchen was even more grateful that she hadn't. She couldn't defeat any of these NPCs. After walking for another half hour, as the sun set and the sky gradually darkened, the group arrived at a valley. A small river flowed through the valley, surrounded only by green grass, wildflowers, and small shrubs. Lu Jincheng stopped and waved to Lu Xingchen from a distance. "Master, come here too." Lu Xingchen walked over calmly. Now, the 5 groups were almost together, no more than 300 meters apart. Luo Jincheng touched his sleeves, looked behind him, and suddenly pointed. "Everyone, please look." Chapter 532. Lu Xingchen kept her eyes fixed on Luo Jincheng. She watched him quickly pull something from his sleeve. A flash of light startled Lu Xingchen, and she immediately produced a speed card. She pushed hard with her foot, and with a swish, she rushed out. At the same moment, a flash of light passed. Ji Jiu and the others disappeared. A few stones appeared in the empty space before them. Another flash of light, and the stones vanished. Formation diagram. Formation stones. Lu Xingchen made an instant judgment. She had been wary of Luo Jincheng. When Luo Jincheng asked her to come closer, she prepared her teleport and speed cards, keeping a close eye on him. Luo Jincheng had previously produced the formation diagram and formation stones. She had used them before, so she was naturally wary, which was why she fled so quickly. Ji Jiu, Bai Sanchison, Xianyuan Batian, and the others were all trapped in the formation. Lu Xingchen dared not move, unsure where she would step to enter the formation. Luo Jincheng was surprised. You're still out there?" Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "Yes, haha, how could your little trick fool me?" In the valley, behind Luo Jincheng, a cluster of colorful light suddenly appeared. Lu Xingchen then saw clearly that the cluster of colorful light came from the stone wall on the right side of the valley. The light flashed for a moment, and then disappeared. Lu Jincheng looked at Lu Xingchen, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't help but look back. Ji Lao slowly appeared in front of the two of them, staring at Lu Xingchen with scrutiny. Luo Jincheng whispered, "Uncle, what should we do?" "Master Ling Wang." Ji Lao waved his hand. "Don't worry, I've thought about it. Since she passed the light gate test, her fighting skills shouldn't be very good. Go get the colorful brocade robe, and I deal with her. Luo Jincheng immediately ran back. Old Ji slowly approached Lu Xingchen and said with a forced smile, Master Ling Wang, I heard you don't like crowds. This market isn't for you. How about you give us a break? I promise to give you 5% of the profits from this market? Lu Xingchen was nervous. She definitely couldn't beat Old Ji. What should she do? Seeing Luo Jincheng running away, she grew even more anxious. Was Old Ji trying to hold her back? Then, once Luo Jincheng got the order to build the market, they just run away. She worked so hard for so long, and gained nothing. What a loss. No, she had to think of a way. Lu Xingchen's mind raced as she perfunctorily replied, 5%? That's a bit too little. Old Ji's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his hand. Startled, Lu Xingchen immediately tapped a defense card. Her sprint card was still active, and she immediately stepped back. With a bang, a flash of fire erupted from where she had been standing, and another puff of smoke rose. Lu Xingchen held her breath in alarm and retreated further. This old lady Ji was ruthless, resorting to violence at the mere thought of a disagreement. Humph, truly a worthless person, her reputation unworthy. Old lady Ji snorted, and with a swish he appeared beside Lu Xingchen. A steel knife materialized in his hand. Old lady Ji looked at Lu Xingchen suspiciously. Master Ling Wang, I knew you were weak, but I didn't know you were this weak. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. He swung the steel knife, slashing at Lu Xingchen. How could Lu Xingchen dare to fight? There was no chance of winning. She immediately tapped another sprint card and turned to run. Master Ji was hot on his heels. Desperately, Lu Xingchen tapped his invisibility card and, with a flash, dashed into the forest. Huh? Master Ji cried out in surprise, then suddenly shouted, Ling Wang, don't run. The voice was coming from a different direction. Lu Xingchen was surprised. He quietly returned, only to find Master Ji facing a woman in red with a stern expression. It was Master Ling Wang. The real Master Ling Wang. Master Ji was furious. Haha, Ling Wang, you fraud, you're so useless. Today I finish you off. Master Ji, hee hee, I heard you have a lot of good stuff. Give it to me. Master Ling Wang frowned, cradling a tiny, adorable white lamb in her arms. What are you talking about? It was Bei. Lu Xingchen's eyes widened. Oh no! How did Meme get captured by Master Ling Wang? She hurriedly asked Meme. Meme, Master, I'm fine for now. Master Ling Wang, she likes to eat vegetarian food. Likes to eat vegetarian food? Does that mean she doesn't like lamb skewers? Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. For now Meme was safe. Old Ji was stunned. Little lamb? Huh? Little lamb? Such a familiar smell. Master Ling Wang, so you've been in Frost and Snow Village for a long time? His expression changed. So you know everything. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. In that case, I can't let you go. Master Ling Wang patted Meme's back and frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? She lowered her head and stroked Meme's soft ear. Little one, let's go. Elder Ji, want to leave? No way. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and with a bang, a stream of light shot towards Master Ling Wang. Lu Xingchen tensed. Isn't this the thing Elder Ji had just used on him? It's extremely lethal. Little sheep Mimi, don't let it get you into trouble. She immediately sent a message, me, run. Master Ling Wang flicked his sleeve, snatching the light away. She glanced at the small ball, frowning, and looked at Elder Ji. You want to kill me? Master Ling Wang's face turned cold, and his voice was already icy. You dare to kill me? As she raised her hand, Elder Ji suddenly covered his neck with his hands, his eyes bulging, veins exposed, and his body slowly slumped. He shouted twice. He extended a hand, pointed at Master Ling Wang, and said with difficulty, Village. Village Chief. A token-like object fell out of his clothes. Master Ling Wang glanced at him. Oh, the Chief of Frost and Snow Village? The nearest market? She waved her hand, and Old Ji collapsed to the ground. Master Ling Wang, you preside over the market. According to the rules, I can't kill you. I spare your life, but I'm very unhappy. Kneel. Old Ji immediately lost control, and knelt on the ground. Master Ling Wang, all right, kneel for 2 hours. She lowered her head, and petted the lamb. Little one, come walk with me for a while. I heard there's some colorful brocade robe. If we see it, we... Hee hee. Tear it off. With that, she vanished in a flash. Lu Xingchen quickly contacted Meme. Are you okay? Meme, Master, I'm fine. This master is quite impressive. I'm afraid you get into trouble if you impersonate her. I try to comfort her first. You go find the colorful brocade robe. Lu Xingchen, no problem. She hurriedly ran in the direction of Luo Jinqing. After rushing past the formation whereby Sanchison and the others were, she walked a few dozen meters. She saw a faint colorful light, and then she saw Luo Jinqing running out of a cave, carrying a small box. Luo Jinqing ran, calling out, "Uncle, uncle, no, my key won't work, Lu Xingchen's heart moved, and he dodged. Luo Jinqing, carrying the box, trotted along until he saw Master Ji kneeling upright on the ground. Luo Jinqing was startled. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" But Master Ji saw Lu Xingchen behind Luo Jinqing. His face changed drastically, his eyes filled with fear. Ling Wang. Master Ling Wang. Chapter 533. Luo Jinqing looked back at Lu Xingchen, a little confused. "Uncle, haven't you dealt with him yet? But don't worry, now that we have the box, we can just find a way to get the key. Let's go!" Old Ji was terrified. "No, we can't go." He knelt rigidly, unable to move. He was still confused. That light gate was supposed to filter out powerful masters. Master Ling Wang was so powerful, why hadn't he been filtered out? Master Ling Wang clearly didn't have this kind of aura before. The high-speed bomb he threw almost injured her. But in the blink of an eye, she was different. She could kill him effortlessly. He was filled with regret and fear. For the first time in so many years, he felt so embarrassed. Seeing old Ji so frightened, Lu Xingchen felt relieved. Imitating Master Ling Wang's aura, she held out her hand. "Give me the box." Luo Jinqing was displeased. "Why?" Old Ji's face paled. "No." Luo Jinqing, "Don't worry, uncle, I won't give it to her." Old Ji, "Don't disobey Master Ling Wang." Because she was the village chief of Frost Snow Village and presided over the market, Ling Wang was bound by the rules and couldn't kill him. But she could kill Luo Jinqing at will. Luo Jinqing was his only nephew. Seeing Master Ling Wang's icy expression, Old Ji hurriedly said, "Master, little Luo is ignorant. I have him give you the treasure box right away." Just now, his life was hanging by a thread, and he was already terrified. Luo Jinqing was displeased. "Uncle, why? Could it be?" Seeing Old Ji kneeling on the ground in a state of panic, unable to move, he suddenly realized something. He looked at Lu Xingchen. Could it be? Could it be? Luo Jinqing's joy at obtaining the treasure chest vanished, and his face paled. Old Ji gritted his teeth and said, "Be good and give the treasure chest to Master. If the market construction order was lost, he could find a way later. But if his life was lost, that was the end." Luo Jinqing glanced at Lu Xingchen with fear, then hesitantly walked to a spot near Lu Xingchen and placed the treasure chest on the ground. Old Ji said flatteringly, "Master, the treasure chest is yours. Can I get up now?" Lu Xingchen gave him a cold look and said, "Kneel." Old Ji, "Yes." Lu Xingchen chuckled inwardly. Master Ling Wang's display of power had actually given her an advantage. She took the key and walked towards the treasure chest. After taking 2 steps, Lan Lan suddenly called out, "Xiao Lu, I'm back. Have you found the box containing the illusionary brocade clothes? Don't open it, don't open it." Lu Xingchen stopped. "Why?" Lan Lan, "Bah, because that Huan Yangzi's man cheated you." Lu Xingchen, "What?" Lan Lan huffed. "Didn't you tell me to go back?" "I did, and I happened to run into Huan Yangzi and her man chatting. The man was very proud, saying he scammed a lot of people and made a lot of gold and other things." Lu Xingchen's mind fluttered. "Is the illusionary brocade clothes fake?" Lan Lan, "Yes, the real illusionary brocade clothes is in the hands of Huan Yangzi's man. Oh, and by the way, Huan Yangzi doesn't know about this. She was terrified when she heard about it just now." Lu Xingchen's face darkened. She had always been puzzled. If Huan Yangzi and the others had the key, why didn't they come and get the illusionary brocade clothes themselves? Instead, they issued a mission and gave the key to Luo Jinqing and the others. So that's it, then there's no need for her to open the box. Lan Lan, "Xiao Lu, I'll be right back." "Have you left?" Lu Xingchen stared at the box in front of him, felt for the key in his sleeve, and said in a deep voice, "No." Lan Lan, "Why don't you leave? If you got the illusionary brocade robe, wouldn't the others fight for it? Hey, it looks like another fight is about to start. Wait for me, I'll be right there." Lu Xingchen, "Don't come." She didn't want to fight them. Lu Xingchen, "I finally got the key, how could I not get anything?" At this moment, Elder Ji looked nervous and humbly at Lu Xingchen. Luo Jinqing stood beside Elder Ji. feeling a little indignant, but not daring to disobey. Lu Xingchen tossed the key in her hand and looked at Elder Ji. Remember what I said? I just bought the market construction order for fun. Elder Ji was startled. Oh, master. His eyes suddenly lit up. Master, you don't want the market construction order anymore? Lu Xingchen touched his sleeve. Yes, I prefer gold coins. Elder Ji was delighted. Master, since you don't want the market construction order, can you give it to me? No, sell it to me. Lu Xingchen, haha, I don't have the market construction order. She pointed to the treasure chest on the ground. The fantasy brocade robe is right here, right? Elder Ji stared intently at the treasure chest, nodding repeatedly. Lu Xingchen, so, I don't want this treasure chest. Will you buy it? Elder Ji was delighted. Really? We buy it. He said it with such conviction. Lu Xingchen immediately said, show your sincerity. She didn't want to waste time here. What if Master Ling Wang wandered back in? Wouldn't that expose her? To make a killing, she had to hurry and find the real illusionary brocade robe. Old Ji thought for a moment, hesitated, and said, so, 200,000 gold coins? Lu Xingchen's face darkened. The market construction order is only worth 200,000 gold coins? Old Ji smiled bitterly. But, that's just the illusionary brocade robe. Lu Xingchen refused to give in. 1 million gold coins plus a piece of illusionary brocade robe. Wouldn't that buy the market construction order? Gee, don't you know how to calculate? She sneered. In that case, I take this treasure chest. Old Ji, no, no, no. Master, calm down. He gritted his teeth and said, 500,000. Seeing Lu Xingchen's eyes narrow, he quickly corrected himself. No, 1 million. Is 1 million gold coins okay? Master, that's all I have. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Back then, she considered herself a wealthy woman just because she had 10,000 gold coins. She hadn't expected that, in just 2 days, she could easily earn 1 million gold coins. What did this mean? Surrounding yourself with people is important. Old Ji is not bad, he's rich. She looked slightly displeased, feigning disapproval. Fine, 1 million is 1 million. I'm not too obsessed with gold coins. Here's the money. Old Ji smiled bitterly. Master, can you let me get up first? Lu Xingchen had no such talent. She deliberately darkened her face. That's a different matter. You almost killed me just now, and this is your punishment. Why, you can't produce the gold coins? Old Ji was horrified. Yes, yes. He quickly ordered Luo Jincheng over and pulled out a small golden purse from his arms. The purse was small, barely the size of a palm. Old Ji had Luo Jincheng hand the purse to Lu Xingchen, saying, Master, please examine it. Lu Xingchen took the purse and opened it. Inside, a golden light shone. It contained 1 million gold coins. This purse held a vast secret, and Lu Xingchen felt it resembled a storage backpack. She tossed the purse into the storage backpack, waved her robe sleeve, and turned to leave. As she rounded the valley, there was a sudden boom. A loud noise echoed from the nearby valley, and several figures appeared. It was Bai Sanchison, Xianyuan Batian, and several members of the Ji family. They waved their arms, brushed the dirt off their clothes, and spotted Luo Jincheng. Jijio was furious. Well, Luo, you dare to use a formation? I kill you. Ji Ba, kill him, kill him. You're so disrespectful to us, what a jerk. Bai Sanchison, treasure chest. Xianyuan Baishan's eyes flashed. He got the treasure chest? Jijio, haha, grab it. Several people rushed forward in anger. Lu Xingchen quickly dodged and slipped away. Let them fight. She is going to get the real fantasy colorful clothes. Chapter 534. Lu Xingchen left. Behind him, Bai Sanchison, Luo Jincheng, and the others were already engaged in a fight. Jijio was still cursing. Luo, if I don't get the illusionary brocade robe today, I come to your market every day to cause trouble. Damn you for plotting against me. G23. Grab it. Lon Lon flew back and perched on her shoulder, excited. Haha, the fight started, the fight started. Hey, 23's here too? Lu Xingchen suddenly paused. Now that Elder Ji was restrained and unable to participate in the battle, Luo Jincheng couldn't protect the treasure chest alone. Of the other two groups, G23 and the others had higher martial arts skills. So, there was a high probability that they would seize the treasure chest. However, it was a fake. Seizing a fake and submitting it for auction would not only be a false alarm, but would also risk offending the owner of the item, Master Babu. And, more likely, Elder Ji would hunt them down. No, I had to warn G23. Lu Xingchen waved, calling Lon Lon over and whispered something in a low voice. Lon Lon nodded immediately and flew back. At this moment, Ji Ba and Ji Jio were engaged in a chaotic battle, while G23 stood aside, watching. Lon Lon flew to his shoulder, and was about to speak when Ji Jio turned around and saw it, shouting, "Hey, 23, look, that little bird." Lon Lon had already whispered to G23, "23, guess who I am?" Xianyuan Batian was stunned for a moment. From a distance, he could only sense that the bird seemed to say something to 23, who then turned and seemed to speak. A conversation between man and bird? It felt strange. However, he didn't dwell on it, but slowly moved towards the treasure chest. He's going to seize the treasure chest. G23 had already recognized Lon Lon. She asked curiously, "Why are you here? Is Xiaolu here too?" Lon Lon, yes, Xiaolu told me to tell you not to grab the treasure chest. It's fake. G23, huh? Her gaze drifted to a nearby spot. Was that Xiaolu just now? Lon Lon, hee. Is that a tacit agreement? G23 looked at the battlefield. Now, 3 parties were fighting. G8 and G9 were relatively incompetent. The 2 of them, along with Bai Sanchison, had already beaten Luo Jincheng beyond a fight. Hong Luyao stood seductively to the side, slowly moving towards the treasure chest. G23 watched silently motionless. Xianyuan Batian had already moved to the treasure chest. While no one was paying attention, he snatched up the treasure chest and tossed it into his storage backpack. Luo Jincheng saw it and yelled, treasure chest, Hong Lu. Ji Ba and Ji Jio looked back and flew into a rage. Ah, that cunning vixen. They turned to kill Xianyuan Batian, but Bai Sanchison immediately stopped them. Ji Jio and his wife were rather weak, and even together they couldn't defeat Bai Sanchison. Immediately, the 2 of them exchanged insults. Ji Jio, Sanchison, you lickspittle. Hong Lu is using you, can't you see? He's already run away. You idiot. Ji Ba, Hong Lu's lovers are all fat. Do you think you're qualified? How much do you weigh? You idiot. Ji Jio, hey, 23, stop watching. Go catch Hong Lu. She's already gotten away. Xianyuan Batian took the treasure chest and ran, faster than a rabbit. Poor Ji Lao and Luo Jincheng were weak and couldn't run, and the Ji couple were even held back by Sanchison. 23 suddenly called out, 8th senior brother, 9th senior sister, let's go. Ji Jio was lazy, already exhausted from fighting, and immediately sheathed his weapons. Okay, let's go. G23 led the way, deliberately leading Ji Jio and his wife away from Xianyuan Batian. Elsewhere, Xianyuan Batian had obtained the treasure chest and was escaping. Barely a dozen minutes into his run, a figure appeared before him. It was Masterling Wang. Masterling Wang glanced at her casually, then strode away, clutching the lamb Mimi. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. Why didn't Masterling Wang grab the treasure chest? Oh, she didn't know. She put it in her backpack. Strange, how could everything go so smoothly today? G23 and the others hadn't chased him, and Masterling Wang had ignored him. He felt something was off, a little unreal. Uneasy, he decided to wait for Bai 33. That guy was a fool, obedient to Hong Lu's orders, a good helper. By this time, Lon Lon had already returned to find Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen reached the beach, took out the Thunder Gold treasure ship, and contacted Mimi. Mimi, where are you? Can you come back? Mimi sighed. Master, you go first. Lu Xingchen worried. If we're too far away, I won't be able to put you back in the pet bag. Also, if the distance is too far, we won't be able to contact each other. She didn't want to leave and lose Mimi. Mimi, Master, it's better for me to stay with Masterling Wang. If she goes, I can tell you where she's gone. I return when you're out of danger. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and decided to go find the real Huansai genie first. There was really no time. It was already evening. She boarded the Thunder Gold treasure ship and soon arrived at the location of 100 Flower Island. But after searching for a long time, she couldn't find even a trace of the island. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. She remembered what Lady Hua had said about asking the young man to activate the hidden formation. Could 100 Flower Island be hidden? It was over. What should she do? While searching, Lu Xingchen contacted Chu Hongyi. Do you have the tools to break the hidden formation? Chu Hongyi, no. Because they were in constant communication, she knew the situation on Lu Xingchen's side better than anyone else. Lu Xingchen wandered around for a long time until it was already early morning. It was pitch black, and even with the night pearl, it was difficult to see what was happening on the sea. Lu Xingchen hung the night pearl on the bow of the boat and gazed at the vast ocean, feeling perplexed. Lon Lon flew over her head, looked around, and suddenly pointed to a place not far away. Look, who's up ahead? A small boat approached, with someone on board making a loud noise. The voices were very familiar. They belonged to Jijio and his wife. Jijio, how can you be so useless? You can't even beat by Sanchison? Tell me, did you do that on purpose? 8. What on purpose? 9. Hee, if you kill by Sanchison, won't you have to kill the vixen? You can't bear to do that, right? 8. How could that be? I don't even know her. 9. Then why don't you just look? G23. Shut up. She had already spotted Lu Xingchen. Jijio and his wife turned around, saw Lu Xingchen, rolled their eyes, and gave a perfunctory greeting. Hello, master. G23 leaped onto Lu Xingchen's treasure ship and looked her over carefully. TSK, little Lu, you're so bold. You even dared to impersonate Master Ling Wang. Lu Xingchen took out 2 small cakes. Take them back to 49. They're sweet, he loves them. G23 took the cakes and thought for a moment. Cooperation? Lu Xingchen's mind raced. As a player, building a market would be incredibly difficult. Collaborating with NPCs would be the best option. Besides, Master Ji Li had 49 disciples, a vast force. Master Ji Li, that little old man, was lovable and upright. Collaborating with them would be perfect. She agreed immediately. Okay. G23. So what should we do now? Lu Xingchen explained the current situation. Ji Ershizan shook his head. Islands can be moved. Lady Hua's 100-flower island has existed for a long time. It's unlikely she's hiding there. She must have moved. Even if we find the tools to break her hiding place, it's useless. Lu Xingchen had a thought. Their goal is the market construction order. So, after obtaining the fantasy brocade robe, they should go and bid on it. Lu Xingchen, let's go back to Frost and Snow Village. Chapter 535. With Ji Ershizan by her side, Lu Xingchen finally no longer had to worry about how to return to Frost and Snow Village. She boarded the boat with Ershizan and the others and sped along. Halfway along, she received a message from Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi was anxious. Xiao Lu, have we failed? How did the fantasy brocade clothes end up in Xianyuan Baitian's hands? Lu Xingchen was startled. Xianyuan Batian has already gone back? Chu Hongyi, yes, he's with that by Ershizan. Now Babu's here too. They've brought the order to build the market, and the transaction will begin soon. What should we do? Lu Xingchen's thoughts raced. Find a way to stop it. Wait until I get back. After a moment's thought, she added, you can go to the inn and find Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. Let them help you find a solution. After talking with Chu Hongyi, she quickly informed Ji Ershizan of the situation. Then she gave Gao Dafu some instructions. G23 quickly kicked G8 and G9, who were rowing half-heartedly. 8th senior brother, 9th senior sister, hurry up. G9 was displeased. 23, we haven't got the illusionary brocade robe yet. Why are you running so fast? Are you still going to steal it? G23 pushed the 2 aside and took the boat herself. She hadn't even mentioned the idea of collaborating with the couple. To avoid further trouble, Lu Xingchen sighed, it would be great if 49 was here. That guy could teleport. 23 was fast, and after about half an hour, they finally reached Frost and Snow Village. The group quickly ascended the mountain. Chu Hongyi, at the inn, come quickly, we're feeling overwhelmed. Lu Xingchen hurriedly led 23 and the others to the inn. Before entering the inn, she heard a commotion. Gao Dafu's voice boomed, ouch, ouch, my balls. My balls are broken. They're broken. Pay for it. Pay for it now. Lu Xingchen walked in and saw Gao Dafu lying on the ground in the inn's courtyard, his belly protruding. He held his belly and screamed non-stop. Next to him was Xianyuan Batian, who was timid. Xianyuan Batian, you're trying to scam me. I didn't even touch you. Gao Dafu, you did. Look, my balls are pissed. I'm going into premature labor. Gao Dafu's belly moved and jumped, looking ridiculous. Xianyuan Batian was sweating with anxiety. What are you going to do? Gao Dafu, get a doctor. Old Ji, sitting in a chair nearby, snorted, okay, Han Lu, get him treated and get a doctor. Otherwise, this auction won't go on. He did it on purpose. Deliberate delay, Old Ji knelt there for 2 hours before daring to get up. By then, Xianyuan Batian and the others had already left. Knowing Xianyuan Batian had taken the treasure chest, he immediately rushed back with Luo Jincheng. He planned to reclaim the treasure chest and kill Hong Lu. It was not like he couldn't afford to offend the Fire Phoenix pirates. He had already spent 1 million gold coins to buy the treasure chest. It was his. Old G first went to the square, but finding it deserted, he immediately returned to the inn. Upon arrival, he saw Hong Lu and Bai Sanchison standing in the courtyard. Hong Lu was about to open the treasure chest. Old G was furious. Hong Lu, give me back my treasure chest. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. Bai Sanchison dodged, blocking Xianyuan Baishan's way and sneering, Old G, aren't you the host? What does our possession of the treasure chest have to do with you? Luo Jincheng emerged from behind and angrily declared, that's mine. Bai Sanchison, ha, yours? Whoever gets it gets it. Ji Lao raged. I bought it for 1 million gold coins. Bai Sanchison, the treasure chest is on the ground. Whoever grabs it gets it, Master Babu. Isn't that right? He dodged, revealing 2 people sitting in the pavilion. It was Master Babu and his 8th son. Ba Yiba. Master Babu's face darkened. Village Chief Ji, I asked you to auction off the market construction order for me, and this is how you did it. And you already have a market, so you can't build a second one. Have you forgotten the rules? Ji Lao choked. He was so anxious that he didn't even notice Master Babu. Luo Jincheng quickly said, Master, it's me. I'm bidding for the market construction order. Master Babu sneered, aren't you Village Chief Ji's nephew? What's the difference between your auction and his? Haha, how could I not know that bidders for my items also have to go through a rigorous screening process? Also, how could it be so coincidental that so many things happened just as I was about to put it up? Village Chief Ji, stop it. Old Ji suddenly wilted. He glared at Bai Sanchison and Xianyuan Batian resentfully. They must have exposed his relationship with Luo Jincheng. His plan ultimately failed. Originally, Master Babu and Ba Yiba would have watched the auction normally. Master Babu hadn't set a ton of rules. He simply said that bidders might need some sewing skills, or a friend with him. Who knew that Old G had secretly devised so many rules just to get his nephew selected? Master Babu was furious. Thankfully, the illusionary brocade robe had been found, so it wasn't a mistake. Old G gritted his teeth, swallowed his anger, and sat down next to Master Babu. Xianyuan Batian was overjoyed and quickly asked Master Babu, if I pay you 1 million gold coins, and I give you the illusionary brocade robe, will that give me the order to build the market? Master Babu nodded, yes. He gave Xianyuan Batian a strange look. Hong Lu, why are you different? Xianyuan Batian was startled and quickly said, something's been bothering me lately. Master Babu was too lazy to respond. Okay, take out the illusionary brocade robe. Xianyuan Batian was about to make his move when a fat man suddenly passed by. Their arms accidentally bumped, and the fat man fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and howling. It was Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu clutched his belly and said, ouch. My balls. My balls are going premature. He pointed at Xianyuan Batian and said, you compensate me for my balls. Xianyuan Baishan's expression changed, his eyes filled with disgust. This Gao Dafu always disgusted him. Perhaps with victory within his grasp, Xianyuan Batian relaxed his guard. He couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust, sneering, you bumped into me yourself? What? Are you trying to scam me? Bai Sanchison was stunned. I'll loo you. Don't you love this kind of thing? Master Babu was also puzzled. Hong Lu, you're really not right today. Ba Yiba nodded. Hong Lu, you're always so kind to Fatty. Why are you so different today? Chu Hongyi appeared just in time. Oh my god, are you really Hong Lu? How could you possibly hate Fatty? Are you someone else impersonating you? Master Babu rubbed his chin. Yes, something's wrong. Chu Hongyi, Hong Lu, before, you were like a dog to a meat bun when you saw Fatty. What's wrong today? Gao Dafu, oh my god, she hates me. She just kicked me on purpose. The scene was in chaos. Gao Dafu's belly moved unsteadily, and it was unbelievable that he was about to go into premature labor. Chu Hongyi and Babu questioned Xianyuan Batian, wondering why she was acting so differently. Old Ji already resented Xianyuan Batian for stealing the treasure chest, and naturally fueled his anger, not wanting Xianyuan Batian to successfully retrieve the illusionary brocade robe. Luo Jincheng also added fuel to the fire. The scene was incredibly lively. The situation lasted for nearly half an hour, until Lu Xingchen, Ji Ershizhen, and the others entered the inn. Seeing Lu Xingchen's return, Gao Dafu had completed his mission and successfully extorted 10,000 gold coins from Xianyuan Batian. He climbed to his feet, holding his stomach, and slowly sat down on a stone bench. The situation finally quieted down. Master Babu finally remembered the important matter. Hong Lu, where's the illusionary brocade robe? Xianyuan Batian fumbled and opened the treasure chest. The chest opened with a click, a dazzling light flashed, and a multicolored long dress floated into the air. Master Babu's face was filled with surprise. Illusionary brocade robe? Chapter 536. Xianyuan Batian looked at the illusionary brocade clothes with surprise. He gently raised his hand, and the illusionary brocade clothes fell into his hands. Suddenly, he was startled, a trace of panic crossing his face, which he quickly concealed. Lu Xingchen had been watching him, so he naturally noticed. A flicker of struggle flashed in Xianyuan Batian's eyes. He handed the illusionary brocade clothes to Master Babu. Master, look, is this the illusionary brocade clothes you need? Master Babu took the illusionary brocade clothes, weighed it, and handed it to Ba Yiba beside him, humming, "All right, are you satisfied? Just for a woman, huh?" Ba Yiba took the clothes, carefully held them, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Dad." Xianyuan Batian quickly asked, "Master Babu, what about the market construction order?" Master Babu nodded. "Give me another 1 million gold coins, and I give you the market construction order." Xianyuan Batian was overjoyed. "Okay." He immediately went to get the gold coins. Master Babu also picked up a box. Lu Xingchen was anxious. Isn't the illusionary brocade cloth fake? Why didn't Master Babu notice? They couldn't trade. Lu Xingchen quickly shouted, "Wait!" Everyone turned around in surprise. Lu Xingchen said, "Master Babu, I'm very curious about the illusionary brocade cloth. Can you show me one?" She was a master sewing expert, so it was natural for her to be curious about it. Master Babu didn't even think twice, and immediately replied, "Okay, no problem." Xianyuan Batian felt something was amiss, and quickly said, "Master Babu, there's no need to look. Why don't we trade first?" Lu Xingchen glanced at him. "Hong Lu, why are you so anxious? Is this illusionary brocade cloth fake? Otherwise, why wouldn't you dare show me one?" She stared at Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian's face paled. There was something wrong. Master Babu glanced at Hong Lu suspiciously. "Hong Lu, you look completely different today. What's wrong?" Xianyuan Batian didn't dare speak. Just now, he realized that this iridescent brocade robe might be fake. Fortunately, Master Babu and the others couldn't detect it. He thought that since Master Lingguang was an NPC, she might not be able to detect it either. But Master Lingguang was a master of sewing. Perhaps she would notice something was amiss at a glance. Xianyuan Batian had always had a feeling that Master Lingguang was always targeting him. No matter what, he couldn't stop it. Ba Yiba had already happily handed over the iridescent brocade robe and asked flatteringly, "Master, do you think this robe is okay? Can you add some stats?" Lu Xingchen accepted the iridescent brocade robe. The illusionary brocade robe, this beautiful garment, designed and crafted by an ancient master tailor, enhances a woman's beauty by 500%. However, this garment is a replica, so it can only provide a double the beauty boost. Sure enough, there's a problem. It's a replica. No wonder Xianyuan Batian feels guilty. Lu Xingchen remained calm and looked up at Ba Yiba. "Why do you need this garment? Is it for?" An idea suddenly struck her. "Is it for your wife?" Ba Yiba's innocent face flushed. No, it's a betrothal gift. We're not married yet." "Not married yet? Ba Yiba must be quite old, right?" Lu Xingchen gave him a strange look. Ba Yiba chuckled. "Second marriage. I'm getting married soon." "Oh, I see." Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. If she said this iridescent brocade robe was fake, she could only stop Master Babu and Xianyuan Batian from making the deal. But there was a real iridescent brocade robe. Perhaps Lady Hua and her husband would bring it over soon. In that case, wouldn't she be making a wedding dress for Hua Nyangzi and her husband? How could she obtain the real illusionary brocade robe? No, she didn't need the illusionary brocade robe. She just needed to exchange it for a better gift for Ba Yiba. Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. In that case, why don't you give this illusionary brocade robe to your fiancée and let her see if she's satisfied? If she's satisfied, then we can trade it. Wouldn't that be even better? Xianyuan Batian was anxious. "No. Xianyuan Batian, we agreed before that, if you pay me 1 million gold coins and the illusionary brocade robe, I get the order to build the market." He looked at Master Babu. "You can't go back on your word." Lu Xingchen chuckled. "Hong Lu, why are you so anxious? Is there something wrong with this illusionary brocade robe?" Ba Yiba was stunned. "Master Lingguang, what's the problem?" Lu Xingchen coughed mysteriously. "Take it to your fiancée and see if she's satisfied. You know? She was Master Ling Wang. Master Babu and Ba Yiba immediately believed it. They glanced at Xianyuan Batian with suspicion. Lu Xingchen continued, don't you think Han Lu is quite unusual today? Old Ji immediately added fuel to the fire. Yes, she's not normal at all. Luo Jinqing, there's definitely something wrong with this iridescent brocade robe. They were just trying to create chaos. Since they were the ones who had it, no one else could hope to get it. Master Babu pondered for a moment, then said to Ba Yiba, give this illusionary brocade robe to your fiancée and let her try it on first. Xianyuan Baishan's face paled. He silently prayed that Ba Yiba's fiancée would keep the illusionary brocade robe. At least it would enhance her looks. And perhaps others didn't know the illusionary brocade robe's true properties. Ba Yiba picked up the illusionary brocade robe and turned to leave. Lu Xingchen immediately flicked his sleeves and gave Ji Urshizan a look. The two of them left, one in front of the other. Ji Urshizan shouted, Uncle Eighth, where is your fiancé? Is it far? Do you want me to go with you? Master Ji and Master Babu had a good relationship. Ba Yiba turned around and said, sure, 23. It's perfect. You can help me row the boat. Holding the illusionary brocade robe, I'm always afraid I drop it. He turned to look at Lu Xingchen, surprised. Master, are you going too? Lu Xingchen nodded. Yes, I'm very curious about the illusionary brocade robe and want to see it too. Ba Yiba was eager and immediately said, okay. Lu Xingchen felt a little uneasy. If they left, Xianyuan Batian wouldn't get the order to build the market, but there was still the Huan Yangzi and her husband. What if they came with a real illusionary brocade robe? No, they couldn't delay too long. Lu Xingchen quietly asked 23, how long will it take? G23, I asked Uncle 8, and he said it'd take at least half an hour. What's going on? Is it urgent? Lu Xingchen, yes, it's best to go quickly and come back quickly. G23 made a quick decision. I call 49. The three of them boarded the boat. After only 5 or 6 minutes, a small boat appeared in the sea ahead. It was G49. G23 led everyone aboard 49's boat. 49 was adorable, calling out Sister Lu sweetly, and turning to row the boat. In just a few minutes, Lu Xingchen saw them flash before their eyes, arriving in front of a small island. It was Red Island. Ba Yiba turned around and chuckled, saying, my fiancée is a very gentle woman. She's temporarily staying on Red Island. She'd surely be very happy to see you. Lu Xingchen glanced at Ba Yiba. Ba Yiba wasn't particularly good-looking, and was short, so it was unclear what his fiancée looked like. The four of them disembarked, and headed towards Red Island. Just as they were halfway there, Lu Xingchen suddenly received a message from Chu Hongyi. Xiao Lu, is that you? Is that you? Lu Xingchen paused. What? Chu Hongyi, where are you? Lu Xingchen, Red Island. Chu Hongyi, Lu Xingchen sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Did Madame Hua and her husband go? Chu Hongyi, it's even more difficult than that. Master Ling Wang is here, the real Master Ling Wang. Chu Hongyi, Gao Dafu patted her shoulder like a fool. Chapter 537. Lu Xingchen was shocked and quickly sent Gao Dafu a message. I'm on Red Island, not in Frost and Snow Village. Then she quickly asked Chu Hongyi, how is Gao Dafu now? Chu Hongyi, well. Dafu and Master Ling Wang were staring at each other. Master Ling Wang had a blank expression, while Gao Dafu was laughing. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Gao Dafu couldn't possibly have patted Master Ling Wang's shoulder in front of so many people. What was going on? Before she could ask, Chu Hongyi explained, just now, when Master Ling Wang came in, everyone was quiet and didn't dare to say anything. Only Gao Dafu quietly left the room and flirted with Master Ling Wang. So, Master Ling Wang followed him out? Only after they left did Dafu pat Master Ling Wang's shoulder. I saw it because I followed him out secretly. Lu Xingchen anxiously asked, what's going on now? At this point, Gao Dafu's face was frozen. Just now, Lu Xingchen had gone out, and just a few minutes later, Master Ling Wang arrived, carrying the familiar Mimi. Under the circumstances, he naturally assumed it was Lu Xingchen. So, he quietly patted Master Ling Wang, gave him a wink, and led him out the door. As soon as they were outside, Gao Dafu anxiously held his belly and asked, my balls are constantly throbbing. Are you thinking I'm about to give birth? He looked up and sensed something was amiss. Master Ling Wang stared at him with a strange gaze, as if he were a dead person. At this moment, Gao Dafu received Lu Xingchen's message. His face froze. What should I do? What should I do? Master Ling Wang seems to have a bad temper. Just now, when Master Ling Wang entered the room, Elder Ji's legs began to tremble. What should he do? Gao Dafu's mind raced, and he immediately changed his demeanor to a respectful one, his brow furrowed. Master, can you help me? Lu Xingchen privately chatted. Master Ling Wang enjoys brewing wine, but his technique isn't great. I have some tips and 2 bottles of mulberry wine. Take care. Gao Dafu immediately produced a jar of mulberry wine. Master, this is mulberry wine brewed by my friend. Do you like it? Master Ling Wang glanced at it and unceremoniously took it. She opened the jar and sniffed it, a smile finally breaking through her face. Not bad. She slipped the jar into her sleeve. Gao Dafu breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally passed. Unexpectedly, Master Ling Wang flicked her sleeve, and Gao Dafu's body lightened. His pet egg was already in Master Ling Wang's hands. Master Ling Wang held the egg, examined it, and with a flick of her finger, Gao Dafu's pet egg was in her sleeve. Master Ling Wang said casually, "Let me show you." Then he turned and left. Gao Dafu was stunned for a moment, a little anxious. Master, where are you taking my egg? Master Ling Wang turned around. Didn't you ask me to help you? Wait until it hatches and I take a look. If it's cute, I keep it. If not, I give it back to you. Gao Dafu was stunned. Master, I've been hatching it for a long time. This is my egg. Master Ling Wang, don't worry, I won't let you down. Gao Dafu was distressed and quickly sent a private message to Lu Xingchen. Master Ling Wang took the wine and my egg. What should I do? Lu Xingchen, I don't know what to do. My Mia is still in her hands. Lu Xingchen quietly asked Ji Ershizhen, what's up with Master Ling Wang? Do you know where she lives? Ji Ershizhen, I don't know, but 49 does. What's the problem? Lu Xingchen felt a little relieved. Just knowing Master Ling Wang's location would be enough. We have to pick up the pets when the time comes. She quickly comforted Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu quickly came to his senses. Keep going, Xiaolu. I hold Master Ling Wang back and prevent her from entering the inn. Humph, she took my wine and my eggs. I'm sure she won't attack me. By then, Ba Yiba had already led everyone to the courtyard on Red Indian Island. Entering the courtyard, Ba Yiba looked up and called out to a window. Wei, I'm back. I'm back with the colorful brocade robe. Are you there? After that, Ba Yiba turned back with a smile. My fiancée's name is Shilua Weiwei. She's the most gentle girl. With a creak, a window on the second floor opened, and a round face peeked out. She glanced, and then the window opened completely. Then, with a leap, she leaped from the second floor, landing directly in front of Ba Yiba. Shilua Weiwei shouted, Xiao Ba, didn't you say you could bring back the illusionary brocade clothes yesterday? What took you so long, you liar? Ba Yiba quickly explained. Something went wrong with Daddy's treasure. Shilua Weiwei scowled, liar. Ba Yiba said, Weiwei, I don't have it. Look, the illusionary brocade clothes. He quickly produced the illusionary brocade clothes. Lu Xingchen examined Shilua Weiwei closely. She was a plump girl with a round face and a healthy, tan complexion. She was a little over 1.6 meters tall. She had narrow eyes, slightly wide lips, and a lively look. Not particularly pretty, but not ugly either. Her green outfit only made her figure look a bit off. A bit chubby, but she was well proportioned, with even bones and a muscular body that had a beautiful, bouncy quality. And she moved with great agility. She looked like someone who exercised regularly. At that moment, Shilua Weiwei was happily examining the iridescent brocade robe. She turned and saw Lu Xingchen and G23 or 49. Shilua Weiwei was startled. 2349, you're here too? Ba Yiba quickly introduced Lu Xingchen. This is Master Ling Wang. Shilua Weiwei's expression instantly grew more respectful. Hello, Master. Shilua Weiwei. I go back and change. Lu Xingchen quickly said, there might be something wrong with this dress. If you think anything's wrong, call me. Okay. Shilua Weiwei turned and went upstairs. A few minutes later, Shilua Weiwei poked her head out the window again and shouted, Master, there's something wrong with this dress. Lu Xingchen immediately went upstairs. She quickly entered Shilua Weiwei's room. She saw Shilua Weiwei wearing the iridescent brocade dress. The colorful garment was so tightly wrapped around her that it had small tears at her armpits and waist. However, her appearance had indeed improved considerably. She looked much more beautiful. Shilua Weiwei was bewildered. Master, is the iridescent brocade dress so poor quality? Why is it torn? And isn't one of the features of the iridescent brocade dress supposed to make you look slimmer and better? I'm not even thinner. Lu Xingchen paused. Can the iridescent brocade dress also change your figure? Why isn't that mentioned in the introduction? But that's not important. Dissatisfying Shiluo Weiwei was the most important thing. So Lu Xingchen took a look and said, because this iridescent brocade dress is a knockoff. What? Shiluo Weiwei was furious. Xiao Ba actually gave me a knockoff. I'm not marrying you. She was furious and immediately, and roughly ripped the dress off. This was over. Rip. 2 sounds of ripping, and the iridescent brocade dress was torn several more times. Lu Xingchen hurriedly said, don't blame Ba Yiba. He didn't know it was a knockoff. He was tricked. I wasn't sure before, so I came here to check. Shiluo Weiwei looked at Lu Xingchen gratefully. Master Ling Wang, they say you're quiet, but when you do, you're always teasing people and have a weird temper. I thought you were a really nice person. How could you be so nice? Lu Xingchen, It was over. Her persona was ruined. But she couldn't be Master Ling Wang. She came here to solve the problem. Lu Xingchen looked at Shiluo Weiwei. Why do you want to wear the colorful brocade clothes? Are you not satisfied with your figure? Chapter 538. Shiluo Weiwei looked aggrieved. Master, it's because I'm fat and not very good looking. I want this because the illusionary brocade robe can improve one's figure and appearance. You don't know, in our family, I'm the ugliest, and they're all incredibly beautiful. Shiluo Weiwei suddenly covered her mouth. Lu Xingchen, huh? Shiluo Weiwei didn't say anything she couldn't say, so why did she look so apprehensive? She turned her head, and saw the table next to her filled with all sorts of things. Fruit, snacks, bread, and so on. She knew. Shiluo Weiwei loved food and was a foodie. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so fat. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. If you want to become prettier and slimmer, I can help you. Shiluo Weiwei was overjoyed, really. Lu Xingchen, yes, I have the immortal jade dew. Just 1 drop of this treasure can transform you into a stunning beauty, dramatically changing your figure and appearance. You don't have to wear the same clothes all the time. Shiluo Weiwei, really? There's such a thing? Lu Xingchen nodded, yes. Last time, she found the immortal jade dew, but Bubu refused to eat it. After He-san accidentally consumed it, he instantly transformed into an incredibly handsome man. Isn't this much better than the fantasy brocade robe? Shiluo Weiwei quickly asked, then, Master, what do you need? I have Ba Yiba find it. Humph, it's my betrothal gift anyway. Lu Xingchen was waiting for this. She immediately said, I want the market construction order. Have Ba Yiba change the bidding conditions to immortal jade dew. As long as this was changed, she wouldn't be afraid even if Lady Hua and her husband brought the real fantasy-colored brocade clothes. Shiluo Weiwei immediately dragged Lu Xingchen downstairs. Halfway down, Ba Yiba rushed up anxiously. Weiwei, have you tried the illusionary brocade dress? It's fake, a knockoff. Someone's got the real one. I take you to get it. Shiluo Weiwei was stunned. A real one? One that changes with your body? One that can shape your figure? One that can enhance your appearance? Ba Yiba nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. That person said it's alright, because it's the real thing. Weiwei, let's go! Shiluo Weiwei hesitated and looked at Lu Xingchen. Ba Yiba quickly added, that person said it can enhance your appearance 5-fold. That's amazing, Weiwei. Once you put it on, you'd definitely be slim and beautiful, gorgeous and graceful. Shiluo Weiwei looked at Lu Xingchen apologetically. Master Ling Wang, I want to see the real illusionary brocade robe. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Why? The immortal jade dew is clearly more effective. Shiluo Weiwei, because I'm a glutton. Even if the immortal jade dew changes my figure and makes me slimmer, I still gain weight if I keep eating like I do now. But the illusionary brocade robe is different. It can transform my figure. No matter how fat I get, I can lose weight just by wearing the illusionary brocade robe. Is that so? Lu Xingchen paused. By then, Ba Yiba had already dragged Shiluo Weiwei downstairs. No, I can't let Shiluo Weiwei have the colorful brocade dress. Lu Xingchen hurriedly said, wait a minute. She walked down and pulled a beautiful little cream cake from her backpack, handing it to Shiluo Weiwei. What a taste! The cream cake was beautiful and lovely, delicate as a work of art. Shiluo Weiwei fell in love with it immediately. She looked at the little cake over and over again, finally scooping up a little with a small fork on it, taking a taste. She immediately narrowed her eyes. So sweet, so fragrant, so delicious. She finished the cake in a few bites, still wanting more. It's just too small. She looked at Lu Xingchen eagerly. Master Ling Wang, this little thing is so delicious. You must have more, right? Lu Xingchen chuckled inwardly. No foodie could resist the deliciousness of a little cake. Liu Weiwei was such a sweet eater, and since most of the fruit snacks on the table were sweet, she must have a sweet tooth. As expected, that made sense. Lu Xingchen pulled another small cake from her backpack. Oh Weiwei, do you like it? Liu Weiwei nodded repeatedly. I love it, I love it. Lu Xingchen, so, do you want the immortal jade dew, or the illusionary brocade robe? Liu Weiwei's eyes were filled with a struggle. Of course. Of course. How many of these small cakes do you have? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. I only brought a few now. In a month, I have as many as I want. She was bragging. In her backpack, there were also a few small cream cakes, all found in boxes. She didn't know when she'd get the next one. But after some careful reflection, she felt she could make cakes. All she needed was some research and some props. She gave herself a month anyway. Liu Weiwei's eyes lit up. Then why don't you send me some of these every month? Not every week. I want them to be big. These are too small and not satisfying. Lu Xingchen nodded. I'd be able to sell them later. After I build the market, I sell them there. Ba Yiba, confused by what they were saying, pulled Liu Weiwei and said, Weiwei, let's go back and see the real fantasy brocade dress. Liu Weiwei thought for a moment. Master, I like your fairy jade dew and your smile cake, but I still have to see the fantasy brocade dress. I just want to see it, just to give it a try. Okay. What a greedy girl. Liu Weiwei was determined to see the fantasy brocade dress. She said she'd been thinking about it for years, and she had to see it before she gave up. Lu Xingchen said helplessly, all right, let's go together. 49 was obediently eating her cake. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, he immediately went to the beach and launched the boat. Several people boarded the boat. After a dozen minutes, it landed at the edge of Frost and Snow Village. Lu Xingchen became nervous. I wonder where Master Ling Wang is. She asked Chu Hongyi first. Chu Hongyi, Gao Dafu left with the master. I don't know where they went. Lu Xingchen asked Gao Dafu again. Gao Dafu, I was afraid Master Ling Wang might do something bad, so I took her for a stroll. Little Lu, please hurry up and get this done. I can't hold on any longer. Lu Xingchen, okay. Master Ling Wang only went in to take a quick look before leaving the inn. As long as they kept quiet, they shouldn't be exposed. We've got the order to build the market, so we need to run quickly. The group quickly arrived at the inn. There was another person in the inn courtyard. It was the old man with the white beard. The one selling cards and chips. So it was him? Lu Xingchen stood aside calmly, feigning aloofness. If it's this old man, we're in trouble, because he sold her 2 top-tier disguise cards and knew she could disguise herself. This old man is truly cunning. If my guess is correct, the young man from Baiwa Island is him. Even if it's not him, he has a close connection to that person. Liu Weiwei went in, and Lu Xingchen overheard the conversation in the courtyard. First came Ba Yiba. Ba Yiba shouted angrily, well Han Lu, you actually gave me a fake fantasy brocade robe. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by our Babu family? Xianyuan Batian, how could that be? It's clearly the real thing? Bang! With a loud bang, Xianyuan Batian was kicked. Ba Yiba, get out. Bai Sanchison quickly helped Xianyuan Batian to his feet. Xianyuan Batian rubbed his aching arm and gritted his teeth. Since you think it's fake, then return it. Even if it's fake, a knockoff, it's still a treasure. Ba Yiba, Ba, I'm lucky I didn't kill you. Get lost. The old man glanced at Xianyuan Batian and said lazily, okay, don't we need to inspect the goods? Let your wife try it on and you know. Liu Weiwei said briskly, okay. She turned to Lu Xingchen and said, Master Ling Wang, could you come and help me take a look? Lu Xingchen nodded. The two of them entered an empty room together. Liu Weiwei donned the genuine fantasy brocade clothes. In an instant, she seemed a completely different person. Chapter 539. Liu Weiwei seemed like a completely different person. She had become taller and thinner, with a curvy figure, long legs and a wider chest. Her face was much prettier too. Liu Weiwei took out a mirror and looked at herself with great satisfaction. Lu Xingchen immediately felt threatened. This wouldn't do. Lu Xingchen handed over a small cream cake. Here, take a few bites. Give her some time to figure it out. Lu Xingchen, what kind of food do you like, Weiwei? Liu Weiwei counted on her fingers. There's a lot. All kinds of meat, all kinds of noodles, all kinds of sweets. I love them all. Lu Xingchen, my friends and I cook a lot of things. Grilled, fried, stewed meat, steamed buns, dumplings, noodles, cookies, bread, cream cakes, candied haws, sweet cakes, milk tea, Everything is incredibly delicious. Shi Luowei's mouth watered at this. With longing, she said, really? Lu Xingchen could tell that these NPCs weren't very good cooks. There's not much food in Frost and Snow Village, and it's not tasty and crudely made. If we could just make all the delicious food we've always had, it would definitely attract a lot of NPCs. She nodded. Yes, if I had a market, I sell these things there. But unfortunately, Shi Luowei lowered her head, touched the illusionary brocade clothes, swallowed a mouthful of butter, and a struggle appeared in her eyes again. Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. The immortal jade dew is a top-grade treasure. After drinking it, you might be able to maintain your figure. Even if you gain weight, it will take several months. After a few months, at worst, I can give you another dose of the immortal jade dew. As for the illusionary brocade clothes, let Ba Yiba find you another one. Lu Xingchen smiled slyly. Anyway, now he knows who has it. Isn't the old man with the white beard calculating? Let her calculate him too. The Babu family isn't so kind. Lu Xingchen's words touched Shi Luowei. She gritted her teeth and said yes. Lu Xingchen said solemnly, however, the immortal jade dew has side effects. It may cause a period of weakness. The duration of weakness is uncertain. Can you bear it? Shi Luowei, will the weakness last long? Lu Xingchen, sometimes it lasts a day, but occasionally there will be a sudden attack. Shi Luowei thought for a moment. Will it affect my eating and drinking? Lu Xingchen, of course not. Even if I have no energy, I can still eat. Shi Luowei didn't care about her weakness at all. She snorted, with Xiaoba here, no one dares bully me. She quickly made a decision. Bring me the immortal jade dew. Lu Xingchen, okay. Lu Xingchen was surprised by Shi Luowei's decisiveness. After all, the after effects of the immortal jade dew were quite severe. However, perhaps Shi Luowei wanted to be with the Babu family, surrounded by experts, and with sufficient protection, so she could feel safe and secure. She took out the immortal jade dew, and poured a drop into Shi Luowei's cup. Shi Luowei drank it without hesitation. Just 2 minutes later, her appearance changed. She was tall and thin, growing to over 1.7 meters tall. She had a small face, and her eyes were as narrow as before. Her skin was firm and strong. Her arms and wrists were slender and lean. Suddenly, her expression changed. She touched her head, then quickly took out a flowery headscarf and wrapped it around her head as a headband. A light green headband wrapped half of her hair, even covering her ears. Beneath the headband, a mass of long, light green curls cascaded down her back. It was a bewitching yet exquisite beauty. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized that Ba Yiba was far from worthy of the current Shi Luowei. It was like a flower stuck in cow dung. She wanted to see more of such a beautiful Shi Luowei. Shi Luowei glanced in the mirror, delighted. I look thinner and better this way than in the iridescent brocade dress. I'm even more pleased with this figure. I was so voluptuous just now. She looked at herself again and again, satisfied. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Don't you feel weak? Shi Luowei was startled. Should I feel weak? Oh, you mean the after effects? But didn't you say that the after effects only occur occasionally? I guess I haven't had any yet. How strange. Lan and Hei Sen had an attack right away. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. But this was better now. Shi Luowei was delighted. Lu Xingchen reached the door and beckoned Ba Yiba in. Ba Yiba's eyes widened at the sight of Shi Luowei. After a long pause he stammered, Wei, what's wrong with you? Shi Luowei beamed with joy. Pretty, right? Huh? Her voice remained the same, a little hoarse. Ba Yiba nodded repeatedly. He suddenly asked, can the illusionary brocade robe have this effect? Shi Luowei smiled brightly. You're silly. I drank the immortal jade dew. Ba Yiba was stunned. Immortal jade dew? How do you have it? Where did it come from? Shi Luowei, don't worry about it. Just go and tell them now that the bidding conditions have changed. We don't want the illusionary brocade robe. We want the immortal jade dew. Ba Yiba was stunned. But the immortal jade dew is gone. Ba Yiba, if there really was immortal jade dew, I would have asked for it and given it to you long ago. Unfortunately, it was stolen a while ago. He glanced at Lu Xingchen discreetly. It wasn't that he doubted the immortal jade dew. It could only have been given by Master Ling Wang. But Master Ling Wang is honest and upright, and doesn't seem to have a habit of stealing. Lu Xingchen was very calm. I got the immortal jade dew by accident. It has nothing to do with your Babu family's immortal jade dew. After all, Babu saw whoever stole it. It wasn't Master Ling Wang. Ba Yiba quickly said, Master, I'm sorry, I didn't doubt you. He didn't dare say he doubted you. Lu Xingchen said frankly, well, go ahead. Oh, by the way, the fantasy brocade dress is nice too. Wei Wei likes it. You should find a way to buy it for her. Ba Yiba rolled his eyes. Okay. Lu Xingchen watched Ba Yiba go downstairs, gloating. Who knows if he's planning to steal or rob? The old man with the white beard has fooled so many people. It's time he learned a lesson. These NPCs are more formidable than the last. They'd be even better in a fight. Ba Yiba went downstairs and quietly discussed the situation with Babu. Babu was stunned. Master Ling Wang actually has the immortal Jade Dew? Ba Yiba nodded, then hesitated. Dad, you said Master? Not her. Master Babu said firmly, the one who stole my immortal Jade Dew was a thief named Wan Jinbao. Humph! Ba Yiba was relieved. That's good. They didn't want to confront Master Ling Wang. The reason they offered such a precious market construction order was, first, that they didn't want to build the market. Second, Shiluo Weiwei insisted on the colorful brocade clothes before she would marry Ba Yiba. Third, they also needed a large sum of gold coins. Now that all that was settled, the auction item could be exchanged for the immortal Jade Dew. So, Babu returned the colorful brocade clothes to the white-bearded old man and said bluntly, no need. The market construction order has already been taken. What? The white-bearded old man exclaimed. You're not keeping your word? Chapter 540. Bab was silent, and old G snorted, humph. You didn't even participate in the previous auction, so you're not even eligible. How can you say you're breaking your promise? He felt tricked by this old man, and he resented him, so of course he wouldn't defend him. Bab nodded, indeed. The white-bearded old man was furious. How could you do this? Old G, no problem. There are only 5 eligible bidders, and you're not one of them. The white-bearded old man, Master Babu, you really don't want the illusionary brocade robe? Bab, no. The old man frowned. What happened just now? They were all fine before. How could they suddenly change? He had checked, and the illusionary brocade robe was returned intact, without a single scratch. What exactly happened when we were trying on the clothes just now? Shiluo Weiwei wasn't satisfied with the clothes? That's impossible. At this moment, Babu handed the market construction order to Ba Yiba and said, okay, send these to Master Ling Wang. Oh, and by the way, have Master Ling Wang prepare 1 million gold coins. He spoke in a quiet voice, not deliberately concealing anything. The old man Ji Lao and the others heard it. The old man was stunned. Master Ling Wang also wants the market construction order? With her personality, how could she possibly do that? Ji Lao's face was full of complexities. Didn't Master Ling Wang say she didn't want the market construction order? Ji Lao felt something was wrong. Master Ling Wang didn't want the box, so he sold it to him. For 1 million gold coins. Now, his box was gone, and his colorful brocade clothes were gone. Master Ling Wang had actually obtained the market construction order again. Master Ling Wang essentially got the order to build the market without spending a single gold coin. Old G couldn't help but ask, excuse me, besides the gold coins, what other treasure did Master Ling Wang give you? Bab said bluntly, immortal Jade Dew. Huh? Old G's face changed. How is that possible? How is that possible? This was Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian had worked so hard, only to come up empty-handed, and he had long since been dissatisfied. He was here to see who would ultimately receive the order to build the market. He had never expected it to be Master Ling Wang. Xianyuan Batian grumbled sarcastically, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureola behind. Master Ling Wang is truly amazing. The white-bearded old man glanced at him sideways. Hey Hong Lu, don't you admire Master Ling Wang the most? Why is he so off today? Old G, he's been acting strangely ever since he came to the auction. He's quiet, doesn't flirt, doesn't like fat people, ignores Master Ling Wang. He's completely different from the old Hong Lu. Old G had been scheming for a long time, but in the end, nothing happened. Now, he hated everyone present equally. So, he started taunting everyone whenever he got the chance. The white-bearded old man was stunned. Really? He looked at Xianyuan Batian carefully several times, then hesitated. You're that young man, right? The one who bought me the top-level disguise card? Oh, so that's what you use it for. Lu Xingchen, unwilling to face so many people, had remained upstairs. But she had been keeping an eye on this side, and the white-bearded old man's words startled her. Oh no! The old man with the white beard sold 2 top-tier disguise cards. He easily guessed who was disguised. She needed to get the market construction order quickly and leave. So, she said to Shiluo Weiwei, who was happily looking in the mirror, Weiwei, I have something else to do. I take the market construction order and leave. Tell Ba Yiba to come up. Ba Yiba was now holding the market construction order, watching the fun. So, Shi Luo Weiwei opened the window, and waved to Ba Yiba. Ba Yiba immediately went upstairs. Shi Luo Weiwei snatched the market construction order, and handed it to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen got the market construction order as she wished. She took a look. Market construction order. Build a market, summon NPCs or players to set up stalls at the market, and invite various mysterious merchants to the market to meet their destined ones. Confirmed, this is it. Lu Xingchen received the market construction order and immediately notified Chu Hongyi. He then told Lu Haiyue, Qi Fangxin, and Bai Kaisen to leave quickly. Gu Yin was in the square. Gao Dafu was strolling with the real Master Ling Wang, and Lu Xingchen had informed them to meet at the beach. At this point, chaos had broken out. Whitebeard grabbed Xian Yuan Batian and said, "He's from out of town. He's not Hong Lu." "What?" Ji Lao was startled and stood up. "I clearly announced that out-of-towners couldn't participate in the auction." The old man snorted. "That's why he pretended to be Hong Lu." Xian Yuan Batian struggled. "No, you're mistaken." Lu Xingchen had already taken advantage of the chaos to go downstairs and quietly slip out of the inn. The old man said, "By the way, there's another top-level disguise card. I sold it to a girl named Lu Xingchen, also from out of town. Did she also disguise herself?" The white-bearded old man became excited. "Who did she disguise herself as? Who else is wrong?" Luo Jinqing shouted, "Master Ling Wang is wrong." The white-bearded old man, "Great, it's her. She got the market construction order?" "No, she's from outside the city and doesn't qualify. So, Babu, quickly capture Master Ling Wang and get the market construction order back." The old man was anxious. "Hurry. Where's Master Ling Wang?" "Oh, right, upstairs." Ba Yiba was confused. "Ah, she's gone. She just left." The old man was stunned, stamping his foot and beating his chest. "It's over, it's over. An outsider actually got the market construction order. Quick, capture her." Old Ji hesitated. Master Ling Wang must be the real one. He had fought Master Ling Wang before. That couldn't be the skill of an outsider. The white-bearded old man was extremely anxious. "Old Ji, think carefully. Has Lu Xingchen disappeared from the inn since Master Ling Wang appeared? She disguised herself as Master Ling Wang. Absolutely. There's no way Master Ling Wang would go to such lengths to bid for the market construction order." Old Ji, but he had been beaten before, and he felt he had encountered the real Master Ling Wang. "Old man, hurry, go after Master Ling Wang, hurry. Why are you chasing me?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Master Ling Wang strolled in from outside. She was holding a snow-white lamb in her arms. "Old man, all right, Lu Xingchen, hand over the market construction order." Master Ling Wang frowned. "What are you talking about? A market construction order? I'm not interested in that." The old man jumped up and down. "You're still pretending, you're still pretending. Bah! What does an outsider need a construction order for? Give it to her. Old man Ji, beat her up." Old Ji had suffered before, so he naturally refrained from fighting. The old man rushed forward. Master Ling Wang waved his sleeve, and the old man flew backward, crashing into a stone pillar. His vision went dark, and he nearly fainted. "Master Ling Wang, tell me, what's going on?" Old Ji also sensed something was amiss. He quickly stood up, bowed, and said, "Master Ling Wang, you just took the immortal jade dew, exchanged it for the market construction order, and then left." "Master Ling Wang, I didn't do it." She quickly realized. Someone disguised themselves as me? The white-bearded old man, yes, she's Lu Xingchen, an outsider." Everyone was shocked. "Bab, huh? Lu Xingchen?" Old Ji jumped up. "Quick, seal off Forest and Snow Village. Don't let her escape."